Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1413 to Chapter 1498. A bunch of trash. If numbers were useful, wouldn't a bunch of ants be able to kill a divine dragon? Cut the crap and come at me together. Today, I'll kill all of you in one go. The corners of darkness Xianxia's mouth curled into a sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. Luo Ku was different from the other brainless demons. He knew how to ask for help. However, in darkness Xianxia's eyes, killing a pig was no different from killing a group of pigs. Luo Ku, you bunch of trash, dare to compete with the great master? Why don't you wash your neck and kneel down and wait for death? Zhu Ganglai sneered with an arrogant and despotic look on his face. Bastard! Zhu Ganglai, you scum! Reckless fools, kill them all. Zhu Ganglia's words instantly aroused the anger of many demon experts. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they stared at Zhu Ganglai. However, Zhu Ganglai didn't seem to realize it at all. He still had a sneer on his face. He had benefited a lot from following Darkness Xiao. Now, his cultivation had also reached the complete Devil Heaven realm. He was completely loyal to Darkness Xiao. Therefore, he didn't care about the threat of the demon experts at all. Reckless fool! Go, whoever kills Darkness Xiao will be rewarded with 100 drops of Saint Liquid. Luo Ku's eyes flashed with killing intent as he roared. Rumble, the surrounding heavens and earth trembled. The void seemed to have shattered. Endless demonic aura rose. Ancient runes intertwined like black thunderbolts. They intertwined with each other and shrouded darkness soaring sky. This was the 1,000 demon illusion array that Luo Ku had set up with the array disc. It could isolate the demon chi and suppress the soul. Even if a divine king expert entered it, his cultivation would be suppressed and his senses would be greatly damaged. He would be killed by the person who set up the array. Luo Ku knew that Darkness Xiao's strength was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he didn't hope to kill Darkness Xiao directly. He only hoped to suppress Darkness Xiao's cultivation and isolate the demon chi. At the same time, over 100 demon clan experts lunged at Dark High Firmament, unleashing powerful demon Dao abilities and divine weapons at Dark High Firmament and Zhu Ganglai. Trash is trash. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Darkness Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light. Boom, black divine light rose around him as he bathed in dazzling runes. The blood-red cloak behind him instantly soared into the sky, turning into a blood-red flag that covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the many demon powerhouses. Rumble, crimson shadows flew out of the blood devil flag, emitting sharp whistles, and rushed toward the many devil clan experts. A few miserable cries rang out before coming to a halt. The demonic experts who had been enveloped by the blood-red shadow were actually drained of all their blood in a single instance. Even their souls had been devoured, reducing them to dried corpses. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen devil clan experts had their flesh and blood devoured by the blood devil flag. Their souls were completely destroyed. Darkness Xiao's figure moved like a ghost in the demonic light. He was wrapped in the blood demon flag and was rapidly reaping the lives of the demon experts. The blood demon flag was a treasure that Darkness Xiao had accidentally obtained from the ancient blood demon emperor's method of refining the blood demon flag. The method of refining the blood demon flag was not complicated, but the magic of the blood demon flag was that it could evolve by continuously devouring the flesh and blood of living beings. The blood demon flag that Darkness Xiao had just refined was only a low-grade demonic weapon. However, after devouring the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of demons, it had evolved into a top-grade demonic imperial weapon. It was not far from becoming a holy treasure. Legend had it that the blood demon flag refined by the ancient blood demon emperor had become an apex emperor weapon. When the blood demon flag was unfurled, it could envelop a macro world and refine all living beings in it. When Darkness Xiao refined the blood demon flag, he had cleverly added in the heaven-devouring secret skill, which made the blood demon flag even more terrifying. Damn it! How can his blood demon flag be so powerful? Don't hold back. Let's attack together and kill him. Luo Ku's face became extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The blood demon flag was not considered precious in the demon realm. Many people would choose to refine the blood demon flag. However, Luoku had never seen such a strange blood demon flag like Darkness Xianxia. The efficiency of devouring the flesh and blood of demon experts was too high. It could suck a devil heavenly realm expert into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. More than 100 demon experts were killed by Darkness Xianxia and Zhu Ganglai in such a short time. Luoku knew that he could not wait any longer. Boom, a black halberd appeared in his hand. It emitted a monstrous demonic light and suddenly slashed at Darkness Xianxia. The black halberd was like an ancient mountain. It was extremely powerful and split the demonic chi in half. Kill. The remaining 6 experts all had cold looks in their eyes as they unleashed their most powerful attacks at Dark Soaring Sky. Darkness Xianxia's eyes flashed, and the blood devil flag instantly turned into a blood-colored cloak. He soared into the sky in the blazing great formation and threw a punch at Luoku. Bang, the dark fist imprint seemed to contain a heavy hidden force, causing the long black halberd to tremble violently, before it was forcefully repelled. At the same time, black light gushed out of Darkness Xianxia's body. It was as if a terrifying black hole had formed, wanting to devour all living things. The devouring black hole covered the sky and the earth. It covered the attacks of the 6 experts. Then, a terrifying divine light exploded. The blood demon flag directly pounced on the 6 experts. The expressions of the experts from the 6 great devil clans changed slightly, revealing a trace of fear. They had already seen the strangeness of the blood devil flag. Although they were not afraid of it, they did not want to get involved with it so easily. All of them quickly retreated. Buzz, a demon expert with a bull's head and a human body, had a black giant axe in his hand. The axe was blazing. He suddenly chopped at Darkness Xianxia's head. There was also a demon who seemed to be hiding in the darkness. He left a faint shadow in the void, but he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. 2 slender ancient swords silently stabbed at Darkness Xianxia from behind. The 7 experts seemed to have a certain degree of cooperation with each other. They had a great tacit understanding and erupted with powerful fighting strength. Luoku was in charge of the frontal attack. The halberd in his hand was a half-step saint treasure. It could resist Darkness Xianxia's strange blood demon flag. The other 6 experts besieged him from the side. They all attacked as fast as lightning. They wanted to kill Darkness Xianxia. Rumble, Dark Xianxia's whole body was shrouded in black divine light. With the blood demon flag on his body, his unparalleled fist imprint suddenly collided with the black halberd. Immediately, the heaven and earth rumbled, countless runes in the surroundings exploded, and the earth trembled violently. Dark Xianxia was a doppelganger condensed from Xiao's demonic origin bone. He inherited Xiao's memories, so he also knew all kinds of martial arts that Xiao knew. Although Dark Xiao didn't cultivate the secret arts of Ancestral Dragon, his physical body was innately extremely terrifying. Coupled with the fact that he was constantly devouring the flesh and blood of demon powerhouses, his physical body wasn't inferior to Xiao's. Therefore, he was able to take Luoku's halberd with his bare hands. Even Luoku's killing formation had little effect on him. Rumble, the killing formations in the surroundings intertwined, and the resplendent runes shot towards Dark Xiao like bolts of black lightning. Such terrifying power would have killed any powerhouse at the great circle of the devil heavenly realm immediately. But Dark Xiao was surrounded by a black devouring vortex, as if it could devour the heavens. The runes formed by the killing formations were all devoured by him, and instead became the power to nourish Dark Xiao. Die. Dark Xiao's face was extremely grim. After repelling Luoku with a punch, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and he charged towards the nearby Minotaur powerhouse. Whoosh, the blood demon flag blossomed with blood-colored divine light. Like a blood-colored ocean, it instantly enveloped that ox demon powerhouse. At the same time, Dark Soaring Heavens launched a punch. The divine light of the 4 symbols weaved unhindered, forming a resplendent chaotic fist. The Minotaur powerhouse's face changed greatly. He didn't have the confidence to resist Dark Xiao's attack alone. He immediately staggered back, and at the same time, chopped down at Dark Xiao with his huge axe. Stop him. Luoku's face also changed. The other demon powerhouses were nothing, but these 7 were all at the great circle of the devil heavenly realm. They were his trump card to kill Dark Xiao. If Dark Ling Xiao defeated them one by one, he would be done for. Rumble, the other 5 great demon powerhouses naturally understood, and launched powerful attacks one after another. Demonic chi overflowed, and their gazes were incomparably cruel, as they went all out to kill Dark Ling Xiao. 5 black demonic lights streaked across the sky. There were fist imprints, blade lights, sword chi, staff shadows, and spear lights, aiming at Dark Ling Xiao's vital parts. Darkness Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably cold. He didn't even turn his head. The black devouring vortex behind him grew more and more vast, and he rapidly arrived in front of the Ox Demon powerhouse. Kacha, the primal chaos fist blasted on the huge axe, and a loud sound was heard, which made the heaven and earth tremble. Black runes exploded one after another, and the huge axe was unable to withstand the power of the dark firmament fist, and was shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Dark Soaring Cloud's punch didn't lose its momentum at all. Under the incomparably alarmed gaze of the Ox Demon powerhouse, it landed on his chest. Bang! A huge bloody hole was blasted open, and the Blood Demon flag rapidly followed up, directly wrapping around the Ox Demon powerhouse, and started to frantically devour his flesh. Your Highness, save me! The Ox Demon powerhouse issued an incomparably miserable cry for help, but it came to an abrupt end in an instant. A formidable Ox Demon powerhouse was seriously injured by Dark Ling Xiao, and then swallowed by Blood Demon flag. Bang! 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 At the same time, the incomparably terrifying attacks of the 5 great demon powerhouses bombarded Dark Ling Xiao. To be exact, it had struck the terrifying devouring vortex. Like a resplendent sun, incomparably resplendent divine light was aroused in an instant. The originally incomparably tranquil vortex was thoroughly rioting at this moment. It rapidly expanded, and enveloped the 5 great demon powerhouses. Since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I'll refine all of you. Dark Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably cold. Terrifying demonic origin energy gushed out from his body, making his aura even more unfathomable. The terrifying vortex seemed to have formed a world of its own. It enveloped the 5 great demon powerhouses, making them unable to struggle free. At the same time, Blood Demon flag turned into a sea of blood. Countless blood-colored demonic shadows pounced on them, as if wanting to devour and refine their flesh. What? Dark Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Luoka's whole body shook. His eyes revealed an incomparably horrified look, and he instantly flew into a rage. He didn't expect Darkness Ling Xiao's schemes to be so profound. When he was planning to deal the fatal blow to the Ox Demon powerhouse, he also calculated that the 5 great demon powerhouses would come to his rescue, trapping them in the process. In the blink of an eye, one of the 7 great demon powerhouses was killed by Dark Ling Xiao, and the other 5 were imprisoned. If this went on, even Luoku would undoubtedly die. Rumble! Demonic light burst out from Luoku's body. His black scales turned into resplendent runes, and his whole body swelled in an instant, turning into a terrifying figure over 10,000 zhongs high. The bone spur behind him instantly split into thousands of bone spurs, piercing towards Dark Ling Xiao like a blade. Although Luoku was the prince of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire and had the bloodline of the Heavenly Devil clan, his bloodline wasn't pure. His main bloodline was the bloodline of the Bone Devil clan. Therefore, he directly unleashed the innate ability of the Bone Devil clan. This attack was already comparable to the power of a demon god king. He wanted to heavily injure or even kill Dark Ling Xiao, and then rescue the 5 great demon powerhouses. Master, be careful. Zhu Galia's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. At the same time, the 9-toothed rake in his hand shone brightly, and suddenly swept away the surrounding demon powerhouses that were attacking him. Then, it turned into a stream of light, shooting towards Luoku. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Zhu Galia's 9-toothed rake could be considered a rare treasure, but it was only able to cut off a few dozen bone spurs, and then it was instantly repelled. The thousands of bone spurs didn't slow down, and instantly arrived in front of Dark Ling Xiao. Is this your trump card? Unfortunately, it's still too weak. Dark Ling Xiao sneered. Rumble! The light around Dark Ling Xiao's body gushed out, and streaks of black lightning rose up, as if they had turned into a blazing sea of lightning, containing incomparably terrifying power. The aura was ancient and mysterious, and it was like the Milky Way was flowing backwards. The lightning that filled the sky directly swept up the bone spurs in the void, and an earth-shattering collision erupted. The power was too terrifying. Rumble, the black lightning was too terrifying. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. They could see that the thousands of horrifying bone spikes were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into nothingness in an instant. The vast lightning rolled back. Before Luoku could react, he was shrouded in a sea of lightning. Streaks of lightning drilled into his body, instantly tearing his skin and flesh apart. He let out a miserable cry. This was Dark Soaring Cloud's innate ability. He called it the Origin Lightning and inherited it from the Origin Demon Bone. Its power was unparalleled. However, after unleashing the Origin Lightning, even Dark Soaring Cloud's eyes showed a trace of exhaustion. Soaring Cloud, you will die a horrible death. Let me go. I am willing to recognize you as my master. I only beg you to spare my life. I don't want to die. I still want to enter the 10 sects of the demon realm. I can't die here. The 5 experts of the Devil Clan roared loudly. As the power of the Blood Devil flag erupted, they could feel the blood in their bodies being crazily extracted. All of them were scared out of their wits, and their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Dark Soaring Cloud was too ferocious. His strength was too terrifying. At this moment, they had lost the confidence to continue fighting against Dark Soaring Cloud. They only wanted to save their lives. However, Dark Soaring Cloud's eyes were still cold and cruel. He was unmoved. The power of the Blood Demon flag was too terrifying. Thousands of blood demons pounced from it. They were invisible and were constantly devouring the blood in the bodies of the 5 Demon Clan experts. Their resistance was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, their bodies exploded. Terrifying demonic light erupted. This was the power of their self-destruction. They wanted to abandon their bodies and let their primordial spirits escape. However, the light of the Blood Demon flag swept out. Immediately, the surrounding void was imprisoned. The 5 primordial spirits were directly devoured by the Blood Demon flag. Your primordial spirits are not bad. You are qualified to become Blood Demon Kings. Dark Soaring Cloud said coldly. There were hundreds of thousands of blood demons in the Blood Demon flag. They were all transformed from the Demon Clan experts that Dark Soaring Cloud killed. However, they were not able to evolve into Blood Demon Kings. Once they evolved into Blood Demon Kings, the power of the Blood Demon flag would skyrocket. These 5 fiend race powerhouses were all extremely talented individuals. Unfortunately, they encountered Darkness Soaring Sky and were all slaughtered in a single battle. In the blink of an eye, only Luoku was left of the 7 Demon Clan experts. Whoosh, Luoku barely managed to escape from the lightning essence. He had used all his defensive treasures and even an ancient saint talisman, but he had still been heavily injured by the lightning essence. Half of his body had been destroyed. When Luoku saw the scene in front of him, his soul almost left his body. With Luo. Dark Soaring Cloud, as long as you kill those people, the God Massacre Convention will be over. The 3 of us will be able to enter the 10 sects of the Devil World. I hope you can let me go. Otherwise, even if you kill me, my father won't let you go. You won't be able to leave the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire. Luoku was very straightforward. Although he hated Dark Soaring Cloud to the bone, he knew that he was in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, he couldn't escape. Therefore, he bowed his head to Dark Soaring Cloud. However, he also thought to himself that once the God Massacre Convention was over, he would make his father kill Dark Soaring Cloud. Are you threatening me? I alone am enough for the God Massacre Convention. Why should I let you go? I'm afraid that even if I let you go now, you will think of ways to kill me after you leave this place. Dark Soaring Cloud sneered. I can swear a heart demon oath that I will never attack you. As long as you let me go, I will tell my father to let you enter the Heavenly Devil Pool to cultivate once. With your current cultivation, as long as you enter the Heavenly Devil Pool to cultivate once, your chances of breaking through to the Demon God King realm will greatly increase. Luoku's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want Dark Soaring Cloud to think that he was threatening him. He immediately lowered his stance and even offered the temptation of the Heavenly Devil Pool. The Heavenly Devil Pool was a secret realm of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire. It contained incomparably mysterious Heavenly Devil Chi that could increase one's cultivation speed by tenfold or even hundredfold. He believed that with the temptation of the Heavenly Devil Pool, Dark Soaring Cloud would definitely agree. Enter the Heavenly Devil Pool to cultivate? This is indeed a good condition. Dark Soaring Cloud's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. So, you agree? Luoku's heart relaxed as if he saw the hope of leaving this place alive. Of course. I don't agree. Dark Soaring Cloud smiled faintly as killing intent burst out from his eyes. Boom, the Blood Devil flag was extremely fast. Like a blood-red shadow, it instantly appeared in front of Luoku and enveloped him. A terrifying blood-red light rose, exuding the aura of death. Luoku's face was filled with uncontrollable fear and anger. He couldn't help but shout, "Soaring Cloud, you didn't keep your word. Childish. I've never promised you anything." Dark Soaring Cloud sneered. The reason why he said a few more words to Luoku was that he was waiting for the Blood Devil flag to completely digest the flesh and blood of the Demon Clan experts. Rumble, the Blood Devil flag shone brightly as streaks of blood devils rushed towards Luoku. Dark Soaring Cloud ignored Luoku's curses and pleas for mercy. Soon, he was completely devoured by the Blood Devil flag. The 7 Demon Clan experts were all killed. Master is mighty. But you killed Luoku. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire won't let us off so easily. After all, although we have obtained the quota, it will be troublesome if the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire targets us. Zhu Ganglai said worriedly. It doesn't matter. We will see the Dark Devil Sect's emissary when we get out. No matter how angry the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire is, they won't dare to be presumptuous. But even if they dare to attack me, so what? The Blood Devil flag can add another Blood Devil King. Darkness Ling Xiao sneered. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Master is right. When we enter the Dark Devil sect, Master will be able to defeat all the heroes. Even becoming the Dark Devil sect's holy son will be a piece of cake. Zhu Ganglai said with a smile. He was also relieved of his worries. Ever since he joined Dark Soaring Cloud, he had become his most loyal henchman. Especially after following Dark Soaring Cloud for a few years, he had gained a lot of benefits from killing. This made him blindly trust Dark Soaring Cloud. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a sweep of the Blood Demon flag, the remaining demon race experts were all devoured. Only Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai were left in the world. The void rippled like water, and the world became extremely blurry. As if some condition had been triggered, Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai were enveloped by a burst of resplendent light, and they disappeared from the world. The God Butchering Convention had ended. The rules of the God Butchering Convention were simple and crude. Because there were only 10 spots, everyone had to fight together. If there were less than 10 people left, the God Butchering Convention would automatically end. In the past God Butchering Conventions, it was easy to determine 10 spots. However, this year's God Butchering Convention had exceeded everyone's expectations. Dark Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai appeared in a huge square. In the distance, ancient palaces rose from the ground, looking majestic and mysterious. This was the palace of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire. At this moment, there were many powerful figures waiting in the square. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Naturally, this included the Demon King of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire, Luo Jun. Luo Jun was a majestic middle-aged man. He looked very similar to Luo Ku. He wore a black robe and was tall and sturdy. His body was covered with black scales and there was a black bone spike on his back. His entire body was emitting an incomparably powerful aura. Beside him, there was a young man in a black robe. He looked heroic, and his appearance was almost no different from a human. His expression was calm and indifferent, and his aura was unfathomable. He was even stronger than Luo Jun. He was the messenger of the Dark Demon sect. This time, he came to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Empire to preside over the God Butchering Convention and select disciples to join the Dark Demon sect. Luo Jun's attitude towards him was very respectful because he knew that this black-robed youth had an extraordinary origin. He wasn't just a messenger of the dark demon sect. Moreover, he had a saint-old ancestor standing behind him. Luo Jun had been carefully serving this messenger. He believed that Luo Ku would definitely pass the god-butchering convention. However, he hoped that he could establish a connection with the saint-old ancestor through this messenger. If Luo Ku could become the saint-old ancestor's personal disciple, it would be even better. After all, even if one could enter the Dark Devil sect through the god-massacring convention, they had to start from the outer sect. Above them, there were still inner sect disciples and true disciples. Every step was extremely difficult. However, as long as one was accepted as a disciple by a saint-old ancestor, one would immediately become a successor disciple. That status would be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Today, when that mysterious and boundless aura burst forth from the void, Luo Jun instantly knew that the God Massacre convention was over. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Darkness Xianxia and Zhu Ganlia's figures appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. This was because Darkness Xianxia and Zhu Ganlia's faces were very unfamiliar. They did not recognize them at all. They did not know how these two people were able to obtain 2 spots. That's only the 2 of them. There are more behind. Don't worry. Ha ha ha. Our young master will definitely get a spot. The God-slaying convention is finally over. I hope that my little master will be able to return safely. Although the experts from the big families in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation were surprised to see Darkness Xianxia and Zhu Ganglai, they were still filled with anticipation. Luo Jun frowned slightly. He did not know why, but when he saw Ling Zhao's indifferent face, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The chaotic ripples in the void gradually calmed down, but no one appeared. No need to wait. In this god-slaying convention, other than us, everyone else is dead. Zhu Ganglai said with a smile. His small eyes shone brightly, and his face was filled with arrogance and haughtiness. What? Impossible. If you can survive the God Massacre convention, then my little master will not have a problem either. That's right. Fat pig, don't try to mislead us with your lies. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. Zhu Ganlia's words shocked everyone. Then, one by one, they began to fly into a rage. They glared at Zhu Ganglai and Darkness Xianxia, but they were getting more and more anxious. This was because no one had come out from the secret land. Luo Jun's face became gloomier and gloomier. His eyes even began to emit monstrous killing intent. Luo Ku was his most important son. He had the hope of inheriting the will of the Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation. In the future, he would enter the Dark Devil sect and grow step by step. He might even become a supreme sage. But now, this hope seemed to be shattered. Boom, a terrifying aura emanated from Luo Jun. It locked onto Darkness Xianxia and Zhu Ganglai, as if a thunderous attack would erupt at any time. How did Luo Ku die? Luo Jun stared at Darkness Xianxia and Zhu Ganglai, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. What? You want to attack us? I don't know anything about Luo Ku or Luo Ku. I only know that all the trash are dead. Darkness Xianxia sneered and stared at Luo Jun. His eyes were deep and emotionless. You killed Luo Ku? Luo Jun's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. He felt a deep resentment and death aura from Darkness Xianxia. It belonged to Luo Ku. Dark soaring firmament didn't restrain his baleful aura. He disdained to hide it, so the baleful aura around him seemed to have materialized. Black light rose and enveloped him, making him look like the Grim Reaper King of Hell. Anyone who looked at Darkness Xianxia would know that he must have killed countless people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a terrifying killing intent. Seeing that Luo Jun was about to go berserk, the Dark Devil sect's emissary suddenly took a step forward. He looked at Darkness Xianxia and Zhu Ganglai strangely and said, to be able to reach the end of the hundreds of thousands of experts, whether it is in terms of wisdom, strength, or means, you are the best. You are qualified to become a disciple of the Dark Devil sect. When Luo Jun heard this, he immediately became anxious and said, Lord Emissary, these 2 people are very unfamiliar. They are not people of my Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation. They are very likely spies of other sections. That's why he dared to kill so many people. It must be to weaken the strength of the Dark Devil sect. Lord, please investigate and kill them on the spot. Dark Soaring Firmament praised in his heart. Luo Jun was truly worthy of possessing the heavenly devil race's bloodline. His mind was mature. He didn't even mention that Dark Soaring Firmament had killed Luo Ku. He only said that Dark Soaring Firmament and Zhu Ganglai were spies. His goal was to make the Dark Devil sect's emissary suspect them and then kill them. Spies of other sects? Are you? The emissary looked at Darkness Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai with a smile that wasn't a smile. Of course not. Lord Emissary, please investigate. Although we don't have any powerful family, our hearts yearn for the Dark Devil sect. We hope to become a disciple of the Dark Devil sect. That's why we came to the Heavenly Devil Ancient Nation to participate in the God-slaying convention. Moreover, I believe that you will be able to tell whether we are spies or not. Buzz, suddenly, the Dark Demon sect's emissary's body shone brightly. A black jade talisman floated up by itself, emitting a strange fluctuation. It trembled slightly and pointed at Dark Ling Xiao. The Dark Demon sect's emissary wanted to say something, but when he saw the black jade talisman, his body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy. The black jade talisman was called the Dark Saint Talisman. It was made from the bones of a senior of the Dark Demon sect. It had an incomparably mysterious power. Almost all the emissaries of the Dark Demon sect had a Dark Saint Talisman. The Dark Saint Talisman didn't have any offensive power, but its most important function was to discover the Dark Saint Physique. The Dark Saint Physique was the most suitable physique for cultivating the martial arts of the Dark Demon sect. Therefore, every emissary of the Dark Demon sect wanted to use the God-slaying convention to find the Dark Saint Physique. Now that the Dark Saint Talisman had lit up, there was only one possibility. Dark Ling Xiao had the Dark Saint Physique, the emissary of the Dark Demon sect, who had an indifferent expression and didn't care about the divine investigator, was now looking at Dark Ling Xiao with a fanatical and excited expression. There was even a trace of respect. With the Dark Saint Physique, he would definitely soar into the sky in the future. As long as he entered the Dark Demon sect, it was very likely that he would become the next sect master of the Dark Demon sect. Dark Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had also noticed the Dark Saint Talisman. Was it made by a Saint Lord with the Dark Saint Physique? It seems like he thinks that I have the Dark Saint Physique. However, this can't be considered wrong. Dark Ling Xiao thought inwardly. Suddenly, he had a plan in his heart. He was originally formed from the origin demon bone and possessed the power of the demon realm's origin. Therefore, he also possessed some of the Dark Saint Physique's mysteries. It wasn't wrong to say that he had the Dark Saint Physique. Dark Ling Xiao also planned to make the best of this mistake. As long as he didn't admit that he didn't have the Dark Saint Physique, no one would be able to tell. Junior brother, since you have passed the God-slaying convention, you are a disciple of the Dark Demon sect. What is your name? Don't worry, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. The emissary of the Dark Demon sect said with enthusiasm. Even Luo Jun couldn't make sense of the Dark Ling Xiao, but he instinctively had a bad feeling in his heart. Lord Envoy, this child is very likely a spy from another sect. Luo Jun reminded him in a low voice. Spy? What a joke. Can't I tell if he's a spy or not? Luo Jun, I know that your son died in the God Butchering Convention, but the God Butchering Convention is a cruel place. Life and death are ruled by fate. I hope that you won't be too conflicted. This junior apprentice brother must be a disciple of my Dark Devil sect. The Dark Demon sect's emissary sneered. In the past, he might still have some doubts. However, after seeing that Ling Xiao had the sacred body of darkness, he no longer had any doubts. How could someone with the sacred body of darkness become a spy for other sects? No one else had the ability and confidence to do so. Greetings, senior brother. I am Ling Xiao and this is my subordinate, Zhu Ganglai. We have admired the Dark Devil sect for a long time and want to join it. Dark Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His eyes shone brightly. He had already guessed that the emissary of the Dark Demon sect must have recognized him as the sacred body of darkness. He was happy to make the best of it. Ling Xiao? What a good name. Don't worry, I will bring you to the Dark Devil sect later. the dark demon sect's emissary said with an amiable smile. He knew that the young man in front of him had a limitless future. With the sacred body of darkness, it was very likely that he would become the holy son of the dark devil sect. At that time, he might even have to rely on Ling Xiao. Moreover, he had discovered the sacred body of darkness. When he returned to the dark devil sect, he would definitely be able to exchange for a large amount of resources. Luo Jun's expression turned incomparably unsightly. He stared at the dark devil sect's emissary and said, "Lord Emissary, Ling Xiao caused so many deaths in the God Massacre Convention, causing the dark devil sect to lose 8 disciples. Could it be that you really plan on letting him off?" After hearing Luo Jun's words, the emissary of the dark demon sect felt a wave of annoyance in his heart. He frowned and said coldly, "Luo Jun, mind your own business. When the dark devil sect is recruiting disciples, when is it your turn to interrupt?" Luo Jun's body trembled, and his face became even uglier. However, he also knew that although the heavenly devil ancient empire's strength was not bad, compared to the dark devil sect, it was like a firefly compared to the moon. Although he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme, he didn't dare to say anything. "Junior brother Ling Xiao, follow me back to the dark devil sect," the emissary of the dark devil sect said with a smile. Whoosh, with a wave of his sleeve, a black void treasure ship appeared in front of them, emitting an incomparably powerful aura. This void treasure ship was actually a half-step saint treasure. Moreover, it contained an extremely mysterious and vast space law fluctuation, as if it could shuttle through the void. Yes. Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai looked at each other, and both of them flew onto the black void treasure ship with the emissary. Boom, the void treasure ship shone brightly, and the void trembled violently. In the next moment, the void treasure ship shot into the depths of the void and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing the emissary of the dark devil sect leave with Ling Xiao and Zhu Ganglai, Luo Jun's face alternated between green and white, and his eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. "Your Majesty, are we going to let Ling Xiao leave just like that? The 9th prince must have been killed by him." A burly man in a black robe with a tiger head and a human body transmitted his voice to Luo Jun. This expert from the Tiger Demon clan was called Hu Guan, and he was the great general of the heavenly devil ancient nation. He was also a demon god king, and his strength was unparalleled. He was deeply trusted by Luo Jun. "Then what can we do? Are we going to snatch someone from the dark devil sect?" Luo Jun sneered helplessly. "Your Majesty, the dark devil sect has never placed us in their eyes. Only the God Butchering Convention, which occurs once every 10,000 years, will send an emissary. The Radiant Devil sect's emissary from last time seems to still be in the nation. Why don't we just join the Radiant Devil sect?" Hu Guan said with a cold laugh. "Join the Radiant Devil sect? It won't do us any good, right? Besides, even if we want to join them, I'm afraid they won't accept us." Luo Jun was a little tempted, but he still hesitated. The Radiant Devil sect and the Dark Devil sect were both among the top 10 sects of the Devil realm, but the two were like fire and water. They were like sworn enemies, and couldn't wait to destroy each other. "Of course there are benefits. Your Majesty, if the Radiance Demon sect is willing to accept us, they will definitely protect us. Furthermore, Ling Xiao is the best proof of allegiance. I'm afraid your Majesty doesn't know what that black jade talisman is, right? That's the holy symbol of darkness, and it can identify the Saint Constitution of Darkness. If I'm not wrong, Ling Xiao definitely has the Saint Constitution of Darkness. As long as we reveal their whereabouts to the people of the Radiant Demon sect, not only will the Radiant Demon sect protect us, they will also bestow the Huaxing Dan to His Majesty." Hu Guan's voice was filled with temptations. "Sacred body of darkness? How is that possible?" Luo Jun's entire body shook, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. However, he had heard of the Darkness Holy Talisman before. When he thought of the commotion caused by the Darkness Holy Talisman, he believed in Hu Guan's judgment that Ling Xiao had the sacred body of darkness. The Radiant Demon sect had long offered a bounty for the sacred body of darkness. If they could raise the whereabouts of the sacred body of darkness, they would be rewarded with the transformation holy pellet. If he had the Hua Holy Dan, Luo Jun would have hope of breaking through to the supreme realm of the Holy Way. This was an irresistible temptation for Luo Jun. Luo Jun thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Since the Dark Demon sect is being unfair, then we will directly rebel. Hu Guan, contact the people from the Radiant Demon sect and tell them that Ling Xiao has the Saint Constitution of Darkness. Ask them to kill Ling Xiao. We'll prepare to join the Radiant Demon sect. Luo Jun knew that if he betrayed the Dark Devil sect, he would definitely attract a large number of experts to hunt him down. However, he had also decided that once he obtained the Huaxing Dan, he would immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. As long as he could break through to the Sage Realm, he would have enough trump cards. As for the life and death of the devil race experts in the Heavenly Devil Ancient Country, he was too lazy to care about them. What's most important is that it's beneficial to me. The selfishness of the demons was clearly displayed on Luo Jun understood. A strange look appeared in Hu Guan's eyes. He instantly turned around and flew into the distance. The spatial treasure ship quickly flew through the endless space. It was surrounded by resplendent spatial turbulence, conjuring various mysterious scenes. The Dark Demon sect's emissary was currently chatting with Dark High Firmament on the deck. Ling Xiao also knew the true name of the Dark Devil sect. His name was Yun Tan, and he was an inner disciple of the Dark Devil sect. At the same time, he was also an unnamed disciple of a saint ancestor. That saint-old ancestor was the Grand Elder of the Dark Devil sect. His status was extremely high, and even the sect master of the Dark Devil sect would be incomparably respectful when he saw him. Senior Brother Yun, did you inform the sect master and Grand Elder? Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked. Not yet. Junior Brother Ling Xiao, the Saint of Darkness physique is of great importance, and we can't let the news leak out. Otherwise, our old enemy, the Radiant Demon sect, won't let you enter the Dark Demon sect alive. That's why I didn't inform the sect master and Grand Elder. Is there a problem? Yun Tan looked at Darkness Ling Xiao's expression and asked doubtfully. Then I advise you to hurry up and inform them. I'm afraid our journey won't be peaceful. Actually, the news of the holy body of darkness should have already been leaked. I suspect that Luo Jun and the others should be able to guess it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It can't be? Even if Luo Jun and the others could guess it, they wouldn't dare to betray the sect. However, you're right. It seems like I've been negligent. I'll contact the sect master and Grand Elder now. Yun Tan's face revealed a trace of seriousness. However, after hearing Darkness Ling Xiao's words, he immediately turned around to contact the sect master and Grand Elder. The emissaries of the Dark Devil sect all had special communication channels. However, unless it was a matter of life and death or something extremely important, most people wouldn't use it. Ling Xiao looked outside the void treasure ship and the dazzling turbulence of the void. He only felt a sense of danger coming from it. Rumble, the turbulence of the void in the distance suddenly trembled violently. Endless dazzling divine light erupted as if it had illuminated the endless darkness. All that was left in front of everyone was a vast expanse of white divine light. A figure with a pair of wings on his back and a white robe appeared in front of the void treasure ship. He looked incomparably holy and his aura was incomparably terrifying. It was as if light had condensed together and appeared in front of the void treasure ship. Someone from the Radiant Demon sect? Damn it. Yun Tan had just contacted the sect when he saw the figure in front of him. His face turned incomparably ugly. The white-robed figure looked similar to a human. However, his entire body was shrouded in light. His face was indifferent and arrogant. He looked down at Darkness Ling Xiao and Yun Tan with a trace of cold murderous intent in his eyes. It's actually the incarnation of a sage? Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He hadn't expected the Radiant Demon sect to send a sage's incarnation to kill them. At this moment, he was even more certain that Luo Jun and the others must have betrayed them. Otherwise, the people from the Radiant Demon sect wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Hand him over and I'll let you go. The incarnation of the Radiant Demon sect sage said indifferently as he pointed at Darkness Ling Xiao. Don't even think about it. Yun Tan gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, he was incomparably glad that he had already sent the news back to the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to do so anymore. This was because the moment the incarnation of the Radiant Demon sect sage appeared, he immediately unleashed a powerful sage energy that enveloped the entire void turbulence, isolating all information from being transmitted. Clearly, the Radiant Demon sect was here for Darkness Lingxiao. However, Yun Tan needed time. He needed to wait for the experts from the sect to arrive. Otherwise, if Darkness Lingxiao died in the hands of the incarnation of the sage before the experts from the sect arrived, not only would Yun Tan fail, but he would also have to bear the wrath of the sage patriarchs in the sect. At that time, Yun Tan might just end up being smashed into pieces. Yun Tan calmed himself down and looked at the incarnation of the sage before him. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Senior. Why are you blocking our way? This junior brother Lingxiao is just a new disciple who hasn't joined the sect yet. I'm afraid he's of no use to you. If you need manpower, why don't I send you a few dozen or 100 of them another day?" Yun Tan's posture was very humble and respectful. At the same time, he was thinking rapidly in his mind to find a way to stall for time. Don't waste your breath. I know he has the Saint Body of Darkness. The Dark Demon sect has been suppressed by our Radiant Demon sect for so long. Don't even think about standing out. Today, he must come with me. If you dare to stop me, I don't mind sending you on your way. The incarnation of the sage said indifferently. The aura around him was as vast as the sea, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The Radiant Demon sect and the Dark Demon sect were naturally at odds with each other. The teachings of the two sects were naturally different. The Radiant Demon sect believed that light was the origin of the demon Tao and also the birthplace of countless lives and billions of demons. On the other hand, the Dark Demon sect believed that the demons came from the darkness and headed towards the darkness. Everything began with darkness and ended with darkness. The Radiant Demon sect and the Dark Demon sect had been at odds with each other for so many years and had always been evenly matched. But since 1,000,000 years ago, a peerless genius of the Radiance Demon sect had appeared out of nowhere, suppressing numerous geniuses of the devil world and sweeping through them unrivaled. With his peerless talent, he became the sect master of the Radiance Demon sect. Ever since then, the Radiance Demon sect had already started to suppress the Dark Demon sect. That was why the Dark Demon sect had been searching for the Saint Physique of Darkness at all costs in order to contend with the sect leader of the Radiant Demon sect. There were even rumors that the peerless sect leader of the Radiant Demon sect was a peerless genius with the highest chance of becoming an emperor. The Dark Demon sect could imagine that once the sect leader became an emperor, the Radiant Demon sect and the Dark Demon sect were at odds with each other. He would definitely annihilate the Dark Demon sect without hesitation. The Dark Demon sect had been searching for the Saint Physique of Darkness, but the Radiant Demon sect had also been suppressing the Dark Demon sect in all aspects. Once the news of the Saint Physique of Darkness spread, the Radiant Demon sect would definitely send out experts to eliminate him at all costs. Yun Tan complained in his heart. Although the white-robed old man in front of him was only the incarnation of a sage, he knew that the real body of the sage was probably rushing over here as well. "Senior, I can't hand junior brother Lingxiao over to you. Sorry for the offense." Yun Tan gritted his teeth and said. He only wanted to stall for time and wait for the experts in the sect to arrive. Boom, the void treasure ship shone brightly as Yun Tan pushed it to the extreme. This void treasure ship was a half-step sage treasure and had an extremely strong defense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to travel through the void. Yun Tan could only hope that the void treasure ship could block the sage's clone as much as possible. Otherwise, they would really be in danger today. Streaks of black runes rose into the air. Mist filled the air and shrouded the entire void treasure ship. Streaks of lightning rose into the air and charged toward the saint's clone. "You're courting death." The white-robed elder's expression was indifferent. Boundless light seemed to bloom in his eyes. A dazzling light covered the sky and earth, containing an incomparably vast power. The black fog in front of him was instantly annihilated, and those black runes also turned into nothingness. When the resplendent light landed on the ship, it immediately erupted with a thunderous boom. Rumble, the void treasure ship trembled violently, as if it couldn't withstand the white-robed old man's power. Damn it! Yun Tan's expression was extremely ugly. Although the white-robed old man before him was only a clone of a saint, his own strength was extremely terrifying. He was not someone they could contend against. If the spatial treasure ship was destroyed, the white-robed old man wouldn't even need to do anything. They would all be torn apart by the terrifying spatial turbulence. Break! Yuntan gritted his teeth, and there was a trace of extreme pain in his eyes. A black bone talisman appeared in his hand. The bone talisman spun, flowing with an incomparably mysterious holy light. It seemed to be the origin of darkness, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The bone talisman instantly shot up into the sky and bloomed in the spatial turbulence. Endless black divine light annihilated in all directions, and a huge black hole appeared in front of the spatial treasure ship. The void that was imprisoned by the white-robed old man's domain instantly shattered. The spatial treasure ship seemed to have regained its freedom in an instant, and charged directly into the black hole. Void-breaking darkness Saint Talisman? The white-robed old man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and at the same time, he became a little solemn. The void-breaking darkness Saint Talisman was refined by an extremely terrifying saint ancestor of the Dark Devil sect. Legend had it that it could shatter the void and unleash a saint's attack. Even the white-robed old man had to quickly retreat. At the same time, his body was filled with holy light, and his saint power rose up, trying his best to resist the power of darkness. As a result, he could only watch as the spatial treasure ship entered the black hole and vanished into the chaotic streams of space. You can't escape. The white-robed old man's eyes were deep. After blocking the power of the void-breaking darkness Saint Talisman, his figure flashed and disappeared into the spatial turbulence. Rumble, this was a vast mountain range. Tall mountains pierced the sky, and black clouds shrouded it. There seemed to be lightning intertwining in the clouds. The spatial treasure ship rushed out of the void and quickly fled into the distance. Darkness Xianxia's eyes were filled with amazement. When he saw the white-robed old man's attack, he had benefited a lot, as if some mysterious power was awakening in his body. A saint was indeed terrifying, even if it was just a saint's clone. It was not something that an ordinary demon god king could contend against. Yuntan's strength was extremely strong, but he was afraid that he could not even withstand a single attack from the white-robed old man. Junior brother Lingxiao, I will think of a way to divert that old man's attention. You escape first and head in the direction of the Dark Devil sect. The sect master and the elders will definitely come to your rescue. Yuntan glanced at Darkness Lingxiao and gritted his teeth. Dark Soaring Firmament glanced at Yuntan with some surprise. He was already used to the treachery and selfishness of the devil race. He was still a little unaccustomed to seeing Yuntan resist the saint's clone for him. Senior brother Yuntan, I'm afraid we can't escape. Darkness Lingxiao smiled faintly, and his expression was very calm. Rumble, as soon as his voice fell, a huge light hole instantly appeared in the sky. Endless light gushed out as if there was a mysterious celestial sound lingering. An extremely terrifying figure fell from the sky. Although it did not look very tall, the terrifying aura caused the surrounding void to tremble violently as if it would shatter at any time. A terrifying domain spread out in all directions, and it was as if the space had stopped at this moment. Yuntan's expression instantly became extremely ugly, and there was even a trace of unconcealable fear. A saint had descended. It was not a saint's clone, but a real saint had descended. In order to kill the Saint of Darkness, the Light Devil sect did not hesitate to send a real saint. It was also an old man in a white robe. He had a pair of wings on his back, and his hair and beard were all white. His eyes were cold, and he looked high and mighty. His entire body exuded a holy aura, and he locked onto Darkness Lingxiao, Zhu Ganglai, and Yuntan. Saint of Darkness, die. A saint comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth, enlightened all living beings, and formed his own domain. Wherever he went, all living beings would submit and bow their heads. Therefore, in the face of the white-robed elder's attack, neither Darkness Lingxiao nor Yuntan had the slightest ability to resist. They only felt as if they had been abandoned by the world. Boom, the spatial treasure ship exploded with a loud bang. Just the aftermath of the palm print was too much for it to bear. Darkness Lingxiao, Zhu Ganglai, and Yuntan stood on the ground and looked up at the huge palm print in the sky. They were like ants looking up at a divine dragon. Their hearts were filled with a sense of powerlessness. So what if you're a saint? Even a saint can't make me submit. A blazing light burst out from Darkness Lingxiao's eyes. His gaze was sharp, and his entire person seemed extremely unruly. His entire body began to emit an extremely terrifying aura of darkness. Boom, black divine light rose behind him, causing the sky and earth to change color. Endless lightning rose up as if it had turned into a vast domain of the way of thunder. This was the origin lightning. Under the pressure of the saint's palm, it seemed to have begun to transform and erupted with a power that caused the world to change color. The white-robed elder's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Although he did not recognize the black lightning, he felt a faint threat from it. He suddenly felt that it was absurd. Darkness Xianxia was merely at the perfected devil heaven realm. He was not even a devil god king. How could he make him feel threatened? The gap between him and Darkness Xianxia was even greater than the gap between a divine dragon and an ant. Rumble, however, the vast origin source lightning seemed to have fused with the surrounding heaven and earth at this moment. The vast power of law erupted and suddenly collided with the white-robed old man's palm. The collision of black and white was like the explosion of a resplendent sun. Endless divine light swept out in all directions. Zhu Ganglai and Yun Tan were already in despair, but they suddenly realized that an extremely vast black hole had appeared above their heads. The black hole was surrounded by endless lightning, and it actually completely devoured the power of the white-robed elder's palm. Darkness Xianxia stood on the black hole as demonic chi rose around him. His black hair danced wildly, and his entire body exuded an extremely wild aura. Boom, the power in the black hole had accumulated to the extreme. At this moment, all of it poured into dark soaring clouds, pushing his aura to skyrocket. Demon God King, break through. Darkness Xianxia's eyes were filled with incomparable madness. With a loud roar, the terrifying aura around him completely erupted at this moment. His cultivation instantly broke through from the devil heaven realm to the devil god king realm. My goodness, master is indeed master. How can he make a breakthrough in such a situation? Zhu Ganglia's mouth was wide open. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself. Junior brother Ling Xiao is indeed a genius. Yun Tan also laughed bitterly, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster. He did not expect junior brother Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Although he did not know what kind of power the origin lightning was, it was a miracle that he dared to borrow the power of a saint to help him break through. After all, if he wasn't careful, he would end up being smashed to pieces. As expected of the sacred body of darkness. You actually dared to use my power to break through. What you just unleashed should be some kind of innate magical power, right? I'm really getting more and more curious about you. The white-robed elder was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with a blazing light as he looked at dark soaring clouds. Whoosh, he reached out his hand to grab dark soaring clouds again. The origin lightning had aroused his curiosity. At this moment, he was even more eager to capture dark soaring clouds alive to study the power of the origin lightning. Unfortunately, it's too late. Dark soaring clouds smiled faintly. His eyes were incomparably calm. This was because he had already sensed an incomparably terrifying power that quickly pierced through the void and exploded. The dark demon sect's reinforcements had finally arrived. How dare you capture my disciple? Who gave you the courage? A majestic and overbearing voice exploded in the void, exuding an incomparably terrifying murderous aura. Rumble, an incomparably terrifying demonic light rose. A terrifying fist print broke through the void and suddenly blasted toward the white-robed elder. Soul Empyrean Great Sage? The white-robed elder's body trembled. His eyes revealed an incomparably solemn look. He also slapped out with his palm. Bang, the black fist print exploded, directly sweeping away the light that filled the sky. Then, it shattered the white-robed elder's palm print and sent him flying thousands of feet away. He crashed heavily into dozens of mountains in the distance, smashing them into dust. A burly man in black armor with a terrifying aura stepped out of the void. His eyes were filled with an incomparably cold expression. His entire person seemed incomparably wild. Originally, in the perception of dark soaring clouds, Zhu Ganglai and Yun Tan, the white-robed elder was like a resplendent sun, as if he was the center of this world. However, when this burly man in armor appeared, the white-robed elder's demeanor suddenly became incomparably dim. This burly man was like the devil sun that eternally illuminated the devil world, immortal and vast. He was the Soul Empyrean Great Sage, one of the strongest experts in the dark demon sect. The white-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the dark demon sect to react so quickly. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to kill dark soaring clouds today. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. That was the saint body of darkness. Once he entered the dark demon sect, he would definitely become a great threat to the radiant demon sect in the future. However, he also knew that if he didn't leave now, he would probably die here. The name of the Soul Empyrean Great Sage had long been known throughout the devil world. Farewell, Soul Empyrean Great Sage. The white-robed elder was very straightforward. After taking a deep look at dark soaring clouds, the light around his body surged. Holy radiance filled the air as he was about to disappear into the void. You want to leave without leaving anything after injuring my dark demon sect's disciple? The Soul Empyrean Great Sage sneered. He took a step forward, crossing thousands of miles in an instant. He actually arrived in front of the white-robed elder and punched out. Gotcha! Black lightning exploded. The white-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to resist. The holy radiance around his body erupted to the extreme. However, the Soul Empyrean Great Sage still chopped off one of his arms. Blood splattered across the sky. Soul Empyrean Great Sage, my sect master won't let you off. Sooner or later, you will definitely die. The white-robed elder roared. He couldn't care less about his arm and instantly disappeared into the void. I'll be waiting. Great Sage Soul Rapture felt a little regretful that he didn't manage to capture the white-robed old man. After all, the white-robed old man wasn't weak and was only slightly weaker than him. After reaching the Saint Realm, one could be said to possess remarkable abilities and an immortal body. Even if one's body was cut into thousands of pieces and his primordial spirit was shattered, he could still be reborn with a drop of blood and recover with a thought. Therefore, Great Sage Soul Rapture didn't manage to capture the white-robed old man. He only managed to capture his arm. That arm looked sparkling and translucent like a crystal. It exuded an incomparably majestic saint force and was mysterious and unfathomable. Great Sage Soul Rapture kept the arm and then his gaze fell on Dark Ling Xiao and Yun Tan. Especially after seeing Dark Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a look of admiration. We can't stay here for long. Let's return to the sect first. He didn't allow any explanation and swept up Dark Ling Xiao, Zhu Ganglai, and Yun Tan. Then, they instantly disappeared from this world. When Dark Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a strange world. Numerous floating mountains floated in front of Dark Ling Xiao. Their imposing manner was majestic and exuded a black demonic light. It was incomparably vast. There were many ancient palaces on those floating mountains. Powerful auras were faintly discernible. It was unknown how many experts lived on those floating mountains. On the distant land, there were many giant cities rising from the ground. There were countless experts of the demon race. There were thousands of them densely packed together. This was a strange world. Dark Ling Xiao could sense that this wasn't the demon realm. Great Sage Soul Rapture brought Dark Ling Xiao and the other two to a floating mountain. This was already the core area. Dark Ling Xiao could see that demon god kings were everywhere. Even saints weren't rare. Dark Ling Xiao could sense that there were at least 10 saints nearby. It seems like this is the dark demon sect's territory. Dark Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 10 sects of the demon realm weren't located in the demon realm. Instead, they had their own independent small worlds. They were even refined into existences similar to magic treasures. It was incomparably safe. Even saints would face certain death if they barged in. The 10 sects of the demon realm were extremely terrifying. Almost all of them were the orthodoxies of demon emperors. Only great emperors had enough foundation to become an immortal holy land. Is your name Ling Xiao? It really is the sacred body of darkness. Great Sage Soul Void stared at Dark Ling Xiao, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. He was able to see through Dark Ling Xiao. He could feel the darkness origin in Ling Xiao's body. It must be the sacred body of darkness, but he didn't know that the darkness origin in Ling Xiao's body actually came from the origin demon bone. Darkness Ling Xiao had already decided to make the best of his mistake. Therefore, he didn't explain anything to Great Sage Soul Rapture. He smiled faintly and said, Senior, I am Ling Xiao. Yun Tan bowed respectfully to the Great Sage of Soul Empyrean and said, Greetings, Master. Thank you for arriving in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you. Yun Tan, you've done well. You've done a great job in bringing Ling Xiao back. Cultivate well. I'll take you as my personal disciple once you break through to the half-saint realm. Great Sage Soul Empyrean looked at Yun Tan with satisfaction. Thank you, Master. Yun Tan suddenly became excited. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. He was lucky enough to be accepted as a nominal disciple by Great Sage Soul Empyrean. However, Great Sage Soul Empyrean had 800 nominal disciples. However, he only had 3 personal disciples. It was said that these 3 personal disciples were at the peak of the half-saint realm. They were peerless geniuses who were about to become saints. Great Sage Soul Empyrean glanced at Darkness Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, are you willing to become my 4th personal disciple? Darkness Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said without hesitation, I'm willing. Disciple Ling Xiao greets Master. Darkness Ling Xiao had already inquired about Great Sage Soul Empyrean from Yun Tan. Great Sage Soul Empyrean had an extremely high status in the Dark Demon sect. He was a supreme elder. Even the sect master of the Dark Demon sect had to address him as martial uncle. Darkness Ling Xiao knew that Great Sage Soul Empyrean had brought him here to gain the advantage by striking first. He wanted to be the first to take him as a disciple. After all, the appearance of the sacred body of darkness wouldn't be limited to the sect master. Even the other supreme elders would be tempted. To Darkness Ling Xiao, the Dark Demon sect was only a springboard. It didn't matter who he took as his master. Moreover, Great Sage Soul Empyrean had saved his life. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Disciple Ling Xiao, since you've taken me as your master, I'll bestow upon you a fortune. Consider it my gift for meeting you. Great Sage Soul Empyrean was also very happy. He immediately laughed and said. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk he took out the arm of the Radiant Demon Sect's saint. Black flames rose from Great Sage Soul Empyrean's palm. The glass-like arm slowly melted and began to condense into a resplendent bead that contained an incomparably vast amount of energy. The bead instantly flew into Darkness Ling Xiao's body and turned into an incomparably vast amount of energy. It actually pushed his cultivation to slowly increase. Although you've forcefully broken through using the power of the saint, your foundation is still unstable. I've refined the arm into this saint bead. As long as you completely refine it, not only will your cultivation be stabilized, but it will also help you rapidly reach perfection. Great Sage Soul Empyrean explained. Darkness Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to refine the energy of the saint bead. Beside him, Yun Tan's face was filled with envy. That was the arm of a saint. A saint's entire body was filled with treasures. Even an arm contained an incomparably terrifying amount of energy. However, Great Sage Soul Empyrean had already erased the saint's will and turned it into the purest Saint Dao energy. It was extremely helpful to Darkness Ling Xiao. Just as Darkness Ling Xiao was refining the saint bead, the big shots of the Dark Demon sect quickly rushed over. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Great Sage Soul Empyrean had already taken Darkness Ling Xiao as his disciple. I'm already one step ahead of my main body. However, my main body should be entering the War God Temple soon. As my main body's strength increases, the risk of the wordless heavenly book being exposed will also increase. It seems like I have to make a big commotion and let the name Darkness Ling Xiao resound throughout the demon world. Perhaps it will help my main body attract more attention. Darkness Ling Xiao thought to himself as he refined the saint bead. The reason why he didn't use a pseudonym and openly used the name Darkness Ling Xiao was to attract the attention of those people in the divine world. It would be best if they would think that Darkness Ling Xiao had already arrived in the demon world. That way, it would reduce the pressure on his main body. On the 8th level of the God of War pagoda in the divine world. Boom, the blood and qi in Ling Xiao's body was boiling, and streaks of divine light shot out from his limbs like sword qi. He had also awoken from his cultivation state. Behind him, an immortal figure stood in the midst of chaos. It was surrounded by countless stars and a golden dragon. Its aura was terrifying to the extreme. That was the power of the indestructible battle body and the divine dragon body. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body seemed to have reached a perfect balance. Crackle, Ling Xiao stood up slowly as his body crackled. His eyes shone brightly, and his aura was unparalleled. Has the darkness doppelganger entered the dark devil sect? It seems like I have to speed up. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although the divine world and the devil world were separated by an endless space, Ling Xiao was still able to sense the darkness clone's condition. He also knew that the darkness clone had already passed the god-slaying convention and entered the dark devil sect, one of the 10 great sects in the devil world. The dark devil sect was on par with the 12 immortal sacred grounds of the divine world. In fact, they were even stronger. After all, the dark devil sect was the orthodoxy of the great emperor. Only a portion of the 12 immortal sacred grounds was the orthodoxy of the great emperor. Ling Xiao also had to hurry up and enter the God of War shrine. After 2 months of cultivation, Ling Xiao's physical body had become much stronger. He was also very close to the 5th level of the indestructible battle body. Under the 1,000-fold gravity on the 8th level, Ling Xiao could move around freely. He could even run at high speed and practice his martial arts. However, Ling Xiao didn't challenge the 1,000-fold gravity on the 9th level because the generational competition was about to begin. The generational competition of the Ares College was a grand event. Many disciples would compete against each other. It was something that the hot-blooded youths looked forward to the most. Ling Xiao left the God of War pagoda. Xian Wang, Yap Liangchen, and the rest were already waiting outside. Big brother, you're finally out. The generational competition is about to begin. I thought that you weren't going to participate. Yap Liangchen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ling Xiao. I'm still waiting to kill that bastard Lu Wu. How can I give up on the generational competition? Let's go. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He could see that King Xian, Yi Liangchen, and the others' cultivation had improved very quickly. It was mainly because of the holy liquid that Ling Xiao had provided. Xian Wang and Yin Tian were already in the great circle of the heavenly god stage, while Yi Liangchen and Fengya had both reached the middle stage of the heavenly god stage. In the short span of 3 years, they had managed to raise their cultivation to such a level. This was enough to make the eyes of the older disciples of Ares College almost pop out of their sockets. Go. Ha ha ha. Big brother, this time, we're all waiting for you to sweep through the crowd and ascend to the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Yi Liangchen said with a smile. That's right. What Tian Gang? What Lu Wu? What 9 great kings? Kill them all. The black donkey also shouted loudly, as if it wanted to see the world in chaos. King Xian faintly smiled as well. The way he looked at Ling Xiao was filled with surprise, emotion, and anticipation. She had a premonition that after this generational competition, Ling Xiao would truly enter the ranks of the peerless geniuses. The period of hibernation was over, and the next step was to shine brightly and sweep through everything. He might be able to usher in a new era. Everyone headed towards the deity battle arena. The generational competition this time would be held in the deity battle arena. In the center of Ares College, in the vast square, 9 deity battle arenas had already appeared, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. On the square, many people were in high spirits, their eyes filled with anticipation. Almost all the disciples of Ares College had arrived. The generational competition was a grand event for Ares College. The top 9 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, the 9 great kings, were the focus of everyone's attention. However, on this day, other than the 9 great kings, there was another person who attracted everyone's attention. That person was Long Outyen, this disciple who had entered Ares College 3 years ago, the champion of the Great Void Trial, had improved by leaps and bounds, sweeping through everything. He had directly broken through to the great circle of the heavenly god realm. He had even slain the demon race in the mythical space, defeated many geniuses from Ares College and Overlord College, and even defeated one of the 9 great kings, Lu Wu. Everyone already believed that Long Outyen had the ability to enter the 9 great kings. The only difference was Long Outyen's ranking among the 9 great kings. Hence, when Ling Xiao and Xian Wang appeared on the square, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. He's Long Outyen? His aura doesn't seem strong. I wonder how he defeated Senior Lu Wu. Someone looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Long Outyen has cultivated the indestructible combat body. It is said that he has already reached the 4th level of the 5 vital organs palace. His physical body is terrifying. I saw the battle between him and Senior Lu Wu with my own eyes. It was too terrifying. That's right. Legend has it that Senior Lu Wu obtained the inheritance of a sage in a secret area. This time, he wanted to come back to fight for the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was the favorite to win the championship. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Long Outyen? Could it be that Long Outyen also has the potential to win the championship? I'm afraid this kid is still lacking in the championship. After all, Lu Wu is only ranked 9th among the 9 great kings. The other 8 senior brothers and sisters are not to be trifled with. Especially senior brother Tiangang. He defeated King Kong from Overlord College and Ji Yuanlong from Great Zhou College. He is not someone Long Outyen can compare to. That's right. Senior brother Tiangang might have already broken through to the Divine King realm. No matter what, this is going to be a fierce battle. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The generational competition not only had great rewards, but more importantly, they would be able to spar with the other senior brothers. They would even be able to see the 9 great kings who were usually elusive. Moreover, after the generational competition, the senior brothers at the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking would enter the War God Shrine. At the front of the crowd, there were a few figures with powerful auras. There were both men and women. All of them were either dignified or had extraordinary auras. Their eyes seemed to be shooting out divine light. They were the 9 great kings, and when they saw Ling Zhao's figure, a strange look appeared in their eyes. The 9 great kings had been cultivating in the outside world. Some of them were exploring secret areas, while others were hunting demons. Basically, none of them were in the academy. Therefore, it was their first time seeing Ling Zhao. They were also very curious as to how this guy called Long Outyen defeated Lu Wu. Others might not know, but they were very clear that Lu Wu's strength was on par with theirs. There was only a fine line between the strong and the weak. Even if they wanted to defeat Lu Wu, it would not be so easy. I've heard that Long Outyen's indestructible war body has already reached the 4th level. It seems like his talent in body refinement is extremely strong. I'm afraid that other than big senior brother Tiangang, only junior sister Wang Lin can contend with him. A young man in a green robe sighed. He was in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked like an elegant young master. He was Zhou Daoji, ranked 2nd among the 9 great kings. His strength was unfathomable. Zhou Daoji looked at a girl in a long yellow dress. She had an extraordinary aura and left a deep impression on anyone who laid eyes on her. She was Wang Lin, the Hunyuan king, who was ranked 3rd on the list. She cultivated the Hunyuan qi and was said to have an ancient bloodline. That's right. Junior sister Wang Lin's mixed element qi has reached the great completion stage a long time ago. Long Outyen is really strong. It's a pity that we didn't get to see his battle with Lu Wu. Otherwise, we would have been able to judge his true strength. A man in crimson armor with a head full of hair, looking very masculine and strong, laughed heartily. He looked at Ling Xiao with a strange look in his eyes. He was Lu Jingfeng, the Blazing King. He cultivated the Blazing Sky Halberd technique, which was the legendary body of the fire god. Zhou Daoji and Wang Lin were good friends with Lu Jingfeng, so they were very close to each other. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice sounded. Long Outyen? He's just a disciple who has only been in the sect for 3 years. What can he do? I think Lu Wu is getting worse and worse. I don't know what right he has to be ranked as one of the 9 great kings. It was a young man in a black robe. He looked very handsome and his eyes were like lightning. There was a purple glow around him and he looked very arrogant. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Deng Gongjue, the king of thunder, was only ranked 8th among the 9 great kings. However, his true strength was terrifying. Zhou Daoji frowned slightly but did not say anything. Wang Lin seemed to be distracted. She did not say anything to Zhou Daoji and Lu Jingfeng. She looked around the crowd with anticipation in her eyes. When Lu Jingfeng saw Wang Lin's appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle and say, Wang Lin, Big Dipper senior brother will definitely come back. Don't act like a love-gazing rock, afraid that others don't know that you are interested in Big Dipper senior brother. Zhou Daoji and Lu Jingfeng both knew that Wang Lin had a crush on Big Xixiang Tiangang. However, Big Xixiang Tiangang was a martial arts maniac who only cared about cultivation and had no interest in romantic relationships. Despite that, Wang Lin was persistent in pursuing Big Xixiang Tiangang. So what if they know? Unlike a certain someone who only knows how to pretend to be weak in order to please eldest senior brother. Unfortunately, eldest senior brother completely ignored her. Wang Lin said faintly as she glanced at a woman standing not far away. It was a woman in a long white dress. She had a beautiful face and a tall figure. Her skin was as white as jade, and her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. She exuded a gentle temperament. Mysterious King Min Ro, ranked 4th among the 9 great kings. She was the only female other than Wang Lin. Unfortunately, she was also Wang Lin's enemy. Min Ro seemed to have noticed Wang Lin's gaze. She turned around and nodded at her with a beautiful smile. Humph. Vixen. Wang Lin snorted and turned her head away arrogantly. Zhou Daoji and Lu Jingfeng saw Wang Lin's reaction and shook their heads helplessly. Although Wang Lin was powerful, she was still like a child. She would always be jealous of Min Ro. However, the two of them did not dare to meddle in this matter. When a woman was jealous, it was very scary. Kaboom! Right at this moment, there was a resplendent flash of light in the void. A brilliant ray of light flew over from afar, traversing through the void with extreme speed. Very soon, it appeared in front of everyone. Big senior brother Tiangang is finally back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and she smiled. In the void, a man dressed in beast skin appeared. He was about 10 feet tall and had a simple and honest face. His blood and chi surged around him like dragons and tigers coiled behind him. His entire person was like a primordial ferocious beast. Boom, he descended from the void like a bolt of lightning, causing the earth to tremble a few times. Everyone looked at him with incomparable reverence. This man was the number 1 on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, Ares College's big senior brother Tiangang. He has the ancient bloodline? No wonder his physical body is so strong. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. He could feel an ancient and mysterious aura from Tiangang. It was terrifying. He could feel that Tiangong's physical body was extremely strong. It made him feel like he was in danger. Tiangong's physical body was not weaker than his. Ling Zhao squinted his eyes. Tiangong's cultivation was still at the great circle of the heavenly god realm. However, if he was not wrong, Tiangong's immortal body had reached the 5th level. The 5th level was the triple deity transformation dragon. It was said that he could fight against a divine king. Ling Zhao wasn't looking forward to the generational competition at first. However, the moment he saw Tiangang, his fighting spirit was ignited. Tiangang was definitely a strong opponent. It's big senior brother Tiangang. Haha, big senior brother Tiangong's aura is getting stronger. It seems like big senior brother Tiangang has a great opportunity this time. I feel that big senior brother Tiangang is about to break through to the Divine King realm. The Hidden Dragon leaderboard is definitely going to be him. That's right. Big senior brother Tiangang is extremely talented. No one can defeat him yet. The moment they saw Big Dipper, the entire Ares College's disciples started to get excited. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. Big senior brother Tiangang had a high reputation in Ares College. He was the idol of many disciples. Tiangang was not a disciple of a big family. Legend had it that he was an orphan. He was raised by a female wolf in the mountains. Later on, he obtained a cultivation technique by chance. From then on, he soared to the sky. Later on, he passed the Great Void Trial and entered Ares College, becoming the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Dean, I'm not late, right? Tiangang walked up to Ji Guyuan with a simple and honest smile on his face. You're not late. It seems like your cultivation has improved again. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Tiangang was extremely powerful, and he was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 person in Ares College. Even many of the elders weren't his match. Although Tiangang had yet to break through to the Divine King realm, many Divine Kings had already been defeated by him. Ji Guyuan had high hopes for Tiangang and hoped that he would be able to achieve good results in the upcoming Academy tournament. Even the other 8 kings looked at Tiangang with solemn gazes. Although there were many people who wanted to replace Tiangang's position over the years, no one had ever succeeded. Although Tiangang looked simple and honest, he was extremely terrifying in battle. His powerful battle strength shattered the confidence of all the disciples who dared to challenge him. Boom, a resplendent divine light spread out as Ji Guyuan, the vice principals, and the elders all sat down on a high platform in the distance, each of them emitting powerful auras. Many of the elders and referees were already in place, and the generational tournament could begin at any time. Everyone, our Aries College's generational tournament that occurs once every 60 years is about to begin. In this generational tournament, the college has provided generous rewards for everyone. As long as you have enough strength, you will be able to obtain everything you desire. Ji Guyuan stood up, and as his voice spread throughout the huge plaza, all the disciples quieted down. Ji Guyuan smiled and continued, "This generational tournament will be the same as the previous ones. The top 9 of the Hidden Dragon ranking will inherit the 9 kings' positions, and the rules for the challenges will be the same as before. Those who are ranked lower on the Hidden Dragon ranking can challenge those who are ranked higher, while those who are ranked higher cannot challenge those who are ranked lower. Everyone will have 3 chances to challenge those who are ranked higher, and the winner will automatically replace the loser in the Hidden Dragon ranking. This time, there were 2 major rewards. The first was for the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. The champion of the Hidden Dragon ranking would receive 100 drops of holy liquid, 1 free entry into the Martial Repository Tower, and 1 year of free access to the Deity's Lake and God of War Pagoda. The 2nd to 9th place on the Hidden Dragon ranking would receive 50 drops of holy liquid and a God of War Pagoda. The 10th to 30th place would receive 20 drops of holy liquid and a God of War Pagoda of their choice. The second reward is the reward for the top 100 rankers with the most improvements. The first ranker will be rewarded with 100 drops of holy liquid, a half-saint treasure, and a free entry into the Martial Depository Tower. The 2nd to 10th rankers will be rewarded with 30 drops of holy liquid and a godly king weapon. The 11th to 50th rankers will be rewarded with 20 drops of holy liquid and a godly king pill of their choice. In a single breath, Ji Guyuan announced the rules of the generational competition and its arrival. 1. With a wave of his sleeve, a resplendent light immediately appeared in the void. There was a translucent sacred liquid that was as resplendent as the sun. There were also powerful weapons and precious pills. There were all sorts of treasures. Many disciples were in an uproar. In the previous years, the rewards for the top 100 in the Hidden Dragon ranking were always given out. However, this year, there was an additional reward for the top 100 who improved their ranking the most. This immediately caused many disciples to become excited. For example, if the person ranked 8,000th place could defeat the great senior brother Tiangang, his ranking would increase by 8,000 and he would be the undisputed number 1. This was good news for the new disciples who had just entered the sect. Maybe some of them would be lucky enough to directly enter the top 100. However, everyone looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. They knew that Ling Xiao was ranked 8,601st on the Hidden Dragon ranking. However, Ling Xiao definitely had the battle prowess of the top 10. It seemed like Long Outyan would be the one who would receive the most rewards this time. That was 100 drops of sacred liquid and 1 half-step saint artifact. Moreover, he could enter the martial repository and choose any martial art to cultivate. Many disciples looked at Ling Xiao with envy and jealousy. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He understood Ji Guyuan's intentions. Ji Guyuan probably knew that the astral tournament was about to begin. That was why he did not hesitate to give out so many rewards. It was to motivate the disciples to work hard and prepare for the upcoming astral tournament. The rewards for the first place were quite attractive to Ling Xiao. At the very least, he would have a better chance of breaking through to the Divine King realm. Alright. I won't say anything more. Next, I announce the start of Aries College's generational tournament. Ji Guyuan said with a smile, then retreated. 9 sacred battle arenas appeared in front of the crowd. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. I'll go first. Chao Kuan, ranked 3,681st on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Senior brother Liu, I challenge you. A young man in a black robe impatiently stepped onto the sacred battle arena and said coldly to a young man below. His cultivation was at the early heavenly god realm. Senior brother Lu was a white-robed youth. He looked elegant and was also at the early heavenly god realm. However, his aura was somewhat obscure. His name was Lu Yuan, ranked 3101st on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was more than 500 ranks higher than Chao Kuan. Junior brother Chao, you are not my match. Why do you want to humiliate yourself? Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Lu Yuan, you despicable hypocrite. That bitch Wang Lan dared to hook up with you behind my back. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Although I can't kill you today, I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Chao Kuan said with bloodshot eyes. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. Although everyone knew that during the generational competition, many disciples would become enemies, but they didn't expect that Chao Kuan and Lu Yuan would become jealous over a woman, and even fight over it. Interesting. Haha. Big brother, who do you think will win? Yi Liangchen was eager to have a try. He looked at Chao Kuan and Lu Yuan with a gloating look. Chao Kuan, I think. I can sense the aura of lightning around him. He must have cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique. Ling Zhao's eyes glowed as he said calmly. The 9 great techniques of Aries College required a considerable amount of contribution points. Ordinary disciples could not afford to exchange for them. However, if one practiced the 9 great techniques, they would have a huge advantage in battle. After all, the 9 great techniques were extremely powerful and were the strongest martial arts essence of Aries College. 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique? That's interesting. Yi Liangchen was slightly taken aback as he nodded his head. Boom, Chao Kuan and Lu Yuan had already started fighting. They exchanged blows and the battle was intense. Chao Kuan and Lu Yuan were both using the God of War King Fist. However, it was obvious that Lu Yuan's mastery of the God of War King Fist was higher than Chao Kuan's. You've cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique? How is that possible? Lu Yuan's expression changed as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. However, the speed of the punch was too fast. Moreover, Chao Kuan had unleashed the power of the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique when he least expected it. Lu Yuan could not block it at all. Soon, Chao Kuan's punch sent him flying while coughing out blood. Wang Lan, you bitch. Is this the pretty boy you've hooked up with? What a loser. Ha ha ha. Chao Kuan looked at the pretty girl below and laughed coldly. He then kicked Lu Yuan out of the divine battlefield arena. He had won the battle and had even risen by more than 500 ranks. Lu Yuan coughed out blood continuously. After hearing Chao Kuan's words, he fainted from anger. Chao Kuan then challenged 2 more disciples. However, this time, he chose to be more conservative. In the end, he won both battles and rose to the 2,872nd place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Other than Chao Kuan's Divine Battlefield Arena, the other Divine Battlefield arenas were also filled with intense battles. Whether it was those who held grudges against each other, or those who simply wanted to challenge their senior brothers and sisters to make a name for themselves, all of them began to fight. However, the 9 great kings did not make a move. No one dared to challenge them. On Ling Zhao's side, Fangxing also made a move. Although Fangxing's cultivation was only at the mid-heavenly god realm, he had cultivated the indestructible war body. Moreover, he had already reached the 3rd stage. His physical body was extremely strong. In the end, he won all 3 battles. In the 3rd battle, Fangxing defeated a late heavenly god realm expert and replaced him on the ranking, entering the 203rd place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. One should know that Fangxing's previous ranking was around 5,000. Now that he had risen to the 203rd place on the Hidden Dragon ranking, many people were stunned. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Long, I'll give it a try too. Yin Tiansong could no longer hold back and began to challenge the others. Yin Tiansong's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. Moreover, he had cultivated one of the 9 great techniques, the mixed Yuan Qi. Together with his 5 elements heaven escape technique, he could unleash an extremely powerful force. The first opponent that Yin Tiansong chose to challenge was still considered conservative. It was a late-stage heavenly god disciple. Of course, he won without a doubt. His ranking instantly rose to the 300th place. In his second challenge, Yin Tiansong directly challenged a Great Circle Heavenly God Realm disciple. That disciple cultivated the Burning Sky Halberd technique, which was extremely powerful. However, Yin Tiansong's 5 elements Heavenly Escape technique was too strange and unpredictable. In the end, after several hundred rounds of battle, Yin Tiansong still won, and his ranking rose to 158th. Suddenly, many people noticed Yin Tiansong. Oh my god, Long Outyen is so perverted, why are the people around him so perverted as well? Who the hell was this Yin Tiansong? I've never heard of it before. Isn't it? It seems like Yin Tiansong was only at the True God stage 3 years ago. In just 3 years, he has risen to the full circle of the Heavenly God stage. Is he still going to let others live? Could it be that this guy really wants to enter the top 100? That's hard to say. However, the senior brothers in the top 100 are all in the Great Perfection Heavenly God realm. Moreover, their strength is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at Yin Tiansong with eyes full of shock. Forget about Fengye and Yi Liangchen by Ling Zhao's side. They were only in the middle stage of the Heavenly God stage now, so it was not too frightening. However, there was also Shan Wang who was in the Great Perfection Heavenly God stage. Many people were guessing how high Shan Wang would be able to enter the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. For the third challenge, Yin Tiansong chose to challenge Wu Shuangchuan, the disciple who was ranked 100. Wu Shuangchuan was a veteran in the Great Perfection Heavenly God stage. He cultivated the Mixed Element Spirit and 5 Mountain Divine Palm. Moreover, he had reached the Lesser Mastery stage in both of them. His strength was unparalleled. Yin Tiansong's battle was extremely difficult. After all, although his cultivation was in the Great Perfection Heavenly God stage, he was still slightly weaker than Wu Shuangchuan. However, the 5 elements heaven teleportation technique was extremely mysterious. Ling Xiao even guessed that the 5 elements heaven teleportation technique was very likely to be a Supreme Saint technique that was extremely compatible with Yin Tiansong's physique. Therefore, although Yin Tiansong was at a disadvantage, he could still hold on with the 5 elements heaven teleportation technique. The two of them fought for over 1,000 rounds. Yin Tiansong remembered Ling Zhao's words and fought steadily. In the end, Wu Shuangchuan couldn't hold on any longer. Yin Tiansong finally found a flaw in his opponent's defense and defeated him. Yin Tiansong finally made it to the 100th place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. This time everyone was shocked. Yin Tiansong had risen from the 8,000th place to the 100th place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. At the very least, he would be in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Thinking about the generous reward, everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Old Yin, not bad. You actually made it to the top 100. Yi Liangchen patted Yin Tiansong's shoulder as the two of them laughed heartily. It's all thanks to senior brother Long's guidance. Hee hee. Yin Tiansong was naturally overjoyed. He had already used up his 3 chances to challenge others. The only thing he had to pay attention to now was to defeat those who wanted to challenge him and maintain his ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Yin Tiansong's challenge made Fengye and Yi Liangchen eager to give it a try. Fengye had the Wind Spirit constitution. Ling Xiao allowed her to cultivate the 7 forms of judgment. Fengye's improvement in the 7 forms of judgment was lightning fast and she had already reached the minor accomplishment realm. On the other hand, Yi Liangchen cultivated the seal of light. Although he was sloppy when it came to cultivation, his improvement in the seal of light was very fast. It seemed to be very compatible with Yi Liangchen's constitution. Fengye and Yi Liangchen quickly won 2 rounds. Fengye rose to the 620th place on the Hidden Dragon ranking while Yi Liangchen rose to the 600th place. Big brother, what do you think if I challenge those in the top 100? Yi Liangchen said excitedly. He was actually aiming for the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said with a smile, sure. I think you might even be able to make it to the top 10, let alone the top 100. Why don't you try? Yi Liangchen was in the mid-Heavenly God realm. If he challenged a disciple in the late Heavenly God realm, he should be able to defeat them easily. However, Yi Liangchen could not be judged by common sense. This guy had the body of misfortune. Ling Xiao believed that he could even defeat a divine king, let alone a great circle heavenly god. Yi Liangchen coughed dryly and said, "Big brother, stop joking around. I am no match for those in the top 10. However, after getting Ling Xiao's approval, Yi Liangchen's confidence was boosted. He jumped onto the battle ring and said proudly, "Who is the 99th place on the Hidden Dragon ranking? I want to challenge you." After Yin Tiansong entered the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, many people had their attention on Ling Xiao and the others. When they saw Long Outyen enter the gods' battleground, they became even more curious. They wondered how far Yi Liangchen could go. However, as soon as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, the crowd exploded. This bastard. Doesn't he know that senior brother Dongqing is ranked 99th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard? Where did he get the confidence to be so arrogant? That's right. Yin Tiansong is already lucky enough to enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. However, Yi Liangchen is only a middle heavenly god. How dare he be so arrogant? Senior brother Dong, kill this bastard. Damn it. Those who follow Long Outyen are so reckless. It's time to teach them a lesson. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation and they started to mock Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen was only a middle heavenly god. However, he was able to win 2 battles consecutively and enter the top 600 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. If he were to enter the top 100, the senior disciples would be humiliated. Therefore, at this moment, everyone started to boycott Yi Liangchen. Dongqing's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then leaped onto the god's battleground. Dongqing had broken through to the great realm of the heavenly god for a few decades. His strength had improved tremendously over the years. This time, he even had the ambition to enter the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. He even wanted to challenge the 9 kings. However, he was being looked down upon by a nobody. He was furious. However, he was a cunning person. He did not show any anger on his face. Instead, he said calmly, "You must be junior brother Yi. I am Dongqing. You are no match for me. If you don't want to lose too badly, get off the stage." Senior brother Dongqing, right? The battle hasn't even started and you are already looking down on me? Don't worry. I will be gentle. Yi Liangchen chuckled. He was extremely confident. This Yi Liangchen is so ugly. Where did he get the confidence to defeat senior brother Dong? A few pretty female disciples widened their eyes and looked at Yi Liangchen with disdain. Since you insist, let's fight. Dongqing didn't get angry and said indifferently. In his opinion, he only needed 3 moves to defeat Yi Liangchen, who was only at the mid-stage of the heavenly god realm. He only wanted to end the battle quickly and find a chance to attack the 9 great kings. Ha ha ha. Good. Get out of my way. I'm going to start acting tough. Yi Liangchen laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with eagerness. The corners of Dongqing's eyes twitched, and black lines appeared on his forehead. Rumble, Yi Liangchen's body was emitting a bright light. It was holy and vast. A fist print flew across the sky like the rising sun, blooming with millions of rays of light. It was the seal of light. In Yi Liangchen's hand, it seemed to be immortal and eternal. Radiant seal? You do have some strength. Dongqing's eyes flashed. Yi Liangchen's radiant seal was indeed powerful. Perhaps even a late heavenly god might not be a match for him. Unfortunately, he met Dongqing. Dongqing's expression was indifferent, and he also met the attack with a punch. The bright fist print was incomparably holy. At the same time, there was a ferocious fist print that seemed to be able to suppress everything. Dongqing also cultivated the seal of light. Rumble, the 2 fists collided, and the void trembled slightly. Bright divine light shot out in all directions, and unparalleled divine energy bloomed between the 2 of them. Yi Liangchen and Dongqing's bodies shook, and they could not help but take a few steps back. This guy. It seems like he has been hiding his strength all this while. Ling Zhao's eyes moved. Yi Liangchen's seal of light had also reached the greater completion realm. Dongqing did not have any advantage in this punch. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Ling Zhao's focus was usually on Yi Liangchen's saint physique of misfortune. He did not pay attention to Yi Liangchen's combat strength at all. Now, it seemed like Yi Liangchen was also very strong. Eh? Dongqing's eyes widened, and he became slightly serious. Yi Liangchen's strength was beyond his expectation. Both of their radiant seals were at the great completion realm. However, Yi Liangchen's body seemed to have an immortal aura which was extremely compatible with the radiant seal. Therefore, his strength had increased tremendously. Ha ha ha. Again. Yi Liangchen was in high spirits, and his face was full of pride. However, the speed of his attacks was extremely fast. Both of his hands were clenched into fists, and there were mysterious runes surrounding his body. It was as if he was standing in a dazzling galaxy. He pushed the galaxy forward, and every punch was majestic and powerful. Boom! 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 Dongqing was also energized, and he no longer looked down on Yi Liangchen. He also used the Seal of Light to fight against Yi Liangchen. The two of them collided rapidly in the void, and every blow was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Although the deity battlefield had its own space, and there were countless mountains and towering ancient trees around it, with Yi Liangchen and Dongqing as the center, countless mountains exploded, and countless towering ancient trees turned into dust. Bang! Another fierce collision occurred, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Yi Liangchen can actually fight senior brother Dong to such an extent. How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. Initially, they wanted to see Yi Liangchen fight. Some of them even thought that Yi Liangchen would be defeated in 3 moves by Dongqing. Now, it seemed like they had really underestimated Yi Liangchen. Everyone's eyes turned serious, especially when they saw Ling Xiao, King Xian, and Fengya who had yet to make a move. They were guessing what level the 3 of them were at. Boom! Yi Liangchen's divine power rose, and the Seal of Light contained an incomparably mysterious power. Moreover, his eyesight was very sharp, and every punch of his was aimed at Dongqing's weak points. Therefore, Dongqing was extremely uncomfortable. 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique, Kill. Dongqing's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness, and suddenly, blazing lightning exploded around his body. Buzz, the void trembled, and bolts of lightning lingered around. They were as thick as mountains, and they separated into the power of the 5 elements. Finally, they gathered on Dongqing's fist, and he attacked Yi Liangchen. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique was the law of lightning with the most terrifying attack power. It was ranked at the top of the 9 ultimate techniques. At this moment, when Dongqing activated it, the power of the Seal of Light actually surpassed the power of the Seal of Light. Boom! Dongqing's fist landed, and suddenly, the sky exploded. 5 colored lightning fell from the sky, and it seemed to form a vast lightning domain, enveloping Yi Liangchen. Although Yi Liangchen's Seal of Light was strong, it was not a match for the power of the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique. In the end, the Seal of Light was broken, and Yi Liangchen was enveloped by the lightning. Is Yi Liangchen going to lose? Gotcha! Yi Liangchen's body was struck by bolts of lightning and his body was sent flying. There were bolts of lightning in his mouth and his eyes rolled back. Very clearly, this attack of Dongqing's made him completely unprepared, so he suffered quite a bit of loss. Kill! Dongqing's eyes were cold. He did not stop after he succeeded in his attack. He held the radiant seal with his left hand and 5 bolts of lightning with his right hand as he charged towards Yi Liangchen. The radiant seal and 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique exploded at the same time. Dongqing wanted to defeat Yi Liangchen with a single attack. Yi Liangchen rolled his eyes and there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He muttered to himself, I didn't want to act tough but you forced me. I can't do anything about it. Boom! An ancient and mysterious aura burst out from Yi Liangchen's body. It was as if he was a god from ancient times, or an ancient celestial emperor who ruled the heavens. Dazzling runes intertwined behind him, and a mysterious phenomenon appeared. Behind him, there seemed to be an incomparably mysterious chaotic world. The gods fell, the heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked. Tens of thousands of creatures cried out in grief. It was like hell. The aura on Yi Liangchen's body became incomparably terrifying. A mysterious domain formed around Yi Liangchen, causing the entire divine battle arena to shine brightly at this moment. Ji Guyuan also noticed the battle between Yi Liangchen and Dongqing at this moment. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. Even with his experience, he could not recognize what the phenomenon behind Xianxia was. He only took a glance and he felt his primordial spirit trembling. Who is this kid? Jigu Yuan's eyes were serious and his heart was filled with doubts. Is this Xianxia's true strength? He is indeed strong. Ling Zhao's eyes also moved. He could feel that the phenomenon behind Xianxia was incomparably powerful. It represented some kind of terrifying power. However, it seemed to be sealed in Xianxia's body and he could not fully control it. Kacha, Dongcheng's body trembled. He felt as if he was being stared at by some powerful ancient beast. His heart trembled uncontrollably. The power of the mysterious domain exploded. Dongcheng's light seal and the power of the five thunder heavenly spirit technique seemed to have been swallowed by the darkness and instantly disappeared into nothingness. Scram! Xianxia raised his head and said coldly to Dongcheng. Xianxia's eyes were red, cruel, sorrowful, solemn, and indifferent. Dongcheng was shocked when he saw his eyes. Puff, Dongcheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He penetrated the barrier of the divinity battle ring and landed on the square. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Dongcheng was defeated just like that. Many people didn't even have time to see how Xianxia did it. They only heard Xianxia shout "Get lost" before Dongcheng vomited blood and fainted. The terrifying phenomenon behind Xianxia disappeared in a flash. Many people didn't see it, so they felt that it was a little strange. It was as if they were dreaming. Xianxia's face was slightly pale. He jumped down from the divinity battle ring. His entire body was incomparably weak. Fengye and Yin Tiansong hurriedly went forward to help him back. I won. Xianxia's eyes regained their clarity. He looked at Ling Xiao with a smug expression. You won. However, don't use the power in your body rashly. You won't be so lucky next time. Ling Xiao glared at Xianxia and said. Seeing how weak Xianxia was, he knew that Xianxia must have paid a huge price. Xianxia chuckled. After swallowing a few drops of the holy liquid, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. The aura on his body gradually stabilized. Jigu Yuan looked deeply at Xianxia, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia's ranking also rose to 99th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Senior Brother Long, I want to challenge Senior Brother Wang Long, who is ranked 98th. Fengye suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. There was a trace of determination in her eyes. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, Little Ya, are you sure? It's not that easy to enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Fengye had the Wind Spirit Constitution. Although it wasn't as good as the legendary Saint Constitution, it was still extremely extraordinary. She was naturally close to the laws of the wind. Therefore, her cultivation of the 7 styles of judgment had improved by leaps and bounds. However, her cultivation increased a little too quickly. The middle stage of the Heavenly God realm was still not enough to defeat Wang Long, who was in the great circle of the Heavenly God realm. After all, those who were able to enter Ares College were geniuses. Whether it was their talent, temperament, or strength, they were all extremely strong. The reason Xianxia could defeat Dongcheng was because of the seal in his body. It would be very difficult for Fengye to defeat Wang Long in this battle. I'm sure. Even if I lose, I won't regret it. Fengye said seriously. There were still some things in her heart that she didn't say out loud. Seeing that Ling Zhao's strength was getting stronger and stronger, Fengye didn't want to fall too far behind. She hoped that she could catch up to Ling Zhao's footsteps. Fengye also wanted to see how big the gap was between her and the strongest batch of people in Ares College. All right. Then be careful. Ling Xiao didn't continue to persuade her. Fengye went up to the divine battle arena. Because of Xianxia, everyone's attention was focused on Ling Xiao, Fengye, and Xianwan, who had yet to make a move. I want to challenge Senior Brother Wang Long, who is ranked 98th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Fengye's voice was clean and calm. She was wearing a blue dress and her black hair was like a waterfall. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were as clear as water. Her entire person exuded a calm and gentle aura. Instantly, the eyes of many male disciples lit up. So beautiful. This is my goddess. But why does she want to challenge senior brother Wang Long? Could it be that she wants to be like Yi Liangchen and enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking? That's hard to say. Anyway, Long Outyen is a demon, and so are the people around him. That junior sister Xian Wang is even more beautiful than senior sister Min Ro. If I can get close to her, I'm willing to give up a few thousand years of my life. Stop dreaming. Everyone was discussing, and their gazes were all on Fengya. Whoosh, just as Fengya finished speaking, a young man in a black robe with a cold expression flew up to the divine battle arena. You want to challenge me? Junior sister Fengya, you should act according to your capabilities. If my saber doesn't cut your face, then you can't blame me. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. If I lose to you, it's because I'm not skilled enough. I won't complain. Senior brother, please make your move. Fengya said calmly. Her eyes were still very pure. Very well. Since you don't know your own strength, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Long said indifferently. Clang, a clear sound of a saber rang out. Suddenly, a golden saber appeared in Wang Long's hand. Saber intent spread out, and the sharp aura seemed to be able to tear the void apart. This Wang Long is also cultivating the 7 styles of adjudication? What a coincidence. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The 7 styles of adjudication contained the powerful power of the law of wind. It was a peerless saber technique. However, Fengya had the wind spirit constitution, so it was easier for her to comprehend the 7 styles of adjudication. Moreover, the power she could unleash was stronger. If Wang Long's attainment in the 7 styles of adjudication wasn't strong, Fengya might really have a chance of winning. With a flash of light, the Yuan Frost sword appeared in Fengya's hand. This was a God King weapon that Ling Xiao had given her. She had already refined it to the point where her mind was one with it, allowing her to wield it like an extension of her arm. Using the Yuan Shuang godly sword to perform the 7 styles of adjudication had some impact, but it wasn't too big. Boom, a cold light flashed in Wang Long's eyes. The azurite saber in his hand shone brightly as it slashed down at Fengya. The blazing saber light lit up the sky. Wang Long was like a whirlwind, weaving into afterimages in the void. He appeared in front of Fengya almost instantly. Fengya's body shone brightly. The Yuan Shuang godly sword hummed as it stabbed forward. It looked very light. However, this sword contained the extreme speed and coldness of the wind. It was filled with killing intent. It stabbed directly at Wang Long's forehead, who was in the midst of the whirlwind. Unexpectedly, Fengya did not dodge. The power of this sword was incomparably terrifying. She was actually fighting with her life on the line. Wang Long's saber could indeed split Fengya in half, but Fengya's sword could also pierce through Wang Long's forehead. Wang Long had never imagined that this seemingly gentle woman would be so decisive in her actions. Lunatic. Wang Long's expression was very ugly. He didn't want to risk his life with Fengya. His body that was flying over suddenly stopped, and the azure gold battle saber also changed direction and slashed towards the Yuan Frost godly sword. The momentum that Wang Long had been accumulating was instantly weakened. Under Fengya's all-out attack, Wang Long had already lost the initiative. Therefore, a slight flaw actually appeared in this attack. Clang, as the sword and saber clashed, a resplendent light burst forth, Fengya's eyes flashed, and the Yuan Frost godly sword suddenly sped up like a stream of light, stabbing towards the flaw in Wang Long's attack. This sword strike was like a stroke of genius. Moreover, it was steady, accurate, and ruthless. Wang Long's expression changed as he hurriedly raised his saber to block, but it was too late. Fengya's sword deflected the azurite saber and left a deep wound on Wang Long's chest. With a muffled groan, Wang Long was sent flying. Whoosh, Fengya's clothes fluttered. Although her gaze was calm, her actions weren't slow at all. She charged forward, and the Yuan Frost godly sword split into rays of resplendent sword light that stabbed towards Wang Long's vital points. No one expected that Wang Long would be forced into such a dangerous situation by Fengya as soon as they started fighting. And all of this came from Fengya's all-out attack at the beginning. She actually incorporated the 7 styles of judgment into her sword technique? Little Ya's comprehension is indeed very high. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh softly. Although Fengya used the Yuan Frost Godly Sword to execute the 7 styles of judgment, she wasn't affected at all. The sword was light and ethereal, and it was extremely compatible with the wind attribute laws. It actually displayed another concept of the 7 styles of judgment. Although Wang Long's cultivation base was at the perfected heavenly god stage, he still looked down on Fengya. Moreover, he had lost the initiative, so he was at a disadvantage after being stabbed by Fengya at the beginning. "Bitch, how dare you injure me?" Wang Long's expression was extremely ugly, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He was indeed careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught by Fengya so quickly. Boom, divine power gushed out of Wang Long's body, and the power of a perfected heavenly god completely erupted. Green saber light flowed around him, causing his aura to become even sharper. Swoosh! 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 Wang Long slashed 3 times in a row, each strike sharper than the last. The saber lights intertwined with each other, and an extremely terrifying judgment saber intent erupted, colliding with the Yuan Frost Godly Sword. Light exploded, and saber lights swept in all directions. Under Wang Long's all-out counterattack, he finally blocked the Yuan Frost Godly Sword's sharp attack, turning the sword chi that filled the sky into nothingness. Wang Long's gaze was cold, and he hated Fengya to the extreme. He felt as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and the azurite saber in his hand mercilessly slashed towards Fengya. Whoosh, Fengya's clothes fluttered, and her entire body seemed to have become a part of the wind. Her figure was graceful, and she was extremely agile. After dodging Wang Long's attack, the Yuan Frost Godly Sword stabbed towards Wang Long's forehead. Fengya had the wind spirit constitution, and the green aura around her intertwined. Her entire body seemed incomparably ethereal, as if she had merged with heaven and earth, making her unfathomable. She knew that her cultivation was inferior to Wang Long's, so she could only try her best to use her advantage and unleash the power of the wind spirit constitution to tangle with Wang Long. Fengya didn't fight Wang Long head-on. Instead, she constantly dodged Wang Long's saber lights, causing Wang Long's expression to turn uglier and uglier. His attacks also became more and more ruthless. Boom, the world shook, and the aura around Wang Long skyrocketed to the extreme. He couldn't take down Fengya after attacking for a long time, and he seemed to have become a little impatient. Saber light swept through the void, and the azurite saber instantly split into several afterimages, sealing off Fengya's path of retreat from all directions, and then slashing towards her. Wang Long wanted to force Fengya to fight him head-on, however, in his anxiety, Wang Long's saber techniques became a little messy, and a few tiny flaws appeared. A sharp light flashed in Fengya's eyes, and immediately, green light surrounded her body. Beams of sword chi pierced through the void, and she flew over. The Yuan Frost Godly Sword and Wang Long's azurite saber clashed, while she used her fingers like a sword, breaking through the flaw, and shot towards Wang Long's forehead. "You're courting death." There was no trace of panic on Wang Long's face. Instead, he sneered. Boom, chaotic aura seemed to spread out around him, and his entire aura became incomparably mysterious. It was like a vast vortex, devouring Zhou Tian's power. At the same time, a chaos fist seal wrapped in monstrous divine power suddenly blasted towards Fengya. "I've been tricked." A thought flashed through Fengya's mind. She finally knew that the flaw just now was deliberately left behind by Wang Long. Wang Long was very scheming. Previously, Fengya had made him suffer a great loss. Naturally, he would not let it go so easily. Therefore, he beat Fengya at her own game. He purposely revealed a flaw and lured Fengya to attack. Then, he suddenly unleashed the power of the mixed elements unity chi and launched an extremely terrifying attack at Fengya. Boom, the mixed elements fist was extremely ferocious. It was as if it was going to destroy the void and suppress Fengya. The terrifying aura locked onto her, and there was no way for her to dodge. She could only take it head-on. A sharp light flashed in Fengya's eyes. Green divine power rose around her body. Her fair little hand directly turned into a palm knife. In an instant, a green blade light bloomed in her palm and welcomed Wang Long. Bang! That green blade light only lasted for a moment before it exploded. Wang Long's fist directly landed on Fengya's arm, and an extremely ferocious power erupted. Fengya groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face instantly turned extremely pale, and her entire body was sent flying. "Little Ye!" Yi Liangchen exclaimed. There was a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Ling Zhao's eyes could not help but darken. Although Fengya's talent was extraordinary, she was still lacking in combat experience. When she fought with Wang Long, her weakness immediately became obvious. If this continued, Fengya would definitely lose. Ling Zhao's eyes were a little worried. He was not afraid that Fengya would lose. He was just afraid that Fengya's personality was too stubborn and she would not admit defeat easily. If that happened, she would probably suffer. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted around Wang Long. His eyes were as cold as iron. The green blade instantly flew back to his hand. He stepped into the void and held the blade with both hands. Suddenly, he slashed at Fengya. This slash was extremely terrifying. The will of judgment rose. Wang Long seemed to want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and judge all living things. The blade was extremely terrifying. Wang Long did not give Fengya any chance to react. This slash arrived in front of Fengya in the blink of an eye. F*CK, this Wang Long is courting death. He wants to kill little Ye. Yi Liangchen instantly flew into a rage. His eyes were filled with anger. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent as well. Yi Liangchen was right. Ling Xiao could also feel a burning killing intent from Wang Long. Wang Long really wanted to kill him, even though the generational tournament only required the participants to spar and not intentionally injure or kill their fellow disciples. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing and anything could happen. In the past, there had been cases of disciples being severely injured. Clang, the Yuan Shuang sword also seemed to sense that its master was in danger. It also transformed into a white streak of light and blocked Wang Long's attack. A terrifying saber light burst out and slashed at the Yuan Frost Godly Sword. The Yuan Frost Godly Sword wailed and the runes exploded. It instantly dimmed. The Primal Frost Godly Sword was connected to Fengya's mind. With the Primal Frost Godly Sword heavily damaged, Fengya also suffered a backlash. She suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood, and her aura became even weaker. A sinister glint flashed across Wang Long's eyes as he swung the azurite saber in his hand. Instantly, half of Elegance's blue dress was torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. "Junior sister Fengya, your figure is not bad. Why don't you follow me? If you're willing, I'll lose this battle to you." "So what?" Wang Long sneered. With a flirtatious look. His eyes were extremely hot as he stared at Fengya. "Shameless." Fengya's face instantly flushed red, and her eyes were filled with shame and anger. Divine light shrouded her body, concealing her exposed skin. She was also incomparably furious with Wang Long. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Wang Long, you're courting death." Yi Liangchen instantly flew into a rage. His eyes were bloodshot and a terrifying murderous aura spread out from his body. He was about to charge into the deity battle arena. "Don't be rash. Let me do it." Ling Zhao's eyes were also extremely cold. He pulled Yi Liangchen and charged into the deity battle arena. "Long Out Yin, this is the generational tournament. No one is allowed to cause trouble. If you dare to interfere, I'll disqualify you from the generational tournament." Lu Yan's figure flashed and instantly blocked Ling Zhao's path. He seemed to have expected Ling Xiao to make a move and sneered. "Get lost." Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely cold. There was even a trace of crazy killing intent. Lu Yan's heart trembled. However, he still sneered and said, "I advise you to behave. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously." Boom, while they were talking, Fengya was punched by Wang Long again. Her body flew out and the blood at the corner of her mouth was shocking. However, her eyes were becoming more and more stubborn. "Xiaoye, quickly admit defeat." Lord Xian and Yi Liangchen shouted anxiously. However, it was a pity that no sound could be heard in the deity battle arena. Unless Fengya was willing to admit defeat, she would have to continue fighting. "I won't lose," Fengya said seriously. However, her eyes became brighter and brighter. "Junior sister Fengya, why are you so stubborn? If you don't admit defeat, I won't go easy on you. Wang Long sneered. As Fengya continued to vomit blood, he seemed to have a perverted sense of pleasure in his heart. Torturing and killing such a beautiful girl satisfied Wang Long's perverted desire in his heart. Although he was talking, his attacks were extremely ruthless. Whoosh, the azurite saber shone with an unparalleled light as it slashed toward Fengya. Rays of saber light intertwined, forming a terrifying storm. Wang Long would not kill Fengya, but he wanted to use the saber in his hand to cut Fengya's clothes and expose her in front of all the disciples. It was as if this was the only way to wash away the humiliation in his heart. I will win. Fengya said seriously, but she also seemed to be talking to herself. Boom, an ancient and terrifying aura erupted from Fengya's body. Green divine light intertwined, and an incomparably terrifying storm seemed to appear behind her. The storm connected heaven and earth. It contained a vast and mysterious power that enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, the aura of the primordial frost godly sword rose to its peak. Although Fengya's face was very pale, her hand holding the sword was still extremely firm. The primordial frost godly sword merged with the storm and suddenly slashed down toward Wang Long. This sword swept across 30,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This sword illuminated the endless sky. What? Wang Long's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. This sword made his scalp tingle, and his body could not help but tremble. Retreat! 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 There was no way he could fight against it. He had to retreat from the range of this sword. Wang Long knew that Fengya must have used some kind of forbidden power. As long as he could dodge the sword, the final winner would definitely be him. Boom, it was as if heaven and earth had collapsed, and it was also as if the endless starry sky had shattered. Boundless divine light swept out in all directions, and Wang Long was sent flying. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his clothes were all torn to shreds. Furthermore, there were countless bloody wounds all over his body. It was as if he had been dismembered. I admit defeat. Wang Long roared. His voice was trembling. He was completely terrified. He could not imagine how such a terrifying power had erupted from Fengya's body. It destroyed everything and formed a crushing advantage over him. He had no doubt that as long as Fengya slashed again, he would definitely die. Although he did not think that Fengya could slash again, he did not dare to take the risk. He was completely terrified. Whoosh, as Wang Long admitted defeat, his entire body was wrapped in a dazzling divine light, and he was teleported out of the sacred battle arena. Has the wind spirit constitution completely awakened? This price is a little too high. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Lu Yan's mouth was wide open at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief, but he no longer had any reason to stop Xianxia. Whoosh, Xianxia flew directly to the sacred battle arena and carried Fengya out. After Fengya slashed with her sword, it was difficult for her to even stand up. If Xianxia had not caught her, she would have fallen from the void. Senior brother Long, I won. Fengya's face was pale without a trace of blood. She smiled weakly at Xianxia. Little Ya, you're so powerful. You won. Don't worry, leave that bastard to us. Xianxia looked at Fengya with some pity. Then, he quickly took out 10 drops of holy liquid and fed it to Fengya. The holy liquid contained majestic and pure energy. It was even more effective than ordinary healing pills. With these 10 drops of holy liquid, Fengya's injuries should be able to recover very quickly. Yi Liangchen also ran over anxiously. When he saw that Fengya's aura had stabilized and there were no major problems, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Big brother, I can't do anything. I'll leave that bastard Wang Long to you. Teach him a good lesson. Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth and said. Don't worry, I won't let him off. Ling Zhao's gaze was also extremely cold. If it was a normal competition, it would be fine. However, Wang Long actually dared to have designs on Fengya. He tore her clothes and humiliated her. Such a despicable and shameless action was simply courting death. Next, I will challenge Wang Long. Xian Wang said indifferently. Ling Xiao nodded. He knew that the Xian king was furious. Ever since entering Aries College, Fengya had been very obedient. Xian Wang also liked her very much and treated her like a younger sister. Now that he saw that Fengya had suffered such a great grievance, King Xian naturally wanted to help Fengya. Fengya had defeated Wang Long, and her ranking had reached the 98th place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Naturally, Wang Long had fallen to the 620th place. Wang Long's eyes were filled with annoyance. If he hadn't been so scared that he immediately admitted defeat, he wouldn't have lost at all because Fengya didn't have the strength to continue fighting. Wang Long arrived in front of Lu Wu and said with an ugly expression, "Senior brother Lu, I didn't expect Fengya to be so strong." Wang Long was Lu Wu's subordinate. The reason why Wang Long treated Fengya like that was naturally because of Lu Wu's instructions. "It's fine. Rest well. Anyway, you still have 3 chances to challenge. When the time comes, you can challenge Fengya directly. She's not your opponent at all." Lu Wu's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. After Lu Wu was defeated by Ling Xiao, he seemed even more unfathomable. At this moment, no one could see Lu Wu's true cultivation level clearly. He was just like an ordinary person, without any fluctuation of divine power. After the generational competition, Ling Xiao and Lu Wu still had a life and death arranged battle. "Senior brother Lu, don't worry. I won't let that be *tch off." Wang Long sneered, his expression incomparably ferocious. Was it Lu Wu's instructions? "You're really courting death." Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of cold-killing intent. He also saw Wang Long and Lu Wu standing together and immediately understood the cause and effect. Wang Long and Fengya didn't have any grudges. If not for Lu Wu's instructions, he definitely wouldn't have dared to treat Fengya like that. "I'll go first." Ling Xiao changed his mind. Since Wang Long didn't know what was good for him and dared to interfere in the grudge between him and Lu Wu, he was really courting death. Xian Wang nodded. After Ling Xiao made his move, she could continue to challenge Wang Long. In short, she must make that bastard pay the price. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and instantly turned into a stream of light, landing on the deity battle arena. Long Outyan actually made his move? Who do you think he'll challenge? It should be one of the 9 great kings, right? After all, Lu Wu has already lost to him. I wonder how far Long Outyan can go. Do you think he'll directly challenge senior brother Tiangang? I don't think so, right? Challenging senior brother Tiangang, I'm afraid he's more likely to lose than win. He shouldn't be that stupid. When the crowd saw Ling Xiao jump onto the deity battle arena, they couldn't help but be shocked. From their point of view, although Ling Xiao wasn't one of the 9 great kings, he was destined to be one of the 9 great kings. Originally, it was the lower-ranked disciples who challenged him. Not to mention the 9 great kings, even the top 100 disciples rarely challenged him. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would choose to challenge him at this time? Everyone was guessing who Ling Xiao would challenge, but without a doubt, it would definitely be one of the 9 great kings. Lu Wu's gaze also became a little deep as he looked at Ling Xiao, who was on the deity battle arena. On the other hand, Tiangang, Zhou Daoji, Lu Jingfeng, Wang Lin, and the others' eyes were filled with curiosity. This was the first time most of them had seen this junior brother of theirs. They were incomparably curious and wanted to see if Long Outyan was really that strong. "I want to challenge Wang Long," Ling Xiao said calmly as his gaze landed on Wang Long below. Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao didn't challenge one of the 9 great kings, but Wang Long, however, they quickly reacted. Ling Xiao was probably going to avenge Fengya. However, was it really worth it to waste a slot? Although Wang Long wasn't Ling Xiao's match, as long as he immediately admitted defeat on the deity battle arena, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. When Wang Long saw Ling Xiao's cold gaze, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Lu Wu for help. "Don't worry. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. When you enter the deity battle arena, just admit defeat." Lu Wu's eyes flashed as he said calmly. Wang Long nodded. Although his eyes were filled with reluctance, if he admitted defeat on the deity battle arena before he even made a move, he was afraid that he would really be laughed at by the crowd. However, if he was laughed at, then so be it. It was better than being taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. He didn't think that he was Ling Xiao's match. Thinking of this, Wang Long leaped onto the deity battle arena. One of the rules of the generational competition was that one had to admit defeat in the deity arena. If that wasn't the case, Wang Long would have chosen to admit defeat and not even enter the deity arena. He knew how powerful Lu Wu was. If even Lu Wu was defeated by Ling Xiao, he didn't think that he would be a match for Ling Xiao. Therefore, Wang Long made up his mind to admit defeat as soon as he entered the deity arena. Whoosh, Wang Long's body flashed, and he appeared in the deity arena. Wang Long opened his mouth and was about to admit defeat. Whoosh, however, a blazing fist shot through the air at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, there was an incomparably mysterious force pressing down on Wang Long, causing his thoughts to stop in an instant. Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably cold as he threw a punch at Wang Long. He used the secret teleportation technique and the Sutra of Time. The secret teleportation technique gave him extreme speed, and he appeared in front of Wang Long in an instant. The Sutra of Time stunned Wang Long for a moment. Ling Xiao didn't want Wang Long to admit defeat before he made his move. Therefore, Wang Long was in for a tragedy. Boom, dazzling fist radiance bloomed, and Ling Zhao's fist landed on Wang Long's chin. A terrifying force exploded, and Wang Long's teeth were shattered. Blood and teeth flew out, and he screamed in pain. He didn't even have time to admit defeat before he was sent flying by Ling Xiao. This was also because Ling Xiao had shown mercy. Otherwise, with his terrifying physical strength, Wang Long's head would have been blown apart by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want to kill Wang Long, but he wouldn't let him off so easily. Whoosh! 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 Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably cold. After he succeeded in his attack, he immediately followed up. His entire body seemed to have turned into the sharpest weapon. Ling Zhao's slap came. Wang Long tried his best to block it, but his arm was instantly broken by Ling Xiao. That slap also landed on his face, causing his face to swell. Bang! Ling Zhao's knee hit Wang Long's abdomen. Wang Long felt as if he had been slammed by an ancient divine mountain. His internal organs were all twisted, and he unconsciously arched his body like a roasted prawn. Bile mixed with blood spurted out, and he felt as if all his strength had been sucked out. Rumble! Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably cold. His arm lashed down like a divine whip, and Wang Long's back felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Furthermore, all the clothes on his body were torn apart at this moment. Boom! 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 In the next moment, Ling Xiao grabbed one of Wang Long's arms, swung him up, and smashed him onto the ground. Wang Long's body was like a giant hammer in Ling Zhao's hands, smashing one mountain after another. The earth quaked violently and the mountains shook. Magma even sprayed out from the mountains and many ancient trees burst into flames. Boom! 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 Outside the divine battle arena, everyone was scared silly. Wang Long was too pitiful. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched, and their hearts trembled violently with every smash of Wang Long's body. They looked at Ling Xiao with respect. Long Outyen was truly a ruthless person, and his strength was too terrifying. Wang Long and Long Outyen were both at the great circle of the heavenly god realm. However, Wang Long was like a little chick in Long Outyen's hands. He could not resist at all. Now, he was tortured to the point where he did not even look human anymore. All of this was because Wang Long had just humiliated Fengye. Originally, many of the senior disciples thought that Yap Liangchen and Fengye were lucky to be able to enter the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Some of them were tempted to challenge Yap Liangchen and Fengye to see if they could take advantage of the situation. However, all of them dismissed that thought in their hearts. What a joke! Long Outyen was so protective. They did not want to end up like Wang Long. Well done! How dare this bastard bully Xiaoye? Yap Liangchen sneered. He could not wait to roll up his sleeves and fight Wang Long himself. This guy is really unlucky. How dare he provoke this malefic star? He must be tired of living. Black Donkey's eyes widened as he muttered softly. Principal, Long Outyen has humiliated his senior. This is not a normal competition. Are you not going to do anything about it? Lu Yan's face was extremely ugly as he spoke to Tong Yuan. Deputy Principal Lu, you are wrong. Although killing is prohibited in the generational competition, it is inevitable for young people to be hot-blooded and not know how to control their strength. Wang Long did not want to admit defeat. Who else can he blame? I don't think Long Outyen has broken the rules. Before Tong Yuan could speak, Han Li, who was sitting beside Tong Yuan, laughed lazily. Lu Yan was about to go crazy. He said furiously, Wang Long should have had the chance to admit defeat. Long Outyan is bullying others. He purposely did not let Wang Long admit defeat to humiliate him. Long Outyan is so vicious. How is he different from a demon? Ares College cannot accept such a disciple no matter how talented he is. Han Li sneered and said, Deputy Principal Lu, aren't you being biased? If Wang Long had not bullied a little girl, Long Outyan would not have been so ruthless to him. Furthermore, they are all great circle heavenly gods, but Wang Long could not even take one hit from Long Outyan. Such a useless disciple, it is only right to teach him a lesson. Han Li, you are protecting Long Outyan. Lu Yan said furiously. Yes, I admire Long Outyan. Can't I? Bite me if you dare. Han Li sneered and looked like a troublemaker. Lu Yan was so angry that he was trembling all over. Tong Yuan was having a headache. He quickly said, all right, stop fighting. Wang Long should be taught a lesson. However, he is in a terrible state now. Ask Long Outyan to stop. Tong Yuan had a deep impression of Ling Xiao. He was shocked that Ling Xiao could reach such a level in a short 3 years. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. After all, he was proud that Ares College could produce such a peerless genius. Rumble, at this moment, Ling Xiao, who was on the deity battle arena, kicked Wang Long after he had punched him hundreds of times. Wang Long screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. He smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. He was in a terrible state. There was not a spot on his body that was not injured. His whole body was swollen like a pig's head. He was naked from head to toe. Even tears were coming out of his eyes. Many female disciples couldn't help but blush when they saw Wang Long's appearance and secretly spat. I feel good. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and kicked Wang Long, who was like a dead pig, out of the deity battle arena. He then strode out of the deity battle arena. Even the referee elder of the deity battle arena was dumbfounded. He even forgot to announce the result of the battle. Big brother, this Long Outyan is too vicious. He's vicious and merciless. He's not a good person. Are you sure you can win the death match with him later? When Lu Wenqing saw Wang Long's miserable state, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. He gnashed his teeth and said. Lu Wu's eyes were as dark as a ghost fire. He said indifferently, don't worry, he's dead for sure. Lu Wenqing nodded and stopped talking. He didn't know why, but he felt that his big brother's body had become incomparably cold. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. As the generational competition progressed, the battles between the disciples became more intense. There were even disciples in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking who started to challenge each other. However, everyone's attention was focused on Long Outyan and Tian Gang. They were all guessing that there would be a battle between the two of them, but no one knew who would emerge victorious. Junior sister Xianwang, are you not going to fight? Ling Xiao asked curiously when he saw that Xianwang was still not doing anything. Xianwang looked at Wang Long and shook her head, wait a little longer. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly when he saw Xianwang's reaction. Women are really vengeful. Even though Ling Xiao had taught Wang Long a lesson, Xianwang still didn't intend to let him go. Wang Long was destined to suffer. Xianwang didn't fight because she was waiting for Wang Long to recover. Every disciple who participated in the generational competition was given an hour to rest after a battle. During this time, other disciples couldn't challenge them. Ling Xiao could see that Xianwang still wanted to challenge Wang Long. I'm Yuan Qingqing. I would like to challenge senior brother Black Tortoise, who is ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. At this moment, a voice rang out in the deity battle arena, attracting everyone's attention. A man in a green robe, who looked extraordinarily handsome and had an otherworldly temperament, cupped his hands and bowed to the crowd with a faint smile on his face. It's Yuan Qingqing, who is ranked 36th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. He wants to challenge senior brother Black Tortoise? Everyone was shocked and looked at Yuan Qingqing in surprise. Finally, someone had challenged one of the 9 great kings. In every Jiaji competition, apart from the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, the competition between the 9 kings was the most intense. Yuan Qingqing is strong, But where did he get the confidence to challenge senior brother Lu Wu? Who knows? Maybe Yuan Qingqing heard that Lu Wu was defeated by Long Outyin and thought that Lu Wu was weak, so he wanted to bully him. Everyone was discussing fervently, but they were already close to the truth. Yuan Qingqing hadn't seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Lu Wu, so he didn't think that a new disciple who had only been in the sect for 3 years could be that strong. Therefore, in his opinion, it was definitely because Lu Wu's strength was too weak that he was defeated by Ling Xiao. Although Yuan Qingqing smiled faintly, his eyes were full of excitement. Perhaps he could pull Lu Wu down from his position as one of the 9 kings and reach the top in one fell swoop. In Aries College, the 9 great kings represented supreme status and glory. A sharp light flashed in Lu Wu's eyes. He glanced at Yuan Qingqing indifferently and did not say anything. Then, he leaped onto the deity battle arena. "You want to challenge me? Make your move," Lu Wu said calmly. "Senior Lu, I'm sorry." Yuan Qingqing saluted Lu Wu with his fists folded. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Boom, he was surrounded by blazing lightning that shook the void. He clenched his fist, and suddenly, a thick thunderbolt fell from the sky like a heavenly pillar and coiled around his body like a divine dragon. He threw a punch at Lu Wu. The blazing lightning was unparalleled and contained an incomparably vast fluctuation of power. 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique. Moreover, Yuan Qingqing had already cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique to the Great Completion realm. His attack was so powerful that even the top 100 disciples on the Hidden Dragon list could not help but stare at him. With the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique at the Great Completion realm, Yuan Qingqing had the strength to be ranked among the 9 great kings. The 9 great unique techniques of Aries College were extremely powerful, but it was difficult to cultivate them to the Great Completion realm. The difference between the 9 great kings and ordinary celestial gods was the degree of understanding of the 9 great unique techniques. No wonder Yuan Qingqing dared to challenge Lu Wu. Lu Wu's expression was still calm, as if he had not seen Yuan Qingqing's punch at all. Boom, the blazing lightning enveloped the void, as if it was going to drown Lu Wu. Lu Wu also moved. A cold and sharp divine light flashed in his eyes, like an unmeltable iceberg, reflecting an indifferent aura. He raised his hand, and suddenly, a blazing sword light soared across the sky, as if it was thousands of miles away. It was extremely bright and exuded an immortal and indestructible sword intent. The Great Wilderness Sword Principle. However, what shocked the crowd the most was not the Great Wilderness Sword Principle, but the vast and terrifying aura that Lu Wu exuded. It was as if the surrounding heaven and earth had submitted to him. At this moment, the crowd was shocked to find that Lu Wu's aura had reached the Divine King realm. A Divine King. There was a huge gap between the Divine King realm and the Celestial God realm. Therefore, when Lu Wu used the Great Wilderness Sword Principle with his Divine King realm cultivation, the power of this sword seemed to surpass everything, as if it was going to annihilate all living things in time. What? Yuan Qingqing's expression changed dramatically. He felt a cold killing intent that made his scalp tingle rapidly approaching him. He had been full of confidence and wanted to fight with Lu Wu. He wanted to defeat Lu Wu in this battle and become one of the 9 great kings. However, this sword strike had shattered all of his confidence into smithereens. There was only one thought in his mind. Run. If he did not run, he would probably die under this sword strike. Boom, the lightning bolts that filled the sky were annihilated by the sword light, and one of Yuan Qingqing's arms exploded into a mist of blood. The terrifying sword light pierced through the void and finally exploded on Yuan Qingqing's chest, leaving a huge bloody hole. Puff, Yuan Qingqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with horror. Lu Wu's cold eyes made him feel the danger of death, so he immediately shouted, "I admit defeat." Boom, the moment Yuan Qingqing shouted, the sword light that had already arrived in front of him shattered and turned into a dazzling rain of light. Yuan Qingqing was directly sent out of the divine battle arena. Divine King? Senior brother Lu Wu broke through to the Divine King realm? He's probably the first person to break through to the Divine King realm in Aries College. Someone exclaimed, his body trembling, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even the most talented Big Dipper senior brother was still in the great circle of the heavenly god realm. However, Lu Wu had already broken through to the God King realm. 2 months ago, Lu Wu had just been defeated by Long Outyin. Many people even doubted Lu Wu's strength. However, after he revealed his God King Cultivation, everyone immediately shut their mouths. On the divine battle arena, Lu Wu defeated Yuan Qingqing with a single strike. Even the other kings, including Zhou Daoji, Lu Jingfeng, Wang Lin, and the others, had serious expressions on their faces. Originally, Lu Wu's strength had been on par with theirs, but after Lu Wu broke through to the Divine King realm, they knew that Lu Wu's strength had surpassed theirs. They were even thinking that even big senior brother Big Dipper might not be Lu Wu's match, right? After all, the gap between a great circle celestial and a divine king was too great. Tiangang's eyes were blazing as he looked at Lu Wu with a strong desire to battle. To Tiangang, ranking was no longer important. He had been invincible in Ares College for too long, and finding an opponent that could excite him was more important than anything else. Previously, he had thought that Long Outyen might be his match, but now, he had his eyes on Lu Wu. Divine King Realm? Interesting. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he felt some respect for Lu Wu. 2 months ago, after Lu Wu had been defeated by Ling Xiao, he had not been unable to recover. Instead, he had taken advantage of the situation to break through to the Divine King realm. It could be said that Lu Wu now had the strength to defeat all the other disciples. Is he really a Divine King? Ha ha ha. This time Ares College should be able to enter the top 10 in the Academy tournament. With Lu Wu's strength, it's not impossible for him to enter the top 3. Although Ji Guyuan was surprised, he was more pleased and happy. The Academy tournament was incomparably cruel, and the competition was extremely intense. Every single one of the top 10 was a God King powerhouse. That was a battle between the young geniuses of the 10 great heavens. It represented the pinnacle of the divine realm. It was an unimaginable event. Originally, Ji Guyuan didn't have much hope for the Academy tournament, but after seeing Lu Wu, he began to look forward to it. This guy has silently broken through to the Divine King realm. Looks like he really knows how to be brave after being humiliated. However, to be able to pass the godly king tribulation in a little over 2 months without borrowing the power of the Academy, it is indeed commendable. Hanli nodded his head as a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Wu with eyes filled with reverence. Although he had been defeated 2 months ago, he had used his own cultivation to tell everyone that he was still a king who stood at the peak. No one could challenge his position. I heard that Long Outyen and Lu Wu have agreed to a life and death duel. I'm afraid Long Outyen is regretting it now, right? Everyone glanced at Ling Xiao in unison. Without a doubt, they all believed that Ling Xiao was no match for Lu Wu at this moment. Are you feeling pressured? Xianwang glanced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, being able to break through to the Divine King realm is not bad, but he still has to die. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, but it contained a powerful fluctuation of confidence. Xianwang nodded her head. Since Ling Xiao was so confident, she naturally wouldn't be too worried. I'm going to make my move. Xianwang said calmly, then leaped onto the stage. Xianwang's white robes fluttered in the wind. She was tall and had an otherworldly temperament. Her face was beautiful, and she looked like a peerless beauty. It was as if she was an empress overseeing the 9 heavens. She had a different kind of majesty. The moment she appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. It's junior sister Xianwang from Long Outyen's side. As expected, she's a peerless beauty with an extraordinary temperament. It seems like she's even better than senior sister Minro. Shu, do you want to die? Senior sister Minro is up there. If she hears you, you're done for. Full circle of the heavenly god realm cultivation. I wonder how far this junior sister Xianwang can go. I think she'll be at least in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Probably around 50. Everyone was discussing fervently, especially the male disciples. Their eyes were all shining as they stared at Xianwang. As for the female disciples of Ares College, they were also incomparably stunned. After looking at Xianwang, they actually felt ashamed of their inferiority. I want to challenge senior brother Wang Long. Xianwang said faintly. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Long, who was standing beside Lu Wu, instantly turned green. Previously, he had been beaten up extremely miserably by Ling Xiao, practically leaving behind a shadow in his heart. It had not been easy for him to recover from all his injuries, and before he had even thought about who he wanted to challenge, the Shan King had actually named him to challenge. Wang Long's heart instantly burned with anger. F***ck, everyone thought he was a pushover and wanted to pinch him. Ling Zhao's strength was indeed very strong. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack. However, he didn't believe that Xian Wang was also so strong. At the very least, if he couldn't win, he had a chance to admit defeat. Everyone was also dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Wang Long being taught a lesson by Ling Xiao was enough. However, they didn't expect that Xian Wang beside him also had her eyes on Wang Long. Wang Long replaced Ling Zhao's Hidden Dragon leaderboard ranking at 8601 ST. As for the Shan King, he was ranked 8603, therefore, Wang Long had no way to reject Xian Wang's challenge. Xian Wang stepped onto the divine battle arena gloomily. "Junior sister Xian Wang, please." Xian Wang cupped her hands towards Xian Wang. At the same time, her eyes were filled with incomparable vigilance. She planned to admit defeat immediately if anything went wrong. Xian Wang's gaze was indifferent and her expression was calm. She didn't say a word. Wang Long felt that it was a little strange. However, before he could react, he instantly heard a loud bang. His head was hit by some kind of heavy blow. Instantly, his vision turned black as if he was about to faint. It was unknown when the Shan King had appeared behind Wang Long. Then, he slapped his palm onto Wang Long's head. A terrifying power exploded out, causing Wang Long to feel dizzy. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It turned out that the Xian Wang he saw was only an afterimage. Xian Wang had already hidden in the dark the moment he entered the divine battle arena and gave him a thunderous blow. Swoosh! 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 Xian Wang's white robes fluttered in the wind. Her slender fingers glowed with a mysterious light. Her hands shot out dozens of beams of light. Taking advantage of Wang Long's dizziness, she shot them into Wang Long's vital acupoints. Boom! The terrifying divine energy entered Wang Long's body and circulated throughout his body. It even began to seal his meridians and the small world in his body. This was the power of the mysterious finger. Furthermore, Xian Wang had already cultivated the mysterious finger to the greater mastery stage. Under her sudden attack, Wang Long was unable to resist at all and was imprisoned by Xian Wang. To prevent Wang Long from admitting defeat, Xian Wang even pierced her finger through his Adam's apple and destroyed his vocal cords, temporarily turning him into a mute. Although this kind of injury was nothing to a heavenly god and could be recovered quickly, it was enough for Xian Wang to teach Wang Long a lesson. Boom! 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 Xian Wang's eyes were indifferent. Her body turned into a series of afterimages in the void. Her speed was extremely fast. Her attacks were also extremely fast. Every attack landed on Wang Long's body. It was like kicking a rubber ball, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks on Wang Long. Everyone watched as Wang Long was beaten into a pig's head by Xian Wang. However, he couldn't even let out a scream. It was extremely miserable. As expected, you can't provoke women. They are simply too terrifying when they are ruthless. Many disciples felt a chill down their backs as they laughed bitterly. At this moment, they even began to sympathize with Wang Long. Just because Wang Long bullied Fengya, he was beaten up by Long Outyin. Now, he was beaten up by Xian Wang. It would probably leave a shadow in Wang Long's heart for the rest of his life. If he couldn't overcome it, the perfected heavenly god stage would be his limit. He wouldn't be able to break through to the godly king stage at all. Well done! Yi Liangchen and the black donkey echoed each other. Their faces were filled with incomparable arrogance. This isn't very good, is it? Fengya laughed bitterly. She was also very angry at Wang Long's actions. However, after seeing Ling Xiao and Xian Wang teach Wang Long a lesson, she began to sympathize with Wang Long. Xiaoya, this is what he deserves. You'll understand when you roam the god realm in the future. You must be ruthless to your enemies. Otherwise, you'll be the one getting hurt. Bai Susu, who had been calm all this while, suddenly glanced at Fengya and slowly said. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Bai. Fengya nodded seriously. On the divine battle arena, Xian Wang also taught Wang Long a lesson before kicking him out of the divine battle arena. Many of the male disciples were even a little confused. It was hard for them to connect the decisive and heroic figure in front of them with the peerless beauty in their hearts. The contrast was simply too great. This time, Wang Long didn't wake up and directly fainted. Half of it was because he was beaten half to death by the Xian King, and the other half was because he fainted from anger. At this moment, the gazes everyone shot at Ling Xiao and the Xian King had changed. They suddenly noticed that it wasn't just Ling Xiao's strength that was extremely formidable, even the Xian King faintly had the potential to enter the ranks of the 9 kings. This was extremely terrifying. A new disciple who had just entered Aries College for 3 years actually had the strength to crush those geniuses who had cultivated for hundreds of years. This was shocking and unbelievable. I want to challenge Senior Chu Yunfan. The Xian King didn't leave the divine battle arena. Instead, she chose to continue. However, her second challenge target was Chu Yunfei's brother, Chu Yunfan, who was ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. She actually wants to challenge Chu Yunfan directly? Does junior sister Xian King really want to rush into the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard in one go? Everyone's spirits were lifted. Although Chu Yunfan was ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, in the eyes of everyone, he wasn't much different from the 9 kings. His strength was extremely close. If the Xian King really defeated Chu Yunfan, then perhaps she really did have the strength of one of the 9 kings. Chu Yunfan's eyes also revealed a trace of sharpness. He glanced indifferently at the Xian King and leaped onto the divine battle arena. Junior sister Xian King, you're not my match. Chu Yunfan said indifferently. Whether I'm your match or not, we'll only know after we fight. The Xian King's eyes flashed sharply. Her slender jade-like fingers emitted a dazzling light, and a few invisible divine lights instantly shot towards Chu Yunfan. The darking finger contained the power of extreme Yin. It was known as the Hand of Death, and it contained the power of death and extreme cold. It was extremely domineering and could take away one's life force and freeze all things. The darking finger seemed to be very compatible with the Xian King's physique. Therefore, she had only cultivated the darking finger for a few short years, and she had already cultivated it to the great accomplishment stage. Those invisible divine lights contained an extremely terrifying aura. They were bone-chilling cold, and they shot towards Chu Yunfan's forehead, heart, dantian, and several other vital points. Boom! Chu Yunfan's eyes flashed coldly. Blazing lightning surrounded his body. He had also cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique to the great accomplishment stage. Streaks of 5 elements divine lightning fell from the sky, and collided with the darking finger. Rumble, dazzling light flashed, and an extremely intense battle instantly erupted between the Xian King and Chu Yunfan. The darking finger and the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique clashed. Extreme cold divine energy and destructive lightning exploded, causing the void to tremble and the earth to shake. Chu Yunfan had not only cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique to the great accomplishment stage, but he was also proficient in the mixed element unity qi. He could attack and defend at the same time, and his strength was extremely strong. The Xian King and Chu Yunfan fought fiercely for more than 100 rounds, but there was still no clear victor. Moreover, the battle between them was getting more and more intense. The Xian King's speed was extremely fast, and it was as if she could merge into the void. Her aura was ethereal and untraceable, making it difficult for others to track her. When Chu Yunfan was fighting with the Xian King, he actually felt very frustrated. It was as if his entire body was tied up, and he was unable to lock onto the Xian King's position at all. Every time, he could only passively resist and block. Kill. After a few hundred rounds, the Xian King's aura had also risen to the extreme. She let out a soft roar, and mysterious purple light seemed to fly out of her eyes. It contained an incomparably ancient and majestic aura, and it caused the void to tremble slightly. The 2 purple lights were like 2 true dragons, and they exuded a majestic imperial aura. They intertwined with each other and instantly turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards Chu Yunfan. This sword was grand and majestic, and it was like the sword of the emperor. It controlled the heavens and the earth, and it controlled the sun, the moon, and the stars. It was incomparably terrifying. This is the embryonic form of the holy path? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He actually discovered that the Xian King's sword already had the aura of the holy path, just like Dugu Choubai's sword. Could it be that the Xian King had already found her own holy path? That trace of holy path aura was extremely weak, but it was still sensed by Tong Yuan, Han Li, and the others. This caused their expressions to change drastically, and they were incomparably ecstatic. Boom, the dazzling lightning was annihilated, and even the mixed element unity qi on Chu Yunfan's body exploded. The Xian King's sword directly sent Chu Yunfan flying, and he coughed up blood continuously. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The blazing sword light illuminated the void, making Xian Wang look like an invincible empress. Chu Yunfan, who was incomparably powerful, was like a piece of paper in front of this sword. He was instantly heavily injured. Puff, blood spurted out of Chu Yunfan's mouth as he fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had wanted to become one of the 9 great kings, but he did not expect to be defeated by an unknown Xian Wang. Whoosh, before Chu Yunfan could get up, the cold sword qi was already in front of him. Xian Wang held an ancient sword qi in her hand. Her white robe fluttered in the wind. Although her face was slightly pale, her eyes were still cold and indifferent. "You have lost," Xian Wang said flatly. Although Chu Yunfan didn't want to give up, he could tell that even though Xian Wang was strong, she could only use that terrifying sword attack once. Xian Wang was just pretending to be strong. However, he did not dare to take the risk. He knew that if he did not admit defeat, Xian Wang would not hesitate to stab him with the sword qi. "I have lost." Chu Yunfan gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth were almost broken. He was unwilling to admit defeat. Whoosh, he was surrounded by a dazzling sword qi and was sent out of the sacred battlefield. Xian Wang had replaced Chu Yunfan's original ranking and entered the 10th place on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. So powerful. Is junior sister Xian Wang the reincarnation of an ancient almighty? This kind of talent is too terrifying. Even senior Chu Yunfan was defeated by her. That sword qi looked like the legendary sword of divine path. Could it be that junior sister Xian Wang has comprehended the true meaning of divine path? Everyone was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Tian Gang, Zhou Daoji, and the others all looked at Xian Wang with a serious expression. "Elder senior brother, that sword qi did contain the embryonic path," Zhou Daoji said to Tian Gang after a moment of silence. "The embryonic path? Looks like we were wrong. Junior sister Xian Wang is more talented than Long Outyan and Lu Wu." Tian Gang sighed emotionally. He originally thought that Long Outyan and Lu Wu would be his formidable opponents, but once the Xian King appeared, it immediately made him start to take them seriously. After all, there were plenty of veteran god kings who would not necessarily be able to find their own path of saints even when they reached the end of their lives. Even legendary supreme geniuses would only be able to touch a sliver of the power of saints after reaching great perfection as a god king. On the other hand, the Xian King was only at the peak of the heavenly god realm, yet he had already touched upon the embryonic form of the Saint Tao. Perhaps even the holy sons and holy daughters of the 12 immortal holy lands, or even the legendary princes and princesses, could not compare to such talent. However, Tian Gang could also see that Xian Wang was still unable to master the sword of Saint Tao. Otherwise, she would have been able to easily defeat Chu Yunfan. Xian Wang calmly put away his divine sword, turned around, and flew down from the divine battle arena. "Junior sister Xian Wang, I didn't expect you to have comprehended the sword of holy Tao. No wonder you weren't interested in the 9 ultimate techniques of Ares College. You've already walked your own path." Ling Xiao took a deep look at Xian Wang and smiled. He suddenly realized that Xian Wang's body was shrouded in a mysterious mist, as if she was hiding countless secrets. Ling Xiao began to wonder if Xian Wang, Ji Feishuan, was really the princess of the great Zhou divine nation. She was just a princess, but her radiance was too dazzling. "I was just lucky. I'm still a far cry from Senior Dugu. Next, I would like to challenge Senior Brother Zhou Daoji." Lord Xian smiled as he looked at Zhou Daoji from afar. "Oh? Why not Senior Brother Tian Gang?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Xian Wang had already comprehended the embryonic form of the Saint Tao. She could even challenge Tian Gang. "Senior Brother Zhou Daoji cultivates the great barren way of the sword. I've heard that he is extremely talented in the way of the sword. Back then, he was almost taken over by the Sky Sword Academy. Senior Brother Tian Gang is your target. I won't fight with you. The Xian King smiled at Ling Xiao. Her peerless beauty made the world lose its color in an instant. All right. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and accepted Xian Wang's words. Xian Wang's defeat of Chu Yunfan seemed to have inspired many disciples. Soon, another wave of challenges began. My name is Wang Jing. I would like to challenge senior brother Lu Zhengfeng. A young man in a black robe stepped onto the stage. Wang Jing was ranked 58th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Lu Zhengfeng was ranked 8th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, Heavenly King Fen. The gap between them was huge. However, Wang Jing's face was filled with confidence. Boom, after Lu Zhengfeng stepped onto the stage, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle after a short exchange of pleasantries. Wang Jing cultivated the 7 forms of judgment. His saber skills were unparalleled. His understanding of the 7 forms of judgment had reached a higher level. Every saber strike was as powerful as the Milky Way. Lu Zhengfeng, on the other hand, was well versed in the burning sky halberd technique. His body was surrounded by the law of fire. When he attacked, it was as if he had transformed into a god of war. The two of them fought for more than 100 rounds, which was a feast for the eyes of everyone. Their eyes were filled with incomparable amazement. However, although Wang Jing's 7 forms of judgment was strong, he was still defeated by Lu Zhengfeng's burning sky halberd technique. After Wang Jing was defeated, everyone became a little more clear-headed. It seemed like not everyone was Lan Outyin, and not everyone was a Xian king. Although there were still a few people who challenged the 9 great kings, they were all defeated in the end. Especially Feng Lei, who was ranked 36th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. He wanted to challenge the Thunder King Deng Ganjue, who was ranked 7th. However, he was severely injured by Deng Ganjue's 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique. After experiencing consecutive defeats, everyone recognized a fact. The combat power of the 9 great kings was extremely terrifying. Even if they were in the same realm, the gap between them was not so easy to make up for. Perhaps, only people who were also 9 great kings could fight each other. Junior sister Wang Lin, why don't we have a spar? Suddenly, Min Ro, who was dressed in a fluttering white dress, stood out and smiled faintly at Wang Lin. Junior sister Min Ro, are you challenging me? You lost to me by 1 move in the last generational competition. Are you trying to take revenge? Wang Lin's eyes flashed as she said faintly. The two of them flew directly onto the stage. Moreover, their conversation was like a needle hidden in silk floss. Everyone knew that Wang Lin and Min Ro liked Big Dipper senior brother. As rivals in love, Wang Lin and Min Ro were naturally at odds with each other. Especially in the previous generational competition, Wang Lin had defeated Min Ro and was ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon list. Min Ro was only ranked 4th. Wang Lin was unhappy and wanted to get back at Min Ro. Both Wang Lin and Min Ro were very headstrong. Neither of them was willing to lower their heads and call the other senior sister. Junior sister Wang Lin, you must be joking. We are all senior sisters. What hatred is there? I just want to see junior sister Wang Lin's mixed yuan qi. Min Ro smiled faintly. Wang Lin was the king of mixed yuan qi. Legend had it that she was about to reach the great perfection realm. As for Min Ro, she was the king of mysterious Yin. Naturally, she was proficient in the mysterious Yin finger. Then let's do it. Wang Lin said faintly. Her eyes were filled with sharpness. Rumble, an intense battle broke out between Wang Lin and Min Ro. The mixed yuan qi and the mysterious Yin finger intertwined and released terrifying energy waves. Wang Lin was full of heroism while Min Ro was charming. The battle between the two of them was very enjoyable for the disciples of Aries College. She is indeed the king of mixed yuan qi. She has already reached the great perfection realm? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as he slowly said. Although Wang Lin was a woman, her attacks were as decisive as lightning. Every attack contained the power to split the heavens and earth. She was surrounded by a chaotic fog. Streaks of energy intertwined and the mysterious yellow qi gathered on Wang Lin's body, allowing her to release powerful combat strength. It was very difficult to reach the great perfection realm in the 9 ultimate techniques of Aries College. However, as long as one could reach the great perfection realm, they would have the combat strength to fight against a god king. Therefore, Wang Lin was very powerful now. Even an ordinary god king would not be her match. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, Minro's body was ethereal like a fairy. She had a faint smile on her face, but her 10 fingers were like divine swords, shooting out rays of cold light. 10 streaks of black divine light pierced through the void like a vast river. They were imbued with the power to pierce through all things, and they enshrouded Wang Lin's entire body. Minro's darking finger had also been cultivated to perfection. Both of them had only cultivated a single ultimate technique, so they did not divert their attention to other martial arts. However, their attacks were extremely swift and fierce. Every strike erupted with extremely scorching ripples of divine light. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin and Minro had exchanged hundreds of blows. At the same time, the other kings could no longer hold back and began to challenge each other. The 8th ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, Blazing King Lu Jingfeng, challenged the 5th ranked Radiant King Lu Huan. Deng Gongjue, the King of Thunder, chose to challenge Zhou Daoji. As for the King of Judgment, Li Mu's gaze fell on eldest senior brother Tiangang. Everyone became more and more excited. Almost everyone's attention fell on the 9 great kings. Over the years, the Battle of the 9 Great Kings was also the most anticipated event. However, Lu Wu did not choose to attack. He only stood there calmly with a deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. He did not attack, and no one dared to challenge him. The Battle of the 9 Great Kings was extremely intense. Moreover, the 9 of them knew each other's strength very well. In name, they were challenging each other, but in reality, they were just learning from each other. For the 9 great kings, unless they could defeat eldest senior brother Tiangang and climb to the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking, it did not matter whether they were ranked 2nd or 9th. The battle between Wang Lin and Minro was the first to end. Although Minro's darking finger was powerful, it was still defeated by Wang Lin's mixed element spirit. After thousands of blows, she was defeated by Wang Lin. Blazing King Lu Jingfeng's blazing sky halberd technique was extremely powerful. It fought fiercely with Lu Huan's light seal. The halberd and fist shadows intertwined in the void, and the divine light was dazzling. Lu Jingfeng became braver and braver as the battle went on. In the end, he defeated Lu Huan with his blazing sky halberd technique and won the 5th place. Deng Gongjue, the King of Thunder, was very arrogant. Among the 9 great kings, he only took Tiangang seriously. He did not even take Zhou Daoji seriously. This was because he had mastered the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique. Among the 9 great skills, the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique was one of the most difficult skills to master. It was only second to the Immortal Body and the Great Baron Sword Art. Therefore, the battle between him and Zhou Daoji was the most intense. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique versus the Great Baron Sword Art. In Ling Zhao's eyes, Zhou Daoji's Great Baron Sword Art was even more mysterious. It was as if it was in harmony with the heavens. It was as if the Tao was natural and flexible. It was able to disperse all the lightning in the sky. Junior sister Xian Wang, do you have the confidence to defeat Zhou Daoji? His Great Baron Sword Art is even more powerful than Lu Wu's. He has reached the greater completion realm. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of depth. Lu Wu's Great Desolate Sword Tao was actually only at the small success stage. This was because Lu Wu was most proficient in the 5 divine mountain palms. It was only because Lu Wu had obtained the inheritance of the Age of Time that the power of the Great Desolate Sword Tao had soared. However, in terms of Great Baron Sword Art, Lu Wu was no match for Zhou Daoji. It doesn't matter if I can win or not. I know that my battle with Zhou Daoji will not disappoint me. The Xian King's eyes flashed with anticipation. She had a feeling that if she could fight with Zhou Daoji, her Sword of the Holy Path would be perfected. In the end, Deng Gongjue was defeated by Zhou Daoji. What was even more shocking was that the King of Adjudication, Li Mu, had used the 7 strokes of adjudication to fight with Tiangang. He had used 7 strokes in a row, and each stroke was so powerful that it seemed as if it could split the sky open. However, Tiangang had only used 1 punch. After that punch, the sky was clear and the earth was shaking. What a terrifying punch! Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the punch that Tiangang used to defeat Li Mu was pure physical strength. Inside Tiangang's body, which was filled with explosive power, there seemed to be an immortal glow. His indestructible battle flesh has most likely reached the 5th level of the triple deity transformation realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he stared at Tiangang. Tiangang's qi and blood were like a rainbow. His body was like a furnace and there was a mysterious roar of a dragon coming from inside his body. That terrifying physical strength had to be the 5th level of the immortal body. I am looking forward to it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strong desire to fight. Big brother Tiangang is too powerful. That's the king of judiciary, Li Mu. He defeated him with one punch. I really can't think of anyone who can defeat Big Brother. Tiangang. Long Outyan and Lu Wu can't defeat him. Big brother Tiangang is the best. After Tiangang defeated the king of judiciary, Li Mu, with one punch, the students of Ares College went into a frenzy. Their eyes were filled with excitement. That punch was like a peerless celestial emperor who had suppressed the ancient times, but also like a saint who had enlightened all living beings. It contained an immortal fist wave that was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone in Ares College. At that moment, everyone's confidence in Tiangang was restored. He was still that peerless and invincible big senior brother Big Dipper who was revered by all. The first battle of the 9 great kings had ended. However, everyone had 3 chances to challenge each other. Perhaps this was just the beginning. Zhou Daoji, Deng Gongjue, and the others all had a serious look on their faces when they saw how Tiangang defeated Li Mu with a single punch. Wang Lin and Min Ro looked at Tiangang with a gentle gaze. This was the man they had fallen for, the man who was invincible like a god. Whoosh! At that moment, Xian Wang flew up to the deity battle arena in her white robe. Xian Wang, I challenge brother Zhou Daoji. The Xian King's voice was very cold, but it caused everyone to be stunned. They had all seen Xian Wang's power. Even Chu Yunfan had been defeated by her. Xian Wang had also successfully made it to the 10th place on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. The 10th place on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard was within reach of the 9 great kings, but there was still a long way to go. That bitch, does she really think she can defeat brother Zhou Daoji? Chu Yunfei's expression was very ugly as he coldly said. It's hard to say. She has the sword of holy path, but if brother Zhou Daoji can block her attack, I'm afraid she won't be able to fight anymore. Chu Yunfan's eyes lit up as he said slowly. Zhou Daoji paused for a moment, then nodded and flew up to the deity battle arena. Sister Xian Wang, you've only been in Ares College for 3 years, and you've already reached such a level. I'm really ashamed of myself. Besides, you've already mastered the holy path. As long as you keep working hard, you'll be able to reach the holy path. Zhou Daoji said with a smile. He looked like an elegant gentleman with a sincere smile on his face. It was easy for people to like him. Thank you, brother. Xian Wang said quietly. Zhou Daoji continued, Zhou, Sister Xian Wang, I've seen your sword of holy path. Your sword of the holy path. Senior brother, please. Xian Wang said. You and I will each make a move, and we'll decide the victor with one move. Whoever takes a step back first will be the loser. How about it? Zhou Daoji smiled. You. But. You. Of. You. Okay. Maybe it's an opportunity for me. Zhou Daoji smiled. Xian Wang nodded. Okay. Xian Wang nodded. She wasn't an unreasonable person. Since Zhou Daoji had made his decision, she wouldn't go against it. Boom, a mysterious energy burst out from Xian Wang and Zhou Daoji's bodies. Like 2 divine swords, Xian Wang's aura was ancient, mysterious, majestic, and sharp. Zhou Daoji's aura was ethereal, ever-changing, and everlasting. It was as if 2 different sword wills were fighting each other. The power between them was like a tsunami, causing the air around them to shake violently. Ching, a clear sword chime shook the void, as if a true dragon had soared through the 9 heavens. Vast sword intent gushed out, and the sword chime grew clearer and clearer. Zhou Daoji's calm demeanor was replaced by a sharp and fierce one. His eyes were as sharp as swords. It was as if there were billions of sword chi in them. An ancient sword rose from behind him. It glowed with a brilliant light. The space around it trembled. Chaos filled the air as the sword slashed down on Xian Wang. The sword seemed to have pierced through space and time. It was going to kill Xianwang. Boom, the Xian King's eyes also became dignified and mysterious. Behind her, a vast world appeared. A mysterious great empress appeared out of nowhere. A beam of sword chi shot out from her palm and tore through the illusions. The sword chi flew towards Zhou Daoji. The sword of the holy path appeared once again. The great Baron sword art was a peerless technique. It contained the forbidden power of time. However, in front of Xianwang's sword of the holy path, Zhou Daoji's attack seemed to have many flaws. Rumble, the two swords collided in the air. It was as if a bright sun had exploded. The sword chi swept out in all directions. The horrifying sword chi made the surrounding Aries college students tremble in fear. They quickly backed away. Clang, Zhou Daoji's sword was sent flying by Xianwang. It buzzed and vibrated as it flew into the distance. The vast sword of the holy path came crashing down on Zhou Daoji. It contained the power to destroy everything in its path. It was extremely terrifying. The sword was so powerful that even Xianwang was unable to control it. Compared to the sword that Xianwang used against Chu Yunfan, this was the true power of the sword of the holy path. Chu Yunfan's face darkened. He had to admit that if Xianwang had used this sword, he would have been a ghost under the sword. Was Zhou Daoji going to die under this sword as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Boom, at that moment, Zhou Daoji suddenly closed his eyes. All of his limbs and pores began to emit dazzling sword chi. It was as if his entire body had turned transparent. Zhou Daoji's body began to emit an ancient aura, and it began to grow rapidly. Zhou Daoji's cultivation broke through the bottleneck of the great circle of the heavenly god stage and broke through to the divine king stage. With the help of the sword of the holy path, Zhou Daoji took the final step. Rumble, in the sky, dark clouds rolled and thunder rumbled. The divine king tribulation had arrived. Xianwang finally understood Zhou Daoji's intention. The reason why Zhou Daoji wanted to challenge Xianwang to a duel was because he saw Xianwang comprehending the sword of Saint Path. He wanted to borrow the pressure from the sword of Saint Path to feel the powerful sword will and break through to the immortal king realm. When Zhou Daoji broke through to the immortal king realm, the sword of Saint Path would be imprinted in his primordial spirit along with the lightning tribulation. It was as if a seed of Saint Path had been planted in his heart. One day, it would take root and sprout. However, it was also very dangerous. If Zhou Daoji did not use the pressure to break through to the immortal king realm, he would either be killed by the sword of Saint Path or be severely injured. Fortunately, Zhou Daoji won the bet. Boom, heaven and earth trembled as bolts of lightning shot across the sky. They were as thick as mountains and formed a vast sea of lightning in the sky. The sea of lightning was filled with dark destructive energy. It was like the eye of the heavens that wanted to destroy all life. It was extremely terrifying. The vast law of heaven and earth enveloped Zhou Daoji. Ha ha ha. Junior sister Xianwang, thank you. I have lost this duel. Zhou Daoji laughed heartily as he looked at Xianwang with gratitude. Then, he shot up into the sky. The heavens around Zhou Daoji began to tremble. Countless heavenly lights intertwined and enveloped Zhou Daoji in an instant. So this is the immortal king tribulation. I can't believe Zhou Daoji broke through to the immortal king realm in one go. Wang Lin, Lu Jingfeng, and the others were all shocked. It was not difficult for the 9 great kings to break through to the immortal king realm. However, they were all peerless geniuses and had their own ambitions. Even if they could not comprehend the embryonic form of the Saint Path in the full circle of the heavenly god realm, they would work hard to comprehend the law of divine Tao in the full circle of the heavenly god realm. Everything was for the sake of the Saint Path. In the God world, only by confirming one's Tao and becoming a saint could one become a supreme expert and enlighten all living beings. In fact, one could even traverse the heavens, establish a sect, and become a Buddha. It was just that becoming a saint was too difficult. Just increasing the chances of becoming a saint by 1 in 10,000 was already worth countless people fighting for. For example, Zhou Daoji had used Xianwang's sword of saintly path to plant a seed of saintly path in his heart, which increased his chances of becoming a saint. Although Wang Lin, Lu Jingfeng, and the others were envious, they knew that this kind of opportunity could not be replicated. Tian Gang was still as calm as ever, as if he wasn't affected by Zhou Daoji's breakthrough at all. Xianwang was slightly startled. He put away the ancient sword in his hand and floated down from the divine battle ring. Although Zhou Daoji had used her sword of sainthood to achieve a breakthrough, King Xian wasn't unhappy about it. Besides, Zhou Daoji had given up the second place of the hidden dragon rank without hesitation. Naturally, no one was in the mood to continue the competition. Everyone's attention was drawn to Zhou Daoji's breakthrough to the Divine King realm. This brat is really audacious. Tong Yuan smiled bitterly, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Boom, Tong Yuan's palm emitted a vast amount of light. Lines of runes gushed out from it. Following which, the mountain where Ares College was located began to tremble violently. A mysterious dragon's roar came from the ground, and in an instant, hundreds of divine light pillars shot up into the sky, protecting the entire Ares College. Tong Yuan had activated the protective array of the Divine King realm. Otherwise, with the power of the Divine King realm, the entire mountain would have been razed to the ground. Outsiders could not interfere with the Divine King realm's tribulation. Only Zhou Daoji could bear it. Bolts of lightning intertwined, and like a black dragon, they roared and crashed down on Zhou Daoji. The terrifying lightning was like the Milky Way, sweeping across the land. It was a terrifying scene. Zhou Daoji's gaze sharpened at that moment. Clang, a dazzling sword light rose from his body, and in an instant, it lit up the endless darkness and slashed down on the Divine King realm's tribulation. Boom, the terrifying lightning shattered and turned into a dazzling rain of light that fell in all directions. It was as if a mysterious phenomenon had appeared in the sky. Roar, the dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and the lightning dragon leaped out from the sea of lightning. It looked like a real dragon, and it was emitting a terrifying aura as it charged towards Zhou Daoji. After the lightning dragon, the sea of lightning became even more turbulent. There was a black kirin, a white tiger the size of a mountain, a phoenix surrounded by endless lightning, and a golden crow breathing fire. It was as if an endless number of ancient mythical beasts had appeared at this moment, and they all charged towards Zhou Daoji. The sea of lightning was like a passage to the ancient times, and it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Many powerful creatures were awakened in the sea of lightning, and they all charged towards Zhou Daoji. This is the legendary Divine King realm's tribulation. I didn't expect Zhou Daoji's talent to be so terrifying. When Han Li saw the ancient divine beasts that filled the sky, his eyes involuntarily shrank as he exclaimed. In the divine world, the God King tribulation that a great circle heavenly god had to undergo would be different depending on one's talent. The Divine King realm's tribulation was divided into 9 grades. The first grade Divine King realm's tribulation had 9 bolts of lightning, and the 9th grade Divine King realm's tribulation had 81 bolts of lightning. Above the 9th grade Divine King realm's tribulation was the human grade Divine King realm's tribulation. During the tribulation, there would be powerful ancient fighting spirits. The Earth grade Divine King realm's tribulation was when the ancient mythical beasts and other powerful creatures were awakened, and they would attack the Divine King realm's tribulation. As for the legendary Heaven grade God King tribulation, it was something that only peerless geniuses, saint sons, and saintesses of various holy lands could encounter. That was the true Heaven grade God tribulation. It would transform into yin and yang of heaven and earth, myriad worlds, and even endless primal chaos. It was extremely terrifying. In the realm of the gods, the 3rd grade Divine King realm's tribulation was the weakest one. Without great luck, one would be stuck at the early Divine King realm for the rest of his life. The 4th grade Divine King realm's tribulation to the 6th grade Divine King realm's tribulation was most people's tribulation. The 7th grade Divine King realm's tribulation to the 9th grade Divine King realm was already considered a genius. The human grade Divine King realm's tribulation and the Earth grade Divine King realm's tribulation were peerless geniuses that were rarely seen in the past 100 years. The Heaven grade Divine King realm's tribulation was even rarer. It was said that after passing the Heaven grade Divine King realm's tribulation, one would have the chance to see the divine path and see the origin of the world. As long as one did not die in the future, one would almost certainly become a saint. As for the Heaven grade Divine King realm's tribulation, it was said that there was an even more terrifying Divine King realm's tribulation, but that was only a legend. Zhou Daoji had passed the Earth grade Divine King realm's tribulation and was qualified to enter the War God Shrine. he would be trained as a core disciple. Kaboom, roar, thunder rumbled in the sky as the roars of the beasts filled the air. It was as if the beasts had come back to life in the sea of lightning. One after another, they turned into terrifying divine beasts and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Daoji. Zhou Daoji looked elegant and refined. His temperament was otherworldly, and he looked like an elegant young master. However, his attacks were sharp and vicious. Streaks of light shot across the sky. They were extremely sharp, causing the surrounding space to tremble and produce mysterious ripples. Boom! 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 It was as if Zhou Daoji was the only one left in the world. He was bathed in blood as he fought against the beasts in the sea of lightning. His body was stained with blood, and he was even coughing up blood from time to time. However, his eyes were glowing brighter than ever. His sword radiance swept across thousands of miles and froze 3,000 states. Although Zhou Daoji's thunder calamity was extremely powerful, it did not cause much damage to the Ares College. Tong Yuan and the other powerful overlords had activated the protective mountain array. Zhou Daoji's lightning calamity lasted for almost a day before it finally ended. At the last moment, Zhou Daoji unleashed a powerful strike that split the sea of lightning apart and devoured all the energy in it. His aura skyrocketed as he became a true divine king. Whoosh, Zhou Daoji turned into a streak of light and sat down on top of the mountain. He began to digest the divine king's lightning calamity and stabilize his cultivation. Let's continue with the generational competition. Tong Yuan's hoarse voice rang out. He activated the protective array to protect Zhou Daoji so that no one could disturb his cultivation. Lu Wu's eyes glowed as he looked at Zhou Daoji and Tong Yuan. A strange look flashed across his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia, you are now second on the hidden dragon leaderboard. It's my turn to challenge you. Ling Xiao glanced at the Xianxia and smiled. Oh, are you going to challenge Tiangang? Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. That's right. Tiangang is quite powerful. I feel that he has reached the great circle of the heavenly god state a long time ago. If he had not suppressed his cultivation, he would have broken through to the divine king state much earlier than the others. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Big brother, go. Defeat Tiangang, obtain the hidden dragon champion, and let those fellows see your strength. Yi Liangchen also came over and chuckled. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, then leaped onto the arena of the gods. Long Outyen is on the divine battle stage. Who does he want to challenge? When everyone saw Ling Zhao's figure, they couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Ling Xiao. More than 2 months ago, Ling Xiao had defeated the Black Tortoise King Lu Wu, and his name had shaken the entire Ares College. Following that, the news from the God Devil space had spread. Only then did everyone know that Ling Xiao had not only defeated Lu Wu, but had also killed a demon god king in the God Devil space, slaughtered the heavenly demon race's genius Bo Jia, fought to a draw with Overlord College's Jin Gang, and finally forced the Great Zhou College's vice principal Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong to kneel and apologize. This series of battle records scared everyone silly. One must know that even Big Dipper senior brother was strong, but he didn't create such a glorious battle record. All of this made Ling Zhao's body shrouded in a mysterious light. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to Ling Zhao's battle. However, when Ling Xiao challenged Wang Long for the first time, Wang Long didn't even have the strength to fight back and was beaten up by Ling Xiao. However, no one could see Ling Zhao's true strength. After all, Wang Long didn't have the ability to force Ling Xiao to use his true strength. Is he going to challenge Big Dipper senior brother? When someone saw Ling Zhao's gaze on Big Dipper, they couldn't help but tremble and jump in fright. However, everyone's thoughts quickly became reality. Big Dipper senior brother, Long Outyen, please enlighten me. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Big Dipper and smiled faintly. This guy actually dares to challenge Big Dipper senior brother? What great courage, but I don't know if he has the strength to do so. Wang Lin widened her eyes and glared at Ling Xiao with displeasure. That's hard to say. This Long Outyen is unfathomable. He might really be a strong opponent for Big Dipper senior brother. Lu Jingfeng said slowly with a dignified look. Big Dipper looked very calm. After looking at Ling Xiao indifferently, he stomped his feet and shot onto the deity battle arena like a meteor. Junior brother Long, your undying war body has reached level 4 completion, right? Moreover, your body is very strong. You must have cultivated more than one body refining skill. I also want to fight with you. Big Dipper looked at Ling Xiao with undisguised admiration, and a strong fighting spirit overflowed from his eyes. Big Dipper was wearing a beast skin. Under his bronze skin, his meridians were like dragons and his entire body exuded an explosive power. He stood there as if he was a god of war from ancient times. His entire body exuded an ancient, unruly, and wild aura. Big Dipper's face was resolute and his eyes were bright and pure. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that Big Dipper was a martial arts fanatic. He was the kind of person who was obsessed with martial arts. He had seen such eyes in Jian Wushuang and Dugu Choubai before. However, Dugu Choubai's eyes were more calm and indifferent, as if he had seen through everything. Naturally, his cultivation level was higher. When Big Dipper stood in front of Ling Xiao could feel the strong pressure coming from Big Dipper. Ling Xiao had already guessed that Big Dipper had really cultivated the undying war body to level 5, the triple god dragon transformation realm. Among the 9 unique skills of Ares College, the undying war body was the most difficult to cultivate. It was even more difficult than the Great Wilderness Sword principle. Please enlighten me, Ling Xiao said solemnly as he cupped his hands towards Big Dipper. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body. His blood and qi circled around him like a golden dragon. Moreover, there were 5 small suns on his chest that emitted resplendent divine light, causing his aura to skyrocket in an instant. On the other hand, Big Dipper's face was calm and his eyes were bright. However, the aura around him was as deep as the ocean, as if it could devour everything. Ling Xiao and Big Dipper's aura clashed invisibly. It was like 2 vast and immortal mountains. Just one clash was enough to cause a loud rumble, boom. Ling Xiao's aura was like a dragon, and his eyes were sharp. His entire person was like a divine sword that pierced the heavens, or a heavenly blade that could destroy everything. In the end, he seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon that traversed hundreds of millions of miles, overlooking the vast earth. On the other hand, Tiangang was like a war god that had walked out from ancient times. The clash of their auras was terrifying to the extreme. Even though they were separated by the sacred battle arena, everyone could feel the clash of their auras. Everyone's gaze became incomparably solemn. It's just a clash of auras, but Long Outyen and big brother Tiangang are actually evenly matched. They're really strong. I wonder who will win this battle. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. The battle between Ling Xiao and Tiangang could be said to be the battle that everyone in Ares College was looking forward to the most. This was the battle of the pinnacle, and it was also the battle that caused everyone's blood to boil. Even Tong Yuan, Han Li, Lu Yan, and the rest had their eyes on Ling Xiao and Tiangang. In an instant, Ling Xiao made his move. He threw out a punch, and a dazzling fist mark exploded like the sun, covering the sky and suppressing Tiangang. This was the God of War King Fist. Ling Xiao directly used his immortal battle body to activate the God of War King Fist. The fist force was vast and vigorous, like the stars in the 9 heavens, falling towards the endless earth. Come on! Tiangong's eyes were also filled with excitement. When Ling Xiao's fist was about to reach his forehead, the terrifying force of the fist caused the space between his eyebrows to tremble a little. Only then did he throw out a punch, bang. The crowd did not even see how Tiangang made his move. They only saw him throw out a punch. Suddenly, it was as if there was a terrifying explosion of lightning between Ling Xiao and Tiangang. Both of them trembled violently and then flew backwards. It was as if dozens of sacred mountains had exploded at the same time. Endless divine light gushed out, causing the void to distort. The collision between the two was like a battle between ancient divine beasts. It was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He actually felt a very familiar aura from Tiangang's body. Tiangang seemed to be doing his best to conceal the power of his bloodline. However, Ling Xiao's sharp senses could still sense that the familiar power of his bloodline contained an ancient, boundless, majestic and boundless power. It was something he was extremely familiar with, but he couldn't recall what it was. What kind of bloodline does Tiangang have? Ling Xiao's heart trembled, but at the critical moment, Tiangang took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. Boom. Tiangang's palm. Tiangang's of course, Tiangang's. Tiangang's five's gang. Tiangang's. This was the five-mountain godly palm. Was. Most importantly, Tiangang did not use the divine power in his body at all. Instead, he used the pure strength of his physical body to fight against his opponent. It was as if the five divine mountain palms had transformed into five divine mountains, suppressing everything. Kill. The blood in Ling Xiao's body seemed to be boiling. It had been a long time since Ling Xiao was so excited. Every particle in his body was cheering, and a strong battle intent surged. It awakened the strongest battle instinct in his body. Ling Xiao loved the feeling of punching flesh the most. The feeling of blood gushing out of his body, the feeling of being strong enough to explode, the feeling of being able to destroy heaven and earth with a punch, the feeling of being able to completely suppress a powerful enemy. That was the most exciting feeling in his heart. Now, Tiangang gave Ling Xiao that feeling of excitement. This meant that Tiangang's physical body was not weaker than Ling Xiao's. In fact, he was even stronger than Ling Xiao. That was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's body of the divine dragon had reached the peak of major accomplishment and was close to perfection. His invulnerable battle body had reached the peak of the fourth layer as well. With his current physical strength, he could even suppress a god king. Tiangang's indestructible war body might have reached the fifth level of the triple deity dragon transformation realm, but it was only on par with Ling Xiao. Tiangang's strongest point was his bloodline power. It was ancient and primitive. It was like the creation of heaven and earth, and it gave Ling Xiao a great pressure. Boom, Ling Xiao punched out. The divine light of the four symbols soared into the sky. The power of the laws of earth, water, wind, and fire intertwined. It was as if chaos was recreating and reopening heaven and earth. An eternal chaotic fist print flew out and suppressed Tiangang, another huge collision. It was like an erupting volcano. Endless divine light exploded. Ling Xiao and Tiangang's figures violently collided in the void. They turned into afterimages. Their speed was extremely fast. The surrounding mountains exploded one after another. Some of them even spewed out hot magma. The towering ancient trees were turned into fine powder and then began to burn fiercely. Boom. Boom. Boom, Ling Xiao and Tiangang's speed was too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they collided. Every punch was extremely terrifying. It made the eyes of the people below the divine battle arena twitch. Isn't this physical strength a little too terrifying? Isn't it? I feel that if I was in the divine battle arena, I wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch and would be killed. Too strong. Even the body of a divine beast shouldn't be so strong, right? Long Outyen and Tiangang are both peerless geniuses. Everyone exclaimed. They were all shocked by the battle between Ling Xiao and Tiangang. There had never been a battle like this that made their blood boil. It even made their bodies tremble. They didn't even think that the physical body of a human could be so strong. After all, in the legends, the demon race, and the sorcerer race had the strongest physical body. In the process of fighting with them, the human race had always been at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. The human race's advantage was their divine power, their ability to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and their strong perception. They could create powerful supernatural powers, saint arts, and secret techniques to kill their enemies. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and Tiangang made them see a possibility. It turned out that the physical body of a human could be so strong. What kind of bloodline is it? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he fought with Tiangang. Tiangang seemed to know an extremely powerful secret technique, and there was also a seal left behind by an expert on his body, sealing the bloodline in his body. Only a trace of aura leaked out, and Ling Xiao could sense it, but it was not obvious. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't be sure what kind of bloodline Tiangang had. Boom. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. This time, he didn't choose to face Tiangang head-on. Instead, he leaped up and dodged Tiangang's punch. Then, he stomped down on Tiangang's chest. Bang, a towering mountain in the distance was smashed into dust by Tiangang's punch. However, Tiangang's body stopped abruptly at an unbelievable angle. Then, he threw a punch behind him. Ling Zhao's kick collided with Tiangang's punch. Terrifying divine force gushed out. Ling Zhao's body swayed in the wind. He drew an arc and appeared behind Tiangang. His palm turned into a saber. The saber's edge was incomparably hot as it slashed down on Tiangang's head. This was the first blade of judgment. It was like the heavenly emperor judging a sinful creature and killing it with the divine blade of judgment. Clang, Tiangang stretched out his hand to block. The sound of metal clashing actually rang out. Then, a bright light bloomed from Tiangang's palm. A powerful fist came crashing down on Ling Xiao. Light shone in all directions, allowing all living things to grow. This was the radiant seal. It was also the third ultimate skill that Tiangang used. Ling Xiao even wondered if Tiangang had learned all 9 ultimate skills. Moreover, he had cultivated all of them to the greater success stage. Boom, Ling Xiao's blood energy rose as he threw a punch forward. A golden dragon appeared along with his punch. It floated between heaven and earth. Endless divine light lingered around it. Its aura was monstrous as it charged towards Tiangang. Ling Zhao's body contained the bloodline of the divine dragon. Therefore, he cultivated both the indestructible war body and the divine dragon body. There seemed to be a mysterious balance between the two. Ling Zhao's physical body was strong. Thus, he could freely switch between the two techniques. The radiant seal and the golden dragon collided and exploded at the same time. Tiangang rushed towards the dazzling rain of light. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he pierced a finger towards Ling Zhao's forehead. Bang, Ling Xiao raised his fist to block. That finger pierced his fist and shattered the bloody light on Ling Zhao's fist. Then, a bloody wound was left on Ling Zhao's palm. An incomparably sharp sword intent exploded. It was as if an incomparably desolate aura had exploded, wanting to steal the vitality in Ling Zhao's body. The fourth ultimate skill, the Great Baron Sword Art. Tiangang's finger was like a sword as the Great Baron Sword Art exploded. Tiangang's body seemed to have turned into a vast vortex. Tiangang devoured all the vitality in a 1,000-mile radius. Tiangang's life. The flow of time was like the vicissitudes of the world, stripping Ling Xiao of his lifespan. Tiangang's Great Baron Sword Art. Was Tiangang's Tian. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Tiangang was truly a peerless genius. He had always suppressed his cultivation at the great circle of the heavenly deity realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through, but he had greater ambitions. Break. SSS Tian's power. Sky. SS. 5 elements heaven sealing style. Tiangang's 5 elements heaven sealing style exploded. Ling Zhao's arms hugged the void and a huge 5 elements millstone appeared in front of him. Then, it came crashing down on Tiangang. What a mysterious martial skill. Good timing. Tiangang was delighted to see this, and his gaze became even more intense and dazzling. Behind him, there seemed to be the roar of a dragon. His aura surged. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The punch was extremely terrifying. Kacha, the 5-element grindstone slowly rotated, as if it wanted to grind all power into dust. When Big Dipper's fist landed on the 5-element grindstone, it erupted with a resplendent light. Runes exploded one after another, but in the end, they were all ground to dust by the 5-element grindstone. The 5 elements millstone seemed to contain the laws of heaven. Nothing could stop it. It continued to smash down on Tiangang. Boom. Boom. Boom, Astral Vault threw out over 100 punches. Each punch was like a small sun exploding. In an instant, over 100 resplendent suns appeared. They seemed to form a chain reaction between each other, directly setting off a divine light storm. Even Ling Xiao and Tiangang were swept up by the storm. Then, they flew out at the same time. Kacha, at this moment, the deity battle ring was shaking violently. It was as if it couldn't withstand the powerful force between Ling Xiao and Tiangang. Tong Yuan's face changed. He quickly took action with Hanli. Both of them poured their divine power into the deity battle ring. Only then did the deity battle ring stabilize. If the array space formed by the deity battle ring was broken by Ling Xiao and Tian Gang, it would be a real joke. Junior brother Long, your physical body is indeed very strong. However, I only used the 4th level of the Undying War body. Next, I'll use the 5th level. However, I still can't control it perfectly. You have to be careful. Tian Gang stood in the void. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Ling Xiao. Senior brother Tian Gang, go ahead. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said calmly. Tian Gang didn't use his strongest physical body. Of course, he did too, not to mention the strength of the Divine Dragon body. The Divine Dragon body and the Undying War body seemed to have formed a perfect balance in Ling Xiao's body. This made his physical body extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao also wanted to test just where the limits of his current physical body were. Very good. Be careful. Tian Gang's eyes flashed. At this moment, the aura of his entire body surged. Rumble, Tian Gang's glabella lit up. His heart was glowing. His dantian was also glowing. It was like 3 small suns. The light was extremely bright. A mysterious dragon-shaped shadow pierced through Tian Gang's glabella, heart, and dantian. At this moment, the blood in his body started to boil. Boom, behind him, a vast amount of blood surged like the sea. The void in all directions shook. A loud dragon roar exploded. It was ancient and mysterious. Tian Gang's eyes also became incomparably resplendent, and he punched forward. Gotcha, the force of the punch was vast. Wherever the aftershock went, the towering ancient trees would explode. Sacred mountains would turn into dust. This punch seemed to have nurtured a vast world and suppressed Ling Xiao. This was the triple deity dragon transformation realm. The so-called triple deity dragon transformation realm was when one's essence, energy, and spirit were like dragons. They formed a perfect balance in the body, allowing the strength of the physical body to reach the limit. It could sweep through everything. Even the physical body could withstand a God King weapon. A great circle heavenly god is able to reach the 5th level of the indestructible combat body, the triple deity dragon transformation realm. How respectable. Junior Han, I remember that you only managed to reach the 5th level of the indestructible combat body when you were a divine king. Tong Yuan sighed softly and looked at Han Li who was beside him. Late Divine King realm, I only managed to reach the triple deity dragon transformation realm after 100 years of seclusion. Han Li said calmly. The current Han Li could be said to be the most powerful person in Ares College. Even Tong Yuan admitted that he was no match for Han Li. This showed how terrifying the 5th level of the indestructible combat body was. However, when Tian Gang reached the triple deity dragon transformation realm, he was only a great circle heavenly god. The gap between them was so big that it made people gasp in shock. They could not even feel jealous. The 5th level of the indestructible combat body, the triple deity dragon transformation realm. With such a strong physical body, he can defeat any divine king. Long Outyen will definitely lose. Wang Lin's gaze shook. She seemed to be pleasantly surprised and said with certainty. In Wang Lin's opinion, this was the real strength of Tian Gang. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. Even if Ling Xiao was able to fight Tian Gang to a draw, that was not Tian Gang's real strength. It seems like Long Outyen is going to lose. Lu Jingfeng exclaimed in admiration. That bastard is finally going to lose. It would be great if big senior brother Tian Gang could kill him with one punch. Lu Yan and Lu Wenqing looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. Hee, Long Outyen won't lose. These guys are all blind. Black Donkey seemed to have heard the voices of the crowd and sneered. The triple deity dragon transformation realm. I wonder how Big Brother will deal with him. I'm really looking forward to it. Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Rumble, Tian Gang's body was glowing. At the same time, the roar of a dragon could be heard. It was a sound that came from the depths of his blood. It represented the perfection of his physical body. It gave Tian Gang's punch a terrifying destructive force. In the face of this punch, even Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. This was the first time since he came to the divine world that he met someone who could contend against him in terms of physical strength. The strength of Tiangang's physical body far exceeded his expectations. Ling Xiao had no doubt that even a divine king expert would be killed by Tiangang's punch. Ling Xiao's heart calmed down instead. He stretched out his hands, and the resplendent golden light transformed into mysterious runes that pulsated in his palms. Behind Ling Xiao, chaotic mist spread out. Dazzling divine light radiated with immortal energy waves. An incomparably mysterious figure appeared behind him, as if it was the celestial emperor who had dominated the ancient times. Beneath his feet was a golden divine dragon that was billions of miles long. At this moment, the power of the body of the divine dragon and the immortal battle body erupted at the same time, forming a perfect balance. Explosive dragon theurgy, explode for me. An incomparably terrifying power erupted from Ling Xiao's body. His aura skyrocketed, and the blood in his body began to burn like a vast flame at this moment. With the body of a divine dragon, the Berserk Dragon divine ability could unleash 64 times the power. This was also one of Ling Xiao's strongest trump cards. However, the price of using the Berserk Dragon divine ability was also very high. If it wasn't for the fact that Tiangang's power was too strong, Ling Xiao wouldn't have used it. Ling Xiao's face was calm, and there was no sadness or joy. He simply threw out a punch. Gotcha, the terrifying fist print exploded, and Ling Xiao and Tiangang's figures collided. Instantly, the heavens and earth rumbled, and the void trembled. An earth-shattering tremor erupted, the sun and moon lost their light, and the sky changed color. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have turned into chaos. Several huge mountains were silently turned into fine powder, and everything became blurry and invisible. Who was the winner? Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt and anticipation as they looked towards the terrifying divine light vortex. Whoosh, a figure flew out from it, trembling violently in the void. There was even a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Everyone could even clearly see that there was a huge bloody hole on the figure's chest. It was a ghastly sight. That's Senior Brother Tiangang? Senior Brother Tiangang lost? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. That figure was vigorous and majestic. He was wearing beast skin and was incomparably tall. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was incomparably wild. However, the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth was also shocking. His aura had also become somewhat weak. Who else could it be other than Tiangang? Everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. How could Tiangang lose? This is impossible. Wang Lin's face was the ugliest. Senior Brother Tiangang had always been an invincible existence in her heart. She simply couldn't accept this result. The light in the void dissipated, and Ling Xiao's figure appeared in front of everyone. His clothes were still whiter than snow. Ling Xiao stood in the void, and his aura was incomparably transcendent. Although his face was a little pale, his eyes were brighter. At this moment, Ling Xiao's blood was also surging. His arms were numb, and it was as if they were about to lose consciousness. Just now, Ling Xiao had used both the divine dragon body and the undying battle body at the same time. Furthermore, he had unleashed the terrifying power of the Berserk Dragon divine ability by 64 times before he was able to suppress Tiangang, but even so, Ling Xiao's blood was surging, and he had reached his limit. Tiangang's physical body was too terrifying. However, Ling Xiao finally understood the mysterious bloodline power in Tiangang's body. It's actually the Pangu clan? No wonder the bloodline is so powerful. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. His eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at Tiangang. He couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't until just now when Tiangang was injured that Ling Xiao finally understood that the mysterious bloodline in Tiangang's body was actually the bloodline power of the Pangu clan. Ling Xiao had seen Pangu Yang and the others in the reincarnation realm before. He was also very familiar with the bloodline aura in their bodies, so it was easy for him to recognize it. It was just that although the Pangu clan was an ancient clan and was incomparably powerful, they seemed to have offended some experts. As a result, they were planted with a bloodline curse and exiled to the lower realm. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel the power of the bloodline curse on Tiangang's body. He also didn't know why Tiangang was in Ares College. Tiangang's real name was probably Pangu Tiangang. Junior Brother Long, it seems like I was wrong. Your physical body is indeed very strong. Tiangang took a deep look at Ling Xiao. Not only did he not show any signs of depression due to his failure, but the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. Boom, powerful blood energy rose around his body as if some mysterious power had been triggered. His injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his physical body gradually recovered to its peak. The bloody hole in Tiangang's chest shone brightly as a mysterious aura intertwined. His blood and qi became more vigorous as his injuries healed rapidly. Behind Tiangang, the void trembled as if there was a heavenly drum beating on everyone's heart. The mysterious rhythm made everyone's blood boil as if they were about to explode. A mysterious figure appeared behind Tiangang as if it was an ancient innate god. It emitted a vast and mysterious aura as it appeared behind Tiangang. Junior brother Long, your physical body is indeed strong. However, my strongest point isn't my physical body. Let me see how strong you are in other aspects. Tiangang's eyes seemed to have turned into a pure gold color, majestic and mysterious. He said slowly as he slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao. Boom, heaven and earth trembled, the heavenly dipper and the innate godly spirit behind him seemed to have merged into one. Boundless laws of nature rose up, forming blazing flames, peerless lightning, freezing ice, and raging seawater. All of these intertwined together to form a vast power that exploded outwards. At this moment, Tiangang seemed to have become a supreme emperor who ruled over the world. His anger could shock the world. This is Heavenly God's secret technique? Someone trembled as he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Heavenly God's secret technique? Is this the Heavenly God's secret technique that is known as the 19th secret technique of the Heavenly God's secret technique? But weren't these ancient secret techniques lost long ago? Where did senior brother Tiangang get this from? Everyone's hearts trembled as they found it difficult to calm down. According to legends, the 108 secret techniques of the ancient era contained the ultimate secrets of heaven and earth. They were extremely powerful and had been passed down from the ancient era until now. Most of the secret techniques had been lost. Just like the divine world's 12 immortal sacred grounds, they relied on 12 flawless secret techniques to establish themselves. They were powerful to the extreme. The 19th secret technique of Tiangang, the Heavenly God's secret technique, was known to be able to mobilize the power of the ancient gods. It was terrifying to the extreme. Heavenly God's secret technique? Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a bright light. The wordless heavenly book in his body was excited as it emitted waves of urgency, as if it was eager to retrieve the Heavenly God's secret technique. Boom, Ling Xiao took a big gulp and swallowed all the endless divine light around him. His body was full of divine power, and his strength began to skyrocket. A blazing blade light swept across the void. Ling Xiao slashed at Tiangang. The 7 styles of judgment clashed with the divine God's secret technique, and the blazing blade radiance bloomed in front of everyone. However, when Astral Vault's palm imprint landed, there seemed to be the silhouettes of 3,000 gods appearing behind him. Boundless divine energy infused Astral Vault's body, causing his palm to emit fluctuations of immortality. Crack, the resplendent saber light directly exploded, and Ling Xiao was also sent flying by Tiangang's palm. Ling Xiao's arms trembled, and the divine power in his body boiled. His eyes flashed with divine light. Tiangong's Tianqian secret technique seemed to be extremely compatible with his own bloodline, allowing him to explode with terrifying power. Ling Xiao flew back, but a golden divine dragon flew out from his palm and charged towards Tiangang. Boom! Boom! Boom, intense vibrations resounded across the sky, and the energy fluctuations around Tiangang became even more terrifying. His entire body was infused with the power of the ancient gods. Although he wasn't a divine king, his strength was even more terrifying than a divine king. He continued to attack Ling Xiao fiercely. This isn't the complete divine god secret technique. It's incomplete. Otherwise, it should be able to raise Tiangong's cultivation by a whole realm. Tong Yuan said slowly, and his eyes were incomparably deep. Among the 108 secret techniques, every secret technique was extremely mysterious and had different uses. For example, when the complete divine god secret technique was used, Tiangang would be able to raise his cultivation by a whole realm after receiving the support of the ancient gods. He would be able to unleash the power of a great circle divine king, and he would probably be able to defeat Ling Xiao in a single blow. However, even if it was an incomplete secret technique, it was enough to raise Tiangong's strength by 1 or 2 small realms. Tiangang and Ling Xiao seemed to have returned to the level where they were evenly matched, and they started a great battle of accumulation. Although Ling Xiao had a few secret techniques, he couldn't display them in front of everyone. Otherwise, no matter how strong the divine god's secret technique was, he would be invincible as long as he used the sky-devouring secret technique. Kill. Ling Xiao's body emitted a dazzling radiance, and blood qi filled the air. His eyes seemed to have a sharp blade radiance flickering. He displayed the 7 styles of judgment, and turned into a heavenly emperor that ruled over all living things, and engaged in an intense battle with Tiangang. Under the pressure of the divine god's secret technique, Ling Xiao could feel that his comprehension of the 7 styles of judgment was getting deeper and deeper. Even his physical body was showing signs of breaking through again. Boom, Ling Xiao and Tiangang clashed fiercely once again. Endless divine light soared into the sky, and the two of them were like divine dragons, fighting from the sky to the ground. Wherever they went, heaven and earth would crumble, and everything would turn into dust. Ling Xiao used the 7 styles of judgment to fight against Tiangang, and he was under great pressure. His body seemed to be emitting traces of blood mist. Bang! Tiangang threw out a punch, and a terrifying divine shadow appeared behind him. It was as if it was supported by the heavens, and it made his strength even more terrifying. Although Ling Xiao tried his best to resist, Tiangong's punch still landed on his arm. His arm trembled, and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his bones seemed to be broken. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with sharpness. He used 9 blades in a row, and each blade was like a heavenly river that traversed the void. The 9 blade rivers fell on Tiangang, forming an incomparably terrifying blade domain. Tiangang also let out a long roar. His voice was ancient and vast, as if it had a mysterious resonance with heaven and earth. The more he fought, the braver he became. Bathed in the blade river that filled the sky, his fist was earth-shattering. It broke through the terrifying blade light and landed on Ling Xiao's body with extreme speed. Boom! Ling Xiao's body shook violently, and he was suddenly sent flying. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At this point in the battle, Ling Xiao was finally injured. Is Long Outyen going to lose? Everyone couldn't help but feel refreshed. Tiangong's current aura was too terrifying. Although he was still in the great circle of the heavenly god realm, his strength had already surpassed the strength of an ordinary divine king. He was like a demon god that could destroy heaven and earth, and it made everyone tremble with fear. Naturally, Ling Xiao's fate was sealed in everyone's eyes. As for the previous time when Ling Xiao injured Tiangang, when everyone thought about it, it was probably because Ling Xiao used some kind of forbidden technique. However, as time passed, his strength immediately declined. Kacha, blazing lightning bloomed around Tiangong's body. His eyes were filled with battle intent, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao. How terrifying! Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as their bodies began to tremble. Tiangang's fist landed on Ling Xiao's head. Endless lightning bolts enveloped the entire world as if it was the tribulation of the God King. Its terrifying aura was not much weaker than Zhou Daoji's tribulation of the God King. Could Ling Xiao really withstand it? Everyone's heart was filled with questions. Roar! At that moment, a majestic dragon roar resounded through the sky. It contained an ancient, majestic, and mysterious aura. Within the dazzling lightning bolts, a golden vortex rose up and devoured all the lightning bolts in the sky. Ling Xiao looked solemn and dignified. He was neither sad nor happy. The aura around him had reached its peak at this moment. The space between his eyebrows, his heart, and his dantian erupted with a resplendent light at the same time. A golden divine dragon rose from his body and circled around him, erupting with an incomparably majestic energy fluctuation. Ling Xiao felt as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. It was as if he had been freed from an endless shackle. His entire body felt relaxed and at ease. The blood in his body boiled and rose up like a dragon. Behind his head, a 7-colored divine light appeared. It was like the light of Buddha. It made him look even more majestic and mysterious. That's the triple deity dragon? Lu Jingfeng and Wang Lin both shuddered. They could not help but exclaim as their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao had broken through the 5th level of the indestructible war body. the triple deity dragon realm, rumble, Ling Xiao's aura surged to the extreme. His gaze was extremely sharp. He also threw out a punch. The fist imprint was like a divine dragon flying out, emitting endless divine light as it blasted towards Tiangang. That dragon was surrounded by 7-colored divine light. It looked ancient and mysterious, causing the sky to tremble violently. Boom, Tiangang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Even with the support of the gods, he could not withstand this kind of power. The mysterious runes around him exploded. The punch landed on his shoulder and broke his arm. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Tiangang coughed out blood and was sent flying for thousands of feet. Roar, a clear dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, only Ling Xiao's figure was left in the sky. He stood tall and upright, with a divine dragon coiling around him. His eyes were clear as he looked disdainfully at the world. This brat is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. He actually used the pressure of Heaven's Star to break through to the triple god's dragon transformation realm. I like it. Ha ha ha. Hanli looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration and amazement. Everyone was agitated, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The battle between Ling Xiao and Astral Vault was full of twists and turns, ups and downs, making the audience feel incomparably satisfied. There were even many disciples who developed a fanatical worship for Ling Xiao and Astral Vault. Perfected Divine Dragon Body and Level 5 Indestructible War Body. This feels great. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled. No one knew that Ling Xiao's indestructible battle body had not only reached the 5th level of the Triple God Transformation stage, but his Divine Dragon Body had also reached the Great Perfection stage. Originally, with Ling Xiao's cultivation speed, it would take at least a few more years of tempering to reach the Great Perfection stage. However, in the battle with Astral Vault, under Astral Vault's powerful pressure and Ling Xiao's suppression, both of these peerless martial arts had finally broken through. Ling Xiao's current physical body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Although he had not entered the Divine King realm, Ling Xiao's current physical strength was enough to sweep away ordinary Divine King realm powerhouses. The combination of the Divine Dragon Body and Level 5 Indestructible Battle Body allowed Ling Xiao's physical body to reach an extreme. However, the aura of the Triple God's Transformation stage concealed everything. No one could see that Ling Xiao had also cultivated the Divine Dragon Body. Moreover, he had also broken through. Boom, blood energy rose around Astral Vault's body, and the power of the Heavenly God's secret skill erupted. His arm that was smashed by Ling Xiao also began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Junior brother Long, you've become stronger. Perhaps you've already surpassed me. Why don't we settle this in one blow? Astral Vault looked deeply at Ling Xiao and said. His intuition was very sharp. The current Ling Xiao gave him the feeling that he was countless times more dangerous than before. He could faintly feel that Ling Xiao's indestructible battle body was not as simple as breaking through to level 5. Alright. Then let's settle this in one blow. Ling Xiao nodded calmly. He and Astral Vault did not have any deep hatred. They were just sparring. There was no need to fight to the death. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao went all out, he believed that no matter how many trump cards Astral Vault had, he would definitely die. Big brother, this Long Outyin can't really defeat Astral Vault, right? Lu Wenqing's face was very ugly as he said unwillingly. It's hard to say. After all, this is just a sparring match. It's not a fight to the death. Maybe Astral Vault will be defeated by Long Outyin. Lu Wu said indifferently, and there seemed to be a black light flickering in his eyes. Astral Vault is too weak. Lu Yan also complained with some dissatisfaction. They were looking forward to seeing Long Outyin suffer a crushing defeat. Unfortunately, it seemed like Astral Vault would not let them get what they wanted. Settle this in one blow? Interesting. Han Li's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He originally thought that after Ling Xiao broke through, there would be an intense battle between him and Astral Vault. He did not expect that the battle would end so quickly. The gazes of Tong Yuan and the rest also landed on the two of them. Boom, Astral Vault's eyes suddenly became incomparably deep, as if it contained a chaotic world. An ancient and vicissitude aura filled the air. A mysterious force rose from his body and merged with the Heavenly God's secret skill. It was as if an incomparably terrifying force had erupted. The power of Pangu's bloodline? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. As expected, Astral Vault was going all out. For this, he did not hesitate to unseal a trace of Pangu's bloodline power. At the same time, the Heavenly God's secret skill and the immortal war body were activated, making him extremely terrifying. Boom, Astral Vault's palm swept across the sky. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost their color. The wind and clouds stirred, and the sun and moon lost their light. Astral Vault's palm covered the sky. The 3,000 gods behind him roared at the same time. Divine light gushed out as if it was going to destroy the world. This was Astral Vault's strongest attack. Ling Zhao's powerful pressure made him boil. Good. Ling Zhao's punch didn't seem to contain the slightest bit of smoke and fire. It was simple and indifferent, but the power of the punch enveloped the entire world. It was as if the Tao of nature was the closest to the heavenly Tao. It was simple and indifferent, but it encompassed the surrounding void. Rumble, Ling Zhao's punch and Tiangang's palm collided. Instantly, it was as if the sky had exploded, and endless divine light burst out. The void trembled violently, and tiny cracks appeared, emitting black light. It was terrifying to the extreme. That's a crack in the void? How could their attack be so powerful? Someone exclaimed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. One had to know that the space in the divine world was incomparably sturdy. Even God King experts couldn't break through the restrictions of space. Only saint experts could use supreme strength to tear the void apart. Now, the huge collision between Ling Xiao and Tiangang caused the world to tremble, and cracks appeared in the void, completely shocking everyone. Perhaps, those peerless geniuses in the immortal sacred grounds could also tear the void apart when they were in the God King realm. However, Ling Xiao and Tiangang were only in the great circle of the heavenly God realm. This terrifying scene left everyone dumbfounded. Boom, unparalleled divine light burst out and countless abnormal phenomena were annihilated. Even the void of 3,000 gods and devils behind Heavenly Dipper disappeared. In the void, only Ling Zhao's punch was left. It was simple, natural, mysterious, and vast. That was a punch that reached the limit of the physical body, shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. In the end, the fist landed on Astral Vault's body. Astral Vault's blood chi surged as boundless divine light erupted. Powerful runes bloomed one after another, turning into an incomparably vast barrier in an attempt to block Ling Zhao's fist. Gotcha, however, the explosion of the punch also broke the barrier. As if struck by lightning, Tiangang's body trembled violently. Then, he was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Long, you've won. Tiangang's face was incomparably pale, but his eyes were incomparably bright. He laughed heartily, and he didn't seem to be affected by his defeat. Not only that, Tiangang's eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. It was a feeling of excitement after seeing a prey, as though he had found a worthy opponent. Thanks for letting me win, senior brother Tiangang. Ling Xiao cupped his fists at Tiangang and smiled. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao and the Panga clan could be considered to be fated. Ever since he obtained the reincarnation sacred art from Pangu Chu, he had met the Panga clan in the reincarnation realm, and finally, he met Tiangang in the divine world. The Panga clan was also a powerful ancient clan in the god realm. However, it seemed that they had offended some big shot a few million years ago, and the Panga clan had disappeared from the god realm for a long time. Ling Xiao did not expect that Tiangang, a member of the Panga clan, would appear in Ares College and seal his own bloodline power. Ling Xiao had a deep understanding of the Panga clan's terrifying physical body. He believed that if Tiangang undid all the seals, his physical body might not necessarily be much weaker than Ling Xiao's. Tiangang was defeated. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became the new number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Senior brother Tiangang actually lost? Wang Lin and Lu Jingfeng were in a daze. They could not accept it. In their hearts, senior brother Tiangang had always been an invincible existence. It was so in Ares College, and it was the same even when facing the geniuses of other colleges. But now, he had been defeated by Ling Xiao. They were not the only ones. Many people in Ares College who admired Tiangang could not accept this result. Ha ha ha. Big brother won. Big brother is the number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Let's see who dares to offend us in the future. Yi Liangchen laughed arrogantly with a smug look on his face. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. Doesn't this mean that I have no hope of turning the tables? The black donkey mumbled at the side. It looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. It was a genius of the Draconic Horse clan and had always been arrogant. In its opinion, only a peerless great emperor was qualified to make it a mount. If it was not for the emperor's request, it would not follow Ling Xiao. It was even holding back its anger, hoping that one day, its strength would surpass Ling Xiao's, then it would beat Ling Xiao up and make Ling Xiao its mount. But now, it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve this wish. Why am I so happy? Did water enter my brain after being this bastard's mount for so long? This is not a good thing. The black donkey mumbled to itself, its face full of vigilance. Tiangang has been defeated. But Aries College will definitely be able to get into the top 10 or even the top 3 in the academy tournament. Tong Yuan smiled slightly, not taking Tiangong's defeat to heart. This generational tournament had made him extremely happy. Zhou Daoji had broken through to the Divine King realm, and the battle between Tiangang and Ling Xiao had caused an uproar. Tong Yuan had seen a possibility. One had to know that in the previous academy tournament, Aries College had always been at the bottom. This time, they could finally hold their heads high. That's right. Long Outyan and Tiangang are not divine kings, but they are stronger than divine kings. Ordinary divine kings are no match for them. It would be best if they could break through to the divine king realm before the academy tournament. Then, we might even be able to get first place, let alone the top 3. Hanli said with a smile. First place? Tong Yuan's eyes lit up, but then he laughed bitterly. Getting first place in the academy tournament was too difficult. The academy tournament covered all 10 celestial domains, and almost half of the deity realm's peerless geniuses had participated. If one could get first place in the tournament, the war god's temple would probably immediately groom them like a holy son. Let's give it a try. There are still a few months before the academy tournament. The deity's lake and the god of war pagoda are open to them. Let's see how far they can go. Hanli said slowly. All right. Tong Yuan nodded and said. After Ling Xiao defeated Tiangang, the generational tournament was nearing its end. Although there were still people who chose to challenge the other two, with Ling Xiao and Tiangang in front of them, most of the Aries College disciples seemed to have suffered a blow. Even their battle seemed somewhat perfunctory. Tiangang did not choose to fight. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to heal himself while carefully comprehending his gains from the battle. Just as Tong Yuan was about to announce the end of the generational tournament, Ling Xiao stood up once again. Lu Wu, have you forgotten about our deathmatch? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wu indifferently. A deathmatch? Nonsense. Tong Yuan's expression turned ugly. Lu Wu had already broken through to the Divine King realm. With such talent, he would be able to get a decent ranking in the academy tournament. Tong Yuan naturally did not want to hurt anyone. Dean, I remember that after the generational competition, we can have a battle to the death, right? Between Lu Wu and me, only one can survive. So please allow us to have a battle to the death. Ling Xiao said calmly as if he did not see Tong Yuan's ugly expression. That's right. We really need to settle this. Lu Wu said calmly. His eyes were deep, as if there was a black light shooting out from them. It was cold and indifferent, as if it could see through people's hearts. Is there really no way to resolve the hatred between the two of you? Must you have a battle to the death? Tong Yuan sighed as he smiled bitterly. Although Lu Wu had broken through to the Divine King realm, everyone had seen Ling Xiao's strength. No one thought that Lu Wu was a match for Ling Xiao. If it was a battle to the death, Lu Wu might die at Ling Xiao's hands. Dean, Lu Wu, and I will fight to the death, regardless of who wins or loses. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Not to mention that Lu Wu had the inheritance of time and menstruation, Lu Wu had tried to kill Ling Xiao several times. It was impossible for the two of them to coexist. Moreover, Lu Wu had a reason for Ling Xiao to kill him. Lu Wu said calmly, Dean, this battle to the death is unavoidable. Tong Yuan smiled bitterly and said, all right then, the two of you can enter the deity arena. Although Tong Yuan did not want to see Ling Xiao and Lu Wu fight to the death, he could not stop it. Even if he stopped it, the two of them would probably fight again once they left Ares College. Rather than that, it would be better to let them settle their grudges in Ares College. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ling Xiao and Lu Wu leaped into the air, turning into two streaks of light, one gold and one black, as they entered the deity arena. Long Outyan is going to have a battle to the death with Lu Wu? I wonder who will win. After all, there are too many factors in a battle to the death. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Isn't that obvious? Long Outyan will definitely win. Even Big Dipper Sr. was defeated by Long Outyan. Although Lu Wu has broken through to the Divine King realm, it will be difficult for him to defeat Long Outyan. That's hard to say. The strength of each of the 9 great kings is extremely strong. When they are sparring, they are unable to use their full strength. They all have trump cards, but when it comes to a real life and death battle, it's hard to say. Let's hope Long Outyan wins. If he dies at the hands of Lu Wu, it will be a great loss to Ares College. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Initially, everyone had calmed down after the battle between Tiangang and Long Outyan had ended. However, this battle of life and death had caused everyone's heart to be on edge again. The generational competition this time was really full of twists and turns. There were too many accidents. Long Outyan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. But today, you still have to die. Lu Wu said calmly as a dim light flickered in his eyes. Oh? Are you that confident that you can kill me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Your talent is very strong. In time, I'm afraid it's not impossible for you to become a saint. Unfortunately, you don't know how to hide your strength. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You're courting death, so you can't blame others. Lu Wu said calmly, but there was a deeper meaning in his words. Oh? You're so confident after breaking through to the Divine King realm? Or do you have other means to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wu curiously. At the same time, his guess was confirmed. Lu Wu said indifferently, you'll know soon enough. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Lu Wu, a battle of life and death is not a battle of words. No matter what scheme you have, take my fist first. Rumble, as soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the blood chi around him exploded like a dragon. A dazzling fist was blasted towards Lu Wu. After his divine dragon body and indestructible war body had reached perfection, Ling Xiao's physical body had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, he didn't need to use any martial arts at all. His casual attack was comparable to a divine king's strength. You're courting death. Lu Wu's eyes were cold as he said indifferently. He also launched a counterattack, Kacha, a dazzling rune rose from his palm. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, and lightning flashed. Dazzling thunderbolts fell from the 9 heavens, suppressing Ling Xiao. Those thunderbolts intertwined with each other as if they had turned into a vast 5 elements millstone. It was majestic and powerful. That was the 5 thunder heavenly spirit technique. Ling Xiao noticed that Lu Wu had also cultivated the 5 thunder heavenly spirit technique to completion. Rumble, Ling Xiao's punch was purely based on his physical strength. The fist covered the sky and shattered the thunderbolts in the sky. An earth-shattering collision broke out. One had to admit that the 5 thunder heavenly spirit technique that Lu Wu had used with his divine king realm strength was extremely terrifying. It was comparable to the combat strength of a divine king realm expert. However, it was a pity that he had met Ling Xiao. The fist erupted with boundless light, and it tore through the layers of lightning and blasted the 5-element millstone into pieces. After that, it smashed down towards Lu Wu's chest with an imposing aura like a rainbow. Lu Wu's expression changed slightly. Black light shone from his palm and a black ancient sword appeared. The sword radiance engulfed the heavens and the earth as it slashed towards Ling Xiao's arm. It was a sage-to-be treasure. Lu Wu had used the sage-to-be treasure to display the great wilderness sword principle. Not only was the sword radiance extremely fast, but it also exuded a mysterious aura that enveloped Ling Xiao. That was the power of the menstrual period. Since it was a battle of life and death, it would be a battle to the death. Not to mention a sage-to-be treasure, even a legendary emperor weapon would not be hidden. The mysterious power of time wanted to bind Ling Xiao's entire being. Ling Xiao had already expected that. His expression was still calm. However, a dazzling rune flew out from his palm. The power of the menstrual period erupted and counteracted the power of the menstrual period. At the same time, on Ling Xiao's fist, numerous blood and chi dragons burst forth and collided violently with the black ancient sword. Buzz, the black ancient sword buzzed and vibrated. A powerful force erupted and Lu Wu's arm trembled violently. It was as if he could not hold the black ancient sword firmly and his arm became numb. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity and punched Lu Wu's shoulder. Crack, a crisp sound was heard. Lu Wu's arm was fractured. Accompanied by a flash of blood, Ling Xiao swept his leg out like a divine whip and hit Lu Wu's chest. Lu Wu's chest was swept by the terrifying divine power and directly caved in. Lu Wu spat out a mouthful of blood and was immediately sent flying. Kill! Lu Wu roared at the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. His hair erupted like streaks of light as he radiated with an extremely terrifying presence. Boom, a powerful life force gushed out from Lu Wu's body, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. His aura also began to soar. Lu Wu's eyes actually turned gold and silver. A golden divine sun flew out from one of his eyes, and a silver full moon flew out from the other. They intertwined and spun like a yin and yang taiji diagram, bursting with boundless killing intent as they shot towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. What? Everyone shuddered. They originally thought that Lu Wu was definitely going to lose, but they never thought that Lu Wu would actually counterattack. What kind of eye technique is that? It seems like it can suck in a person's soul? Someone said with a trembling voice. Disbelief filled their eyes. Chaotic mist rose up in the air. Lu Wu's eyes were extremely strange. They seemed like the eyes of an ancient demon god. They wanted to take away a person's life and dictate their life and death. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as well. He sensed a great threat. Without even thinking about it, he directly used a secret technique of movement. With a flash of light, he directly moved over 10,000 meters away, dodging the resplendent streak of light. Rumble, where Ling Xiao had originally been, a towering mountain was instantly reduced to nothingness by that beam of divine light. Moreover, the danger did not vanish. The golden sun and silver moon intertwined like the light of ascension. They shone with boundless brilliance as they continued to shoot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used a secret technique of movement. He moved around as golden light revolved around him. He swept across the sky, but the streak of light still pursued him closely. Break! A God King artifact sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and it immediately flew towards the streak of light. At the same time, Ling Xiao directly detonated it. Rumble, the explosion of a God King artifact was like the explosion of a God King. It immediately turned into a scorching storm, sweeping away the streak of light and destroying it at the same time. Long Out Yin, you must die. No one can save you today. Lu Wu's voice was extremely cold. Chaotic chi poured out of his eyes as he blinked, causing the sky to change color. A ray of seven-colored light shot out from his eyes, silently shooting towards Ling Xiao's forehead. The seven-colored divine light did not cause any disturbance, but it seemed to be able to destroy one's primordial spirit and destroy all life. This is the seven souls dispersing light? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. Lu Wu actually used the seven soul dispersing light. This was the innate ability of the heavenly devil race. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even Ling Xiao was helpless against it. And it was precisely because of it that Jinsei lost her past memories. You really are the evil spawn of the demon race. Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as steel, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lu Wu. Whoosh! The seven souls dispersing soul light shot straight into Ling Xiao's forehead. It was so fast that no one could block it. When he used the seven souls dispersing soul light, Lu Wu even used a secret technique to distort space, so no one could see what the seven souls dispersing soul light was. Everyone only saw a beautiful explosion of light, and Ling Xiao's forehead was hit. Ling Xiao did not dodge, because he did not need to. Boom, the seven souls dispersing soul light entered Ling Xiao's forehead, but before it could explode, it was swallowed by the wordless heavenly tome. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with a cold smile. He believed that even a divine king would die under the seven souls dispersing soul light, let alone Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao died, he did not need to take that final step. He could completely replace Ling Xiao's position. However, the smile on Lu Wu's face quickly froze. Ling Xiao's eyes were still clear. He looked at Lu Wu indifferently, and there was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. After the seven souls dispersing soul light entered between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? How can you block the seven souls dispersing soul light? That's impossible. Lu Wu went completely crazy, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That was the seven souls dispersing soul light, the most powerful gift of the Heavenly Fiend clan. In order to kill Ling Xiao, Lu Wu did not hesitate to ask that big shot to increase the power of the seven souls dispersing soul light. According to that big shot, not to mention Ling Xiao, even someone at the peak of the Divine King realm would die without a doubt. However, Lu Wu did not expect that Ling Xiao would have such a heaven-defying treasure like the wordless heavenly tome. The seven souls dispersing soul light was simply a gift to him. Nothing is impossible. Lu Wu, it seems that I was right. You are indeed an evil creature of the demon clan. The seven souls dispersing soul light, TSK, and the gift of the Heavenly Fiend clan. I am very curious now. Are you a spy planted by the Heavenly Fiend clan in Ares College? Or have you voluntarily surrendered to the demon clan and abandoned your human bloodline? Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to materialize. Ling Xiao's words directly penetrated the enchantment of the deity battle arena and reached the ears of everyone in Ares College. What? As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Lu Wu was actually from the demon clan? How could this be? The seven souls dispersing soul light. It seems that he is an evil remnant of the demon clan. Elders, follow me to kill this evil creature. Tong Yuan's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. In an instant, he leaped into the sky and pounced towards the deity battle arena. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook violently. With Tong Yuan as the leader, Han Li, Lu Feng, and the other deity kings, as well as the other deity kings, leaped into the sky, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. The enchantment of the deity battle arena shattered, and Ling Xiao and Lu Wu appeared in front of everyone. Lu Wu was also targeted by Tong Yuan and the others, ready to unleash a killing blow at any time. With Tong Yuan and Han Li's knowledge, they naturally recognized the seven souls dispersing soul light. Previously, they were still a little doubtful, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, they no longer had any doubts and immediately attacked with incomparable decisiveness. In fact, Tong Yuan was incomparably glad that Lu Wu had been exposed. Otherwise, with Lu Wu's talent, if he had entered the combat god temple, the destruction and influence that he would have caused would have been immeasurable. Over the years, there had been a few cases of spies from the demon clan infiltrating the realm of the gods. The most sensational one was millions of years ago, when a peerless genius from the demon clan actually infiltrated the Samsara temple, and even became a sage in the realm of the gods. If not for the fact that he was discovered by the Samsara temple sect treasure, he might have been able to continue hiding. However, that demon sage had also caused great destruction. After successfully escaping from the Samsara temple, he had killed countless people in the realm of the gods, and had caused a boundless amount of bloodshed. In the end, the sages from the 12 Holy Lands joined forces to kill him, and only when his soul was destroyed did it finally come to an end. Who would have thought that Ares College was also hiding a demon remnant? Long Out Yin, how did you find out that I am a demon? Lu Wu stared at Ling Xiao and asked coldly, as if he did not see Tong Yuan and the others. From Ling Xiao's words, he could tell that Ling Xiao had probably already discovered his identity as a demon long ago. It's simple. In the god-devil space, I killed a genius of the heavenly devil clan, Bo Jia, as well as a demon god king. I'm quite sensitive to the aura of the heavenly devil clan, so when I fought with you 2 months ago, I already knew something was wrong, but at that time I was not completely sure. Until today, when you tried to kill me with the seven-soul dispersal light, I was finally sure that you are a demon. Ling Xiao said indifferently, his expression incomparably calm. In fact, Ling Xiao did not sense Lu Wu's aura. Lu Wu hid it too well, but Ling Xiao used the incomplete secret technique of fate and the wordless heavenly book to sense that something was wrong with Lu Wu, so he kept an eye on him. Who would have thought? So many years of hard work have been ruined in a single day. Long Outyin, you really deserve to die. But I still have a question. My seven-soul dispersal light is something that even a peak divine king could not resist. How did you come out unscathed? Lu Wu stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. This was the most puzzling thing in his heart. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I have already answered one of your questions, so you should answer one of mine. Are you a demon or a human who has surrendered to the demon race? After hearing Ling Xiao's question, Lu Wu fell silent for a moment. His eyes revealed a trace of struggle and complexity. He slowly said, 10 years ago, I was still a human. Ling Xiao nodded. He already understood. Something must have happened to Lu Wu 10 years ago that made him decide to abandon his human identity and surrender to the demon race. Although Tong Yuan's expression was still cold, he was relieved in his heart. Luckily, Lu Wu was a human who had defected to the demon race. Otherwise, if he had been a demon race remnant from the start and had entered Ares College without being discovered after so many years, then Tong Yuan would have really been punished by the War God Temple. At the very least, it would have been hard to absolve himself of the blame. However, there was still room to salvage the situation. As long as Lu Wu was captured, it would be even better if he could interrogate a few more demons. Many disciples of Ares College were also in an uproar. Lu Wu surrendered to the demon race 10 years ago? Damn it. Such a person is one of the 9 kings of Ares College? We must kill him and avenge our brothers who died at the hands of the demon race. It's all thanks to Long Outyin. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to discover his true identity. That's too scary. The disciples were all filled was a lingering fear, still lingering fear. There was actually a scum who had defected to the demon race by his side, anyone would feel scared in their heart. Who knows when Lu Wu would kill him? At this moment, Lu Wenqing had a dazed expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Clearly, he didn't know that his big brother had actually defected to the devil race. Lu was not was that the demon was that? Lu Wenqing did not resist. At this moment, his heart was like dead ashes. Now, can you tell me how you neutralized the seven-soul dispersal light? Lu Wu did not seem to have given up on this question and asked Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao did not answer him directly. Instead, he smiled faintly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Lu Wu, the dean and the elders have already locked onto you. Logically speaking, you should be dead for sure. But seeing how relaxed you look, I'm afraid you still have a trump card, right? Let me guess what your trump card is. Did you open the path to the demon realm and allow the demon race to descend? Or do you have a treasure that allows you to escape? Or do you have other tricks up your sleeves? Ling Zhao's words caused Tong Yuan, Han Li, and the rest to change their expressions. They had also noticed this. Lu Wu was too calm. He was so calm that it made their hair stand on end. Either Lu Wu was an idiot, or Lu Wu had a trump card. Regardless of which of the possibilities Ling Xiao mentioned, it was highly likely that the entire Ares College would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Kill him! Tong Yuan roared. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. An ancient golden sword appeared in his hand and slashed down at Lu Wu. Rumble. Vast holy light filled the air, causing the sky to tremble violently. This sword seemed to be able to wipe out everything, holy treasure, a flawless holy treasure. As the dean of Ares College, the ancient golden sword in Tong Yuan's hand was a flawless holy treasure with unparalleled power. Lu Wu was about to be killed by the sword. Rumble. At this moment, Lu Wu's body suddenly emitted an extremely terrifying and monstrous aura. Rays of black demonic light soared as his black hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with disdain and cruelty. His entire aura had greatly changed. Lu Wu slashed down with his palm. Suddenly, there was a surge of heaven and earth energy. An invisible blade of light slashed down on the ancient golden sword. Rumble, unparalleled holy light exploded. The ancient sword in Tong Yuan's hand buzzed and was sent flying. Lu Wu's figure flashed. His speed was extremely fast. He dodged Han Li and the rest's attack and appeared on a mountain peak tens of thousands of feet away. Ha ha ha. Long Outyin, you are indeed very smart. I am getting more and more curious about you. But even if you guessed it, so what? Today, not only you, but the entire Ares College will be buried with you. Luwu laughed loudly. His voice was like thunder that shook the void. His eyes became incomparably cold, and his entire body emitted a monstrous demonic light. Moreover, strands of holy radiance spread out, making him look like an invincible demon saint. He emitted an aura that made people tremble all over. Have you really made up your mind? An old voice sounded in Luwu's mind. I have. In order to survive, so what if I have to betray the human race? What does the destruction of heaven and earth have to do with me? I will lend you this body. I only want Long Out Yin and the lives of everyone in Ares College. Luwu replied in a somewhat deranged manner. As you wish. The old voice sounded. Following that, Luwu felt a mysterious force enter his body and completely take over his body. His aura also increased rapidly. Soon, it reached an unfathomable level, causing the heaven and earth to tremble violently. The great existence in Luwu's body had taken over his body. You are not Luwu. Who are you? Ling Zhao's body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. He could see that Luwu's aura had changed greatly. His entire person had become extremely arrogant and majestic. His eyes were filled with cruelty and madness. His aura had far surpassed Tong Yuan's and Han Li's. It was as if an ancient demon emperor had awakened. Everyone's heart trembled. I'm Bo Yu. Little brat, I'm afraid you don't recognize me. 1,000,000 years have passed and I'm back. This time, let's celebrate my return with the flesh and blood of everyone in Ares College. Luwu glanced at Ling Zhao emotionlessly and said with some emotion. His eyes were indifferent and deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. The aura he exuded made Ling Zhao feel extremely threatened. You are Demon Saint Bo Yu? How is this possible? Didn't your soul completely disperse? Hearing Luwu's words, Tong Yuan's body shook violently. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face was filled with horror. Demon Saint Bo Yu is the traitor of the Samsara Temple 1,000,000 years ago, the one who caused all the bloodshed? Han Li and the other elders from Ares College also had a change in expression. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was a peerless, ruthless person 1,000,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he was still alive and had attached himself to Luwu's body? Thinking of this, everyone's hair stood on end. Demon Saint Bo Yu? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had found information about Demon Saint Bo Yu from the Scarlet Dragon War God's memories. He was a figure from the same era as the Scarlet Dragon War God, a peerless genius of the Samsara Temple. However, it was later discovered that he was a spy of the demon tribe. After betraying the Samsara Temple, he caused a huge amount of bloodshed. In the end, he was besieged by the saints of the 12 Holy Lands, and his soul was completely destroyed. No one would have thought that he was still alive. My soul was destroyed? Ha ha ha. Do you think that trash can kill me? The 12 Holy Lands, I will destroy them one by one. The War God Temple will be the first. Demon Saint Bo Yu laughed out loud, his eyes filled with killing intent that soared to the heavens. 1,000,000 years ago, he was seriously injured. His physical body was destroyed, and his soul was almost destroyed. If he had not used a secret technique to fake his death, he would not have survived. In the past 1,000,000 years, Demon Saint Bo Yu had almost died in order to recover his strength. 10 years ago, in a secret realm, he saved Lu Wu and persuaded Lu Wu to betray the human tribe and implant the heavenly demon tribe's bloodline in him. Demon Saint Bo Yu. So what if you're not dead? I'm afraid you don't even have the battle prowess of a devil saint anymore, right? As long as you're not a sage, you'll definitely die today. Han Li stared coldly at Demon Saint Bo Yu and said slowly. That's right. Dean, let's attack together and kill him. The other vice principals and elders also regained their senses at this moment. Their fighting spirit suppressed the fear in their hearts. After all, Demon Sage Bo Yu was probably just a primordial spirit now. Even if he was attached to Lu Wu, he could not burst out with too much strength. How ignorant. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Demon Saint Bo Yu's eyes flashed with disdain. Rumble, his body flashed, and he instantly turned into a beam of blazing demonic light. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared directly behind one of the vice presidents. Then, he reached out to grab him. Puff, the vice principal was unable to resist at all. A huge bloody hole appeared in his chest, and his heart was pulled out by Demon Saint Boyu. His entire body trembled, and he let out a miserable cry. Boom, his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was then devoured by Demon Saint Boyu. This made Demon Saint Boyu's aura become even stronger. The first one. The flesh and blood of the human race is really delicious. Demon Saint Boyu sneered. Damn it. Killing intent flashed in Han Li's eyes. A dragon-shaped battle saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed it at Demon Saint Boyu. Rumble, Tong Yuan's divine power surged as he activated Ares College's protective array. Above the 9 heavens, streaks of lightning intertwined as a terrifying murderous aura permeated the air. The surrounding mountains trembled violently as dozens of divine light pillars shot up into the clouds, forming a mysterious enchantment that trapped Boyu the Great Devil. Demon Saint Boyu. You really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, an old voice sounded. Swoosh. Swoosh, 2 figures flew over from the void, exuding extremely powerful auras. Their hair and beards were all white, and they had the demeanor of a transcendent being. They were none other than Elder Wu Chang and Elder Tai Tai. Void Pierce stage? Chonghe? You guys really showed up. However, you guys only have the combat power of a half-sage. Instead of hiding and waiting for death, you actually dare to show up? Demon Saint Boyu sneered, as if he was not surprised at all. He had possessed Lu Wu's body for so many years. Naturally, he knew Ares College very well. The true strength of Elder Wu Chang and Elder Tai Tai could not be hidden from him. Old bones like us naturally do not have the combat power we had in the past. However, you are only left with the body of your primordial spirit. So what if you have taken over Lu Wu's body? Ares College is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Elder Tai 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 said indifferently, and a trace of cold killing intent rose in his eyes. Rumble, powerful and vast energy burst out from the Elder on the arena and the Elder on the martial arts platform. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth had gathered on their bodies, making their auras incomparably mysterious. Rays of holy light permeated the air, making them look holy and powerful. The 2 of them locked onto Demon Saint Boyu, and a terrifying killing intent burst out from them. It was as if Demon Saint Boyu made the slightest move, they would launch a thunderous attack. At this moment, the 2 of them were somewhat impressed by Ling Xiao. Previously, it was Ling Xiao who had discovered that something was wrong with Lu Wu and told them. That was why they had been able to appear in time. Otherwise, Ares College would have been flooded with blood. Hee, you guys still don't know when death is at hand. Fine, today I will let you die with a clear understanding. Blood Demon, explode for me. Demon Saint Boyu's expression was incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. He abruptly roared. Boom. 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 At this moment, among the people of Ares College, dozens of blood-red lights shot up into the sky. Evil and terrifying demonic light shrouded the entire sky. One by one, the disciples of Ares College suddenly exploded. Crimson blood demons emanated from their bodies, exuding a terrifying aura as they flew towards Demon Saint Boyu. At this moment, Lu Wenqing and Lu Yan's bodies exploded as well. It was as if some kind of power had awakened in their bodies, and directly swallowed their primordial spirits, transforming them into blood demons. Most importantly, it was not just the ordinary disciples who had been transformed into blood demons. Deputy Dean Lu Feng was trembling all over. Streaks of blood-red light dissipated, and his eyes were filled with horror. He suddenly shouted, "Dean, save me!" Unfortunately, no one could save him. Just as his voice fell, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. A blood-red demonic shadow flew out, exuding a terrifying aura. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled as Demon Saint Boyu stood in the air, his body emitting a monstrous demonic light. Streams of blood chi gathered from all directions, forming a vast sea of blood behind him. Hundreds of disciples and elders in Ares College exploded at the same time, turning into blood demons, whizzing towards Demon Saint Boyu. As the blood light surged over, Demon Saint Boyu's aura became even more terrifying. Demon Saint Boyu, you're courting death. The Battle Elder and Wuzong Elder were completely enraged, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The eyes of Tong Yuan, Han Li, and the rest were bloodshot. Their eyes were burning with rage. These were all disciples of Ares College. Who would have thought that they would be implanted with demonic seeds by Boyu Demon Sage? At this moment, all of them had become the source of power for Boyu Demon Sage. Other than the disciples of Ares College, there were 3 Divine King Realm Elders who were also affected. Their blood vessels exploded as well, and they died tragically. No one had expected Demon Saint Boyu to not only hide in Lu Wu's body, but also plant so many pawns in Ares College. Losing so many disciples and elders in such a short period of time caused Tong Yuan and the others' faces to turn even uglier. Kill him. The Battle Elder and Wuzong Elder's eyes burned with murderous intent as they attacked instantly. They could feel Demon Saint Boyu's aura rising rapidly. If this continued, there would be unimaginable consequences. Rumble, the Battle Elder punched out. His fist was simple and unadorned, but it was extremely ferocious. It was like a resplendent sun exploding, containing unparalleled divine power. As the fist intent surged, it formed a vast fist Dao realm, suppressing Demon Saint Boyu. Buzz, an ancient sword appeared in Wuzong Elder's hand. The sound of the sword was crisp and clear, vibrating slightly in the void. As the sword vibrated, rings formed, as though they were the birth and destruction of worlds. They looked ethereal, but they contained an extremely pure sword intent. Holy Dao Realm. Is this the Holy Dao Realm? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could see that whether it was the martial arts elder's field of fist or martial arts elder's field of sword, it was as if they had opened up a new world around them, erupting with extremely terrifying power. If he continued to transform like this, there would come a day when his Saint Path domain would be able to interfere with this part of the world and even dominate the operation of the laws. He would become one with the world, and his words would become law. That would be the Supreme Sage Realm. If one were to say that Supreme Dao experts were like fish in the ocean, they were familiar with the water, understood the power of water, and could even borrow the power of water to swim and possess extremely fast speed. That half-saint expert was like a divine dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. He could summon the wind and rain, and his martial arts were psychic. As for true saints, they were like emperors who controlled the entire ocean. A word from them was the law of the world. A thought from them could shock the world and destroy all living things. Seeing the Arena Elder and Wuchang Elder make their moves, Ling Xiao had a clearer understanding of the road ahead. Void Pure Stage, Chonghe. If the 2 of you were still saints, I would naturally turn around and leave. However, the 2 of you have already fallen to the half-saint realm. I'm afraid the strength of the 5th revolution or the 6th revolution at most, right? You really don't know what death is. Devil Saint Boyu sneered. His eyes were filled with coldness. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sea of blood behind him rose. A huge blood-red fist mark soared into the sky. Blood light surged and blood devils wailed. It was as if this part of heaven and earth had turned into the world of blood devils. The blood-red fist mark seemed to be able to confuse people's minds. It set off a monstrous blood-red light and instantly collided with the Arena Elder, dyeing the domain of the Tao of Fist red. Asterisk crack. Asterisk light exploded in the void. All the fist lights that filled the sky were devoured by the sea of blood. The expression of the Arena Elder changed slightly. His arm trembled violently and he could not help but retreat. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Devil Saint Boyu's eyes were cold and indifferent. With a flick of his finger, a beam of blood-red light pierced through the void and shot directly at the ancient sword in Wuchang Elder's hand. Instantly, the sword light became dazzling. Wuchang Elder's body trembled and the sacred sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Nether Blood Devil Dao. Devil Saint Boyu shouted. Immediately, endless blood-red light gushed out from his body. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk it was as if a blood moon had exploded. Endless blood-red light swept down from the void and rushed towards the disciples and elders of Ares College. Not good. The expressions of the Arena Elder and Wuchang Elder changed. Holy light rose from their bodies and formed a dazzling barrier of light, blocking the blood-red light that filled the sky. Tong Yuan and Han Li both spat out mouthfuls of blood. Runes fell on the ground in all directions. Ares College's protective array had completely exploded. Asterisk roar. Asterisk asterisk roar. Asterisk asterisk roar. Asterisk dozens of dragon roars reverberated through the sky. Among the dozens of mountains surrounding Ares College, a golden divine dragon rose from each mountain. A total of 81 divine dragons gathered in the sky, forming a vast array of enchantments that protected everyone. This was the 9-dragon divine array. Its power was unparalleled. Legend had it that it could even kill a half-saint and block the attack of a saint, but Tong Yuan and Han Li still did not dare to let down their guard. The Nether Blood Devil Dao was an extremely terrifying sacred path superpower in the devil world. It was incomparably murderous and could pollute everything. Any living creature that came into contact with the Blood Devil would become a part of the Blood Devil. It was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a Blood Devil saint who used the Nether Blood Devil Dao to refine billions of living creatures. He set off a monstrous massacre and almost became an emperor. Devil Saint Bo Yu had obtained the inheritance of the Nether Blood Devil Dao. That was why he had caused such a terrifying massacre 1,000,000 years ago. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk endless blood red light gushed out. It contained an evil, terrifying, and ancient aura, causing the surrounding void to violently tremble. The arena elder and martial secret elder's bodies shook violently as they were swept back. In the end, the boundless sea of blood collided with the 9-9 divine dragon formation. Endless symbols exploded, and cracks appeared in the sky all around. It was terrifying to the extreme. Isn't this Devil Saint Bo Yu only left with his primordial spirit? Even if he is attached to Lu Wu's body, how can he be so strong? Someone said, trembling. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Elder Arena and Elder Wu Zong were both half-step saints. Even with the protection of the mountain, they were still unable to suppress Demon Saint Bo Yu. His demonic power is unparalleled. Devil Saint Bo Yu is indeed an unparalleled demon from 1,000,000 years ago. Many of the Ares College's disciples were perturbed. This demon sage Bo Yu's battle prowess has probably reached the level of a 9th transformation half-saint. No wonder the Battle Elder and Wuzong Elder were unable to suppress him. He is indeed an unparalleled demon. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart, and his eyes lit up. The demon sage Bo Yu was only in the form of a primordial spirit. After occupying Lu Wu's body, he was able to unleash such terrifying battle prowess. One could only imagine how powerful he must have been 1,000,000 years ago. I hope the sages of the War God Temple can make it in time. Ling Xiao thought to himself. When he had told the Battle Elder and Wuzong Elder about this matter, he had never thought that Lu Wu's body would be possessed by an unparalleled demon. However, the mountain protecting array of Ares College had been completely activated. Tong Yuan must have sent the news to the War God Temple and learned about the demon sage Bo Yu. A sage would definitely descend. However, he did not know if the sage would be able to make it in time. After all, Ling Xiao saw that the Battle Elder and Wuzong Elder were already at a disadvantage. Rumble, boundless blood red light sword and collided with the 9-dragon divine formation. Blood demons rushed out of the sea of blood fearlessly and collided with the golden dragons before exploding. An evil, cold, and terrifying power began to spread towards the 9 dragons divine array. The blood sea seemed to be trying to assimilate the mountain protecting array. Break! Tong Yuan, Han Li, and the other elders were also giving it their all. They poured their divine power into the mountain protecting array and burned their blood essence at the same time, pushing the power of the 9 dragons divine array to the maximum. Kill! The Battle Elder and Wuzong Elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent as they launched terrifying attacks towards the demon sage Bo Yu. Boom! 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 The battle between the three of them was too terrifying. As their auras intertwined, the void and the earth trembled. Several huge mountains were instantly reduced to dust. If not for the protection of the 9 dragons divine array, the entire Ares College would have been destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. You overestimate yourself. Demon Saint Bo Yu's voice was incomparably cold. Every strike of his contained the boundless power of heaven and earth. The blood-red light contained the power to devour everything, causing the Arena Elder and Elder Wu Chang to be extremely fearful. Rumble! After another fierce collision, Demon Saint Bo Yu forced Elder Wu Chang and Elder Wu Chang to retreat. Then, he turned into a streak of bloody light and punched at the 9 dragon divine array. Not good. Tong Yuan's expression changed as he began to channel his divine power into the sword. The Boyu demon saint was giving him too much pressure. If the 9-dragon godly array had gone all out to attack the Boyu demon saint, he might have been able to suppress him. But now, Tong Yuan was holding back. He did not dare to release the power of the 9-dragon godly array. He had to protect all the students of Ares College. The result of passively defending was that one could only be suppressed and beaten up like a live target. Crack, the terrifying blood-red fist landed on the 9-dragon godly array, causing a blazing divine light. Runes exploded one after another, and the array seemed to have reached its limit and was beginning to collapse. No. If this continues, the 9-dragon godly array will be broken. I'm afraid that before reinforcements arrive, everyone will die. I have to think of a way. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At this moment, Demon Saint Boyu was standing in an endless sea of blood. Blood demons surrounded him, constantly providing him with great power. Demon Saint Boyu's eyes were cold, and his face was filled with cruel killing intent. There was an extremely terrifying aura around him. It was as if he had been suppressed for millions of years, causing endless resentment to accumulate in his heart. He urgently needed to vent it through blood and slaughter. Demon Saint Boyu's nether blood demon path is actually activated by his physical body. If he is only left with his primordial spirit, he will not be able to activate the nether blood demon path. It seems that Lu Wu's physical body is a flaw. As long as I can destroy Lu Wu's physical body, Demon Saint Boyu will not be able to do much with his primordial spirit. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Demon Saint Boyu had temporarily taken over Lu Wu's physical body. Naturally, there were many flaws, but it was not as if the others did not know this. Even the Arena Elder and Elder Wu Zong could not get close to Demon Saint Boyu's body. Therefore, it was difficult to make a fuss about it. Lu Wu's physical body is not strong. As long as I can get close to Demon Saint Boyu, with the strength of my physical body and the power of the Xianxia sword, I should be able to take Lu Wu's physical body by surprise. At that time, even if he hastily forms a new physical body, his strength will definitely drop by a lot. A crazed look appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes as an extremely bold idea popped up in his mind. That was to kill Demon Saint Boyu. Although this idea seemed crazy, Ling Xiao had the heaven-shrouding secret technique. As long as he could find an opportunity, even Demon Saint Boyu would not be able to find him. Ling Zhao's physical body was not as strong as a Big Dipper, and even the Arena Elder and Elder Wu Zong could not compare. The most difficult thing now was that even if Ling Xiao could take Lu Wu's physical body, how could he escape from the furious Demon Saint Boyu? This was probably an unsolvable answer. However, Ling Xiao still decided to give it a try. I will use the wordless heavenly book to protect my primordial spirit, the golden warrior to protect my physical body, the good fortune jade disc, and the heaven-devouring secret technique to devour the blood demon. I still have a few hundred divine talismans. If I use them well, I will have no problem keeping myself alive. Ling Xiao made up his mind in an instant. The Battle Elder and Elder Wu Zong had been completely suppressed. The 9-dragon godly array was also in imminent danger. If this continued, once the 9-dragon godly array was broken, the disciples and elders of Ares College would become nourishment for the Devil Saint Boyu. At that time, everyone would die in the hands of the Devil Saint Boyu. He had to fight to the death. Rumble. At this moment, Demon Saint Boyu forced the Arena Elder and Elder Wu Zong to retreat once again. Endless demonic light burst out, and a terrifying fist print covered the sky and the sun. It was like a blood-red demonic mountain, terrifying to the extreme as it slammed into the 9-dragon divine array. Kacha, a divine light exploded, and the runes shattered one after another. The huge array formation enchantment emitted a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on it. Whoosh! 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 Demon Saint Boyu's eyes glinted sharply. In an instant, over 100 blood fiends rushed in through the crack in the array barrier, roaring. Roar! The blood demons emitted a demonic light that filled the sky, and the smell of blood filled the air. Their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were filled with cruel and bloodthirsty killing intent. They crazily pounced on the Ares College disciples. Oh no! Kill those blood demons! Tong Yuan's expression changed drastically. He tried his best to activate the 9-dragon divine array to repair the broken cracks as he shouted. These blood demons were extremely terrifying. They had the combat power of a divine king, and they were extremely fast. In an instant, they caused great damage to the disciples. Many disciples who were below the divine king realm were devoured by the blood demons, and they were turned into dried corpses. Screams of agony filled the air, and a huge commotion broke out among the disciples. Boom, Tiangang was the first to attack. He threw a punch, and the blood energy around him surged. His fist turned into a dazzling flash of lightning, and it shrouded the blood demons. 5 Thunder Heavenly Star Technique. Although these blood demons were evil and powerful, they were afraid of lightning, just like the other demons. Therefore, the 5 Thunder Heavenly Star Technique was the best technique to deal with them. Tiangang's strength was already extremely strong, even stronger than an ordinary Divine King expert. Therefore, the lightning bolts that contained an incomparably strong destructive force instantly engulfed the blood devils and turned them into ashes. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox Whoosh. Blazing Heavenly King Lu Jingfeng also made his move. A crimson sky halberd appeared in his hand and slashed down. The blazing sky halberd technique exploded and a vast sea of fire erupted. It directly enveloped the 2 blood demons and began to refine them. Xing, Zhou Daoji's long sword shone brightly, and the sword chi spread out for 30,000 miles. It cut the 2 blood demons in half, and then he threw out a palm strike, and a few lightning bolts intertwined, completely destroying the blood demons. Other than the 9 great kings, the other vice principals and elders of Ares College had also made their moves. One by one, they charged towards the blood devils. However, even though their attacks were not slow, they could not match the speed of the blood devils' massacre. In just a few moments, hundreds of Ares College disciples had been devoured by the blood devil. Tong Yuan's heart ached. These were the seeds of Ares College. Every one of them was an outstanding genius. It was a pity that they had been killed by the blood demon before they could even mature. Rumble. In the end, the remaining dozen or so blood devils seemed to have devoured enough flesh and blood, and instantly rushed out of the array. Good chance. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. In an instant, a blood-red light flashed around his body, and he silently turned into a blood demon. He directly gathered towards the dozen blood demons. The heaven-shrouding secret technique was activated, and Ling Xiao became exactly like blood demon. Whether it was his appearance, his blood-colored energy, or even his spirituality, he was no different from blood demon. Just like that, Ling Xiao instantly merged with the blood demons. The blood demons didn't notice anything different about Ling Xiao. In such a chaotic situation, no one noticed Ling Zhao's little trick. Moreover, with the cover of the 9-dragon divine array, no matter how strong Demon Saint Boyu's spiritual sense was, he didn't notice anything strange. Rumble. At this moment, Demon Saint Boyu threw another punch. Another crack appeared in the 9-dragon divine array, and Ling Xiao and the other blood demons were drawn out. At the same time, more blood demons rushed in from the outside. Damn it! The elder on the arena and Elder Wuzong were completely enraged. Their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. At the same time, they unleashed their terrifying Saint Path realms and joined forces to attack Demon Saint Boyu. Every attack seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. It's useless. All of you will be my food. Demon Saint Boyu sneered. 2 blood-colored fist prints blasted out. Like a blood-colored divine light, they pierced through the 9 heavens and forced the elder on the arena and Elder Wuzong to retreat. The dozen or so blood demons were like dragons entering the sea, and they all gathered towards Demon Saint Boyu's body. The blood demon that Ling Xiao had transformed into was the last one. He could feel that the dozen or so blood demons contained extremely pure blood qi. After they merged into Demon Saint Boyu's body, Demon Saint Boyu's aura became even stronger. Demon Saint Boyu suddenly had a bad feeling. It was as if some unknown danger was approaching. He instantly became extremely alert. At this moment, the other dozen or so blood demons had already been devoured by Demon Saint Boyu. The blood demon that Ling Xiao had transformed into had also arrived beside Demon Saint Boyu. Now's the time. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. The Xianxia sword shone with boundless divine light and instantly appeared in the void. It was infused with Ling Zhao's terrifying divine power as it stabbed towards Demon Saint Boyu. Ling Zhao's speed was too fast. For this sword, he even used the power of time. which made the sword almost surpass the limits of space and time. With a flash of sword light, he had already stabbed into Demon Saint Boyu's body. This was also the reason why Demon Sage Boyu didn't suspect him at all. After all, the dozen or so blood demons were split from Demon Sage Boyu's body. Although he sensed danger, he was also vigilant in other places. Therefore, Demon Saint Boyu did not expect Ling Xiao to turn into a blood demon and appear beside him in such a way. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had launched a fatal attack on him. Boom! The Xianxia sword was originally a flawless sacred treasure left behind by Saint Xuanwu. It contained extremely terrifying divine power. At this moment, it was completely activated by Ling Xiao. The terrifying sword qi directly exploded within Demon Saint Boyu's body. Speaking of which, this was only Lu Wu's physical body. Even if it was temporarily strengthened by Demon Saint Boyu, it was still extremely weak. Under the full power of the Xianxia sword, Lu Wu's physical body suddenly exploded. Rumble. However, this was only the beginning. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, Ling Xiao also detonated the hundreds of divine talismans he had prepared beforehand. It was as if hundreds of heavenly gods and divine kings had self-detonated. The terrifying divine light intertwined with each other and caused a qualitative change. In an instant, a terrifying divine light storm was set off. Lu Wu's physical body was cut into pieces by the Xianxia sword and then swept away by the power of the hundreds of divine talismans, instantly turning into nothingness. Even if Demon Saint Boyu wanted to repair it, it was impossible. Retreat. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest hint of joy. On the contrary, he felt a great sense of danger descending upon him, causing his hair to stand on end. Demon Saint Boyu had been too careless. If Demon Saint Boyu had diverted his attention to the blood demon, Ling Xiao would not have been able to kill him so easily. Demon Saint Boyu naturally trusted the blood demon he had created, but ultimately, it was because the heaven-shrouding secret technique was too mysterious. The heaven-shrouding secret skill had concealed Ling Xiao's aura, bloodline, and even primordial spirit, making him look exactly like the blood demon. He had even deceived Demon Saint Boyu's perception. It should be known that if the heaven-shrouding secret skill was cultivated to the great completion realm, it could even deceive the perception of a sage. Although Ling Xiao had just learned the skill, it was still easy for him to deceive the perception of a sage to be. Therefore, when all these factors were added together, Devil Sage Boyu was in for a tragedy. Lu Wu's body was the foundation of his nether blood demon way. Without Lu Wu's body, even if he could condense another body in a short time, his strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it could be said that Demon Saint Boyu hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Everyone was stunned. Am I seeing things? That guy is Long Out Yen? He actually destroyed Demon Saint Boyu's body? Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. That's right. It's Long Out Yen. He's really audacious. Fortunately, we have him. If not for him, I'm afraid all of us would have died in the hands of Demon Saint Boyu. A disciple from Aries College said with a complicated look. Long Out Yen is too fierce. He's even more powerful than senior brother. I've already decided that from now on, I'll submit to no one but Long Out Yen. But don't forget, he destroyed Demon Saint Boyu's body. Can he really escape? Everyone began to worry. No matter how talented Ling Xiao was, his cultivation was only at the complete divine realm. Demon Saint Boyu was a true sage expert. Even if he was only left with his primordial spirit, he still had the battle strength of a sage to be. Even a divine king expert would die without a doubt, let alone Ling Xiao. Although everyone was grateful to Ling Xiao, they all felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. Long Out Yen, you deserve to die. Demon Saint Boyu bellowed. His figure appeared in the void. It was a somewhat demonic figure of a young man, but his face was filled with incomparably twisted and frenzied killing intent. Rumble, the sky trembled as a vast nomological force pressed down from all directions. Ling Xiao originally wanted to escape, but he was instantly fixed in the void by that vast nomological force. Demon Saint Boyu's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Although he was only left with his soul, the power of a demon saint could not be described by common sense. Two cold rays of light shot out from his eyes, instantly piercing towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Since you've destroyed my physical body, I'll use your physical body to make up for it. A cold voice sounded. The two beams of divine light contained the vast power of Bo Yu's primordial spirit. They wanted to wipe out Ling Xiao's primordial spirit and take over his body. It had to be said that Demon Saint Bo Yu was extremely decisive. If he had really taken over Ling Xiao's body, with Ling Xiao's terrifying physical strength, the Nether Blood Devil's way would have been much more terrifying than Lu Wu's body. Buzz, at this moment, Ling Xiao's forehead glowed, and a golden vortex spread out. Before the two beams of light shot out by Bo Yu could enter Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, they were swallowed up by the golden vortex in an instant. What? Demon Saint Bo Yu trembled all over, his eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. That was his soul attack, a saint's soul attack. Let alone a puny divine realm expert, even a half-saint expert would die from it. He did not expect that Ling Xiao not only blocked it, but also swallowed his soul attack. Who the hell is this guy? It's too strange. Demon Saint Bo Yu, you're courting death. The elder on the arena and Elder Wu Chang roared crazily. The blood in their bodies even began to burn. An incomparably terrifying wave of energy erupted as they charged at Demon Saint Bo Yu without any regard for their lives. The terrifying fist mark shook the void as the saint sword swept across tens of thousands of miles in the sky. Their attacks caused Demon Saint Bo Yu's expression to change. Crazy. Both of you are crazy. Void Pierce stage experts, Chonghe, you actually burned your Saint Dao origin for an ant? Demon Saint Bo Yu said in disbelief. He did not expect that the Void Pierce stage experts and Chonghe would burn their Saint Dao origin for Long Out Yin. One should know that both of them had fallen to the half-saint realm because their Saint Dao origin was damaged. Now that they were burning their Saint Dao origin, their cultivation bases would probably fall even faster. But how would Demon Saint Bo Yu know that, in their hearts, Ling Xiao was incomparably important? He was even more important than their lives. Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of War God Scarlet Dragon. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was the hope of the War God Temple. He was the hope of the entire War God Temple. Anyone could die except for Ling Xiao. Not to mention burning their Saint Dao origin, even if they were asked to die, they would probably not even frown. Damn it. Since you think so highly of him, I will kill him. Die. Demon Saint Bo Yu said in exasperation. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk he gave up on occupying Ling Xiao's body and threw out a punch. A terrifying fist seal that carried the momentum of heaven and earth violently landed on Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with bitterness. In the face of such a vast amount of Saint Dao power, he did not even have the slightest strength to resist. All he could do was take the blow head-on. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a dazzling light burst out from Ling Xiao's chest. It was as if countless ancient runes were blooming and spinning rapidly. They were annihilated by Demon Saint Bo Yu's punch. However, they had also neutralized 90% of Demon Saint Bo Yu's power. Ling Xiao's chest caved in instantly. His entire body was sent flying while blood spurted out from his mouth. Demon Saint Bo Yu frowned. He could feel that there was a layer of extremely powerful defensive treasure on Ling Xiao's body, which caused his punch to be greatly obstructed. Most of the power of his punch was neutralized. Bo Yu, you're courting death. Go to hell. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the elder on the arena and the elder of Wuchang turned red. Both of them roared madly. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the chi around their bodies became more and more terrifying. Endless saint aura gushed out like two divine suns that were slowly rising. They unleashed immeasurable divine might and charged towards Demon Saint Bo Yu in a frenzy. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body crashed into a mountain in the distance, causing the mountain to explode. Ling Xiao spat out blood, and his internal organs were almost completely shattered. Cracks appeared all over his body, as if he was about to break apart. That punch from Demon Saint Bo Yu was too terrifying. Ling Xiao had already put on the Golden Warrior armor and even the Good Fortune Jade disc in his chest. At the same time, he used the sky-devouring secret technique to devour all the foreign energy that invaded his body. With such a terrifying defense, even a normal half-saint would not be able to hurt Ling Xiao. However, that punch from Demon Saint Bo Yu made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Even though he had made so many preparations, he was still seriously injured by Demon Saint Bo Yu, and his body was almost destroyed. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since he entered the divine realm. Cough, cough, Ling Xiao coughed out blood. Although his face was pale, his eyes were extremely bright. He had succeeded, and he had won the gamble. Not only had he destroyed Demon Saint Boyu's body, but he had also escaped from Demon Saint Boyu's all-out attack. This was undoubtedly a miracle. If it had been someone else, not to mention a divine king, even a half-saint would have been killed by Demon Saint Boyu's punch. Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it to trade his injuries for Demon Saint Boyu's strength. Whoosh, Ling Xiao struggled to fly out of the shattered mountain range. What? Seeing Ling Xiao's figure appear, everyone was stunned. He survived Demon Saint Boyu's all-out attack? How is this possible? A disciple from Aries College stuttered, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a little too dreamy. Demon Saint Boyu had imprisoned Ling Xiao with his Saint Path realm, so Ling Xiao could not resist at all. He could only endure Demon Saint Boyu's all-out attack. Many disciples from Aries College had thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, and before they had time to feel sad, this guy had come out alive. Although Ling Xiao was severely injured, coughing out blood, and looking pale, he had indeed survived. Tong Yuan shuddered and reacted instantly. He immediately opened the 9-dragon divine array and let Ling Xiao in. Then, he protected Ling Xiao even more tightly. Long Outyan, are you alright? This time, you have made a great contribution. The fact that Aries College is safe is all thanks to you. Tong Yuan said with great concern. His eyes were full of gratitude. He knew that if Ling Xiao had not taken the risk, the 9-dragon divine array would have been broken by the Boyu demon sage. At that time, everyone would have become food for the Boyu demon sage, and the entire Aries College would have been destroyed. I'm fine. Principal, Demon Saint Boyu has lost his mortal body, and his prowess has been greatly reduced. He can no longer cast the Nether Blood Demon Dao. You can activate the 9-dragon godly array formation and imprison him. Then, you can kill him once and for all. Ling Zhao's eyes glinted sharply as he looked at Demon Saint Boyu in the distance. Good. We've been on the defensive all this time. This time, we must make sure he stays here forever. Tong Yuan's eyes glinted coldly. Without the Nether Blood Demon Dao, Tong Yuan did not have to divert his attention to protect the disciples of Aries College. Instead, he could directly activate the 9-dragon godly array formation and attack Demon Saint Boyu. Rumble, the Battle Elder and Elder Wuzong burned their Sage Dao origins and unleashed a shocking attack that destroyed the Blood Sea in the sky. Even Demon Saint Boyu was affected by this attack and suffered some injuries. What? It was at this moment that Demon Saint Boyu realized that Ling Xiao was still alive. He was shocked. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Ling Long Outyan would not die in your hands so easily. Demon Saint Boyu, prepare to die. Seeing that Ling Xiao was still alive, the Battle Elder was slightly relieved and laughed heartily. Rumble, the Battle Elder slammed his palm across the sky, and streaks of holy light filled the air. Suddenly, streaks of lightning fell from the sky like a mountain, emitting a brilliant purple light. It was majestic and mysterious. Purple firmament world devastating thunder Dao? Demon Saint Boyu's expression changed, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear. If he still had his physical body, he might not be afraid. But now, he was only left with his primordial spirit body. The purple firmament world devastating thunder Dao was one of the 9 supreme martial arts of Ares Shrine. It could summon the purple firmament heavenly thunder and world devastating heavenly thunder. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was the perfect counter to the primordial spirit body. Swoosh! Swoosh! Demon Saint Boyu's speed was extremely fast, and he kept dodging the streaks of lightning in the void. At the same time, he had a thought of retreating. That Long Outyan must have a big secret. I must capture him and interrogate him for all his secrets. Demon Saint Boyu thought to himself as he looked at Ling Xiao deeply. A kid in the complete celestial god realm was too strange. Even Demon Saint Boyu had to treat him seriously. He had already decided that after he left this place, he must find a way to capture Long Outyan. Demon Saint Boyu already had the thought of retreating. Now that he was only left with his primordial spirit body, if Demon Saint Boyu did not leave, he might be forced to stay by Elder Wuzong and Elder Arena. After all, Lu Wu was already dead. A dead man had no value, so there was no point in staying here. Elder Wuzong seemed to have seen through Demon Saint Boyu's intention to escape. Suddenly, the ancient sword in his hand became fierce and fierce. Streaks of flame divine light swept across the sky, forming a vast fire barrier, blocking Demon Saint Boyu's way. Sky-burning sacred technique? Demon Saint Boyu's expression changed again. Whether it was the purple firmament world-devastating thunder Dao or the sky-burning sacred technique, they were extremely effective against his primordial spirit body. Moreover, both of them had burned their saint path origin, and their strength was extremely terrifying. They were about to suppress him. Rumble, at this moment, divine light vibrated in the void, and dazzling runes appeared. Streaks of golden divine dragons soared into the sky, surging in the sea of clouds. 81 divine dragons intertwined with each other to form a vast and terrifying killing array, sealing off this part of the world. Those golden divine dragons were majestic and mysterious. They were formed from the Earth's dragon veins, and had been refined by the experts of Ares College for generations. They had formed dragon chi that was similar to magic treasures. They were extremely powerful, comparable to ordinary half-saints. 81 golden divine dragons were equivalent to 81 half-saints, without the restriction of the nether blood devil path. The terrifying attack power of the 9 dragon divine array erupted. Demon Saint Boyu's expression changed instantly. Whether it was the purple firmament world devastating thunder Dao, the sky-burning sacred technique, or the 9 dragon divine array, they all gave him a bad feeling. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk lightning spurted out, flames burned the sky, and incomparably terrifying power intertwined in the void. Then, it turned into a divine light storm and suddenly erupted. Demon Saint Boyu's eyes turned serious, and a mysterious aura emanated from his body. The void suddenly shattered, and his figure suddenly escaped into the turbulence of the void, dodging the earth-shattering blow. Although Demon Saint Boyu was in the realm of a saint, he still flinched in the face of 2 half-saints and the 9 dragon divine formation. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk however, the power of the 9 dragon divine formation was completely unleashed. Streaks of scorching divine light swept across the void and turned into mysterious divine chains of order. They pierced through the void and coiled around Devil Saint Boyu's primordial spirit. Long out Yin, remember this. Your life is mine. Devil Saint Boyu gave Ling Xiao a deep look. Then, his body shrouded in divine light and instantly tore apart the void, creating a crack in the 9 dragon divine formation. After that, he quickly fled into the distance. With only his primordial spirit left, he would not gain any benefits even if he continued to stay here. Therefore, Devil Saint Boyu had decided to flee. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of Chonghe. He shouted, Devil Saint Boyu, where do you think you are going? Asterisk boom. Asterisk purple lightning flashed across the void while flames rose and spread into the distance. The void pierced stage expert and Chonghe, one of them was enveloped in purple lightning while the other was enveloped in a sea of flames. They chased after Devil Sage Boyu at an extremely fast speed. As expected of Devil Saint Boyu. Even though he is only left with his primordial spirit, no one can stop him. Ling Xiao said with a sigh. Although the 9 dragon divine formation was extremely terrifying, it still could not stop Devil Saint Boyu. Ling Xiao thought that Devil Saint Boyu might really escape. However, Ling Xiao felt somewhat displeased that he had gained such a powerful enemy out of nowhere. As the saying went, one could be a thief for 1,000 days. How could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? If Devil Saint Boyu targeted him, Ling Xiao would have to be extremely careful. Chonghe, I want to leave. None of you can stop me. Demon Saint Boyu sneered and struck out with his palm. A black demon light turned into a giant wall that connected heaven and earth, blocking the two of them in an instant. Demon Saint Boyu turned into a blazing stream of light and was about to disappear into the void. Rumble, but at this moment, a loud rumble exploded in the sky. A huge scorching sun furnace appeared there. It was like a resplendent sun, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura. Endless flames poured down from it. Furthermore, an incomparably terrifying devouring force enveloped the entire area and locked onto Demon Saint Boyu, intending to devour him into the blazing sun furnace. Above the blazing sun furnace, a figure in red robes vaguely appeared. His aura was torrential and enveloped the entire sky. The scorching sun furnace of the war god temple? Damn it. Demon Saint Boyu's expression changed abruptly. His eyes were filled with exasperation. He did not expect the people of the war god temple to arrive so quickly and even bring the supreme treasure, the scorching sun furnace. The flames in the scorching sun furnace were the sacred sun fire. Even a saint could be forcibly refined by it. It was extremely terrifying. Demon Saint Boyu felt his scalp tingle. He did not dare to touch it at all. Whoosh, Demon Saint Boyu's gaze turned solemn. There seemed to be mysterious flames rising from his body, making his aura even more terrifying. He suddenly spat out a black fireball from his mouth. It contained an aura that could make one's primordial spirit tremble and flew toward the scorching sun furnace. Rumble, before the black fireball could reach the scorching sun oven, it instantly exploded. Endless flames rose and fell from the 9 heavens as if it was going to destroy the world. Demon Saint Boyu also borrowed the power of this terrifying energy to break free from the scorching sun furnace's shackles and flee in the direction of the furnace. Demon Saint Boyu, where do you think you're going? A cold and indifferent voice sounded, accompanied by streaks of purple lightning that exploded in the void. Rumble, it was an ancient purple ruler that fell from the sky. It traversed hundreds of millions of miles across the void, emitting endless blazing lightning. It was extremely terrifying, an old man in black armor with a dignified face bathed in lightning. His aura was so terrifying that it made the void around him tremble violently. He looked at Demon Saint Boyu with eyes full of murderous intent. Purple firmament ruler? Demon Saint Boyu exclaimed. There was even a hint of despair in his eyes. There was a supreme treasure. The purple firmament ruler was the supreme treasure of the Thunder Hall of the War God Temple. It contained the origin of lightning and was extremely terrifying. It seemed that Xianxia had deliberately activated this ruler. It contained an extremely terrifying power that made Demon Saint Boyu's scalp tingle. Heavenly demon disintegration, Maha immeasurable, I sacrifice my broken body to the heavens. Explode. 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 Demon Saint Boyu's eyes suddenly turned crazy. His face was filled with murderous intent as he roared madly. Rumble, his primordial spirit instantly swelled up. Endless black light overflowed from it, containing evil, dark and ancient waves. The moment the purple firmament ruler fell, it directly exploded, terrifying divine light instantly tore the sky apart. Streams of void turbulence spread out. Chaotic mist rose, and the sky trembled violently. The terrifying tremor directly annihilated the lightning that filled the sky. Demon Saint Boyu's figure completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Heavenly demon sacrificial saint technique? He still got away. The purple firmament ruler turned into a stream of light and fell into the hands of the old man in black armor. His face was a little pale. He had been accumulating power for a long time for this attack. He wanted to kill Demon Saint Boyu with one blow, but he did not expect that he would still let him escape. Of course, Demon Saint Boyu must have been severely injured when he used the Heavenly Demon Sacrificial Saint technique. There was no way he could recover to his peak in a short time. Xianxia? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He immediately recognized the old man with the purple firmament ruler. He was the deputy hall master of the Thunder Hall, Xianxia. The purple firmament ruler was the supreme treasure of the Thunder Hall, and the scorching sun furnace was the supreme treasure of the Fire Hall. Ling Zhao did not expect that they would bring these two supreme treasures to kill Demon Saint Boyu. These two supreme treasures were supreme holy treasures. They were not something that ordinary holy treasures could compare to. I'm afraid that these two have already arrived. They waited until now to make a move. Could it be that they want to kill with a borrowed knife? Ling Zhao could tell that the power of the scorching sun furnace and the purple firmament ruler was not a hasty attack. Instead, it was something that Xianxia and the red-robed old man had planned for a long time. They used the scorching sun furnace to attract all of Devil Saint Boyu's attention and forced him to run towards Xianxia. Then, they used the purple firmament ruler to launch a fatal attack. They wanted to kill Devil Saint Boyu once and for all. This meant that the two of them had arrived a long time ago and were hiding in the void. However, they didn't do anything even though they arrived early. Instead, they just watched Devil Saint Boyu wreak havoc in Ares College. They only stopped him when he tried to escape. This point was incomparably thought-provoking. The first thought that came to Ling Zhao's mind was that Lei Qianjue wanted to use Devil Saint Boyu to get rid of Void Pierce Stage and Chonghe. After all, for the past 1,000,000 years, the Thunder Hall and the Battle Hall were like fire and water. They were almost at the point of life and death. Ling Xiao had every reason to believe that Lei Qianjue wanted to use Devil Saint Boyu to get rid of the people of the Battle Hall. Senior brothers, I'm afraid that the two of them have arrived a long time ago. They waited until now to make a move. Their intentions are very sinister. You must be careful. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Void Pierce Stage and Chonghe. The two of them also felt a little strange. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, their hearts trembled and their eyes turned cold. They were actually set up by their fellow disciples. This was something that they could not tolerate no matter what. Swoosh. Swoosh, Lei Qianjue and the red-robed old man arrived in the sky above Aries College in an instant. Their auras were powerful and mysterious. Their faces were incomparably dignified. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, Aries College would have been in great danger today. Tong Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement and surprise. He bowed to Lei Qianjue and the red-robed old man together with Hanli and the others. Many of the Aries College's disciples looked as though they had just survived a calamity. After all, Demon Saint Boyu had wreaked havoc this time, directly destroying the generational competition and even killing a large number of disciples. It was a bloody massacre. Junior brothers, there's no need to be so polite. We are all disciples of the same sect. It's only natural for us to help each other. Aries College is a part of the War God Palace. Of course, the sect will not give up on everyone. The red-robed old man was Lai Yuan, the vice master of the Fire Palace. His hair and beard, he had a kind face, which made people have a good impression of him. Tong Yuan recounted how Demon Sage Boyu had possessed Lu Wu's body, how he had fought with Ling Xiao in a life-and-death battle, and how the Nether Blood Demon Dao had wreaked havoc on Aries College. Of course, Tong Yuan also told him about how Ling Xiao had risked his life to destroy Lu Wu's physical body, and how he had defeated Devil Saint Boyu's spirit. Void Pierce Stage and Chonghe brought Ling Xiao along to welcome them. However, their faces were incomparably cold. It couldn't be helped. The Void Pierce Stage and Chonghe were both figures from 1,000,000 years ago. Although their cultivation base had fallen to the half-sage realm due to their injuries, they were still the old ancestors of the War God Temple for half of their lives. Even the War God Supreme of the War God Temple had to address them as martial uncle when he saw them. Lei Qianjue, Lai Yuan, I don't have such good martial nephews like you two. You two should have arrived a long time ago, right? Why did you wait until Devil Saint Boyu tried to escape before you made a move? The Void Pierce Stage was the most hot-tempered one. He questioned Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan directly. As soon as the Void Pierce Stage's voice fell, Tong Yuan, Hanli, and the other disciples of Aries College changed their expressions. If Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan had arrived a long time ago, it would be hard for them to accept the fact that Devil Saint Boyu massacred the disciples of Aries College. Many of them even showed angry expressions. It was especially so for Tong Yuan, Hanli, and the others. They were not stupid. After thinking about it carefully, they naturally realized that something was amiss. Seeing the expressions of the people of Aries College change, Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan's faces also became extremely unsightly. Uncle Master Chong Su, although you are our senior, you can't accuse us for no reason, right? The sect is hundreds of millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from here. We rushed here with all our might and just happened to see Devil Saint Boyu trying to escape. That's why we made a move to stop him. Uncle Master Chong Su, please don't accuse us unjustly. Lai Yuan said with a wry smile. Lei Qianjue sneered and said, Uncle Master Chong Su, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want. Although you are our senior, if you accuse us without any evidence, we will explain it to our sect master and ask him to uphold justice for us. Chong Su was so angry that he laughed and said, whether you have arrived a long time ago or not, you know very well in your hearts. You were able to set up such a deadly trap and almost killed Devil Saint Boyu. If you say that you have not been hiding there in advance, do you think that we are fools or that Devil Saint Boyu is a fool? Chonghe's expression was also very cold. He frowned but still did not say anything. Although they knew that Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan must have arrived a long time ago, they did not have any evidence at all. Ling Xiao also did not say anything. He just looked at Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan coldly. That is just a coincidence. We came all the way from the sect to rescue him. If Uncle Master Chong Su thinks of us in such a way, then we are really disappointed. Lai Yuan said with a wry smile. Anyway, there was no evidence at all. As long as they refused to admit it, even if others suspected them, there was nothing they could do about it. Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan hated Chong Su and Chong He so much that their teeth itched. These two old men dared to expose them in public and put them in an awkward position. It would definitely cause a lot of negative effects in Aries College. After all, Chong He and Chong Su's prestige was much higher than theirs. Lei Qianjue's eyes were cold. Suddenly, he looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression and said, "You are Long Out Yan? I heard that you destroyed the body of demon Saint Bo Yu. How did you do it when even the two uncle masters could not do it?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lei Qianjue to change the topic and target him. He could not help but say calmly, "When demon Saint Bo Yu and the two elders were fighting, they did not notice me. Coincidentally, I know a kind of qi concealing technique and turned into a blood demon. When I got close to demon Saint Bo Yu, I gave him a fatal blow and luckily destroyed his body." Qi concealing technique? I have never heard of any kind of qi concealing technique that can allow a heavenly god to hide from the senses of a saint. You make it sound so easy. Long Out Yan, I advise you to tell us the truth. Are you also a spy of the demon race? Destroying demon Saint Bo Yu's body was just a show for everyone to see? Lei Qianjue's eyes turned cold as he suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder. It contained a mysterious sound wave that spread toward Ling Xiao. It was as if it could shake one's mind. His words caused everyone's expression to change. Boom, a powerful sound wave exploded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. However, before it could enter Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, it was neutralized by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao's gaze instantly turned incomparably cold. Lei Qianjue's cultivation base was extremely strong. Just like Lai Yuan, he was at the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. He was only one step away from attaining the Tao and becoming a saint. His true strength was slightly stronger than the void pure stage experts and Chong He. If it were any other ordinary disciple, they would have been influenced by Lei Qianjue's words and followed his instructions right away. A spy of the devil race? Ha ha ha. Lei Qianjue, are you out of your mind? If I'm a spy of the devil race, why would I help the Aries Academy destroy Devil Saint Bo Yu's body? If I'm a spy of the devil race, why wouldn't I want Devil Saint Bo Yu to kill all of you? What's in it for me? Even if you want to frame me, please think of a better reason. Don't assume that everyone is as stupid as you. Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were clear as he stared at Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue, you are the Vice Lord of the Thunder Palace. How dare you use such a despicable method on a disciple? Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because my cultivation base has declined? A void pure stage expert also bellowed. His eyes revealed a hint of anger. Chong Su could tell that Lei Qianjue had used a nascent soul attack on Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't hit by the attack. However, Chong Su was still enraged. The people of the Thunder Palace were still as arrogant as ever. They were so arrogant 1,000,000 years ago and 1,000,000 years later. Everyone was stunned, especially the disciples of the Aries Academy. They all looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Lei Qianjue was the Vice Lord of the Thunder Palace. He was a powerful figure who was at the peak of the half-saint realm. He only needed one more step to become a saint of the War God Temple. Everyone was impressed by Ling Xiao's boldness in calling Lei Qianjue by his full name without any hesitation. Even though no one dared to say anything, they were still pissed off at Lei Qianjue. Ling Xiao had saved the entire Aries College and was their savior. No one believed Lei Qianjue's accusation that Ling Xiao was a spy for the demons. A cold light flashed across Lei Qianjue's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Uncle Master Chongxiu, you have misunderstood me. I just want to find out the truth. After all, Long Out Yan is only a heavenly god. It is unbelievable that he could destroy Luwu's body." Chong He said coldly, "Lei Qianjue, everyone has their own opportunity and their own secrets. The faction will not rob our disciples of their resources. All we need to do is to make sure that Long Out Yin is not a spy from the demons. That's all we need to do. If you do this, many disciples will be bitterly disappointed in the sect. Lai Yuan laughed and said, Uncle Masters, it is easy to prove that Long Out Yin is not a spy from the demons. All we need to do is ask him to swear the great oath of the heart, and everything will be clear. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he looked at Lai Yuan. He knew that the Thunder Temple and the Battle Temple were like fire and water, and the Fire Temple and the Thunder Temple were in the same boat. Therefore, even though Lai Yuan was trying to persuade Lei Qianjue, he was actually helping Lei Qianjue. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Lei Qianjue, I can swear the great oath of the heart that I am not a spy from the demons. But do you dare to swear the great oath of the heart? Do you dare to swear that you didn't come here earlier and watch Devil Saint Boyu attack us without doing anything? Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan's faces darkened. They did not dare to swear the great oath of the heart. The reason why Lei Qianjue had attacked Ling Xiao was that he did not like Ling Xiao. Another reason was that he wanted to divert everyone's attention. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would draw his attention back. Pierce Void also said coldly, Lei Qianjue, I can swear that Long Out Yin is not a spy from the demons. However, if you don't believe me, then let Ling Xiao swear the great oath of the heart. But to be fair, you can swear the great oath of the heart with him. Both Chonghe and Chongsu stood firmly behind Ling Xiao. Although their cultivation base had deteriorated, they were still the senior uncles of Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan. With the two of them around, even if Lei Qianjue was furious with Ling Xiao, he could not do anything. Lei Qianjue's face changed slightly. He said coldly, you don't have to swear the great oath of the heart. Since the two of you are willing to swear the great oath of the heart, then I will also believe that Long Out Yin is not a spy from the demons. Now that this matter is settled, there are still many things that need to be done in the faction. I will not stay here any longer. Farewell, martial uncles. A murderous intent flashed in Lei Qianjue's eyes. He stared at Ling Xiao for a while and turned around to leave without saying goodbye to Tong Yuan and the others. Martial uncles, junior martial brothers, farewell. Lai Yuan smiled bitterly. He cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. Then, he chased after Lei Qianjue. That bastard. He must be trying to get Demon Saint Boyu to kill us. Someone shouted angrily. Seeing Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan running away in a hurry without saying a word about the great oath of the heart, everyone knew what was going on. Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan had been here for a long time, but they did not do anything. In just a blink of an eye, Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan's image in everyone's mind was ruined. Many of the disciples of War God Temple were enraged. Tong Yuan and Han Li's face darkened. No matter what Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan's reason, they could not forgive them for what they had done. Humph. I will report this to the sect leader. I think Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan are the true spies. Elder Han Li said with a cold look in his eyes. He was very hot-tempered. However, his words caused Tong Yuan and the others' faces to change. Tong Yuan quickly said, Junior Martial Brother Han, please keep quiet. You can't talk about this carelessly. Be careful of what you say. After all, Lei Qianjue held a high position in the sect and was rumored to be the next leader of the Thunder Temple. Although Tong Yuan and Han Li were elders of Aries College, they did not hold a high position in the sect. They might even be lower than the ordinary elders. Chonghe and Chongsu looked at Lei Qianjue and Lai Yuan with deep eyes. Then, a sharp light flashed in their eyes. The generational tournament was supposed to be a good one. However, because of Demon Saint Boyu, the entire Aries College was almost destroyed. However, Ling Xiao had stepped in at the most critical moment and saved the entire Aries College. His reputation had reached a new peak, even surpassing that of Big Brother Tiangang. After that, Tong Yuan and Han Li were not in the mood to announce the results of the generational tournament. After handing out the rewards hastily, they began to clean up the battlefield. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, left together with Chonghe and Chongsu. Inside a palace, Chongsu stretched out his hand and waved it. Immediately, he set up an isolation formation that enveloped the entire palace. Young master, you've offended Lei Qianjue today. I'm afraid he won't let you off so easily. You have to be careful in the future. The Chongsu's eyes showed a hint of worry. That's right. Lei Qianjue is the Vice Hall Master of the Thunder Hall. He's a vengeful man. His father is a Grand Elder. I'm afraid he'll make things difficult for you after you enter the War God Hall. Chonghe said slowly. Senior brothers, he's already bullying us. Can't we fight back? So what if he's Lei Qianjue? Give me enough time and I'll slaughter him like a dog. Ling Xiao sneered as a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was furious. He didn't have any enmity with Lei Qianjue, but because he rejected Lei Qianjue's offer to take him as a disciple, Lei Qianjue started to find fault with him. First, Lei Qianjue cancelled his opportunity to receive the cyclic sky seal's projection. This time, Lei Qianjue deliberately targeted him. When dealing with a vengeful person like Lei Qianjue, one could either stay away from him or be even more ruthless and kill him. Ling Xiao was not a coward. As long as he had the strength, he would definitely kill Lei Qianjue. Young master, you're right. What we need most now is time. After all, you're still too young. However, in the upcoming 100 Academy tournament, you must strive to enter the top 3. The top 3 should have a chance to become a true disciple of the War God Hall. As long as you become a true disciple, even Lei Qianjue, the Vice Hall Master, won't dare to do anything to you. Chongsu sighed softly. Senior brothers, don't worry. I'll definitely be the champion of the 100 Academy tournament this time. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said confidently. Chonghe and Chongsu looked at each other and nodded slowly. Through this generational tournament, they could see Ling Zhao's true strength. He indeed had a chance to become the champion. Young master, the Academy tournament this time should be led by Tong Yuan or Han Li. You should also be careful of Demon Sage Bo Yu. Although he's heavily injured, he definitely hates you to the core. Let's go to the faction and contact our old friends. We'll tell the God of War what happened here. We can't let Lei Qianjue sow discord between us. Chonghe said to Ling Xiao. Senior brothers, your divine path foundations have been damaged. Is there no way to recover them? How can I completely heal your injuries? Ling Xiao looked at Chongsu and Chonghe and asked. Both of them were extremely talented as well. It was only because their saintly path foundations were damaged that their cultivation declined and they were unable to recover their previous cultivation. If the injuries of void-pierce stage experts and Chonghe could be fully recovered and they would possess the power of the sacred Tao, Ling Xiao would have 2 great helpers in the War God Temple. It's difficult. However, even the Saint Ruler ancestor of our War God Hall was unable to do anything. If you want to repair the foundation of the Sage Path, only the legendary Supreme Great Emperor can do it. Chongsu said with a bitter smile. Supreme Great Emperor? I'm afraid there aren't any Great Emperors in the entire Divine World now. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't be cowering in the Divine World and be suppressed by the Devil race. Ling Xiao said with a sigh. Ever since the disappearance of the 9 Great Emperors of the human race, there hadn't been a single Great Emperor in the human race. If it weren't for the barrier of the Divine World would have been conquered by the experts of other worlds. There's another way. However, I'm afraid it's even more difficult than the Supreme Great Emperor. Chonghe hesitated for a moment and shook his head. What is it? Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. As long as there was a way, he would give it a try no matter what. Unless we can find the legendary Saint Heartgrass and purify our saintly path origin. However, we haven't heard of the Saint Heartgrass for so many years. I'm afraid it has long been lost in the Divine World. Chonghe said with a bitter smile. Saint Heartgrass? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He had naturally heard of the Saint Heartgrass before. It was a supreme treasure from ancient times that contained the saintly path origin energy. It could allow one to be reborn and purify their saintly path origin energy. It was an essential treasure to prove one's Tao and become a saint in ancient times. However, the Saint Heartgrass had long been lost in the Divine World. Even if it existed in the other greater thousand realms, it was extremely rare. This was also one of the reasons why proving one's Tao and becoming a saint was so difficult. Senior brothers, don't worry. I will definitely find the Saint Heartgrass for you. Ling Xiao said seriously. Haha. Good. However, let's put this matter aside for now. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate diligently. Use the deity's lake and god of war pagoda to increase your cultivation in the next few months. If you can break through to the Divine King realm before the Academy tournament, the champion's seat will definitely be yours. Chongsu said with a laugh, looking very free and easy. However, it was obvious that he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could obtain the Saint Heart Grass. After all, it was a supreme treasure that had been lost for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't say much. He had already secretly decided to search for the Saint Heart Grass. When the time came, he would give his two senior brothers a surprise. Ling Xiao left the palace and returned to the High Heaven Pavilion. Elder Chong Su and Elder Chong He were also preparing to make a trip back to the War God Hall to contact their old friends and meet the War God Supreme. When Ling Xiao returned to the High Heaven Pavilion, he saw a few disciples waiting respectfully for him. Senior Brother Long, you are now first on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. You can move to the Big Dipper Palace. Senior Brother Big Dipper has already vacated the Big Dipper Palace and is waiting for you to move in at any time. The few disciples looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable reverence. Big Dipper Palace? No need. Just tell Senior Brother to continue living there. I will still be living in the High Heaven Pavilion from now on. Ling Xiao said, shaking his head. Whether it was the palace or the pavilion, it didn't have much use to Ling Xiao. After all, his current cultivation couldn't be increased by absorbing divine spiritual qi. Yes. Although the few disciples were a little surprised, they didn't dare to disobey Ling Xiao's wishes. After bowing to Ling Xiao, they left. Ha ha ha. Junior Brother Long, are you looking down on my Big Dipper Palace? However, the environment of your High Heaven Pavilion is really good. I want to build a pavilion next to it and live here. Before Ling Xiao entered the High Heaven Pavilion, he heard a hearty laugh resounding in the void. Whoosh, Big Dipper, who was wearing a beast skin, flew over from afar. Like a golden divine light, he instantly landed in front of Ling Xiao. Big Dipper's face was resolute. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his aura looked very wild. If Senior Brother wants to build a pavilion here, it won't be difficult. I will naturally welcome it. Junior Brother Long, I naturally want to as well. However, I'm afraid that there won't be a chance. After the Academy tournament ends, we'll have to head to the War God Shrine. Junior Brother Long, what do you think of the Academy tournament? Tian Gang said with a smile as he sized Ling Xiao up. The most important thing in the Academy tournament is to obtain the 10 spots to enter the Void Saint world, right? However, our Ares College hasn't been able to obtain a good ranking in the Academy tournament these past few years. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although he didn't know the purpose of Tian Gang's visit, he could feel the goodwill that Tian Gang was emitting. Furthermore, Tian Gang was from the Panga clan, and Ling Xiao and the Panga clan were fated. Thus, he wanted to get to know Tian Gang better. Ling Xiao and Tian Gang chatted as they walked side by side, stopping at the top of a mountain. In front of them was a sea of clouds that stretched as far as the eye could see. A mountain breeze blew, making one feel comfortable. In the distance, a divine sun hung high above the sea of clouds, sprinkling down countless rays of golden light. That's right. The most important thing is the spots to enter the Void Saint world. Ares College hasn't been able to obtain a good ranking. In the past few Academy tournaments, not a single one of us managed to enter the top 10. Thus, the Dean has placed high hopes on us. Tian Gang sighed with emotion. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He hadn't known about this, but he hadn't expected Ares College to be doing so poorly. They couldn't even enter the top 10. Although the Academy tournament was said to have hundreds of academies participating, there weren't many that could pose a threat to Ares College. The Academy tournament covered the 10 celestial domains near the Grand Celestial Domain. Within the 10 celestial domains, aside from the Grand Celestial, Overlord, Heavenly Sword, and Dezhou's 4 great academies, there were only 2 or 3 academies on the same level as Ares College. The rest were not even worth mentioning. Even so, no one from Ares College had been able to enter the top 10. They were indeed doing poorly. In this Academy tournament, we'll take half of the 10 spots to enter the Void Saint world. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a resplendent glint in his eyes. Even though Tiangang was extremely confident, he was still shocked by Ling Zhao's words. If Aries College wanted half of the spots, wouldn't that mean that 5 people from Aries College would enter the top 10? This was a little too frightening. Junior brother Long, you, me, and junior brother Zhou Daoji should be able to take up 3 spots. I don't think half of it is possible. Tiangang laughed bitterly. Don't worry. Xianwang will take one of the 2 spots, and Yi Liangchen will be one of them. Ling Xiao smiled. Junior sister Xianwang, there might not be a problem. However, Yi Liangchen is only an early heavenly god. I don't think it's possible. Tiangang looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He could see the confidence in Ling Zhao's eyes. He had seen the Shan King's strength before, and he was indeed very strong. There should be hope for him to take one of the spots. However, what Yi Liangchen said was ridiculous. Elder senior brother, don't underestimate Yi Liangchen. He just doesn't want to do his best. If it was a battle of life and death, senior martial brother Zhou Daoji would be no match for him. Ling Xiao said slowly. That guy, Yi Liangchen, had the holy body of misfortune. Ling Xiao had already decided that he would definitely bring Yi Liangchen to the astral tournament this time. With this killer, Aries College might be able to obtain even more spots. Oh? If that's really the case, then junior brother Yi must participate in the astral tournament. Tiangang glanced at Ling Xiao in surprise. However, he believed that Ling Xiao should be quite confident in his words. Hence, he chose to believe him. Weng, a resplendent rune rose up from Ling Xiao's hand, instantly transforming into a barrier, enveloping Ling Xiao and Tiangang. Elder senior brother, may I ask if you are from the Pengu clan? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. Tiangang's body trembled as his gaze turned sharp. He looked deeply at Ling Xiao and asked, how did you know? Tiangang's terrifying aura intertwined as an incomparably powerful force was hidden. He stared at Ling Xiao as if he was going to attack him at any moment. Elder senior brother, you don't have to be so nervous. Speaking of which, I have some connections with the Pengu clan. I wonder if you have heard of the name Pengu Chu? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Pengu Chu? That's the 3,600th patriarch of the Pengu clan. However, 1,000,000 years ago, he left the divine realm with a portion of his clan and went to a small world. How do you know the name of my ancestor? Tiangang was shocked as he stared at Ling Xiao, his heart filled with doubt. Although he didn't say it out loud, it was equivalent to admitting his identity as a member of the Pengu clan. I once saw the remains of Pengu Chu in the war god realm. Later on, I saw members of the Pengu clan in the reincarnation realm. Ling Xiao looked at Tiangang, his eyes incomparably clear as he explained everything he knew about the Pengu clan. Ling Xiao originally planned to hide his identity as someone from the lower realm, but the Pengu clan was worthy of his trust. Thus, he didn't hide anything and told Tiangang about the Pengu clan. So, I'm not alone. I still have clansmen. Tiangang said in a daze after hearing Ling Xiao's words. Unknowingly, 2 streams of hot tears flowed from his eyes. His heart was incomparably agitated as his body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with hope and excitement. There are still a few thousand members of the Pengu clan. When the gate of the God realm opens, they will naturally be able to come to the God realm. Eldest senior brother, what exactly happened to the Pengu clan? Ling Xiao looked at Tiangang and said slowly. Tiangang calmed his emotions and bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Junior brother Long, you saved the Pengu clan. You are a great benefactor of the Pengu clan. I can't thank you enough. If you have any instructions in the future, I, Tiangang, will not even frown even if I die. The bloodline seal of the Pengu clan was broken by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, the Pengu clan would have no hope of breaking through to the supremacy realm. They would only turn into a pile of dust. Eldest senior brother is too polite. Speaking of which, senior Pengu Chu also saved my life. Ling Xiao said as he helped Tiangang up. Junior brother Long, I really didn't expect you to be an ascender from the lower realm. No wonder the saints of the Holy Lands descended a few years ago to search for ascenders. But don't worry, this matter will rot in my stomach. I won't tell anyone. Speaking of which, I'm afraid I'm the only one left of the Pengu clan in the God realm. Tiangang said seriously to Ling Xiao, but his eyes were filled with unimaginable grief and anger. The Panga clan was actually one of the legendary 9 great sovereign clans because their ancestor, Great Emperor Pangu, was one of the 9 great sovereigns of the human race. The Panga clan had always carried out Great Emperor Pangu's will to protect the human race, the divine world, and the demon race. Countless experts had died on the battlefield. As the Panga clan became weaker and weaker, another great sovereign clan began to covet the extreme sovereign weapon, the Pangu axe. 1,000,000 years ago, with the start of another great divine demon war, countless experts of the Panga clan died in battle. That great sovereign clan joined forces with the Heavenly Curse sect and killed their way into the Panga clan. They stole the Pangu axe and slaughtered countless experts of the Panga clan. In order to continue the bloodline of the Pangu clan, Pangu Chu led a portion of the Pangu clan out of the divine world, while the rest hid in the divine world. However, that monarch clan and the Heavenly Curse sect were insane. They kept hunting and killing our clansmen. In order to exterminate the Pangu clan, they didn't hesitate to let the Heavenly Curse sect perform the Heavenly Curse secret technique and leave a bloodline seal in our clansman's bloodline. In the end, the last saint ancestor of the Pangu clan sacrificed his own life in order to save my life. He forcibly broke the bloodline shackles in my body and sealed me for 1,000,000 years. Tiangang slowly narrated, his voice was incomparably low. However, his eyes were wide open and 2 streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. Ling Xiao's blood boiled as he listened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He recalled the great Void Emperor's fate. It was also because of the human race's greed that they destroyed a peerless genius who had the potential to become a great sovereign. The Pangu clan fought for the divine world and died for the human race without regrets. However, in the end, they ended up like this. The extreme sovereign weapon was stolen and the Pangu clan was exterminated. After 1,000,000 years, Tiangang woke up from the seal and made an oath to wipe out the Heavenly Curse sect and the great sovereign clan. That was why he chose to join the Ares College. He didn't even dare to reveal a trace of the Pangu bloodline. The entire Pangu clan in the divine world has been exterminated. I'm the only one left. This hatred is irreconcilable. Sooner or later, I'll kill my way to the Heavenly Curse sect and destroy the orthodoxy of the great sovereign clan. Tiangang slowly said. The killing intent in his eyes overflowed to the heavens, as if even the 5 lakes and 4 seas would not be able to wash it away. Ling Xiao had never seen such a Tiangang before. In fact, he was so stubborn that he had gone crazy, dominated by hatred and anger. However, he didn't say anything and he only listened quietly. Right now, Tiangang needed to reveal the secrets that he had been suppressing in his heart. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be driven mad. Great sovereign clans? Finally, Ling Xiao asked slowly. Daluo territory, Chinese. Tians of Us great sovereign clan was sovereigns. Ling Xiao nodded. In the entire divine world, the Daluo territory was the core and the largest territory. It was once the place where the 9 emperors cultivated. It was also where the legendary ancient heavenly court was located. However, it was now occupied by a few great sovereign clans. Ling Xiao had heard of the Hua clan in the Daluo territory. They were the family left behind by the great sovereign emperor. The Hua clan now had the extreme sovereign weapon, the 12 heavenly flags. They could set up the 12 heavenly divine fiends formation with unparalleled power. The Hua clan was also one of the strongest forces in the divine world. Although they were both great sovereign clans, the Pangu clan was much more respectable than the Hua clan. Senior brother, have you heard of the Feng Shui family and the Tomb King city? These 2 clans are also under the bloodline shackles. They should be forces in the divine world, right? Ling Xiao asked Tiangang. The Feng Shui family and the Tomb King city were also under the bloodline shackles. However, these 2 forces were extremely mysterious and Ling Xiao had never heard of them. Are you talking about the Feng Shui family and the Tomb King city? There are still people from these 2 clans alive? Tiangang was also shocked. His eyes were filled with incomparable joy. The Feng Shui family and the Tomb King city are actually the tomb keepers of the great sovereign Pangu. They are closely related to the Pangu clan and were also exiled 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, they were massacred by the Heavenly Curse sect. I didn't expect these 2 clans to still exist in this world. Tiangang explained to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. No wonder the Feng Shui family and the Tomb King city had the same bloodline shackles. It turned out that they were one with the Panga clan. Ling Xiao also remembered the Heavenly Curse sect and the Hua clan. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these two forces were the scum of the human race. He didn't expect the great sovereign emperor to be such a hero. Ling Xiao looked at Tiangang and said, "Senior brother, they are in the war god world. They are relatively safe now. If the divine world doesn't open for a few decades, no one can threaten them. The most important thing for us is to work hard to improve our cultivation. Only by becoming a saint can we have the strength to protect them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will repeat the mistake a million years ago." You're right. Revenge is not urgent. The most important thing is to improve our strength. Junior brother Long, I'm going to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough. This time, I'll try to break through to the Divine King realm in one go. Tiangang took a deep breath and suppressed all his emotions. His gaze became calm again. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao admired Tiangang very much. Tiangang could still be so strong after withstanding so much pressure. His temperament and perseverance were very moving. However, at the same time, Ling Xiao was puzzled. What happened a million years ago that caused the Panga clan, the Feng Shui family, and the Tomb King city to fall into the abyss? Even the Scarlet Dragon War God was forced to leave the divine world. Ling Xiao always felt that there might be some kind of earth-shattering truth hidden in the fog of time. However, with his current strength, he couldn't find out the truth. But Ling Xiao had already remembered it in his heart. Everything would come to light one day. Tiangang left. When he left, he seemed to be very relaxed. It was as if he had put down a heavy burden. Ling Xiao could feel that Tiangang's aura was becoming more and more harmonious. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Maybe it's because of this heavy burden that he couldn't break through for so long. After undoing the knot in his heart, his cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao said slowly as he looked at Tiangang's back. At this moment, Heavenly Dipper was like a sun that had leaped out of the sea, emitting an endless amount of light. His entire body was emitting an unstoppable and invincible aura. Ling Xiao felt that Tiangang would definitely break through to the Divine King realm this time. I should also continue to cultivate. Ling Xiao had received a total of 200 drops of sacred liquid, 2 free entries into the martial repository, and 1 free year of cultivation in the deity's lake and god of war pagoda. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the sky god realm. He was just one step away from the god king realm. However, Ling Xiao's breakthroughs were too fast. In just 3 years, he had reached a realm that others would take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach. It was truly shocking. Ling Xiao didn't intend to continue breaking through. He still needed to accumulate experience. Furthermore, Ling Xiao hoped to find his own path in the Void Saint world and then break through to the God King realm. He gave the 200 drops of sacred liquid to Yi Liangchen, Fengya, and the rest. He also gave 1 free year of cultivation in the God of War pagoda to Yi Liangchen and Fengya. Ling Xiao wanted to bring Yi Liangchen along to participate in the academy tournament. Of course, he hoped that Yi Liangchen's cultivation would be as high as possible. With the sacred liquid and God of War pagoda, Ling Xiao believed that Yi Liangchen's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. After Bai Susu received the Thunder Emperor technique from Ling Xiao, she was basically in a state of cultivation. As she had the Thunder Dragon bloodline, her cultivation of the Thunder Emperor technique improved by leaps and bounds. Her cultivation also broke through to the mid-stage of the God King realm. As for the 2 free entries into the martial repository, Ling Xiao didn't waste them. He exchanged them for the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique and a Great Wilderness Sword path. Ling Xiao had already received the Thunder Emperor technique, so his cultivation of the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique was naturally much faster. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had the Time Cycle inheritance, which complemented the Great Wilderness Sword path. It could be said that Ling Xiao had a unique advantage in comprehending the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique and the Great Wilderness Sword path. With only a few months left, Ling Xiao was prepared to consolidate his cultivation and tidy up his martial arts. He also wanted to cultivate the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique and the Great Wilderness Sword path to greater success, Deity's Lake. This was the most mysterious cultivation ground in Ares College. Even the 9 great kings of Ares College couldn't wait to cultivate in the deity's lake every day. If they had to choose between the deity's god of war pagoda and the god of war pagoda, they would definitely choose the deity's lake. The deity's lake was located in the heart of Ares College, in the middle of a mountain. It was also the core of the 9 dragons array. The deity's lake was an energy pool formed from the 9 dragon divine arrays' extraction of the divine world's origin energy. Within the deity's lake, not only could one's cultivation speed increase by 10 times or even 100 times, one could also comprehend the divine world's origin energy and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Xianxia arrived at the deity's lake. Although only one person could train in the deity's lake at a time, Xianxia was ranked first on the hidden dragon list. With Tong Yuan's permission, the entire Ares College's resources were open to him. Thus, Xianxia was able to easily enter the deity's lake. This was a very ancient stone pool with a radius of only 30 meters. There was a faint mist in the stone pool, emitting a 9-colored light. All sorts of mysterious scenes appeared in the stone pool. There were countless worlds, mountains, and rivers, and countless living beings. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the middle of the deity's lake. Instantly, he felt as if his entire being had calmed down, entering into an ethereal and clear state. The energy within the deity's lake was incomparably warm. Rays of 9-colored light slowly flowed towards Xianxia's limbs and bones. It was as if it was purifying his body, making him feel as if he was undergoing a baptism. Roar, a dragon's roar seemed to resound from Xianxia's body. His body was sparkling and translucent, and the meridians in his body were like dragons. Behind him, a mysterious dragon shadow seemed to have formed, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Is this the deity's lake? What a mysterious energy. It seems to contain a trace of the divine world's origin energy. Xianxia's gaze trembled as he thought to himself. Although the divine realm was able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, it was impossible for them to comprehend the divine world's origin energy. Only after they had proven their Tao and become a sage would they be able to comprehend the divine world's origin energy. However, this deity's lake actually contained a trace of the divine world's origin energy. Although it was incomparably weak, it was indeed the divine world's origin energy. With this trace of the divine world's origin energy, Xianxia seemed to be able to reflect on himself. It was as if he was a bystander, sensing the strength of his body, the laws of heaven and earth that he had comprehended, and the various martial arts that he had cultivated. This feeling was extremely strange. My physical body has already reached a kind of extreme. If it wasn't for a great opportunity, I'm afraid there's no way for me to improve it anymore. However, with just the strength of my physical body, I can defeat Divine King experts. Xianxiao's eyes revealed a trace of sharpness. His current physical body was incomparably terrifying. The indestructible war body had integrated his essence, qi, and spirit into one. The divine dragon body had reached the great perfection stage, causing his physical body to reach a kind of extreme. Even if a real divine dragon was here, it might not necessarily be stronger than Xianxiao's physical body. With the current strength of his physical body, he could withstand a divine king weapon with his bare hands. Without using any martial arts, he could suppress a divine king expert. This was the power of the divine dragon body at the great perfection stage and the 5th level of the indestructible war body. Therefore, to Xianxia, it wasn't that important whether he could break through to the divine king realm or not. On the contrary, Xianxia had a kind of ambition. He wanted to find his own path to the divine path before he broke through to the divine king realm. Xianxia wanted to walk an unprecedented path to the divine path, which was destined to be more difficult than others. Therefore, he needed more accumulation. The Void Saint world was the best place for Xianxia to transform and accumulate. It was also a great opportunity that could shorten the time he needed to become a divine saint. Therefore, he definitely couldn't miss it. Rumble, the deity's lake was enshrouded in 9-colored divine radiance. It seemed to form a mysterious vortex that enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia had been severely injured by demon Saint Boyu. Although he had consumed the saint liquid to heal his injuries, there were still many minor injuries in his body. In the deity's lake, it was like looking into a mirror. All the minor injuries in his body were revealed. As the energy in the deity's lake surged into Xianxiao's body, his physical body became perfect and flawless. All the injuries were completely healed, and he became calm and relaxed. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. His appearance was dignified, and his entire temperament seemed transcendent and mysterious. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the deity's lake. On one hand, he devoured the energy in the deity's lake to cultivate, consolidate his cultivation, and even comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. On the other hand, he was comprehending the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique and the Great Wilderness Sword Way, with the Thunder Origin Pearl and the legacy of the Thunder Emperor technique. Ling Xiao's process of cultivating the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique could be said to be a matter of course. It was very easy for him to comprehend the wonderful effects of this ultimate technique. The most difficult part of the Great Wilderness Sword Way was the power of time. Many people's cultivation of the Great Wilderness Sword Way was extremely slow because they couldn't comprehend the power of time. However, Ling Xiao had already comprehended a trace of the power of time through the passage of time. Therefore, the cultivation of the Great Wilderness Sword Way wasn't difficult for him. Just like that, Ling Xiao cultivated, settled, and went into hibernation in the deity's lake. His strength became more and more unfathomable. Supreme Emperor Celestial Region. This was a mysterious region with surging auspicious auras and thousands of rays of divine light. The mountains were majestic, and there were many pavilions on top of the mountains. It was like a mysterious and dangerous place. Upon closer inspection, these mountains were very ancient and exuded a mysterious aura. It was as if there were countless killing arrays carved on them. Waterfalls flowed, ancient trees stood tall, and countless rare birds and beasts ran through the forest. Many ethereal figures danced in the air, looking very peaceful. This was where the Spacetime College was located. The Spacetime College was the outer sect of the Spacetime Heavenly Gate, one of the 12 immortal Holy Lands. It specialized in sending genius disciples to the Spacetime Heavenly Gate and had countless years of history. The Spacetime College was also the undisputed overlord of the Supreme Emperor Celestial Region. Even many divine kingdoms and sects treated the Spacetime College's disciples with incomparable respect. This year's Academy tournament was being held at the Spacetime College. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! In the distant void, more than 10 figures flew over. Each of them had a powerful aura and an extraordinary aura. In the lead was an old man with white hair and beard and a burly man. They were both divine kings. They were Ares College's Tong Yuan and Han Li. Behind them were 10 figures. There were both men and women. The men were valiant and extraordinary, while the women were peerlessly beautiful. All of them had curious looks in their eyes. Ares College had a total of 10 spots to participate in the Academy tournament. This was also the treatment given to the top academies. Ordinary academies would probably only have 1 or 2 spots. Ling Xiao, Tian Gang, Zhou Daoji, Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, Wang Lin, Min Rou, Lu Huan, Li Mu, Deng Gangjue, and Lu Jingfeng. Among them, Yi Liangchen was the most eye-catching. Other than his ugly appearance, his cultivation level was also low. Although Yi Liangchen had received a lot of saint liquid from Ling Xiao, his cultivation level was only at the late-stage heavenly god realm. They had set off from Ares College and passed through dozens of void teleportation arrays. They had crossed hundreds of millions of miles before arriving at the Supreme Emperor Celestial Region. This was the first time they had come to the Supreme Emperor Celestial Region, so they were very curious about this mysterious land. The Spacetime Heavenly Gate was extremely powerful among the 12 Holy Lands, far surpassing the War God Temple. It was even vaguely comparable to the top 2 Holy Lands. Although there were over 100 geniuses participating in this year's tournament of the 100 academies, the ones that Ares College truly valued were the geniuses from the same academies. The Spacetime Academy of the Heavenly Gate, the 5 Elements Academy of the 5 Elements Saint Sect, the Heavenly Curse Academy of the Heavenly Curse Sect, in addition to the Supreme Academy of the Supreme Tao Palace, the Great Zhou Academy, the Overlord Academy, and the Heavenly Sword Academy of the 9 Imperial Obelisk. These 8 great academies were the focal point of this academy tournament. This was a confrontation between the 8 great academies, as well as a confrontation between the 6 great immortal Holy Lands. Big brother, I heard that the Spacetime Sect, the 5 Elements Saint Sect, and the Heavenly Curse Sect are all in cahoots. They are not friendly to our War God Shrine. This time, let's capture them and give them a good beating. Yi Liangchen looked around curiously and said eagerly. I'll have to rely on you. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Liangchen and smiled. The 12 immortal holy lands had their own conflicts. Just like the War God Temple, the Supreme Tao Palace, and the 9 Imperial Obelisk Alliance, the Spacetime Heavenly Gate, the 5 Elements Saint Sect, and the Heavenly Curse Sect were all in the same camp. Because of the Great Chaos a million years ago, their relationship with the War God Shrine was the most tense. For the past million years, the War God Shrine had been suppressed by them, and the relationship between the disciples of the two sects was very complicated. It wasn't just the competition between the core disciples and the true disciples. The competition between the academies was also very intense. In the past few academy tournaments, Ares College had been disgraced and couldn't even enter the top 10. This had caused the other great academies to wantonly mock them, and everyone had been suppressing a ball of fire in their hearts. This time, Tong Yuan and Han Li had placed all their hopes on Ling Xiao and Tian Gang. They also believed that Ling Xiao and Tian Gang would definitely be able to obtain 2 spots in the academy tournament. This time, Ling Xiao had brought Yi Liangchen along with him as a great killing machine. He had already thought it through. If he encountered the disciples of the other 3 great academies, he would immediately close the door and release Yi Liangchen. At that time, they would definitely be pleasantly surprised. You can't rely on me. I won't snatch the limelight from you, big brother. You and Senior Tian Gang will definitely be able to sweep through all the outstanding heroes. Yi Liangchen couldn't help but laugh dryly as Ling Xiao stared at him. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Junior brother Long, whether or not you can become the champion will depend on you. Tian Gang also came over and said with a smile. Tian Gang's cultivation was still at the great circle of the Sky God realm, but his aura had become more complete and unfathomable. Tian Gang originally had the opportunity to break through to the Divine King realm, but he had suppressed it. Tian Gang was also an ambitious person. He wanted to obtain more foundation in the Void Sacred Realm before breaking through to the Divine King realm in one fell swoop. Senior brother, don't worry. The champion's position will definitely be mine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't overly modest and directly nodded in acknowledgement. This was just an astral tournament, and Ling Xiao had long since set his sights on the entire deity realm. He had even set his sights on the countless geniuses and powerhouses of the various worlds. If he couldn't even become the champion of the astral tournament, how could he even dream of contending for hegemony and sweeping through the universe? Not only Tian Gang, but even Zhou Daoji, Wang Lin, Min Rou, and the prideful Deng Ganjue didn't object to Ling Zhao's words. They knew how terrifying Ling Zhao's battle prowess was, and they were full of confidence in this academy tournament. Tong Yuan and Han Li looked at each other and smiled faintly. But at that moment, an ear-piercing voice rang out in the void. A mere great circle of the Sky God realm dares to boast shamelessly about becoming the champion? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the void trembled slightly as a resplendent light spread out. A black spatial treasure ship tore through the void and appeared in front of everyone. On the spatial treasure ship were 2 black-robed old men with sinister auras. Their eyes were emotionless, as if they didn't have any emotions. Behind them were 10 arrogant-looking young men and women with powerful auras. Each of them exuded an incomparably mysterious aura. The one who spoke was one of the black-robed young men. He had a handsome face, but his aura was incomparably feminine. His face was incomparably pale, but his eyes were silver, and he looked incomparably arrogant. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Divine King realm. Heavenly Curse Academy, Sima Bo? Tong Yuan's eyes flashed as he stared at the black-robed old man. Tong Yuan, it's been 100 years since we last met and you haven't improved at all. How disappointing. Sima Bo glanced at Tong Yuan and said. It's true that I haven't taken that step, but isn't it the same? Otherwise, you would have been transferred back to the Heavenly Curse sect a long time ago. Tong Yuan replied indifferently. However, when he saw the 10 young men and women behind Sima Bo, his expression couldn't help but change slightly and become somewhat solemn. The 10 young men and women were clearly the genius disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy. However, Sima Bo discovered that 5 of them had reached the God King realm while the remaining 5 were at the great circle of the Sky God realm. On the other hand, only Zhou Daoji had reached the Divine King realm from the War God Shrine. The gap between them was huge. Especially the black-robed young man who had just spoken. He didn't look old and was definitely less than 100 years old. However, he had already reached the early Divine King realm. His talent was shocking. However, what Tong Yuan didn't know was that Ling Xiao wasn't even 100 years old. Strictly speaking, Ling Xiao wasn't even 40 years old. It was just that ordinary people couldn't see through him. Hee, it's not that easy to take that step. However, my disciples have a lot of hope. I just heard that your disciple wants to take the position of the champion. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. Sima Bo laughed sinisterly as he glanced at Ling Xiao. His words were filled with mockery. Obviously, he was mocking Ling Xiao for overestimating himself. A mere great heavenly god who wasn't even a divine king dared to say that he wanted to take the position of the champion. Principal, some people are just frogs in a well. They're just like toads that don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The black-robed young man glanced at Ling Xiao, as if he was implying something, and laughed disdainfully. Guanchen, you can't say that. As the saying goes, one must have a dream. What if it comes true? Although others aren't strong enough, they can still dream about it. Sima Bo said with a smile. Principal, some dreams can come true, but some dreams are just fantasies and delusions that can never be realized. Guanchen sneered. As the two of them echoed each other, the disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy roared with laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. On the other hand, the disciples of the War God Academy turned pale and their eyes turned cold. They couldn't wait to beat the disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy up. Hey kid with no hair on his lips. I think you're itching for a beating. If you didn't have enough milk, go home and look for your mother. My big brother will definitely be the champion of this year's competition. My big brother can beat 10 little brats like you. Yi Liangchen was scared. He glared at Guanchen and sneered. Tong Yuan's ugly. Guanchen's expression changed immediately. Yi Liangchen's insulting words had triggered his anger. A powerful aura was released from his body as if he was ready to fight at any time. Yi Liangchen sneered. He was extremely arrogant. The disciples of the War God Academy felt relieved. They were still complaining about Yi Liangchen's participation in the Academy tournament, but now, they couldn't wait to hug Yi Liangchen and kiss him. Yi Liangchen had never been afraid of anyone when it came to talking. Guanchen was about to go crazy. He pointed at Yi Liangchen and trembled. A late heavenly god was arrogant enough to say that he would teach him a lesson. He was a genius of the Heavenly Curse Academy and an early divine king. He could crush Yi Liangchen with one hand. He even wanted to attack Yi Liangchen and kill this B*****stard who had a foul mouth. Sima Bo stopped Guanchen and looked at Tong Yuan coldly. Tong Yuan, you old man. Take care of your disciple. He will get himself into big trouble sooner or later. Tong Yuan felt very comfortable. He sneered and replied, Sima Bo, you should take care of your disciple first. I'll say it now. Long Outyan will definitely be the champion of the Academy tournament this time. Tong Yuan naturally had absolute faith in Ling Xiao. This was a ruthless person who could kill Bo Yu in close combat. Although he had many secrets, the stronger he was, the better it would be for Tong Yuan. If Ling Xiao couldn't win the championship, then the others wouldn't be able to either. Champion? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Tong Yuan, you old man. Since you have so much confidence in your disciple, why don't we make a bet? Sima Bo rolled his eyes and suddenly sneered. What do you want to bet? Tong Yuan asked calmly. How about this, we'll bet on the final results of this year's Academy tournament. I bet that he won't be the champion of the Academy tournament. If I win, I'll let your 10 disciples shout I'm trash in front of all the other disciples of the 100 Academy. How about that? Sima Bo said casually. However, his words caused the expressions of Tong Yuan and the other disciples of Aries Academy to change, and a trace of anger appeared in their eyes. This Sima Bo was really sinister. It seemed like it was not difficult to shout I'm a good-for-nothing, but at the level everyone was in, it was the time to charge towards the divine path. They needed to advance bravely and press forward with indomitable will. If they shouted I'm trash in front of everyone, their Dao heart would definitely be damaged. At best, it would delay their breakthrough to the Saint Realm, and at worst, it would destroy their Saint Realm foundation. This was simply a scheme to kill them all. The people of Heavenly Curse Academy were truly sinister. Suppressing the anger in his voice, Tong Yuan said, "If Ling Xiao becomes the champion of the Academy of the 100 Academies, will the 10 disciples of your Heavenly Curse Academy have to shout 'I'm trash' in front of the other disciples of the 100 Academies?" Sima Bo frowned, but still smiled. Of course. Since it's a bet, both sides have to be equal. However, I'm afraid that you won't dare to bet. Sima Bo was using the most clumsy method to provoke Tong Yuan. Speaking of which, Tong Yuan was also somewhat hesitant. Although he was full of confidence in Ling Xiao, there were too many geniuses gathered in the Academy tournament, and there were too many unforeseen circumstances. The champion's position was unique and supreme. If something unexpected were to happen, then even if Ling Xiao obtained second place, Aries College's bet would still be considered a failure. Heavenly Curse Academy was certain of this, which was why they dared to make such a bet. Furthermore, this didn't concern Ling Xiao alone, but rather 10 disciples. Even if Ling Xiao was willing, the others wouldn't be willing to take the risk with him, right? That's right. What's there to be afraid of? I believe in Junior Brother Long. Junior Brother Long, kill them all. Show these bastards your strength. We'll bet. Tian Gang, Zhou Daoji, Lu Jingfeng, and the others all agreed to this bet. They were all hot-blooded youths, so how could they allow the Heavenly Curse Academy to be so arrogant? They were willing to believe in Ling Xiao because he was their savior. Moreover, they had personally seen Ling Xiao display his unparalleled divine might and destroy demon sage Bo Yu's body. That was something that not even a divine king could do, but Ling Xiao had done it. They also believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be the champion this time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Dean, since someone wants to humiliate themselves, why don't we fulfill their wish? I'd like to see how this bunch of trash will have the face to participate in the Academy tournament. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Tong Yuan steadied his confidence and coldly said to Sima Bo, since you want to bet, I'll bet with you. However, to prevent anyone from going back on their word, everyone will have to swear a heart demon oath. Do you dare? Sima Bo was surprised. He had only wanted to gain the upper hand with words, but he had never thought that Tong Yuan would agree to this bet. After all, Long Outyen was only a peak Empyrean god. There were quite a few early God King experts in the Academy tournament this time, so a mere peak Empyrean god wanting to become the champion was no different from a fool's dream. However, when he saw Tong Yuan and the others' confidence in Ling Xiao, he began to feel bewildered. Could it be that this brat really had something extraordinary about him? However, he was now in a difficult position, so he naturally didn't want Tong Yuan to see his fear. He immediately sneered. Very well. Then let's swear a heart demon oath together. Thus, before the astral tournament had even begun, Aries Academy and Heavenly Curse Academy had already engaged in a shocking gamble. Although there were no disputes over benefits or resources in this bet, it was even more vicious. No matter which side lost, their Dao hearts would be damaged, and they might not be able to recover from the setback. They would fall from genius to mediocrity. Let's go. After swearing the great heart demon oath, Tong Yuan took a long look at Sima Bo and the others before leaving with Ling Xiao, Tian Gang, and the others, flying in the direction of the Spatio-Temporal Academy. Sima Bo looked at the departing figures of Tong Yuan and the others with an uncertain expression. Dean, are you worried that the kid called Long Outyen has something special about him? However, there was nothing to worry about. No matter how strong his combat prowess was, it was impossible for him to be Yuan Fei's match. Moreover, don't forget about those 2 freaks from the Spacetime Academy and the 5 Elements Academy. The black-robed old man beside Sima Bo sneered. His gaze landed on a white-robed youth in the middle of the 10 disciples. The white-robed youth had a calm expression, and his eyes were incomparably deep. His entire person exuded an incomparably mysterious aura. The others looked at the white-robed youth with reverence in their eyes. Even the arrogant Guanchen was full of respect for this white-robed young man. Yuan Fei, the peerless genius of this generation of the Heavenly Curse Academy. He possessed the cursed physique and was fully deserving of being the #1 expert. The cursed physique was known as a peerless physique that was comparable to a supreme saint physique. It was only slightly inferior to the legendary Heavenly Curse Sacred Physique. He should have been nurtured as a true disciple of the Heavenly Curse Academy, but he had stayed in the Heavenly Curse Academy to participate in the 100 Academy tournament and obtain a slot to enter the Void Sacred Realm. After seeing Yuan Fei, Sima Bo's heart calmed down slightly. He smiled and said, "You're right. I was worrying too much. This time, only those two freaks from the Space-Time Academy and the Five Elements Academy can compete with Yuan Fei for the championship. The others won't be able to." When the two freaks from the Space-Time Academy and the Five Elements Academy were mentioned, Yuan Fei, who had always been calm, revealed a strange expression. The names of those two freaks had already spread throughout the few heavens. They were famous for their prowess, and their strength was unparalleled. This time, even Yuan Fei had the intention of exchanging pointers with those two freaks. This time, the 100 Academy tournament was destined to be a gathering of geniuses. Countless geniuses would clash, and an incomparably intense battle was bound to erupt. Tong Yuan brought Ling Xiao and the others to the Space-Time Academy. The Space-Time Academy looked like a paradise. Auspicious vapors rose from it, and multicolored lights shone brightly. Ancient trees towered high into the sky, and the spiritual qi here was incomparably dense. It had even turned into a spiritual mist. An old man with a sage-like demeanor had already heard the news and welcomed Tong Yuan and the others into an exquisite courtyard. His name was Lu Yunqi, and he was an elder of the Space-Time Academy. He was in charge of receiving the participants of the 100 Academy tournament. "Fellow Taoist Tong, fellow Taoist Han, I'll have to trouble you to stay here for the next 2 days. If you need anything, feel free to instruct your servants. The 100 Academy tournament will officially begin in 3 days. During this time, aside from a few restricted areas in the Space-Time Academy, you can move about freely." "Excuse me." Lu Yunqi cupped his hands towards Tong Yuan and Han Li with a smile, then hurriedly left. The powerhouses of the various academies had arrived at the Space-Time Academy over the past few days, and the elder in charge of receiving them was frantically busy. Soon, the Space-Time Academy became lively. The geniuses of the various academies arrived one after another and exchanged pointers with each other. Due to the hot-bloodedness of the youths and the fact that they were all geniuses, no one was willing to submit to another. Although the elders of the various academies had restrained their disciples, there were still many small-scale fights. The Regal Academy, Sky Sword Academy, Great Zhou Academy, and Overlord Academy had all arrived. The Regal Academy was naturally led by Qinglian, who was an acquaintance of Ling Zhao's, Feng Chong. The Sky Sword Academy was led by a disciple called Jian Wangsun, the Great Zhou Academy was led by Ji Yuanlong, and the Overlord Academy was led by Jin Gang. Soon, Qinglian and Feng Chong came to see Ling Xiao. "Congratulations, senior sister Qinglian. You've broken through to the God King realm." Ling Xiao glanced at Qinglian, a glint flashing in his eyes as he smiled. Although Qinglian was wearing a long green dress, had a beautiful face, jade-like skin, and a peerless beauty, her entire body emitted a sharp sword intent, like a peerless divine sword that had been unsheathed, making people not dare to look at her directly. Her cultivation had already reached the early God King realm. Ling Xiao could tell that Qinglian had probably just broken through, which was why her aura was still so sharp, and she had yet to completely restrain it. "I've made some progress recently, and I even broke through before the Academy tournament. However, Junior Brother Long, you're really famous wherever you go." Qinglian looked at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. "Why do you say that, senior sister Qinglian?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. After arriving at the Space-Time Academy, he hadn't gone out to wander around. Instead, he had been adjusting his aura and comprehending martial arts. Qinglian looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Junior Brother Long, we all know that you defeated Senior Brother Tian Gang in the Aries Academy's generational competition, but we didn't expect you to be so strong. However, the champion of the Astral Tournament isn't that easy to obtain." Under the intentional promotion of the Heavenly Curse Academy's disciples, the bet between Aries Academy and Heavenly Curse Academy spread throughout the entire Space-Time Academy, and Long Outyen became famous. However, almost everyone was waiting to see Long Outyen and Aries College become a laughingstock. One had to know that among the numerous geniuses participating in the tournament of the 100 Academies, there were more than 20 Divine King Realm powerhouses. Long Outyen was merely at the great circle of the Heavenly God Realm, yet he was so arrogant as to say that he would be the champion. Many people were mocking him, waiting to see Ares College lose face. This was naturally something that the Heavenly Curse Academy was happy to see, and even the Great Zhou Academy's disciples joined in. Ji Yuanlong hated Ling Xiao to the bone, so he naturally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. The astral tournament hadn't even begun, but Ling Xiao's image had already been ruined. Junior brother Long, we know that you are very strong, and you should have the strength of a divine king. However, there are too many geniuses in this astral tournament, and it will be too difficult for you to obtain the champion's position. Junior brother Long, you are too impulsive. Fang Chong smiled bitterly. Although his words were tactful, it was obvious that he didn't think that Ling Xiao could obtain the champion's position. You don't have to worry. I am confident. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, not minding these rumors at all. Since everyone was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, Ling Xiao would naturally give them a pleasant surprise during the astral tournament. Qinglian said, Junior brother Long, since you know what you are doing, we won't say anything else. Speaking of which, this year's academy tournament is actually a showdown between our 8 academies. Although Sword King Sun, Ji Yuanlong, and Vajra have all broken through to the God King realm, I believe that they shouldn't be a match for you. However, you need to pay attention to 4 people. Oh? Senior Qinglian, please speak. Ling Xiao asked. Although the academy tournament hasn't started yet, there are 4 people who are hot favorites to win the championship. Many people are saying that the champion will most likely be one of them. The first one is Yuan Fei from the Heavenly Curse Academy. He has the body of curses and his cultivation is at the early Divine King realm. His art of curses has reached perfection. He can kill people without them noticing. He is also the strongest expert in the Heavenly Curse Academy. Qinglian said slowly. Cursed body? Ling Xiao had a strange look in his eyes. He thought of Yi Liangchen's saint physique of misfortune. Although the cursed body was a powerful physique, it was far inferior to Yi Liangchen's saint physique of misfortune. He wondered what would happen if Yuan Fei met Yi Liangchen. Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Seeing that Ling Xiao was slightly distracted, Qinglian continued, the second one is Jin Xianzong from the 5 Elements Academy. He has the saint physique of metal, which is one of the innate saint physiques of the 5 elements. He is also at the early Divine King realm and the strongest in the 5 Elements Academy. It is said that he has already touched upon the true meaning of the Holy Tao. He is known as a freak. The third one is Sherbufan from the Spacetime Academy. It is said that he has a trace of time origin energy in his body and is proficient in the law of time. He is at the early Divine King realm and has killed more than 10 Divine Kings and Demonic Kings. He is very strong and will be a strong opponent for you. Ling Xiao nodded. He had heard of these 3 people before and they were indeed very strong. However, it was understandable that they had such strength since they were the absolute geniuses of the Heavenly Curse Academy, the 5 Elements Academy, and the Spacetime Academy. Moreover, Ling Xiao was participating in the Academy tournament not only to enter the Void Saint world, but also to spar with the geniuses of the Divine Realm. The stronger his opponent was, the more it would stimulate his fighting spirit. Qinglian said, however, you have to be careful of the 4th person. He is Duan Shuilu, a disciple from a very small academy called the Green Mountain Academy. He is at the early Divine King realm and does not have any special physique or bloodline. However, his comprehension is extraordinary and he is extremely passionate about the Tao of the Blade. It is said that he has entered the Tao of the Blade and comprehended the Saint Tao true meaning. He has never left any of his subordinates alive. When Duan Shuilu was mentioned, Qinglian's gaze turned slightly serious. She cultivated the Tao of the sword and had a pure heart of the sword. She naturally knew how terrifying such a pure sword cultivator was. Although such a person did not have exceptional talent or physique and was born into an ordinary family, he had an indomitable spirit. He had risen from nothing and was far more terrifying than those absolute geniuses who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he slowly nodded. When Qinglian mentioned the first 3 people, Ling Xiao did not pay much attention to them. However, the last person, Duan Shuilu, had piqued his interest. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao also rose from nothing and walked step by step from the mortal world to where he was today. Naturally, he knew the hardships along the way. Ling Zhao's physique was very ordinary. He did not have any innate saint physique or powerful bloodline. The dragon bloodline in his body was inherited from Long Hanyan, and he had devoured the dragon bloodline several times. That was why he had the divine dragon bloodline now. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the deeper one's understanding of heaven and earth became. The more Ling Xiao understood that the strongest part of a cultivator was not their weapons, martial arts, physique, bloodline, or birth. It was their heart. The stronger his heart was, the stronger his strength would be. There was a vast world in his heart and everything in the world in his heart. There was a way to prove the Tao in his heart. Therefore, a person like Duan Shuilu was undoubtedly extremely terrifying and worthy of Ling Zhao's attention. Thank you for telling me, senior sister Qinglian. Ling Xiao smiled at Qinglian. He knew that Qinglian and Fang Chong were worried about him. That was why they collected the information and told him. It's good that you know what you are doing. Your talent is not weaker than any of them. It's just that your cultivation time is too short. If you were given a few more years to break through to the Divine King realm, I believe that they will not be your opponents. Qinglian looked at Ling Xiao and sighed softly. Fang Chong also persuaded, Junior brother Long, it's good to be the champion. If you can't, don't force it. What we are fighting for is the future, 10,000 years, the future of the divine path. I hope you can stay true to your heart and not be defeated by setbacks. Qinglian and Fang Chong were most worried that Ling Xiao would be provoked by the people of the Heavenly Curse Academy and his Tao heart would be damaged. That would be the most terrible thing. Senior sister Qinglian, senior brother Fang, 10,000 years is too long. I am seizing every moment. I said that the position of the champion is mine this time, so no one can take it away from me. Qinglian and Fang Chong left. Although they admired Ling Zhao's confidence and courage, they were still very worried about whether Ling Xiao would be able to obtain the position of champion. However, when they saw Ling Zhao's mental state, they finally relaxed. They knew that Ling Zhao's will was firm, and he would definitely not collapse because of the bet with the Heavenly Curse Academy. At the same time, they went back to rest and cultivate. Qinglian was naturally going to fight for the 10 spots to enter the Void Saint world. Fang Chong would probably not be able to enter the top 10. However, the top 100 would have extremely generous rewards, so it was worth looking forward to. Ling Xiao remained in seclusion and continued to comprehend the Great Wilderness Sword Principle and the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique. Ling Xiao had already cultivated these 2 ultimate techniques to the greater realm and was not far from the perfect realm. Other than Ling Zhao's shocking comprehension, it was also because he had the inheritance of the Age of Time, the Thunder Emperor Technique, and the Thunder Origin Pearl. With such unique conditions, his cultivation naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Junior brother Long, bad news. Junior sister Xian Wang has been surrounded by people from the 5 Elements Academy. A hurried voice jolted Ling Xiao out of his cultivation state. Wang Lin stood at the door of Ling Zhao's room and said anxiously. Ling Xiao ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He said indifferently, what happened? His expression was very calm, but his voice contained a cold aura. Junior sister Xian Wang and junior brother Yi met disciples from the 5 Elements Academy in the Spacetime Academy. They spoke rudely to you and spoke very harshly. Moreover, a disciple from the 5 Elements Academy even wanted to take liberties with junior sister Xian Wang. In the end, he was taught a lesson by junior sister Xian Wang. Therefore, the people from the 5 Elements Academy surrounded junior sister Xian Wang and junior brother Yi. However, the dean and eldest senior brother were out today, so I came back to look for you. Wang Lin quickly explained to Ling Xiao. Originally, Wang Lin was not convinced of Ling Zhao's strength. However, after the battle with Demon Saint Bo Yu, she respected Ling Xiao in her heart. Therefore, when something happened to Xian Wang, she immediately thought of Ling Xiao. Let's go. Ling Zhao's gaze turned cold as he quickly headed outside. Previously, he had heard from Qinglian and Fang Chong that many people were ridiculing Ling Xiao, thinking that he was overestimating himself. They were all waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Ling Xiao didn't think much of it, but he didn't think that some people would really seek death and bully him. Fine, since you dared to stand out, I'll use you to establish my might. Ling Xiao coldly thought in his heart. He had already treated the disciples of the 5 Elements Academy as targets to establish his might. Some people were just like that. The more you gave in, the more they would think that you were easy to bully, and the more they would want a yard after taking an inch. Therefore, the only way was to ruthlessly beat back those who dared to show their face. Spacetime Academy, Full Moon Peak. The scenery here was very beautiful, surrounded by a sea of clouds. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see the strange scene of the sun and moon shining together. It was very mysterious. Furthermore, he could absorb the essence of the sun and moon here, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. For the sake of this year's Academy of the 100 Academies tournament, the Spacetime Academy had generously opened Full Moon Peak to the public, and many people had come to take a look. On a square at the top of the mountain, Xianxia and Xianxia were surrounded by 5 youths wearing 5 elements Taoist robes. The 5 youths had extremely powerful auras, and their faces were incomparably cold. They looked at Xianxia and Xianxia arrogantly. The 2 youths in the lead were early divine kings, and the other 3 were great heavenly gods. Such a lineup could be considered extremely powerful. After all, the strongest cultivators in many ordinary academies were only great heavenly gods. Junior sister Xianxia, you want to leave after injuring my junior brother? Aren't you looking down on the 5 Elements Academy? One of the early divine kings was tall and handsome. He had a head of fiery red hair, and his body was emitting a blazing aura. His eyes were incomparably cold, and he looked at Xianxia and Xianxia arrogantly. What do you want? Xianxia asked indifferently. Xianxia sneered and said, this brat spoke vulgarities and insulted senior brother Long. He even dared to flirt with senior sister Xianxia. If your 5 Elements Academy doesn't know how to discipline him, then we will. Giving him 2 slaps is already a light punishment. Do you still dare to stand up for him? Many people had gathered around to watch the show. Most of them were disciples from ordinary academies. Even Ji Yuanlong from the Great Zhou Academy had brought a few disciples to watch from the side. His eyes were filled with sneers. What a joke! Since when did you have the right to discipline the disciples of my 5 Elements Academy? You've injured junior brother Wang, so kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying you. The youth with fiery red hair sneered. The aura around him became even hotter, as if it was a flame that was about to burn. The other disciples of the 5 Elements Academy also revealed unkind expressions. Especially the disciple whose face was swollen by the Shen King. His name was Wan Qi, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Kowtow and apologize? Do you think you're qualified to do that? Let me tell you, don't provoke me. Otherwise, when I, Xianxia, get angry, even I am afraid of myself. Xianxia sneered with an arrogant look on his face. Isn't this ugly bastard called Xianxia too arrogant? He's only a late heavenly god, yet he dares to talk to a divine king like that. I think he's tired of living. That's right. This brat is definitely going to suffer. But that Xianxia is too beautiful. Her aura is simply peerless. In this year's Academy tournament, there's no one who can compare to her. The spectators discussed animatedly. They were all waiting to see Xianxia make a fool of himself. Some people's attention was on Xianxia, and their eyes were filled with passion. Brat, you're courting death. The youth with fiery red hair had a cold look in his eyes. The aura around him was like an erupting volcano. He slammed his palm towards Xianxia. Rumble, a resplendent sun seemed to have appeared in the center of his palm. This palm print was incomparably terrifying. It turned into a monstrous flame, as if it was going to burn Xianxia into ashes. Some people even began to show signs of reluctance. They were afraid that Xianxia would be turned into ashes by this palm print in the next moment. After all, the gap between a late heavenly god and a divine king was too big. Trash, you're forcing your grandpa Xianxia to get angry. Xianxia sneered. There was no fear in his eyes as well. He threw a punch towards the red-haired youth. Boom, Xianxia's punch didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations. However, a thunderous explosion sounded in the void. Then, the sky changed color. A resplendent sunlight and a gorgeous moonlight fell at the same time, turning into an incomparably mysterious light. Crack, the flames that filled the sky exploded in an instant, turning into a resplendent rain of light. Yi Liangchen's punch had actually landed on the red-haired youth's face. Bang, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene before them. Yi Liangchen was only a late heavenly god. However, he managed to injure the red-haired young man with just one punch. This was beyond their knowledge. Is that the sun divine power and the moon divine power? This guy can actually summon the sun divine power and the moon divine power. How is that possible? Someone was shocked and a serious expression appeared on his face. Full Moon Peak was very strange. Legend had it that it contained a holy array that could gather the sun divine power and the moon divine power. The yin-yang divine power and the moon divine power formed by the sun divine power and the moon divine power was extremely powerful. Almost no one below the Saint Realm could withstand it. When Yi Liangchen punched out just now, it actually caused the mysterious sunlight and moonlight in the void. That was obviously the sun divine power and the moon divine power. Impossible. The sun divine power and the moon divine power are the power of the Spacetime College's protective mountain array. Only the president can activate it. Ordinary people can't control these two types of divine power. It must be a coincidence. A disciple from the Spacetime College retorted. It must be a coincidence. I heard that the full moon peak is very strange. Sometimes, the sun and the moon will appear in the sky. Maybe the sun divine power and the moon divine power just happened to appear. Someone explained. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. After all, if Yi Liangchen could really activate the sun divine power and the moon divine power, the entire Spacetime College would be shocked. They would go and check if there was something wrong with the protective mountain array. Bastard, you deserve to die. The red-haired young man was embarrassed and angry. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Yi Liangchen's punch didn't injure him too badly. However, his handsome face was swollen. This made him hate Yi Liangchen to the extreme. Boom, a blazing aura rose up. The red-haired young man was surrounded by flames. A mysterious flame rune flew out from his palm and instantly turned into a fire kirin. It was emitting a murderous aura as it charged towards Yi Liangchen. Is this the 5 elements creation skill? Legend has it that it can create 12 types of ancient divine beasts. It seems like Yi Liangchen is in trouble. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The 5 elements creation technique was one of the fundamental techniques of the 5 Elements Academy. When the red-haired young man used the 5 elements creation technique, it was obvious that he was enraged and wanted to kill Yi Liangchen. Roar, that fire qilin roared into the heavens, emitting monstrous flames. Its ferocious might was matchless, ancient and mysterious as it pounced towards Yi Liangchen. It's just a simulation of the fire qilin's true intent. It's not the real fire qilin. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Liangchen said proudly. Then, his eyes lit up and he threw another punch at the fire qilin. Crack, it seemed as if there was a bright lightning exploding in the void. The terrifying lightning suddenly enveloped the fire qilin. Moreover, there was a mysterious sunlight and moonlight pervading in the void. It was exuding an incomparably terrifying power fluctuation. What? The red-haired young man was about to go crazy with anger. His eyes were filled with incomparable depression. The fire qilin exploded in an instant. Moreover, the sunlight and moonlight intertwined and turned into a yin and yang murderous aura. With a loud bang, everything was destroyed. The red-haired young man had no way to dodge. He directly crashed into his chest. Boom, the red-haired young man's chest caved in. This time, his injuries were even more serious. Dozens of his ribs were broken, and he spat out blood. Is this a coincidence? Why did the sun god power and the moon god power appear again? Isn't Yi Liangchen from the Aries Academy? Could it be that he's a spy from the Spacetime Academy? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't even speak clearly. If the appearance of the sun god power and the moon god power was a coincidence, what was happening now? The full moon peak seems to prohibit private fights. It must be their fight that triggered the protective array, which triggered the sun god power and the moon god power. That must be it. The disciples of the Spacetime Academy muttered to themselves as if they were convincing themselves. However, their expressions became more and more unpleasant. But at this moment, how could anyone believe it? This was too strange. A disciple of the Ares Academy, who was merely a late-stage heavenly god, was actually able to trigger the sun god power and the moon god power. This caused everyone to look at Xianxia in a different light. At this moment, they finally came to their senses. Perhaps the Ares Academy had their own reasons for allowing Xianxia, who was only a late-stage heavenly god, to participate in the tournament of the 100 Academies. Xianxia was really extraordinary. Seniors, these two dared to bully senior brother Chen. They're simply looking down on our 5 Elements Academy. Everyone, let's attack them together and punish them. In the 5 Elements Academy, the disciple who was being taught a lesson by Xianxia shouted. His eyes were filled with coldness. Boom, the 5 disciples of the 5 Elements Academy had unfriendly expressions. Their gazes were incomparably cold. Killing intent rose from their bodies. Powerful auras intertwined and locked onto Xianxia and Xianxia. The red-haired young man was injured by Xianxia's 2 punches, which made them lose face. However, they were incomparably fearful of Xianxia. Therefore, they were prepared to attack regardless of the consequences. You pieces of trash. You can't beat me one-on-one, so you want to bully me with numbers? Come. If I, Xianxia, don't beat you into a pulp, I'll change my surname to yours. Xianxia sneered. He was incomparably arrogant and domineering. However, no one dared to mock or look down on him now. He had used his strength to prove himself. Even a divine king expert had been defeated by him. Everyone's expression became incomparably solemn. I'm going to kill you. The red-haired young man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was distorted. His red hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. He recklessly pounced towards Xianxia. Boom, however, suddenly, a resplendent divine light exploded in the void. Moreover, it was accompanied by a crisp dragon roar. It was ancient and majestic. It enveloped the red-haired young man. It was a dragon-shaped fist. Blood chi filled the sky. It was incomparably ferocious. Its speed was extremely fast. It directly collided with the red-haired young man. Gotcha! The red-haired young man's arm directly exploded into a bloody mist. His entire body was instantly sent flying. He let out an incomparably miserable cry. Amidst the divine light that filled the sky, Ling Xiao stepped on the sky. His white robes were whiter than snow. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His indifferent and resplendent eyes swept across the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on the people of the 5 Elements Saint sect. The people of my Ares Academy are not people that can be dealt with by any random person. If you don't want to die, scram. Above the full moon peak, Ling Xiao stood in the air as if he had become the center of the entire world. Everyone's gaze landed on him. Who is he? He's only at the great circle of the heavenly god realm, yet he possesses such terrifying physical strength. Even Chen Kai was no match for him. Could he be Ares College's Big Dipper? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with incomparable shock. Ling Xiao's ferocious punch was purely based on the strength of his physical body. A vast amount of blood and chi surged, as if a real divine dragon had exploded in front of everyone. That kind of invincible charm was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. He's not Big Dipper. He's Long Outyin, the one who claimed to be the champion and sweep through the academy tournament. A Heavenly Curse Academy's disciple said coldly. What? He's Long Outyin? No wonder he said that he would be the champion. His combat strength is indeed extremely strong. It seems like the 4 great prodigies have found their match. Although Long Outyin has some strength, how can he be compared to the 4 great prodigies? Just his great circle of the heavenly god realm cultivation alone is his greatest weakness. I think he has a chance of entering the top 10, but he can forget about being the champion. Ares College has been quiet for so many years. Could it be that they want to shock everyone this time? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in the air and discussed with different expressions. Some were curious, some were gloating, and some were disdainful and mocking. Big brother, can't you come a little later? I haven't had my fun yet, and you've stolen the limelight. Yap Liangchen said with a sullen face. The feeling of showing off just now was really satisfying, Yap Liangchen was still planning to sweep through the Five Elements College and teach those guys a lesson. In the end, Ling Xiao came. You'll have your chance to show off in the future. I'm not trying to steal your limelight. If I didn't come, you would have been beaten to the ground. Ling Xiao glared at him in exasperation. The person who can beat me to the ground hasn't been born yet. These 5 guys are all trash. They won't be able to withstand a single blow. Yap Liangchen said proudly. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao said slowly. His eyes shone with a divine light as he looked at the vast sea of clouds in the distance. Boom, a resplendent golden light exploded there, and a resplendent golden figure soared through the sky with extreme speed. It was like a newly born sun, leaping out of the sea of clouds and rushing into the heavens with unstoppable momentum. Boundless saber will bloomed in the void. It was like a Milky Way, shrouding the entire world. Under the heavenly river stood a handsome young man wearing a golden dragon armor. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. His body exuded a mysterious golden light, and his eyes were extremely bright. It was as if there was a mysterious blade light emanating from them. He stepped on the celestial river and instantly appeared in the sky above the full moon peak. Its eldest senior brother. Big senior brother, you have to uphold justice for us. The people from Aries College are too much. Eldest senior brother, you must teach them a good lesson. The Five Elements Academy's disciples revealed an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression as they bowed towards the young man. He was the Five Elements Academy's eldest senior brother, Jin Shenzong. He was also one of the 4 geniuses who had the highest chance of becoming the champion. It's Jin Shenzong. This one has the golden virtue sage body, and his strength is unparalleled. This is going to be interesting. I wonder who is stronger between Long Outyen and Jin Shenzong? Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. The academy tournament had yet to begin, but everyone already knew about the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Among them were Heavenly Curse Academy's Yuan Fei, Five Elements Academy's Jin Shenzong, Spacetime Academy Shibu Fan, and Qingshan Academy's Duan Shui Lu. They were the 4 geniuses who had the highest chance of becoming the champion. Due to the Heavenly Curse Academy's unbridled publicity, the bet between Aries College and Heavenly Curse Academy had spread far and wide. Long Outyen, who was only at the great circle of the Sky God realm, had actually shamelessly boasted that he would become the champion. Naturally, he had become the target of ridicule. With the Heavenly Curse Academy's publicity, Long Outyen had even become the butt of everyone's jokes. Today's conflict between Xian Wang and the Five Elements Academy was mainly caused by the Five Elements' disrespectful words to Long Outyen. You're Long Outyen? Jin Shenzong looked down at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression. You're Jin Shenzong? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't directly answer. Instead, he asked a question of his own. You're indeed very strong, but you're only at the great circle of the Sky God realm. If you want to become the champion of the Academy tournament, aren't you overestimating yourself? Jin Shenzong said indifferently. Ling Xiao calmly replied, you can try whether or not I'm overestimating myself. Are you challenging me? Jin Shenzong's eyes flashed. Challenging you? You can interpret it that way. Actually, what I'm saying is that if anyone isn't convinced, they can come and try. Let's see whether or not I can become the champion. Ling Xiao said calmly. Everyone was stunned. Did Ling Xiao mean to issue a challenge to everyone? Where did his confidence come from? You don't know the meaning of death. Eldest senior brother, this brat is definitely not your match. Chen Kai looked at Ling Xiao with a venomous gaze. Jin Shenzong looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, whether or not you can become the champion is not up to you, nor is it up to me. Everything will only be decided in the Academy tournament. However, you've injured my Five Elements Academy's disciples today. You should at least give us an explanation, right? What explanation do you want? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Very simple. Apologize to my junior brothers, and I won't pursue the matter on account of Dean Tong. Jin Shenzong said. Apologize? Impossible. Xian Wang said coldly. That's right. Why should we apologize? It's obviously your Five Elements Academy's disciples who are shameless. How dare they have designs on senior sister Xian Wang? Beating them up is already a light punishment. You should make them apologize to us. Yi Liangchen said with a cold smile. Jin Xianzong, I'm sure you know what happened today. It's impossible for us to apologize. If you want to draw a line, I'll let you do it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was a trace of sharpness in his eyes. Long Outyin, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength. I don't want to fight today, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Jin Xianzong's eyes turned cold as he stared at Ling Xiao. Golden divine light lingered around his body. Streaks of divine light were incomparably sharp. They were like resplendent blades, causing his aura to become incomparably sharp. Do you want to fight? Very well. You can try. Rumble, above the full moon peak, Ling Xiao and Jin Xianzong faced each other in the air. Their auras intertwined, vast and majestic, rumbling like thunder in the void. Everyone was somewhat nervous and excited. Could it be that the academy tournament hadn't even begun, but they were already witnessing a battle between two peerless geniuses? Of course, everyone naturally believed that Ling Xiao was no match for Jin Xianzong, but that didn't stop them from looking forward to this battle. The disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy were also watching coldly from the sidelines. Speaking of which, they hoped that Ling Xiao would suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Jin Xianzong. That would mean that they had won the bet. The two's auras clashed, causing the void to tremble slightly. Golden divine light illuminated the surroundings, making for an incomparably gorgeous sight. The auras of the two grew stronger and stronger, and just as the inevitable battle was about to erupt, rumble, an incomparably mysterious and ancient aura appeared in the void. It was like a transparent wall, separating Ling Xiao and Jin Xianzong. Wang, a light flashed in the void, and a young man in white robes appeared. He looked very delicate and refined, and his entire body was spotless. His gaze was calm, and his face was handsome. However, he had a head of white hair. Although he didn't look very old, he had an ancient and weathered temperament. Its eldest senior brother? A disciple from the Spacetime Academy exclaimed, his eyes suddenly filled with excitement and reverence. It was the eldest senior brother of the Spacetime Academy, Sherbufan. Sherbufan is also here. Is he going to stop the battle between Long Outyin and Jin Xianzong? Someone's eyes flashed as he secretly guessed. Fellow Taoists, can you give me some face and stop here? After all, this is the sacred land of my Spacetime Academy. Fighting here is too much of a killjoy. In any case, the Academy tournament is tomorrow, and you two will naturally have a chance to spar then. Sherbufan cupped his hands toward Ling Xiao and Jin Xianzong and smiled faintly. His smile looked very amiable, and his entire person gave off a feeling of a spring breeze. However, there was also a faint sense of alienation, which made it difficult for others to grasp. Sherbufan's appearance immediately dissolved the battle between Ling Xiao and Jin Xianzong's auras. It was like a silent lubricant, very mysterious. Jin Xianzong was a little hesitant, but he still nodded and said, since senior brother sure has spoken, I will naturally give you face. Today's matter will end here. However, Long Outyin, I will settle the matter of you injuring a few of my 5 Elements Academy's junior brothers in tomorrow's Academy tournament. Ling Xiao said very calmly, very good, I'll wait. Let's go. Jin Xianzong took a deep look at Ling Xiao before he cupped his fists toward Sherbufan and left with the disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. Speaking of which, the 5 Elements College had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Aries College. If they continued to stay, Jin Xianzong would feel ashamed, so he did not stay for long. Everyone felt a little regretful. The great battle that they were looking forward to had actually been resolved because of Sherbufan's appearance. However, when they thought about the enmity between Long Outyin and Jin Xianzong, they felt even more anticipation for the next day's Academy tournament. Everyone left the full moon peak. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with King Xian and Yi Liangchen, he was stopped by Sherbufan. Brother Long, please stop for a moment. Sherbufan smiled faintly at Ling Xiao. Brother Sher, what's the matter? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Brother Long, let's talk in private. Sherbufan looked at King Xian and Yi Liangchen and smiled. King Xian knew that Sherbufan probably had something to discuss with Ling Xiao, so he immediately said to Ling Xiao, Brother Long, we'll head back first. After saying that, King Xian and Yi Liangchen left the full moon peak. Brother Shi, please speak your mind. Ling Xiao said faintly. The relationship between Ares College and the Spacetime Academy wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Although the Spacetime Academy was in an alliance with the Heavenly Curse Academy and the Five Elements Academy, the Spacetime Academy was more aloof and rarely interfered with these grudges. Ling Xiao was also a little confused as to why Shirbufan was looking for him. Shirbufan looked at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. Brother Long, I've heard of your glorious battle achievements. You're indeed a heaven-sent genius. It's amazing. Even fellow Taoist Lu Wu of your esteemed courtyard was said to have lost to you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently, Brother Shi, you flatter me. Do you know Lu Wu? Shirbufan nodded and said with a meaningful look in his eyes, 10 years ago, Brother Lu Wu and I explored a secret realm together, so we met there. Junior Marshal Brother Long, do you know what we obtained from that secret realm? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had already vaguely guessed Shirbufan's purpose for coming, but he still shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Shirbufan didn't seem to care about Ling Xiao's attitude in the slightest as he continued, in that secret realm, we discovered the true meaning of 2 inheritances of the flowing time emperor from ancient times. They were engraved in 2 volumes of time, and Brother Lu Wu and I obtained them. Brother Long, do you know of the flowing time emperor? Ling Xiao nodded calmly and said, I've heard of him. The flowing time emperor was from an extremely ancient era. It's said that he was even from before the 9 emperors of the human race. That's right. My spacetime heavenly gate has a long history and can be traced back to the flowing time emperor and the void emperor, 2 ancient great emperors. It's just that too much time has passed, so the flowing time emperor's inheritance has been lost. However, the inheritances of the flowing time emperor that we obtained from that secret realm gave me hope. As long as we gather enough inheritances of the flowing time emperor, we can rediscover the complete flowing time emperor's inheritance. Shirbufan stared at Ling Xiao and said slowly. His gaze was incomparably deep, as if he wanted to see through the deepest part of Ling Xiao's heart. However, the information in his words was also incomparably shocking. If the inheritances of the ancient great emperor were to be spread out, perhaps even saints would be tempted. At the same time, Ling Xiao also understood the origin of the flowing time emperor. The flowing time emperor in his hands was passed down by the Scarlet Dragon War God, who must have inadvertently obtained an incomplete copy of the flowing time emperor. Lu Wu and Shirbufan also obtained an incomplete copy of the flowing time emperor, which was the inheritance of the flowing time emperor. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect Shirbufan to be so frank and tell him all this. I see, then I congratulate Brother Shi on obtaining the flowing time emperor's inheritance as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said calmly. Brother Long, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. I know that Lu Wu died in your hands, so the flowing time emperor's inheritance must have fallen into your hands, right? You don't have to deny it, because I have the flowing time emperor on me, so I can naturally sense the aura of people who have the flowing time emperor. I want the flowing time emperor on you. Name your price. Shirbufan's true motive was actually the age menstruation. Furthermore, he firmly believed that the age menstruation was on Ling Xiao. Perhaps the person who obtained the age menstruation had a special sensing method. However, Ling Xiao was unable to sense the aura of the age menstruation on Shirbufan's body. Perhaps it was because the age sutra he inherited from the Scarlet Dragon War God was incomplete. Shirbufan didn't know what had happened in Ares College. He didn't know that demon sage Boyu had possessed Lu Wu's body. Even if he knew, he would think that Lu Wu's age sutra inheritance had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao's mind spun, but he didn't deny it directly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain his age menstruation. Therefore, he could only admit his mistake. You're right. Lu Wu's age sutra has indeed fallen into my hands. However, why should I give it to you? Ling Xiao's expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. Even Shirbufan couldn't see through his true thoughts. Brother Long, the space-time heavenly gate has been searching for the age emperor's inheritance for countless years. Therefore, the age menstruation definitely wouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Do you understand? Shirbufan smiled faintly. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Brother Shi, are you threatening me? Brother Long, you're being too polite. This is definitely not a threat. To be honest, I don't want the space-time heavenly gate to interfere. If the space-time heavenly gate interferes, the age menstruation inheritance wouldn't fall into my hands at all. Therefore, this is my private request. It's just an agreement between you and me. Shirbufan hurriedly comforted him. He didn't want to provoke Ling Zhao's rebellious emotions. Brother Shi, I've already cultivated the Age Sutra. How can I give it to you? Could it be that you want to search my soul? Ling Zhao said with a faint smile. Brother Long, I don't want the age menstruation. I only want the age compass. You can state your conditions. Whether it's a flawless sacred treasure, a peerless sacred pill, or any other martial arts or treasures, as long as you're willing, I can get them for you. Shirbufan stared at Ling Zhao and said seriously. Ling Zhao's heart shook. He finally understood Shirbufan's true intentions. After all, the Age Sutra might not be able to carry the age true intent, but the age compass could. After Ling Zhao snatched the time compass from Lu Wu, he didn't have the time to study it carefully. He didn't expect that Shirbufan would target him. Time compass? Dao brother Shi, let's not talk about the secrets contained within the time compass. Just the fact that the time compass can seal time and space is already far superior to ordinary saint artifacts. Dao brother Shi, do you really think that I don't know anything by exchanging ordinary saint artifacts and saint pills for it? Ling Zhao smiled faintly. Shirbufan's body shook as he slowly said, it seems like Brother Long has already understood the secrets of the time compass. Since that's the case, how can you give it to me? The smile on Shirbufan's face also faded. His entire aura became ancient and ethereal, with a faint sense of alienation. Moreover, there was an incomparable arrogance in his bones, as if his earlier enthusiasm towards Ling Zhao was all an act. If you want the time compass, it's very simple. Give me your space-time heavenly gate space-time secret technique in exchange, and I will immediately give you the time compass. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. He originally wanted to refuse directly, but suddenly changed his mind and brought up the space-time secret technique. Space-time secret technique? You really have a big appetite. It seems like Brother Long is not sincere. Shirbufan's face instantly became gloomy. The space-time secret technique was the true supreme technique of the space-time heavenly gate. It was one of the 12 ancient heavenly techniques. It was rumored that even the flowing time emperor and the void emperor used the space-time secret technique as a foundation to create their own supreme imperial Tao, leaving behind the time emperor and the void emperor's inheritance. If Shirbufan had the space-time secret technique, why would he need to spend so much effort to find the flowing time emperor's inheritance? There were probably less than 5 people in the space-time heavenly gate who were qualified to comprehend the space-time secret technique. Every one of them was at least at the sage realm and had a high status. Brother Shi, you asked me to state my conditions, and I have already stated my conditions. If you can do it, then give me the space-time secret technique in exchange. If you can't, then forget it. Ling Zhao's voice also became cold. He could see that although Shirbufan looked gentle on the surface, he was extremely arrogant and self-centered. He was a very egotistical person who wanted everything to run according to his will. However, Ling Zhao did not fall for this. Long Outyin, you should know that anyone who dares to go against me has already disappeared from this world. Shirbufan's eyes flickered with a strange light as he spoke expressionlessly. At this moment, he directly called Ling Zhao by his name and even began to threaten him. He could sense that Ling Zhao would never hand over the time compass to him. Is that so? Could it be that you want to make a move against me here? You can try. Ling Zhao smiled faintly, his expression extremely calm. On the full moon peak, the mountain wind was blowing and the sea of clouds was drifting. The golden sun in the distance sprinkled down endless rays of light, illuminating Ling Zhao and Shirbufan as if they were cast in gold. The two of them seemed to have stopped moving at this moment. An incomparably terrifying aura pervaded the air. Shirbufan stared at Ling Zhao, the light in his eyes fluctuating, but it eventually faded away. Long Outyin, do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on the time compass. In tomorrow's academy tournament, if I win, your time compass will belong to me. If I win, your time compass will belong to me. A bet? Why should I bet with you? I'm sorry, I'm very busy right now. Ling Xiao sneered, turned around, and left the full moon peak without hesitation. He still hadn't figured out the secrets of the time compass, but he had decided to quickly figure out what it contained that made Shi Bufan value it so much. Although Shi Bufan seemed to have revealed a lot of secrets, Ling Xiao believed that there were definitely more important things that he hadn't said. Shi Bufan stared at Ling Xiao's departing figure, a mysterious light spreading from his eyes, along with a hint of killing intent. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then you can only die. Shi Bufan's eyelids drooped as he muttered to himself. Buzz, a refreshing mountain breeze blew, and the clouds filled the air. Shi Bufan's figure instantly disappeared from the full moon peak. After Ling Xiao returned to Ares College's side courtyard, he immediately went into seclusion. First, he set up dozens of layers of spirit formations. Then, he activated his heart realm to communicate with the Great Void Temple and entered it. "Young master, you're here." Uncle Su smiled when he saw Ling Xiao's figure appear. "Uncle Su, do you know the origin of the time compass?" Ling Xiao took out the time compass and handed it to Uncle Su. The time compass was pitch black and looked extremely ancient. A mysterious aura of time flowed around it. "Time compass?" Uncle Su's eyes flashed, and he immediately took the time compass with a solemn look on his face. Buzz, mysterious runes rose from Uncle Su's palm and fused with the time compass. The time compass buzzed and thousands of strands of auspicious energy rose up. It was as if an incomparably vast world was hidden within it. "This isn't the real time compass. It's just a replica. However, it contains the true meaning of time and has a very obscure coordinate. I'm guessing that it's one of the tokens of the Flowing Time Emperor's inheritance," Uncle Su said slowly. The Flowing Time Emperor was an ancient great emperor who had once swept across the heavens and myriad worlds. His name was renowned for an era. His extreme Dao Emperor weapon was the time compass. However, it was obvious that the time compass wasn't the real extreme Dao Emperor weapon. It was just a replica. Even so, its power was still extremely terrifying. One of the tokens of the Flowing Time Emperor's inheritance? No wonder Shi Bufan wanted the time compass. "Uncle Su, can you tell how many time compasses there are?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. "According to the obscure coordinate in the time compass, there should be 9 time compasses. Only when the 9 time compasses are gathered together will the true location of the Flowing Time Emperor's inheritance be revealed," Uncle Su said slowly after sensing the time compass. Ling Xiao understood that the Flowing Time Compass and Flowing Time Compass were probably tokens left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor to record the location of his inheritance. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand why he couldn't find the Flowing Time Emperor's inheritance in the Spacetime Heavenly Gate. Shi Bufan probably wanted to collect the time compass and obtain the Flowing Time Emperor's inheritance, that was the inheritance of a peerless great emperor. Not only could it possibly contain the time compass, an apex great emperor's weapon, it might even contain the true scriptures of a great emperor. That was a smooth path to becoming a great emperor. The entire divine world would probably go crazy over it. It was no wonder that Shi Bufan was unwilling to inform the Spacetime Heavenly Gate. It was because he was ambitious and wanted to monopolize the Flowing Time Emperor's inheritance. "Young master, I advise you to remain calm. Every great emperor is a peerless genius, and they can even comprehend the power of fate and spacetime. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is known as the controller of time, so he will naturally know everything that happens after his death. The inheritance of a great emperor is not that easy to obtain. I'm afraid that in the end, everyone will be reduced to a wedding dress," Uncle Su said in a meaningful tone. Ling Xiao's heart trembled slightly. The thought of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance faded a little. No one knew whether the Flowing Time Great Emperor was dead or not. It wasn't impossible for his inheritance to be a trap. Moreover, the old master's inheritance wouldn't be any weaker than the Flowing Time Emperor's inheritance. When young master's Great Void Heart Charm scripture reaches the 6th level, the prominent divinity stage, you'll naturally discover its profundity," Uncle Su said with a proud smile. Ling Xiao nodded. Naturally, he had no doubts about this. Emperor Taishu was a ruthless person who could kill a great emperor. His talent was extraordinary, and he was known as the peerless Sky Pride who had the highest chance of becoming an emperor after the 9 emperors of the human clan. The geniuses of his generation were all overshadowed by his brilliance. If it wasn't for the Battle of Emperor's Fall, the Great Void Emperor might have already become the invincible Great Void Emperor that swept through the heavens. Ling Xiao and Uncle Su discussed some cultivation problems in the Great Void Heart Charm scripture. Then Ling Xiao left the Great Void Temple. Ling Xiao was still very wary of the Spacetime Academy. No one knew if the Academy had any special means to monitor everyone. Although Ling Xiao was already very careful, he couldn't disappear for too long to avoid arousing suspicion. After knowing the secret of the time compass, Ling Xiao felt slightly more at ease. Not to mention that the time compass might lead him to the flowing Time Emperor's inheritance ground. Just the time compass itself contained the true meaning of time, which could stop time. This was a powerful weapon that even a half-step saint wouldn't be able to escape from. As for Shi Bufan, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to care about what he was scheming against. As long as he didn't provoke Ling Xiao, then it was fine. If Shi Bufan really dared to have any ideas about Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao wouldn't mind snatching the time compass from Shi Bufan. The next day, the Academy tournament officially began. On top of a lofty mountain in the Spacetime Academy, there was a huge plaza that was surrounded by endless resplendent light. It looked very mysterious. It was rumored that this lofty mountain was originally hundreds of thousands of meters tall, but it was later split apart by a great sage of the Spacetime Heavenly Gate, forming the largest plaza in the Spacetime Academy. It was also the location of this year's Academy tournament. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the plaza with Tong Yuan and Han Li, they saw that there were already many people gathered there. Aside from the genius disciples of the various academies who had come to participate in the Academy tournament, there were also many disciples of the Spacetime Academy who had come to watch the fun. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could feel that this lofty mountain was emitting an ancient and majestic aura. Furthermore, there was an endlessly growing Saint Dao sword intent lingering around it, its sharpness faintly discernible. The rumor that the great sage of the Spacetime Heavenly Gate had split apart this lofty mountain with a single sword strike was probably true. A huge stage had already been set up in the plaza. There were all sorts of mysterious array runes lingering around it. The light was dense, and the void trembled, forming a huge array space. In the void, there were 8 ancient stone chairs at the very top, which were the seats for the deans of the 8 great academies. Below them were a few hundred smaller seats for the deans and elders of the other academies. The Academy tournament was actually centered around the 8 great academies. The other academies were only allowed to participate, but they didn't have much say in it. The Academy tournament rotated among the 8 great academies, and this year, it was the Spacetime Academy's turn. Whoosh! 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 The numerous deans and elders of the various academies all arrived at their seats in the void. At the same time, their gazes landed on a white-robed elder with white hair and a beard. He looked like a transcendent being. This person was the dean of the Spacetime Academy, Shi Tianfeng. He was also the host of this year's Academy tournament. Everyone, welcome to the Spacetime Academy to participate in the Academy tournament. Today, so many geniuses have gathered here. Your presence brings light to the Spacetime Academy's humble dwelling. Shi Tianfeng stood in the void, light lingering around his body. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was incomparably deep as he cupped his hands and bowed to the crowd. His entire being seemed to have become one with the heavens and earth. This bow made everyone feel as if the heavens and earth had submitted to them, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. It looks like Shi Tianfeng has already taken that step. At the peak of the godly king realm, one could comprehend the sage Dao. As long as one could take that final step, they would reach the half-step sage realm. However, taking that final step was extremely difficult. Many people were stuck at the peak of the godly king realm, just like Tong Yuan, Han Li, Sima Bo, and the others. They were all at the peak of the godly king realm, but they were still unable to reach the half-step sage realm. That final step had blocked almost 99% of the powerhouses. Reaching the half-step sage realm was already so difficult, let alone reaching the sage realm. That was why there was a saying that everyone below the sage realm was an ant. No matter how many godly kings there were, they would still die when facing a sage. Shi Tianfeng had already taken that final step and reached the half-step sage realm. Shi Tianfeng didn't seem to notice the complicated expressions on Tong Yuan and the others' faces as he continued. The rules of the Academy tournament are jointly set by us 8 great academies, so we will definitely ensure absolute fairness. This year's Academy tournament will be divided into 3 rounds. The first round will be an elimination round, where those at the Godly King realm and above can directly advance, while the others will have to battle. The first round will determine 100 people, and these 100 people will have the chance to advance to the second round. The second round will be a challenge round, where a champion will be randomly selected from the stage. Every champion will have to be challenged by others and maintain a 5-match winning streak. Only then will they be automatically granted a spot to advance to the third round, where the top 20 will advance to the next round. The third round will be a challenge round, where a total of 20 people will fight and challenge each other. Everyone will have to fight against the remaining 10 or so people, and the final ranking will be determined by the number of victories. Of course, everyone knows about the top 10 of this year's Academy tournament. The top 10 will obtain the right to enter the Void Saint realm, and the top 100 will also be rewarded with divine weapons, spiritual medicines, and divine pills. Shi Tianfeng then explained the rules and rewards of the Academy tournament to Luyin. There were a total of 3 rounds, and the rules were simple and clear. Furthermore, they were extremely fair, so no one objected. When they heard Shi Tianfeng mention the Void Saint realm, the eyes of many of the genius disciples lit up, and they all revealed excited and expectant expressions. It was extremely difficult for a peak godly king to take that final step and break through to the half-step sage realm. If one didn't have any luck, it might take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, the Void Saint world could shorten the process by hundreds or even thousands of times. As long as one could find their own path of the holy path in the Void Saint world, it could be said that one would definitely be able to become a half-saint. This was a smooth path to the heavens. Therefore, any genius who had confidence in their own abilities would also be determined to obtain a slot to enter the Void Sacred World. Now, I declare that the Astral Combat Tournament has officially begun. Following Shi Tianfeng's final announcement, everyone started to get excited and seethe with excitement. There were a total of 24 God King Realm warriors in the 8 academies and 6 God King Realm warriors in the other ordinary academies. These 30 God King Realm warriors could skip the first round and enter the second round directly. As for the remaining people, they would have to compete for the remaining 70 spots. The first round of eliminations was simple and brutal. A total of over 1,000 geniuses would enter the arena and engage in a chaotic battle. Only the last 70 people would be able to advance. Xianxia had never imagined that the first round of the Astral Combat Tournament would be a chaotic battle. After all, chaotic battles were the most difficult to control and could easily result in casualties. However, the Spacetime Academy seemed to have thought of this as well. The arena wasn't very large, only tens of thousands of feet wide. It could accommodate over 1,000 geniuses, which meant that the distance between them was at most 10 feet. This was to force them to fight. If they were knocked off the arena, they would be eliminated. Furthermore, there were many deans and elders supervising them. They also stipulated that no killing moves could be made in the arena. Otherwise, they would be disqualified from the Astral Combat Tournament. Whoosh! 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 Following Shi Tianfeng's announcement, aside from the 30 God King Realm warriors, everyone else leaped up and flew onto the arena. This time, the Ares Academy was in an awkward position. The Spacetime Academy, 5 Elements Academy, and Heavenly Curse Academy each had 5 God King Realm warriors. Even the Imperial Academy, Heavenly Sword Academy, Overlord Academy, and Great Zhou Academy each had 2 God King Realm warriors. However, the Ares Academy was pitiful, as they only had Zhou Daoji. However, Tong Yuan and Han Li's expressions were very calm, as if they weren't worried at all. This was because they had full confidence in Tiangang and Ling Xiao. Tong Yuan, you old fool. Hee, the Astral Combat Tournament has 3 rounds. If that Long Outyin kid is eliminated in the first round, then you'll definitely lose. Sima Bo glanced at Tong Yuan and chuckled. You don't have to worry about that. Long Outyin will definitely advance to the second round and sweep through everyone in the third round. Tong Yuan smiled faintly, his expression incomparably calm. You're just being stubborn. In a chaotic battle, anything can happen. Sima Bo coldly sneered. The deans and elders of the various academies all had different expressions. They had long heard of the huge bet between the Ares Academy and the Heavenly Curse Academy. Although they didn't believe that Long Outyin could win the championship, they were still very curious about this kid called Long Out Yin. Their gazes all landed on Ling Xiao. Yuan Fei, tell them that if they can eliminate Long Out Yin in the first round, then each of them will be rewarded with a God King pill. Sima Bo's cold voice transmitted into Yuan Fei's mind. Yuan Fei was slightly taken aback. Sima Bo was really generous. The God King pellet was a supreme-grade divine pellet that could allow a Great Circle Heavenly God Realm expert to break through to the God King realm instantly without any side effects. He had never thought that Sima Bo would be willing to take out a God King pellet for Long Out Yin. Alright. Yuan Fei didn't say anything else. He nodded and transmitted a message to the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy. Eliminate Long Out Yin? Eldest senior brother, don't worry. We'll definitely kick him out of the arena. The 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy were shocked and couldn't help but become excited. Be careful. Yuan Fei said faintly and then cut off the transmission. The few of you, if you can eliminate Long Out Yin, I'll reward you handsomely. Golden light lingered in Jin Xianzong's eyes as he glanced at Ling Xiao. However, his voice had already reached the ears of the 5 disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. Long Out Yin definitely won't make it to the second round. The few disciples of the 5 Elements Academy sneered and said. Sherbufon's cold voice also reached the ears of the few disciples of the Spacetime Academy. Eliminate Long Out Yin at all costs. Yes. The disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy, 5 Elements Academy, and Spacetime Academy all received the order to eliminate Long Out Yin. And it wasn't just them. Ji Yuanlong hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Although he didn't dare to give the order openly, he asked the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy to think of ways to secretly trip Ling Xiao up. Ling Xiao's senses were incomparably sharp. In an instant, he noticed that there were dozens of unfriendly gazes on the stage. Although those gazes were obscure, Ling Xiao could sense that they were from the Heavenly Curse Academy, 5 Elements Academy, Spacetime Academy, and Great Zhou Academy. You want to deal with me? Since that's the case, don't blame me for eliminating all of you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sneered in his heart. Junior brother Long, what should we do later? Tian Gang glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. What else can we do? Just fight. Senior brother, if you have the time, take care of the disciples of the Imperial Academy. Try your best to ensure that no one from the Ares Academy is eliminated. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Alright. Ha ha ha. I really can't wait to see the expressions of the disciples from the other academies. But leave the Heavenly Curse Academy to me. Tian Gang laughed heartily. However, when his gaze landed on the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy, his gaze instantly turned incomparably cold. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He understood Tian Gang's thoughts. The Heavenly Curse Academy could be said to be one of the main culprits behind the decline of the Pangu clan. They had an irreconcilable blood feud with the Pangu clan. Even if Tian Gang couldn't deal with the Heavenly Curse Academy now, these disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy wouldn't have it easy. Hee, a chaotic battle. I like chaotic battles with no rules. Other than the people from the Ares Academy, all of these people should be eliminated. Yi Liangchen said excitedly. Especially when he looked at the disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy and 5 Elements Academy, his eyes were filled with hostility. Everyone, be careful. When the chaotic battle begins, try not to split up and fight together. Leave the rest to me and senior brother. Ling Xiao reminded them one last time. Everyone nodded. They were now incomparably confident in Ling Xiao. Rumble, a dazzling divine light exploded in the air above the arena. It was like a terrifying thunderbolt. Moreover, it formed an incomparably huge battle character in the air. The first round of the battle royale had begun. On the huge arena, thousands of geniuses were in it. Most of them were in groups, forming small groups. They also knew that if they wanted to advance in the first round, the 8 great academies would be their biggest enemy. After all, most of them were disciples of ordinary academies. Basically, they only had 1 or 2 spots, unlike the 8 great academies. Each academy had 10 spots, so if they wanted to stand out, they had to work together. Rumble, as the battle royale began, some of the genius experts couldn't hold themselves back any longer. They all unleashed their incomparably powerful battle strength and attacked each other. In the beginning, they didn't dare to attack the 8 academies. They just tacitly attacked those individuals who didn't form teams. Thus, tragedy befell those people. Perhaps their battle prowess was not bad, but unfortunately, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and they were soon blasted off the ring. On the arena, dazzling divine light interweaved. Terrifying fist prints, blade lights, sword lights, and rod shadows were all engaged in a chaotic battle. The scene was incomparably shocking and terrifying. In this simple collision, a small half of the people were eliminated. Kill. So what if they are disciples of the 8 great academies? Eliminate them all. Finally, someone couldn't hold himself back and started to attack the disciples of the 8 great academies. Rumble, more than 20 geniuses stared at the people of Ares College. Terrifying divine light interweaved, causing the sky to shake violently. Those 20 geniuses' auras were like rainbows. They all unleashed their strongest battle prowess, wanting to eliminate Ling Xiao and the others in one go. F***ck, kill them. Do they really think we are easy to bully? Xianxia cursed. Divine light surrounded his body as if there was lightning flickering. He punched towards those people. Let's fight. Tiangang and Ling Xiao looked at each other and instantly attacked at the same time. Rumble, dazzling golden light gushed out. Tiangang's physical body was unparalleled, as if there was a golden divine dragon circling around him. His aura was unparalleled. He struck out with his palm, and 5 golden divine mountains pressed down horizontally. On the other hand, Ling Xiao punched out. The golden fist print exploded with a vast dragon's roar, causing the sky to rumble loudly. Tiangang and Ling Xiao protected Xianxia and the others from the left and right. They were like 2 immemorial divine dragons that soared across the sky. In an instant, they killed their way into the group of geniuses. Ling Xiao's physical body was invincible. Just the strength of his physical body alone wasn't something that an ordinary divine king expert could withstand, let alone a group of heavenly gods. As for the strength of Tiangang, it was even more terrifying. The moment the 2 of them attacked, the entire arena was instantly ignited. Endless divine light exploded, and one figure after another was swept away by them. One after another, they coughed out blood and were forced to fall out of the arena. Almost no one was a match for Tiangang and Ling Xiao. Even Xianxia and the others didn't have much time to attack. Those geniuses were defeated by Tiangang and Ling Xiao. All of them were blasted out of the arena and eliminated directly. Big brother, you should at least leave some of them for us. Xianxia said with a long face. Lu Jingfeng, Xian Wang, Wang Lin, Min Rou, and the others were also unhappy. It wasn't easy for them to have a great battle, but they didn't even have the chance to attack. Everyone was eliminated by Ling Xiao and Tiangang like a tornado. That's Long Outyan and Tiangang from Ares College? How can they have such terrifying combat strength? With such battle prowess, he should be on par with god kings, right? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Those people weren't ordinary heavenly gods. Which one of them wasn't a genius expert from their own college? Moreover, almost all of them were in the great circle of the heavenly god realm. They were extremely powerful. But even so, they were still defeated by the combined forces of Ling Xiao and Tiangang. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. Eldest senior brother wants us to eliminate Long Outyan? We're lucky that Long Outyan didn't eliminate us. The 5 disciples from Heavenly Curse Academy were dumbfounded. When they saw Ling Xiao and Tiangang attack, they instantly understood that even the 5 of them together wouldn't be a match for Ling Xiao. At this moment, Tiangang's gaze landed on the 5 disciples from Tiangang Academy. His eyes revealed a trace of cold sharpness. Disciples of Heavenly Curse Academy, get down from the arena. Following Tiangang's roar, he flew across the sky. The golden blood chi around his body shook the void. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ancient divine mountain and suppressed the 5 disciples from Heavenly Curse Academy. The Heavenly Dipper was like a hurricane, covering the sky and covering the earth. The terrifying fist imprints seemed to have transformed into numerous golden divine dragons, containing incomparably terrifying power, and drowned the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy. Damn it! The 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy had ugly expressions. They hadn't even started to target Ling Xiao, but Tiangang had already targeted them. Speaking of which, they weren't weak either. They were all in the great circle of the Heavenly God realm and had great battle prowess. They all had the arrogance of a genius, but compared to a freak like Tiangang, they were still lacking. One had to know that the Panga clan was an emperor clan. Even though Tiangang's emperor bloodline was sealed, his terrifying physical strength wasn't something that ordinary people could contend against. 5 Elements Heavenly Curse. As the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy roared, the light around them suddenly became dazzling. Rays of divine light shot up into the sky. Above their heads, ancient runes appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 runes seemed to contain the power of the 5 elements. Although the 5 disciples' auras were completely different, they fused together and turned into a vast 5-colored light. The 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy seemed to have formed a 5 elements mountain. They stood tall in the vast divine light storm, as firm as diamond. Boom! 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 Tiangang's terrifying fist imprints landed on the 5 elements mountain. It only caused the 5 runes to tremble violently, but there were no signs of them collapsing. How is this Tiangang so strong? The 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy had disbelief in their eyes. Previously, they thought that Ling Xiao was the strongest disciple of the Ares Academy. But now, it seemed that this Tiangang was simply too ferocious. He wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao. His terrifying physical body was like that of an ancient divine beast, causing them to tremble in fear. The 5 Elements Heavenly Curse was the strongest curse technique they had mastered. Its defense was invincible, and it was said that even divine kings couldn't break it. Now, the disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy no longer wanted to eliminate Ling Xiao. They only wanted to rely on the power of the 5 Elements Heavenly Curse to last until the end of the battle royale and successfully advance to the second round. Eldest senior brother, watch me break their tortoise shell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his eyes shone brightly. He leaped forward like a shooting star and aimed a punch at the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. 2 golden divine dragons appeared around Ling Xiao. They were completely condensed from pure blood and qi. It was as if they were cast in gold. They exuded a monstrous dragon's might. As Ling Xiao's fist landed, the 2 divine dragons intertwined with each other. It was as if they had turned into a golden yuan qi bomb, exploding in an instant. Crack! Ling Xiao's punch contained the strongest physical strength of the divine dragon body and the undying combat body. Even the 5 Elements Heavenly Curse couldn't withstand the power of this punch. Cracks appeared on it instantly. What? The disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy were scared out of their wits. Their eyes were filled with terror. This was the 5 Elements Sky Curse, which was known for its invincible defense. However, it had already reached its limit with a single punch from Ling Xiao. Boom! When Ling Xiao's second punch landed, it was as if a golden sun had exploded in the sky. Endless streams of fire spewed out in all directions. The 5 Elements Heavenly Curse exploded in an instant. As for the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled violently as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 5 Elements Heavenly Curse was destroyed by Ling Xiao in an incomparably violent manner. Even the 5 of them had suffered quite a bit of backlash. All of you, get off the stage. Ling Xiao destroyed the 5 Elements Heavenly Curse, but Celestial Dipper's speed wasn't slow in the slightest. He soared into the sky and directly swept out with his leg. His strength could break through 1,000 armies, and he was invincible. It was as if a heavenly pillar had been lifted up and then swept away. It was unstoppable. The 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy's faces changed drastically. A series of explosions sounded and all 5 of their bones were broken. They couldn't resist at all and were swept off the stage by Tiangang in a bloody mess. Bastard! Guan Chen, Yuan Fei, and the rest of the Heavenly Curse Academy's disciples' faces changed. Their eyes were extremely ugly as they looked at Tiangang and Ling Xiao with cold killing intent. The disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy were swept off the stage like dead dogs. They couldn't resist at all. It made them feel as if they had been slapped in the face. Long Outyen and Tiangang have both cultivated the indestructible war body. They should have reached the great perfection of the indestructible war body. Moreover, their bloodlines are extraordinary as well. They can suppress ordinary divine kings with their physical strength alone. However, physical strength doesn't mean everything. When they enter the second round, I will make my move. A strange light shot out from Yuan Fei's eyes. It was as if he could see through Ling Xiao and Tiangang. With eldest senior brother making his move, these two bastards will definitely lose. Guanchen sneered coldly as his eyes were extremely cold. Tong Yuan, the Ares Academy has really produced two genius disciples. Sima Bo's expression was ugly. A dim light flickered in his eyes as he glanced indifferently at Tong Yuan. Long Outyen and Tiangang are still young. They need to continue training. If they meet a true expert, they won't be able to win so easily. Tong Yuan said with a smile. However, his words almost made Sima Bo's nose crooked from anger. What did he mean by they won't be able to win so easily if they meet a true expert? Did he mean that the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy were all trash? Sima Bo was furious. He didn't even look at Tong Yuan anymore. He was afraid that he would lose control and punch Tong Yuan's old face. No one expected that the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy would be the first to be eliminated. The disciples of the 5 Elements Academy, Spacetime Academy, and Great Zhou Academy were all shocked. They hadn't even made their move yet and Ling Xiao had already eliminated the Heavenly Curse Academy. How could they still have any thoughts of targeting Ling Xiao? They all hid far away, afraid that Ling Xiao would find them an eyesore and eliminate them as well. They didn't think that Ling Xiao was much stronger than the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy. Kill. The disciples of Ares College were all in high spirits. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It was as if they had been inspired by Ling Xiao and Tiangang. They all joined the battle and fought with the other genius disciples. Junior brother Long, the 5 Elements Academy and Spacetime Academy have always been against us. Why don't we eliminate them all? No problem. How about this? 5 Elements Academy and Spacetime Academy both have 5 people. Let's see who will eliminate them first. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Good. Ha ha ha. Leave the 5 Elements Academy to me. Tiangang laughed as blood energy rose from his body. He instantly soared into the sky and charged towards the 5 disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. Rumble, blood energy lingered around his body. His bronze skin was filled with explosive power. He wore a beast skin and exuded an incomparably wild aura. His black hair danced in the wind, making him look like an ancient beast. Being stared at by him, the 5 disciples of the 5 Elements Academy felt their hearts jump. Their original battle intent instantly dissipated by more than half. 5 Elements Academy, I don't like you. So, please scram as well. Heavenly Dipper's voice boomed out like thunder. He punched out with his fist, and an incomparably ferocious fist imprint exploded in the air. Instantly, a bolt of lightning descended from the 9 heavens, enveloping the disciples of the 5 Elements Academy. Tiangang 5 Thunder Technique. Tiangang did not use the divine power in his body at all. He used the pure power of his body to display this technique. Connecting with the 9 heavens lightning, the power was terrifying to the extreme. Tiangang, you're going too far. A disciple from the 5 Elements Academy roared. His hand shone with a resplendent light as a golden ancient sword appeared in his hand. Sword intent gushed forth from his entire body as the ancient sword soared up into the air, transforming into a golden river. In an instant, millions upon millions of sword chi exploded forth, aiming for the vitals of Heaven Dipper. Great 5 Elements Sword Chi, one of the unique techniques of the 5 Elements Academy. It was indestructible and extremely powerful. Clearly, this disciple of the 5 Elements Academy had an extraordinary cultivation and had already cultivated it to perfection. As for the other 4 disciples, their bodies surged with monstrous flames. They all cultivated fire attribute unique techniques. A 3-legged golden crow appeared behind them and set off endless flames. It turned into 4 resplendent flaming saber lights and attacked Tiangang. Golden Crow Flaming Saber, another unique technique of the Five Elements Academy. The 5 disciples of the Five Elements Academy were also forced by Tiangang to the point that they began to fight with their lives on the line. One by one, they displayed their trump cards, not hoping to kill Tiangang, but hoping to force Tiangang to retreat. Otherwise, they would probably suffer the same fate as the disciples of the Heavenly Curse Academy and be eliminated. Rumble, Astral Dipper's gaze was calm as his battle intent towered up into the sky. He faced the sword light that filled the sky and soared into the sky, as though he didn't block at all. When those golden sword chi slammed into him, the sound of metal clashing rang out as sparks flew in all directions. They weren't even able to leave behind a single sword mark on his body. As Tiangong's fist came crashing down, the resplendent lightning transformed into a lightning dragon, roaring as it charged over. The face of the disciple who had unleashed the great 5 elemental sword beam changed drastically. He had not expected Tiangang to charge at him like this. Moreover, Tiangang did not even attempt to dodge his great 5 elemental sword beam. Boom, that lightning dragon was vivid and lifelike. The might of the dragon was vast as it broke through the layers of sword chi and slammed into the ancient golden sword in his hand. That disciple felt as though he had been rammed by an ancient divine beast. His entire body felt like it was about to fall apart as he was sent flying backwards, blood spurting out from his mouth. At this moment, the 4 flaming blade lights were wrapped in unparalleled divine power as they slashed down towards Tiangang. Open! Tiangang's eyes flashed as he raised his hands into the air like an overlord lifting a cauldron. In the middle of his arms, an incomparably resplendent lightning black hole appeared, instantly sucking in the 4 flaming blade lights and began to expand. The faces of the 4 disciples from the 5 Elements Academy changed as they felt the energy in their bodies being sucked out. Their entire bodies were involuntarily sent flying towards Tiangang. Rumble, when the lightning black hole expanded to its limit, it suddenly exploded, streaks of lightning intertwined as endless lightning filled the sky. The void trembled violently, and even a chaotic mist appeared as though everything had been blown apart, annihilated into nothingness. The terrifying lightning pierced through the void, and fiercely blasted onto the bodies of the 4 5 Elements Academy disciples. Their bodies emitted resplendent rays of light, and countless defensive treasures were turned into dust by the lightning, and they were all sent flying. On the other side, Ling Xiao also pounced towards the 5 disciples from the Spacetime Academy. Kill! The eyes of the 5 disciples from the Spacetime Academy were cold as they revealed monstrous killing intent. Facing Ling Xiao, they did not retreat at all. Imprison! 2 of the black-robed youths roared as they retracted their arms. Blazing divine light shrouded the sky in all directions. A mysterious spatial energy descended like an incomparably vast barrier that enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He felt as though he had fallen into a swamp. The space from all directions was squeezing towards him, making it extremely difficult for him to move. This was the power of the spatial laws. The faces of the 2 black-robed youths were somewhat pale. It was as though using this divine ability was a great burden on them. Flowing light. Following another roar, the remaining 3 white-robed youths surged with light and actually turned into 3 incomparably resplendent sword lights that shot towards Ling Xiao's glabella, heart, and dantian, man and sword as one. The resplendent sword lights seemed to envelop the entire sky. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, and nothing could be seen. However, the combination of man and sword wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that Ling Xiao actually felt the power of time from this divine ability. Using the man and sword as one to control the power of time, these 3 sword lights became extremely terrifying. Not only did they want to eliminate Ling Xiao, but they also wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Let me see what kind of mysteries you have comprehended in the menstrual cycle. Outside the arena, Sherbufon's eyes were filled with a blazing light as he stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. His eyes did not move at all. Ling Xiao's eyes were as calm as water, but there was a trace of resplendent light flickering in them, emitting some kind of immortal and eternal fluctuation. In just the blink of an eye, the 3 sword lights had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The stern sword lights carried the threat of death. Boom! It was as if a volcano had erupted, but also as if an ancient ferocious beast had awoken from its slumber. A vast and majestic aura gushed out, and then it was like a rising sun that emitted boundless divine light. Ling Xiao's blood boiled as an incomparably terrifying power erupted. He simply put his palms together, and the three resplendent sword lights instantly shattered in his palms. Crack! Roar! Following the roar of a dragon, Ling Xiao's body glowed brightly as he transformed into a golden divine dragon. His aura surged as it swept through the surroundings. His palms turned into two dragon claws that looked like they were made of gold. After shattering the three sword lights, the three disciples from the Spacetime Academy appeared and collided with the dragon claws. Boom! The three disciples from the Spacetime Academy trembled as their chests caved in. They were like skewered haws on a stick as the golden dragon claws pierced through their chests, causing blood to gush out from their wounds. Ling Xiao's golden eyes were filled with a cold light. However, he did not choose to kill the three disciples from the Spacetime Academy. If he did, he would lose the right to participate in the Academy tournament. Bang! The golden dragon claw suddenly shook and instantly sent the three disciples of the Spacetime Academy flying. Blood gushed out of the holes in their chests, and the three of them screamed in pain. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. As for the two black-robed disciples who had sealed the space, because the space was broken by Ling Xiao, they also suffered a huge backlash, and their auras became incomparably chaotic. How did Long Outyin transform into a divine dragon? Is this the legendary dragonification technique? Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. The golden divine dragon in the void was tens of thousands of feet long. It looked extremely lifelike and exuded a vast and ancient dragon's might. Its aura surged to the heavens, causing anyone who looked at it to tremble in fear. It did not seem like a martial path divine ability or martial path dharma idol, but a true primordial divine dragon. Dragonification technique? Who would have thought that Long Outyin would have such a fortuitous encounter? Even the deans and elders of the various academies revealed incomparably shocked expressions. In ancient times, a sage had created the dragonification technique, which allowed one to transform into a true dragon with the body of a human. It allowed one to possess the strength and divine abilities of a true dragon. However, the dragonification technique had a huge flaw. It required a corresponding amount of dragon blood essence. They believed that Ling Xiao must have obtained the dragon blood essence to transform into a primordial divine dragon. At this moment, no one doubted Ling Xiao's identity as a human. After all, the dragon race would not come to the immortal realm. Even if they did, they would be easily discovered. Roar! Another loud dragon roar shook the void as a huge golden dragon tail swept out. Not only did it envelop the 5 disciples of the Spacetime Academy, but it also affected everyone else. After all, the space above the arena was not large. When soaring firmament transformed into a dragon and attacked, it actually enveloped over 100 genius powerhouses. Rumble, thunder rumbled as the wind and clouds stirred. Naturally, the 5 Spacetime Academy disciples were swept off the stage without any hesitation. However, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but even the Great Zhou Academy's disciples were affected. They were at the center of the dragon tail's power. Long Outyin, you bastard! The disciples of the Great Zhou Academy were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. They roared one after another, but they could only use their powerful strength to resist. Bang! A small part of the huge arena had been cleared. The disciples of the Great Zhou Academy had all been swept out of the arena. Their bodies shook violently as they spat out blood. They had been eliminated. Damn it! Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at Ling Xiao with anger. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. It was one thing for the 5 great disciples of the Spacetime Academy to be eliminated, but even the Great Zhou Academy's disciples were implicated. Ji Yuanlong was certain that Ling Xiao had done this on purpose. Ever since he had knelt down and apologized to Ling Xiao in the mythical space, Ji Yuanlong had been thinking about killing Ling Xiao. It had even become an obsession. Among the 8 disciples of the Great Zhou Academy, there were a few who had a high chance of entering the top 100. However, because of Ling Xiao, all of them were eliminated. In the void, the dean of the Great Zhou Academy, Ji Guyuan, had a cold look in his eyes. Ji Jun jumped up and pointed at Tong Yuan and Han Li. He said angrily, Tong Yuan, Long Outyin is too presumptuous. Why is he targeting the Great Zhou Academy? In name, the War God, Grand Supreme, Sky Sword, Overlord, and the Great Zhou Academy were on the same side. Naturally, they should help each other and not attack each other. Therefore, Ji Jun directly attacked. Ji Jun, don't talk nonsense. When did Long Outyin target the Great Zhou Academy? It's just a coincidence. Han Li sneered. Although his expression was calm, he was extremely happy that Ling Xiao had eliminated the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy. The Great Zhou Academy was a traitor. Over the years, as the Nine Imperial Gates' attitude became more ambiguous, the Great Zhou Academy became more arrogant and despotic. They did not put the Ares Academy in their eyes. Many disciples of the Ares Academy had suffered losses because of them. Coincidence? If it's a coincidence, why is the Grand Supreme Academy fine? Why are the other academies fine? He's purposely targeting the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy. Ji Jun was about to go crazy as he said coldly. However, Ji Jun's words made a pretty girl beside Tong Yuan unhappy. Ji Jun, you mean that the Grand Supreme Academy should also be eliminated by Long Outyin? The Grand Supreme Academy's dean, Lu Shuling, glared at Ji Jun and said. Lu. Dean Lu, that's not what I meant. Long Outyin is really too much. As soon as Ji Jun met Lu Shuling's gaze, he shuddered in his heart and smiled bitterly. Not only was Lu Shuling the Grand Supreme Academy's dean, her status was also extremely high. She had an unimaginable background, and even Ji Jun did not dare to offend her. Humph. Don't talk so much nonsense. Your Great Zhou Academy's disciples are inferior, what's there to say? Don't shout here and become a joke to others. Lu Shuling snorted coldly. Ji Jun held back a mouthful of blood in his heart, but he could not do anything. He was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. Tong Yuan and Han Li looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They both knew that this was not Ling Xiao's true strength. Just the strength of his physical body alone was enough to sweep through the crowd. Countless people were shocked, and their expectations of Ling Xiao grew even stronger. You actually broke the confinement and flowing light divine powers without using your period? Dragon form technique. It seems like you have a lot of secrets on you. I'm really getting more and more curious about you. Sherbufan's eyes were deep as he stared at Ling Xiao. Boom, a resplendent light exploded in the void. Ling Xiao's body flashed and he returned to his human form. He stepped on the void, and his white robes were peerless, like a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Tian Gang had also eliminated all the disciples of the Five Elements Academy. His blood aura was monstrous, and his battle intent was high. He was like a peerless demon god. The geniuses of the other academies did not dare to look at them. Each of their faces revealed an incomparably bitter smile. Those two bastards. Senior brother, we can't let them off. The Five Elements Academy's Divine King Realm disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Their eyes were filled with rage. They never thought that Ling Xiao and Tian Gang would be so bold and impudent. They had offended the Heavenly Curse Academy, the Five Elements Academy, the Spacetime Academy, and the Great Zhou Academy. Arrogant. Jin Xianzong's eyes were cold as he stared deeply at Ling Xiao. On the arena, because of Ling Xiao and Tian Gang's sudden appearance, all the disciples of the four great academies were eliminated, completely shocking everyone. How could the remaining geniuses dare to target Ling Xiao and Tian Gang? Even the disciples from Ares Academy had given up and started fighting amongst themselves. However, everyone's attention had been taken away by Ling Xiao and Tian Gang. Many of the geniuses even lost half of their fighting spirit. Soon, the first round of the battle royale ended. When there were only 70 people left on the stage, a bright light spread out and enveloped everyone. The battle also stopped. The 9 people from Ares Academy had all advanced to the second round. Not a single one of them had been eliminated. It was a miracle. Junior brother Long, you have completely offended the 4 great academies this time. I'm afraid that they will target you in the next round. Wang Lin and Min Ro smiled bitterly as they looked at Ling Xiao. Why should I be afraid of him? My brother is destined to sweep through all the heroes and become the champion of the academy tournament. If they dare to make a move, I'll just beat them back. Yi Liangchen said nonchalantly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Liangchen is right. The Heavenly Curse Academy, the Five Elements Academy, and the Spacetime Academy are our opponents. Even if we don't target them, they will target us. We might as well strike first. As for those traitors from the Great Zhou Academy, eliminate them so that we don't have to worry about them. The arrogant Deng Gongjuan nodded and agreed with Yi Liangchen's words. Everyone should be careful in the second round of the competition. I'm afraid that the 4 great academies will make a move. We will try our best to obtain enough spots to enter the third round. Everyone should be careful, Ling Xiao said to the crowd. Because he and Tian Gang were in too much of a limelight in the first round, he was afraid that there would be disciples from the other 4 great academies targeting them. Ling Xiao guessed that it was unlikely that Jin Xianzong, Yuan Fei, Shi Bufan, and Duan Shuilu would challenge others in the second round. They were all determined to win the championship, so they would definitely hide their strength as much as possible. Even if they were randomly selected, they would probably be blocked. Although the 10 students from Aries College had all made it to the second round, Ling Xiao felt that the most likely ones to make it to the third round were himself, Tian Gang, Zhou Daoji, Yap Liangchen, and Xian Wang. After all, the cultivation of the others was still a little weak. It would be fine if they were to face a great perfection heavenly god, but it would be difficult for them to face a divine king. After all, among the 100 people in the second round, only 20 would be able to enter the third round. How to complete the 5 challenges first was a problem. Congratulations on entering the second round. The second round of the Astral Tournament is an arena competition. Anyone who is willing to accept a challenge can step onto the arena. We will randomly select 5 people, and as long as you can defeat these 5 people, you will advance to the third round. Shi Tianfeng stood in the air as he slowly spoke to the crowd. The rules of the second round weren't difficult to understand. It might be difficult, but it might also be easy. If the 5 people selected were all disciples from the same sect, then all of them would admit defeat, and they would naturally be able to advance to the next round easily. If they were selected against someone like Ling Xiao or Tian Gang, then it would be a tragedy. However, Ling Xiao believed that this so-called random selection would definitely block out the strongest people from the 8 great academies. Every academy would have at least one person who would be able to avoid being selected. This was a hidden benefit of the 8 great academies, and it wouldn't prevent any of them from entering the third round. Although the geniuses who had been eliminated in the first round were somewhat unwilling, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the 100 geniuses, and they were all guessing who would be able to advance to the third round. Rumble, the arena in the center shone resplendently as it was reinforced by the elders of the Spacetime College. Then, it was open to the crowd. Whoosh, Shi Bufan's white robe and white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked elegant and extraordinary. He instantly landed on the arena. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I'm Shi Bufan from the Spacetime College. I'll throw a brick to attract Jade. Let's begin the first challenge." It had to be said that Shi Bufan's appearance was extremely good. He looked handsome and elegant, and his temperament was extraordinary. Especially his long white hair, it made him look like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. It attracted the eyes of many pretty girls. Very good. The first person to accept the challenge is Shi Bufan. Next, this old man will draw the first challenger, Shi Tianfeng said with a faint smile. The 5 challengers in the second round were drawn by the deans of the 8 great academies for the sake of fairness. However, Ling Xiao understood that Shi Bufan would certainly not meet Duan Shuilu, Yuan Fei, and Jin Xianzong in the second round. This was an unwritten unspoken rule that they would only meet in the third round. The first challenger is Li Fu from the Clear Sky College. Shi Tianfeng's voice resounded in the air. Whoosh, suddenly, a young man in a green robe leaped onto the arena. He looked at Shi Bufan with a dignified expression. He was Li Fu from the Clear Sky College. He was only in the complete heavenly god stage. He was very lucky to have passed the first round in the battle royale. He did not expect to be the first challenger now. He knew that Shi Bufan was one of the most promising people to become the champion. Therefore, he was definitely not a match for Shi Bufan. However, if he gave up just like that, he would definitely be ridiculed by the crowd. Therefore, he still had to fight. "Senior brother Shi, I'm Li Fu. Please enlighten me." Li Fu cupped his hands and bowed to Shi Bufan. "Brother Li, please. Shirbufan said with a faint smile. Excuse me. Li Fu's eyes flashed. Suddenly, green divine power surged around his body. He instantly rushed toward Shirbufan. The green light around his body was dense and untraceable like a cloud. Thousands of his figures appeared in the air and attacked Shirbufan at the same time. Ever-changing clear sky palm. The ever-changing green cloud palm was Li Fu's trump card. In the first round, he had relied on this martial art to transform his body and survive until the end of the battle royale. Li Fu had used the ever-changing green cloud palm right from the start, which showed how much he valued Shirbufan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the void, thousands of Li Fu's figures looked extremely real. They were shrouded in green clouds, but their attack power was like a huge wave with unparalleled power. Good timing. Shirbufan smiled faintly and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he took a step back. Boom, the palm prints exploded in the void, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Shirbufan's clothes. Shirbufan and Li Fu seemed to be very close to each other, but it was as if they were separated by endless time and space. Shirbufan had only taken a step back, but all of Li Fu's attacks had been neutralized. This is so close, yet worlds apart? Tiangang's eyes narrowed and a serious look appeared on his face. So close, yet worlds apart was one of the most powerful martial arts in the Spacetime College. It contained the mysterious laws of space and was extremely strange. It was an offensive martial art, a movement martial art, and a defensive martial art. The difficulty of cultivating it in the Spacetime College was no less than Ares College's Great Wilderness Swordway. Although Shirbufan and Li Fu seemed to be very close to each other, there were layers of space between them. This was the powerful force formed by the so close, yet worlds apart. Boom, in the next moment, Shirbufan took another step forward. His body was ethereal, like flowing water. It was very elegant. Li Fu's eyes narrowed suddenly. He felt as if Shirbufan had appeared from the void in an instant and was directly beside him. Then, a white palm print gently slammed towards him. That palm print actually caused Li Fu's entire body to tremble. It was as if he had encountered some sort of fatal danger. Then, without even thinking about it, he immediately circulated all the divine power in his body and abruptly focused on his hands. Then, he pushed them horizontally. Bang! Li Fu felt as if his entire body had collided with an immemorial sacred mountain. In an instant, his body trembled and he was sent flying. His arms were completely numb and he couldn't feel them. Thank you for going easy on me, Senior Shir. It's my loss. Li Fu calmed his surging qi and blood before cupping his hands and speaking gratefully to Shirbufan. He knew that Shirbufan had shown mercy. Otherwise, that palm strike would not have just sent him flying. At the very least, both of his arms would have been crippled. Brotherly, thank you for letting me win. Shirbufan smiled indifferently with an extraordinary bearing. Everyone was shocked. Shirbufan's attack was too shocking. He took a step back and neutralized all of Li Fu's attacks. Then, he took a step forward and defeated Li Fu with one palm. Shirbufan's attack didn't have the slightest trace of mortal qi, but it made people's hair stand on end. It made them feel as if this wasn't someone of the same age as them, but a supreme saint who had mastered the great Tao of space. Facing such an opponent was enough to make one feel despair. In comparison, although Ling Xiao and Tiangang's attacks were incomparably ferocious, they were still understandable. Shirbufan's attacks were even difficult for them to comprehend. His true strength should still be the martial arts that contain the law of time, right? So close, yet worlds apart. It seems like he's still hiding his true strength. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he took a deep look at Shirbufan. So close, yet worlds apart was indeed incomparably mysterious. However, Ling Xiao knew that Shirbufan's strongest martial arts were definitely other martial arts. Li Fu couldn't force Shirbufan to use even 1/10 of his strength. Next, Sima Bo drew the second challenger. Shirbufan's strength was unfathomable. He didn't use any other martial arts at all. Just the power of so close, yet worlds apart was enough to defeat the remaining challengers. Even the fifth challenger, a Divine King expert, was also defeated by so close, yet worlds apart. Shirbufan also became the first person to advance to the third round. I'm Yuan Fei. Brothers, please enlighten me. After Sharbufan left the arena, Yuan Fei, who was the second person to accept the challenge, also stepped onto the arena. Like before, 5 challengers were randomly drawn. The first 3 were great heavenly gods while the last 2 were early divine kings. However, they were all defeated by Yuan Fei without a doubt. Although Yuan Fei's attack was not as ethereal as Sherbufan's, it was even more mysterious and unpredictable. The curse technique he used could directly attack the primordial spirit and even destroy the physical body. Therefore, the 5 people who challenged him all suffered different degrees of injuries. Everyone's gaze towards Yuan Fei became incomparably solemn. Yuan Fei looked harmless to humans and animals, but his attacks were incomparably ruthless. If you encounter Yuan Fei, you must be careful of his curse technique. If you can't resist it, it's best to admit defeat immediately. Ling Xiao said to the disciples of Ares College with a strange light in his eyes. This curse technique was indeed incomparably mysterious. It used runes or mantras to directly communicate with the law of heaven and earth. Its power was unparalleled and it was impossible to guard against. The third challenger was Jin Xianxia. The great 5 elements sword chi that he used was extremely sharp. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He defeated all 5 challengers. The fourth challenger was Duan Shuilu. Duan Shuilu was a young man in a black robe. He had a cold and arrogant face and a fierce temperament. His whole body exuded an extremely powerful blade intent. His eyes were incomparably pure. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that he was a martial fanatic who was extremely passionate about Blade Dao. Such people often had strong tenacity and were extremely terrifying. Duan Shuilu's attack shocked everyone. Regardless of whether it was a heavenly god or a divine king, there was no one who could block a single strike from him. Everyone didn't even see how Duan Shuilu attacked. They only saw a dazzling blade river across the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Then, his opponent was defeated by a single blade. He has already comprehended the Saint Dao blade technique? Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Duan Shuilu was the first person he encountered in the academy tournament who had comprehended the Saint Dao. He was indeed extremely powerful and terrifying. In this way, Sherbufan, Yuan Fei, Jin Xianxia, and Duan Shuilu seemed to have a tacit understanding. They ended their challenges one by one and advanced to the third round first. Their gazes landed on Ling Xiao and Tian Gang at the same time. Obviously, the battle in the first round had allowed them to see the true combat strength of Ling Xiao and Tian Gang. They also believed that Ling Xiao and Tian Gang were qualified to be their opponents. I, Yi Liangchen, will be the 5th challenger. Who dares to challenge me? Duan Shuilu had just walked down the arena. Before the others could go up, Yi Liangchen flew up the arena at an extremely fast speed. His face was filled with arrogance as he scanned the crowd and said loudly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. According to the unwritten rules of the 100 Academies tournament, only after the geniuses from the 8 academies had finished their challenges would the others go up to the stage to accept their challenges. This was not only out of respect for the 8 academies, but also to avoid encountering the geniuses from the 8 academies. After all, after advancing to the next round, they would naturally not be a challenger anymore. No one expected that Yi Liangchen would step onto the stage right after Sherbufan, Yuan Fei, Jin Xianxia, and Duan Shuilu left the stage. Ji Yuanlong, who was about to step onto the stage, had a dark expression on his face. He thought that other than the 4 geniuses, he was the strongest. He did not expect Yi Liangchen to intercept him halfway. Long Outyen, you're really courting death. Ji Yuanlong looked deeply at Ling Xiao, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. He did not believe that Yi Liangchen would stand up for him. He was sure that Long Outyen was the one who ordered Yi Liangchen to do so. Yi Liangchen's hatred for Long Outyen increased. Yi Liangchen? Who is this guy? He doesn't know the rules at all. He's so ugly. I've never seen such an ugly guy before. How dare he come out to meet others with such an appearance? Didn't you see his cultivation level? Late-stage heavenly god. What a joke. How dare he challenge someone with such a cultivation level? If not for Long Outyen and Tian Gang protecting him, he would have been eliminated long ago. What a reckless fool. I hope he can get me. Let me teach this bastard a lesson. Everyone looked at Yi Liangchen on the stage and mocked him. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Junior brother Long, do you think junior brother Yi can really get a spot? Tiangang's eyes flashed as he slowly asked Ling Xiao. After all, Tiangang had never seen Yi Liangchen in action before and did not know how strange Yi Liangchen was. Although Ling Xiao was full of hope for him, Tiangang still had doubts in his heart. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. He will definitely advance to the third round. Who knows, maybe the 5 challengers will all be disciples of our Aries College. This guy's luck is very good. Ling Xiao smiled and made a joke. The 5 challengers will all be disciples of our Aries College? How can it be so easy? Tiangang shook his head. Yi Liangchen's first challenger, Aries College's Min Ro. At this moment, the principal of the Great Zhou Academy announced Yi Liangchen's first challenger. Tiangang and Ling Xiao were both slightly stunned as they exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with incomparably strange expressions. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? What a lucky bastard. Ji Yuanlong coldly snorted. No one had expected that Yi Liangchen's first opponent would be from Aries College. There was no need for them to fight. Min Ro would definitely admit defeat. There was no rule in the academy tournament that stated that no one was allowed to admit defeat and that they had to fight to the death. Min Ro was also stunned for a moment. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she leaped onto the arena. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and her features were picturesque. Her entire being exuded an elegant and gentle temperament, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was elegant and refined, instantly causing many people's eyes to light up. Junior brother Yi, your luck is really good. Min Ro smiled faintly at Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen incomparably proudly said, of course. Otherwise, how could I have met such a gentle and beautiful senior Min Ro? Senior sister, why don't we exchange a few blows? You're the only one with a sweet mouth. Forget it. Senior sister can't be bothered to exchange blows with a demon like you. I admit defeat. Min Ro covered her mouth as she lightly laughed. Then, she floated away from the arena, leaving behind only a fragrant wind. The first round, Yi Liangchen wins. An elder from the Spacetime Academy, who was also the referee for the second round, could only helplessly announce. Everyone was speechless. Yi Liangchen's second challenger, Aries College's Lu Jingfeng. The principal of the Imperial Academy, Lu Shuling, announced. Another disciple from Aries College. This time, everyone was completely stunned. What kind of luck did Yi Liangchen have today? Even Tong Yuan and Han Li looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Naturally, Lu Jingfeng also admitted defeat after entering the arena. However, what shocked everyone was yet to come. Yi Liangchen's third challenger, Aries College's Wang Lin. Yi Liangchen's fourth challenger, Aries College's Xian Wang. Yi Liangchen's fifth challenger, Aries College's Long Outyin. Sky Sword Academy's principal, Jian Chen, Spacetime Academy's principal, Shi Tianfeng, and Heavenly Curse Academy's principal, Sima Bo, announced one after another. Boom, everyone was in an uproar. This is impossible. They must have cheated. How could Yi Liangchen's 5 challengers all be from Aries College? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. The first was luck, the second was also luck. Damn it, the third, fourth, and fifth challengers are all from Aries College. Who are you trying to fool? We request for a new challenger for Yi Liangchen. I'll be the first to sign up. Damn it, count me in too. I want to beat the sh*t out of Yi Liangchen. Everyone was agitated, and they were completely enraged. They naturally didn't believe that Yi Liangchen's 5 challengers were all from Aries College. How could there be such a coincidence? Someone must have done something. Many of the geniuses were agitated, and their voices resounded through the sky. It was as if they would go berserk if the 8 colleges didn't give them an explanation. Ji Yuanlong, Guan Chen, and the others' faces were extremely ugly, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the 5 challengers were randomly selected by the 5 college deans. It was impossible for them to cheat. Yi Liangchen didn't have the power to make the 5 college deans cheat for him at the same time. However, many of the contestants were unwilling to believe it. At this moment, they were all controlled by anger. This should be a coincidence. Shi Tianfeng, Sima Bo, Ji Guyuan, Lu Shuling, and Jianshen had strange looks in their eyes. They had personally selected the challengers, so they naturally knew that it was impossible for them to cheat. However, no matter how they looked at it, there was something strange about it. As for the person involved, Yi Liangchen, he was standing on the stage calmly. His face was full of arrogance and pride, which angered the crowd even more. This be asterisk starred. He's playing big this time. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly and rubbed the space between his eyebrows as if he had a headache. He already knew that Yi Liangchen had the saint physique of misfortune. However, wasn't the saint physique of misfortune supposed to bring misfortune to others? This brat was good. Not only did he bring misfortune to others, but he also brought good luck to himself. If it wasn't Yi Liangchen's own will, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Junior Long, what do you mean by playing big? Is this really a coincidence? Junior brother Ye's luck is really too damn good. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Ling Xiao said in a perfunctory manner. Silence. At this moment, an old but clear voice exploded in the air, instantly drowning out the clamor of the crowd. Shi Tianfeng stood in the air, exuding a vast and majestic aura. It was like the might of the heavens, instantly causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They could not help but calm down and raise their heads to look at Shi Tianfeng. Everyone, I can guarantee that. No one cheated because it is impossible for anyone to cheat. Do you think that Yi Liangchen could bribe me, Dean Sima, Dean Ji, Dean Jian, and Dean Lu? This is a coincidence. You can only think that Yi Liangchen was lucky. If anyone doubts this, it means that you are doubting the five of us. Shi Tianfeng's resplendent gaze fell upon the crowd. His entire being exuded a formless majesty and aura. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, but they gradually calmed down. Shi Tianfeng was right. It was impossible for Yi Liangchen to bribe all five of them at the same time. After all, the five of them belonged to two different factions. How could they cheat for Yi Liangchen? Even so, many of them were still criticizing Yi Liangchen. They were even more convinced that Yi Liangchen was just too lucky. However, since Yi Liangchen had made it to the third round, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. They started to get ready to accept the challenges. The sixth challenger was Ji Yuanlong. He could not wait any longer. His five challengers were all god kings. However, Ji Yuanlong was extremely strong. He had already cultivated the divine firmament dragon king transformation to the perfected stage. His entire body had transformed into a purple divine dragon. He moved freely in the void with unparalleled power. In the end, he defeated all five challengers. Next, Qing Lian from the Imperial Academy and Jian Wangsun from the Sky Sword Academy also defeated five challengers and advanced to the next round. After Qing Lian and Jian Wangsun, Tian Gang also chose to accept the challenge. His luck was pretty good. Out of the five challengers, 3 of them were Great Circle heavenly gods and 2 of them were divine kings. However, Tian Gang had already displayed his strength in the first round. Hence, the 5 challengers all chose to admit defeat after exchanging a few blows with him. Out of the 20 spots, 9 of them were taken. Let me do it. Zhou Daoji smiled and walked up to the stage. He was at the early Divine King realm. His great wilderness sword Dao was unparalleled and his speed was extremely fast. With just a quick sword, he defeated 5 challengers and obtained the 10th slot. Shi Tianfeng and the other experts from the Spacetime Academy had ugly expressions on their faces. The Spacetime College had always been neutral. The only reason they had a grudge against the Ares College was because of the Great Wilderness Sword Dao. Legend had it that Ares College originally only had 8 absolute arts, and the Great Desolate Sword Art was created by a senior ancestor of Ares College. He had won a battle with an expert from the college of spacetime and then obtained the opportunity to comprehend the secret techniques of spacetime. It was an absolute art that he had comprehended from the secret techniques of spacetime. Later on, that founder used the Great Wilderness Sword Dao as a foundation and comprehended the peerless heavenly desolation earthly art. He relied on this art to roam the god realm unhindered and became famous for a period of time. The disciples of the Spacetime College knew about the history of the Great Baron Sword Art, so they were not happy to see Zhou Daoji use it. Seeing that Ares College had already obtained 3 places to advance to the 3rd round, the other colleges could not sit still any longer. Everyone's eyes were filled with solemnity. After all, they had all seen Ling Zhao's strength. He would definitely be able to obtain a slot. Out of the 20 slots, Ares College had obtained at least 4. One had to know that in the previous tournament of the 100 schools, Ares College could not even enter the top 10. Could it be that this year, Ares College was going to rise? The ranking was not the most important thing, but the slots to enter the Void Saint World were. Once one entered the Void Saint World and comprehended the true meaning of the divine path, he would immediately become a true disciple and be accepted into the sect. They could not let the disciples of Ares College obtain a slot to enter the Void Saint World. Shi Tianfeng, Sima Bo, and the principal of the 5 Elements College, Zhu Gaming, looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. "Brother Long, I'm going." Xianwang looked at Ling Xiao and said. "Be careful." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Speaking of which, he was very curious about Xianwang's strength. He had always felt that Xianwang was hiding some secrets. Perhaps she could give him a surprise. Seeing that another disciple from Ares College had appeared, everyone's eyes fell on Xianwang. Xianwang's clothes fluttered in the wind. She was magnificent and had an extraordinary temperament. Her entire person exuded a kind of ethereal and clear realm, incomparably mysterious and ethereal. Although Wang Lin and Min Ro were also considered extremely beautiful women, Xianwang's temperament was still better. She instantly attracted everyone's attention. There are so many beauties in Ares College. This Miss Xianwang is really my goddess. It would be great if I could get close to her. Stop dreaming. However, Xianwang's cultivation is only at the great circle of the heavenly god realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to advance to the 3rd round. Regardless of whether she can advance or not, I like her. Many of the geniuses discussed fervently, their eyes filled with passion. Xianwang's first challenger, Guanchen from the Heavenly Curse College. Sima Bo announced Xianwang's first challenger. It's actually Guanchen? I heard that his talent isn't below Yuan Fei's. He's a genius second only to Yuan Fei in the Heavenly Curse College. He actually became Xianwang's first challenger. It seems like Xianwang is going to lose. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, revealing a trace of pity. Within the Heavenly Curse College, a youth in a green robe, looking very arrogant. His eyes were incomparably cold, and the corner of his mouth had a trace of a cruel smile. He instantly leaped onto the stage. He was an early-stage divine king, and his incantation techniques had reached perfection. He was incomparably powerful. Guanchen's reputation was also very well known. In the few private exchanges before the Academy tournament, many divine king experts had been defeated by him. Senior brother, it seems like this girl called Xianwang is going to lose. That's right. She's definitely not junior brother Guan's match. A few early-stage divine king disciples from the Heavenly Curse College sneered coldly. If she's an early-stage divine king, she might be able to fight Guanchen. But the difference in their cultivation is too great. Yuan Fei said indifferently as he looked at the 2 people on the stage. Xianwang, please enlighten me. You're called Xianwang, right? You're no match for me. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself once we fight. Guanchen stood with his hands behind his back and said arrogantly. Xianwang frowned slightly and said, "We'll know whether I'm your match or not after we fight. I don't have time to waste with you." Guanchen's eyes turned cold as he sneered, "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish." Whoosh, Guanchen's body flashed with green light as he instantly turned into a green divine light. He threw a punch at Xianwang at an extremely fast speed. The green divine light surged as Guanchen's aura was very ethereal and unpredictable. He instantly appeared in front of Xianwang. Bang, Xianwang's eyes flashed as the clear sound of a sword rang out in her hand. Instantly, a sword light soared into the sky and shot towards Guanchen's forehead. This sword attack was launched later but arrived first. It had a mysterious concept of time flowing and endlessly growing. The sword was like a dragon as it wrapped around Guanchen. The Great Wilderness Sword Principle, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He saw that Xianwang had cultivated the Great Wilderness Sword principle to the Great Wilderness realm. This sword attack could be said to be exquisite. The sword light split and became extremely bright. Guan Chen's fist was instantly shattered. His entire body was also sliced into dozens of pieces by the sword light and disappeared into the void. Xianwang's eyes moved. The Guan Chen in front of her was not his real body. Guan Chen's real body had appeared behind Xianwang without any aura being released. Break! Guan Chen's eyes were cold as a mysterious rune floated up from his palm. It carried a great destructive power as it pressed towards Xianwang's back. Xianwang sensed the danger behind her, but it was too late to block it. A mysterious chaotic aura rose from her body and enveloped her entire body. Boom! Guan Chen's destructive rune was incomparably mysterious. It was the great destruction curse that he cultivated. It could communicate with the power of the laws of heaven and earth and destroy everything. It instantly collided with the endless chaotic aura and turned everything into nothingness. It pressed heavily on Xianwang's back. Crack! Behind King Xian, a mysterious barrier seemed to break open. She turned into a stream of light and flew forward, using Guan Chen's power to pull away from him. You've already cultivated the transmutation unity law to the Great Circle? Tiangang's eyes flashed as he asked in surprise. This junior sister Xianwang was very talented. In the blink of an eye, she had already displayed the large success stage of the Great Wilderness Sword Dao and the perfect stage of the Chaotic Unity Law. If it wasn't for the complete mixed Yuan Unity Qi, Xianwang wouldn't have been able to block Guan Chen's great destruction curse. Kill! Guan Chen's gaze was incomparably cold. When King Xian rushed forward, he also flew over. Ancient runes rose from his palm, forming a huge millstone with intertwining black and white light above his head. That millstone spun slowly, as if it was going to destroy the world. A mysterious aura that seemed to be able to shatter the world, as if the world was going to shatter and the world was going to be destroyed. Guan Chen stepped into the sky, and the black and white millstone shone brightly, crushing towards King Xianwang. It was as if the laws of heaven were crushing towards King Xianwang at the same time, making it impossible for her to dodge. She could only take it head-on. Clang! King Xianwang opened her eyes, and it was as if a sword qi that could split heaven and earth was released from her eyes. It was extremely bright. The ancient sword in her hand shone with millions of rays of light, and it slashed towards the black and white millstone. Moreover, a vast world seemed to appear behind King Xianwang. There were countless gods and demons roaring, terrifying wind and thunder raging, and powerful divine beasts fighting. Boom! The terrifying sword light landed on the black and white millstone, and a blazing storm of divine light swept out in all directions. However, the black and white millstone was incomparably terrifying. It actually destroyed all the sword light, and it continued to crush towards King Xianwang. Once the great millstone of the heavens appears, so what if it's the Great Wilderness Sword Dao? It's bound to lose. A disciple from the Heavenly Curse Academy sneered. He was full of confidence in Guan Chen. The Great Destruction Curse was one of the most powerful curse arts in the Heavenly Curse Academy. It was said that when cultivated to the peak, it could destroy the heavens and 10,000 worlds. It was extremely terrifying. Although Guan Chen had not reached that level, he was able to cultivate the great millstone of the heavens, which meant that he was already in an invincible position. Unless King Xianwang could destroy the great millstone of the heavens, she would not be able to hurt Guan Chen at all. Guan Chen also felt the threat of King Xianwang's Great Wilderness Sword Dao, so he immediately used the Great Destruction Curse and summoned the Great Millstone of the Heavens. Rumble! In the void, the ancient black and white millstone of the heavens shattered the endless sword light, and it collided with King Xianwang's ancient sword, sending her flying. The Great Millstone of the Heavens is too terrifying. Will junior sister Xianwang be alright? Both Wang Lin and Minro looked worried. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Ling Xiao said calmly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the mysterious power in King Xianwang's body had begun to awaken. Boom! King Xian stood in the void, and her white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. When she opened her eyes, it was as though there was a light that could split the heavens and earth. She exuded an unimaginable elegance and majesty. Swoosh! Two mysterious lights shot out from her eyes, and they were surrounded by endless chaotic aura. They instantly turned into a heavenly river of sword chi, and they slashed down on the great millstone of the heavens. This sword strike was terrifying to the extreme, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. Their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. This is the power of the Holy Way? Shi Tianfeng's eyes were filled with shock. He had already taken that step and became a sage-to-be before anyone else. Naturally, he could feel the terror of King Xianwang's sword. It was the sword of the Holy Way, and the power contained in the sword shocked Shi Tianfeng. Crack, the great millstone of the heavens shook violently, and countless runes exploded. Rays of divine light were destroyed, and they exploded into dust in the void. Guanchen trembled, and his face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at King Xianwang. However, he did not dare to move, because the mysterious sword light was still hovering above his head after destroying the great millstone of the heavens. You've lost. Xianwang said calmly, her eyes shining brightly. I've lost. Guanchen gritted his teeth and looked at Xianwang deeply. Then, he leaped off the stage. However, King Xian's sword strike was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, causing them to feel incomparably shocked. Another disciple from Aries College had successfully advanced to the third round. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was included, there would be 5 of them. Even the deans from the other colleges could not remain calm. How did Aries College produce so many exceptional geniuses this time? It was one thing for Tiangang and Long Outyan to appear. But now, they suddenly realized that Xianwang had comprehended the Saint Dao true intent at the great circle of the heavenly god realm. This kind of peerless talent was too dazzling. He was not weaker than the 4 peerless geniuses. After the battle between Xianwang and Guanchen, no one dared to underestimate Xianwang. Some even guessed that Xianwang might be the strongest in Aries College. After all, her sword was too stunning. The next 4 challengers were naturally defeated by the Xian King without a doubt. They didn't even fight before they admitted defeat. Xianwang had obtained the 11th slot. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, but she did not choose to make a move. Next, the Divine King Realm disciples from the other 8 colleges went up the stage to fight for a spot in the third round. But how could it be so easy to win all 5 battles? Moreover, their strengths were similar, so the battles were intense. A total of 10 people went up the stage, but in the end, only 2 managed to advance to the third round. One was Luo Gang from Vajra College, and the other was Guanchen from Heavenly Curse College. Guanchen's great millstone was too strong. Although it was broken by Xianwang, the others could not withstand it at all. So, the 5 challengers were all defeated by him. Aries College's Wang Lin, Min Rou, Lu Jingfeng, Deng Gangjue, and Lu Huan also made a move. Unfortunately, although they were strong, their leader was a great circle of the heavenly god realm. Only Wang Lin was lucky. All 5 challengers were great circle of the heavenly god realm, so she managed to advance. The other 4 were all eliminated. Wang Lin obtained the 14th slot. The look in everyone's eyes changed. Aries College had already obtained 5 slots. On the other hand, other than the Heavenly Curse College, which had obtained 2 slots, the rest of the colleges only had 1 person each. The deans' faces were all gloomy, and their expressions were ugly. On the other hand, Tong Yuan and Han Li were grinning from ear to ear. Their faces were blooming with smiles. Aries College's Long Outyan, please enlighten me. Ling Xiao ascended the stage. Although 3 of his 5 challengers were god kings, they were unable to endure the terrifying strength of his body at all. They all admitted defeat. Ling Xiao obtained the 15th spot. What's up with Aries College this year? There are actually 6 people who have advanced to the third round. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Sigh, we originally thought that Aries College would make the same mistake as before. Who would have thought that they would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? So what if you've entered the third round? Maybe none of the 6 of them will make it into the top 10. That shouldn't be the case. However, I'm still most concerned about the bet between Long Outyan and the Heavenly Curse College. I wonder if he can create a miracle and obtain the top spot. Everyone was discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. The final 5 slots were quickly decided. The God King Realm disciple from the Imperial College, Bai Xiao, obtained 1 slot. The God King Realm disciple from the Five Elements College, Wu Xing, obtained another. The God King Realm disciple from the Spacetime College, Zhuge Xian, obtained another slot. The remaining 2 slots were obtained by 2 ordinary students. In the end, out of the 20 slots, 16 of them were from the 8 major colleges, while the remaining 4 were ordinary students. Overlord, Sky Sword, and the 3 deans of the Great Zhou College all had ugly expressions. This was because only King Kong, Jian Wangsun, and Ji Yuanlong had advanced to the 3rd round. However, 6 people from Aries College had successfully advanced, which left them with a bitter taste in their mouths. However, the first 2 rounds were not the main point. The main point was the 3rd round. This was because the 3rd round of the Astral Tournament concerned the 10 slots to enter the Void Saint realm. This was an opportunity that everyone would fight for, as it represented an irresistible opportunity to become a saint. Thus, regardless of whether they were from the 8 major colleges or ordinary students, all 20 of them revealed a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. The 3rd round was very fair, as everyone would fight each other for a total of 19 rounds. Every victory would earn 1 point, and the final ranking would be determined based on the number of points one had. If they met someone with the same number of points, they would have to fight another round to determine the ranking. In short, there was no way to use tricks in the 3rd round. One had to rely on true strength to obtain victory. If one wanted to obtain the top spot, they would have to defeat everyone and sweep through the entire field to obtain the final victory. As for the other 80 people, they would have to fight each other in the arena to determine their ranking. Then, they would be rewarded accordingly. However, almost everyone's attention was attracted by the figures of these 20 people. Will Shi Bufan, Yuan Fei, Jin Xianzong, and Duan Shuilu obtain the top spot? Or will Tian Gang, Long Outyen, or Xian Wang obtain the top spot? I'm really looking forward to it. I feel that my goddess, Xian Wang, also has a good chance. After all, she's the first person to comprehend the true meaning of the holy path. I just don't know if the other 4 geniuses have comprehended the true meaning of the holy path. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Because they had witnessed Tian Gang and Xian Wang's powerful battle prowess, they had also placed Long Outyen and Long Outyen in the 2nd tier, second only to the 4 geniuses. They definitely had the battle prowess to enter the top 10, but no one knew who would obtain the top spot. This was because the position of the champion not only represented supreme glory, but also unimaginable benefits even if one entered the void sacred world. Let us congratulate these 20 genius disciples for successfully advancing to the 3rd round. Next is the most anticipated and most exciting moment for everyone, because we will be holding the 3rd round of the competition. The number of matches and the number of participants will be randomly selected by us. Shi Tianfeng said to the crowd in a clear voice. His voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Next is the first match. Ji Yuanlong from the Great Zhou Academy vs Long Outyen from the Aries Academy. No one had expected that the first match would be between Long Outyen and Ji Yuanlong. Everyone had witnessed Long Outyen's strength. His physical body was unparalleled, and his strength was extraordinary. Even an early-stage divine king could not withstand a single punch from him. Some even thought that he might be able to defeat the 4 peerless geniuses. Ji Yuanlong was also very strong. His divine firmament dragon king transformation had already been cultivated to perfection. His attacks were unparalleled, and he was also very famous among the crowd. Especially after the incident of Ji Yuanlong kneeling and apologizing to Ling Xiao in the mythical space was exposed, Ji Yuanlong took it as a great humiliation. It also made everyone look forward to the battle between Ling Xiao and Ji Yuanlong even more. Who do you think will win between Long Outyen and Ji Yuanlong? It should be Long Outyen, right? His physical strength is too terrifying. Even a divine king can't withstand it. That's not necessarily true. I heard that Ji Yuanlong is also very strong. He is also 1 realm higher than Long Outyen. It should be 50-50. Hehe, I'm really looking forward to it. Will Ji Yuanlong avenge his previous humiliation, or will Long Outyen suppress Ji Yuanlong once again? Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable anticipation. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He did not expect to meet Ji Yuanlong in the first match. However, he did not say anything and instantly leaped into the arena. Ji Yuanlong's eyes were filled with coldness. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Long Outyin, today I will completely defeat you and make you kneel before me." "Dream on." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He could feel that Ji Yuanlong was hiding a powerful force. Perhaps that was his trump card. However, the current Ji Yuanlong was no threat to Ling Xiao at all. It could be said that after Ling Xiao's indestructible battle body and divine dragon body had reached perfection, his physical body alone could suppress a divine king expert. He could be said to be invincible among his peers. "Your physical body is very strong. But today, I will shatter your tortoise shell." Ji Yuanlong's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. In the God-Devil space, he and Ji Jun had knelt down and apologized to Ling Xiao together. Every time he thought about it, he almost went crazy. Ling Xiao had even become an obsession in his heart. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, he was afraid that he would not be able to take a peek at the Saint Realm. Rumble, Ji Yuanlong's body exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. Rays of purple light lingered around him, causing his skin to emit a faint purple color. His entire being appeared dignified and mysterious. An ancient dragon's roar resounded, shaking the heavens. Ji Yuanlong punched out, and suddenly, a purple lightning dragon swept across the void, and suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. That purple lightning dragon was vivid and lifelike. It exuded an incomparably terrifying aura, enveloping the entire area. The dragon transformation. Ji Yuanlong used his strongest martial art right from the start. With the help of the purple lightning dragon, his aura skyrocketed, reaching the mid-divine king realm in an instant. Chi. Ling Ao. Kacha, the void trembled, and the same clear dragon roar sounded. A golden dragon rose from Ling Xiao's fist and pounced forward, but this fist was purely physical strength. Even the golden dragon was condensed from Ling Xiao's blood. It roared in the void and shook the heavens. Rumble, the purple lightning dragon and the golden dragon collided in the void. The huge mountains around Ling Xiao and Ji Yuanlong instantly exploded. Heaven and earth trembled, and divine light gushed out. It was an extremely shocking scene. Everyone could see that the purple lightning dragon instantly exploded, turning into streaks of lightning that filled the void. Ling Xiao's aura changed drastically. He was like an indestructible dragon god, moving unhindered. Wrapped in a monstrous fist, he continued to attack Ji Yuanlong. Boom, purple light filled Ji Yuanlong's eyes. The shattered lightning dragon did not disappear. Instead, it transformed into resplendent runes that intertwined with each other, instantly forming an incomparably vast lightning world. Streaks of purple divine lightning descended from the 9 heavens. In the sea of lightning, lightning flashed across the sky, turning into purple lightning dragons. It was as if 10,000 dragons had appeared together. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if they wanted to completely annihilate Ling Xiao. Ji Yuanlong used the power of the divine firmament dragon transformation to form a lightning domain, mobilizing the lightning laws of this world. That aura was extremely terrifying, causing the gazes of the spectators to turn solemn. They felt that even if a god king were to enter the lightning domain, he would be instantly killed. Kacha, streaks of lightning landed on Ling Xiao's body, instantly drowning him. Although Long Outyan's physical body is strong, I'm afraid he can't withstand such a terrifying lightning domain, right? A trace of uncertainty appeared in everyone's hearts. The divine firmament dragon transformation was too powerful. Together with the Lightning King divine art, it was known as one of the strongest lightning martial arts. When the two were combined, it was the supreme lightning emperor art of the 9-layered imperial gate. First senior brother, can Long Outyan win? Asked Guan Chen as he stared coldly at the platform. It's hard to say. The divine firmament dragon transformation is very strong, and Ji Yuanlong has an even more terrifying power. Silver divine light flashed in Yuan Fei's eyes. It was mysterious and majestic, as if he could see through the power in Ji Yuanlong's body. Rumble, lightning exploded all over the sky, as if a golden sun had risen from the sea. Ling Xiao's figure instantly soared into the sky, bathed in purple lightning. His skin was crystal clear, and there was not a single injury. Bang, he punched out, and instantly, a few lightning bolts as thick as mountains exploded. Roar, a roar like that of an ancient divine beast came from Ling Xiao's mouth. The wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. In the next moment, everyone was completely shocked. They saw Ling Xiao open his mouth, and instantly, a black vortex appeared in the void. The lightning bolts in the sky were sucked into Ling Xiao's stomach like a whale swallowing the sea. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Ji Yuanlong, is that all you have? Ling Xiao laughed loudly. His eyes were dazzling, and his entire body exuded an unruly aura. Ling Xiao cultivated the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique and had also obtained the Lightning Emperor Arts legacy. His understanding of lightning laws had already reached an extremely high level. In addition, his sky-devouring secret technique could refine everything. A mere thunder domain couldn't do any harm to him at all. Instead, it was devoured cleanly by him like a whale swallowing the sea. This allowed his physical strength to improve slightly. Bastard! Since you want to devour, I'll let you have your fill. Ji Yuanlong's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook, and the mountains rumbled. Ji Yuanlong seemed to have transformed into the ancient Thunder King. His aura was overwhelming. The sea of lightning in the sky exuded a powerful destructive aura. Even the godly kings felt a chill run down their spines. There was a fatal danger. This is the Divine Firmament Dragon King transformation and the Thunder King Divine Art? I didn't expect First Senior Brother to combine the Divine Firmament Dragon King transformation and the Thunder King Divine Art. Long Outyen is dead for sure. Several of the Great Zhou Academy's disciples cheered as their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. The combination of the Divine Firmament Dragon King transformation and the Thunder King Divine Art is the first step of the Thunder Emperor technique. With the Thunder Emperor technique's power, no one can stop Ji Yuanlong. Kill Long Outyen, you must kill him. Ji Jun also stared at Ling Xiao with deep hatred in his eyes. Although he was sitting in the sky, he could feel that the deans and elders around him were looking at him with disdain and curiosity. He was about to go crazy. He knew that this was the humiliation that Long Outyen had brought to him. Kneeling and apologizing to Long Outyen was a humiliation that he would never be able to erase in his life. He had to use Long Outyen's life and blood to wash away this humiliation. Huh? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. That vast sea of lightning was indeed very powerful. Ling Xiao even felt a very familiar power from it. The power of the Lightning King? No, it's just the embryonic form, Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 9-layered Imperial Gates Thunder Emperor technique could cultivate the power of the Lightning King. However, Ji Yuanlong was also considered a genius. The combination of the Divine Firmament Dragon King transformation and the Thunder King Divine Art had already formed the embryonic form of the Lightning King's power. That was why the Lightning King's shadow had such terrifying power. Boom, the vital blood in Ling Zhao's body boiled as he punched out. His fist was ancient and powerful, and it contained a vast force of the heavens and the earth. Ling Xiao had cultivated quite a few fist techniques. For example, his self-created 7 Limits Divine Technique, Great Void Imperial Fist, and 9 transformations of Dragon and Snake were all fist techniques. However, Ling Xiao did not want others to know the origins of these martial arts. Furthermore, as his physical body became stronger and stronger, he had a feeling of mastery through a comprehensive study of the martial arts. He was on the verge of creating his own unique fist technique. Therefore, although each of his punches looked very simple and crude, and were only bursts of physical strength, they contained countless variations of several kinds of martial arts, and were incomparably profound. The golden fist flew across the sky like a great sun, instantly colliding with the Thunder King's illusory figure, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Ji Yuanlong blocked Ling Zhao's punch, and Zhou Tian's lightning struck towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Whoosh, Ling Xiao weaved through the sea of lightning and struck the 9 heavens, clashing violently with the phantom of the Thunder King. In an instant, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Every blow was like the beating of a heavenly drum, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. The terrifying sound waves even caused the blood and chi of the spectators to react. Every time Ling Xiao breathed, he would devour the surrounding lightning. His skin crackled as it grew brighter and brighter. Gotcha! Another violent collision occurred, and Ling Zhao's fist directly blasted the Thunder King's phantom apart. After that, he opened his mouth wide, and the vast amount of lightning instantly rushed into Ling Zhao's mouth, swallowed and refined by him. Ji Yuanlong's body shook violently, and he could not help but be sent flying. His blood and qi surged, and his face became incomparably ugly. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Ji Yuanlong's eyes were filled with disbelief. One must know that in the mythical space, Ling Zhao's cultivation was also at the complete heavenly god realm. At that time, Ji Yuanlong could still fight him, but now that Ji Yuanlong had broken through to the early divine king realm, he actually felt that he was not Ling Zhao's opponent. This feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ling Zhao's cultivation did not break through, but his strength had become even more terrifying. I can't lose. I must defeat you. Ji Yuanlong roared madly in his heart, and a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Whoosh, he soared through the sky, and with a flash of light, a resplendent ancient sword appeared in his hand. Although it was only a godly monarch artifact, it was extraordinarily sharp. The Academy tournament prohibited Sage Dao treasures for the sake of fairness. Therefore, the strongest treasure that everyone could take out was only a godly monarch artifact. The wind and clouds behind Ji Yuanlong surged, and divine light rose. Rays of sword light became incomparably blazing. The ancient sword in his hand carried a vast sword aura as it slashed through the sky toward Ling Xiao. This sword was extremely fast and incomparably sharp. When Ji Yuanlong's sword slashed down, it was as if heaven and earth were drowned by the sharp sword aura, and it was aimed at Ling Zhao's vital points. De Zhou Tian's divine sword? It's a pity that it's only comparable to the divine firmament dragon king transformation. Looks like he's going to lose. Jin Xianzong's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. De Zhou Tian's divine sword was also one of the Zhou Tian Academy's ultimate techniques. However, in Jin Xianzong's opinion, this ultimate technique was enough to deal with ordinary people, but not Ling Xiao. No, this isn't just De Zhou Tian's divine sword. Yuan Fei's silver eyes flashed with a strange light. Rumble, another change took place in the arena. Within that vast sword light, there seemed to be an incomparably mysterious shadow that appeared. It contained a vast and ancient power that suppressed everything and was unparalleled. It was as if a mysterious lightning bolt had shot from the ancient sword directly toward Ling Zhao's forehead. This change was too sudden, and it was so sudden that no one could react at all. The power of the Lightning Emperor? Bastards, you actually let him cultivate the Lightning Emperor technique and even imbued him with the power of the Lightning Emperor? Tong Yuan's expression instantly changed as he glared at Ji Guyuan and Ji Jundao. Shameless! If anything happens to Long Outyin, Ji Yuanlong will also be buried with him. Han Li was both shocked and furious as he loudly roared. That was the Lightning Emperor technique, the supreme sacred technique of the 9-layered imperial obelisk. If Ji Yuanlong had cultivated the Lightning Emperor technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to unleash the power of the Lightning Emperor technique. However, the power of the Lightning Emperor in Ji Yuanlong's body was obviously not cultivated by himself. Someone had imbued it into his body, which was equivalent to cheating. When the power of the Lightning Emperor exploded, it was equivalent to the power of the sacred path. Could Ling Xiao really withstand it? Rumble. When Ji Yuanlong's sword arrived, the void violently trembled. Yi Futian struck out with his palm. The palm imprint was incomparably powerful and directly shattered the sword. The sword qi that filled the sky scattered and turned into a resplendent rain of light. However, that mysterious lightning bolt, under the cover of the sword qi, instantly arrived in front of Ling Zhao's forehead. Ling Xiao could even feel the icy cold and blazing killing intent coming from it. Lightning Emperor technique? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Boom, heaven and earth seemed to have stopped at this moment. The mysterious lightning radiated millions of rays of light, and a vast world of lightning and thunder seemed to have appeared in the void. A mysterious figure, like a supreme emperor who could dominate the 9 heavens and 10 lands, looked at Ling Xiao with eyes that shone with immortal light. A mysterious eye seemed to have appeared between Ling Zhao's brows. It was golden, majestic, and mysterious. Lightning flowed through it. Vast laws of lightning surged forth, forming a mysterious vortex of light that seemed to lead to another world. Ji Yuanlong's burst of lightning was swallowed up in an instant. Boom! Ling Zhao's eyes were calm as he punched at Ji Yuanlong, like a true dragon roaring in a storm. This punch was incomparably powerful and terrifying to the extreme. A violent whistling sound could be heard in the void. What? Ji Yuanlong's eyes changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. However, the dazzling fist seal had already enveloped him, and finally, it slammed into his chest. Gotcha! Runes exploded one after another. Ji Yuanlong was wearing a purple soft armor. With a single glance, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Its defense was extremely strong, but under Ling Xiao's punch, it quickly shattered. Ji Yuanlong's chest also suddenly caved in. Puff! Ji Yuanlong spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. The four Skyprides were shocked. The smiles on Ji Guyuan and Ji Jun's faces froze. Tong Yuan, Han Li, and the others from the War God Temple trembled. Everyone was stunned. Ji Yuanlong made his move and used the Lightning Emperor technique. He also ignited the power of the Lightning Emperor hidden in his body, erupting with an incomparably terrifying killing power. Even the four Skypride's eyes were incomparably solemn. Facing this attack, they were not completely confident. This was because this was the power of the Saint Dao, the most terrifying killing power of the Lightning Emperor technique. However, what no one expected was that Ling Xiao received it and was unscathed. Many people did not even see what happened before Ji Yuanlong was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. Could that be the eye of the Lightning Emperor? Impossible. Long Outyin can't possibly know the Lightning Emperor technique. What kind of power is that? Huge waves surged in Ji Guyuan's heart as he stared at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although Ling Xiao had tried his best to hide it, and the strange phenomenon between his eyebrows was also withdrawn as soon as it appeared, Ji Guyuan could still see that something was wrong. Because Ji Guyuan himself cultivated the Lightning Emperor technique, he was incomparably sensitive to the eye of the Lightning Emperor. One had to be extremely compatible with the true meaning of the Thunder Emperor technique and comprehend the origin energy of lightning in order to condense the eyes of the Thunder Emperor. However, even he himself had not been able to do it, so how could Ling Xiao have done it? Therefore, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before he rejected it. If the Lightning Emperor technique really landed on Ling Xiao's body, that would be a huge joke. Junior brother Long is still the best. I don't have the confidence to receive that attack from Ji Yuanlong. Tiangang sighed softly. Despicable and shameless, borrowing external strength. What kind of genius are you? The Xian King sneered. That lightning was clearly not his own power. Otherwise, Big Brother would have killed him long ago. This bastard, how will your grandfather, Yi Liangchen, teach you a lesson later? Yi Liangchen said angrily. Boom! At this moment, Ji Yuanlong rushed out from the ground. Although there was a bloody hole in his chest and he looked extremely miserable, the madness and killing intent in his eyes were getting crazier. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How can you withstand the power of the Lightning Emperor technique? Long Outyin, the humiliation you brought me, I will make you pay back 100 times, 1,000 times. I will kill you. Ji Yuanlong roared madly. It seemed as if he was about to turn into a demon. His body was filled with black killing intent as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Not good. Dinsher, we admit defeat. Ask Long Outyin to stop. Ji Guyuan's expression changed as he quickly looked at Shi Tianfeng and said. He could already see that Ji Yuanlong's current state was not right. If the battle continued, Ji Yuanlong's situation would only worsen. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he still admitted defeat. Dean Ji, the rules of the Academy tournament state that one side must admit defeat in order to end the battle. You admitting defeat for Ji Yuanlong is not in accordance with the rules. Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly. He could not wait for the battle between Ling Xiao and Ji Yuanlong to continue. It would be a good thing if Aries College and Great Zhou College were at odds with each other. We admit defeat. We won't continue. Ji Jun's eyes were filled with anxiety. He leaped up and was about to fly towards the stage below. Whoosh, Han Li's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ji Jun. Ji Jun, could it be that you want to disrupt the Academy tournament? Ji Yuanlong has not admitted defeat, so this battle cannot end. Han Li sneered. He had been suppressing his anger just now. Ji Yuanlong had openly cheated, so it must have been Ji Guyuan and Ji Jun's doing. However, these bastards had pretended not to know. Now that Ling Xiao's crisis had been resolved, he naturally did not want to let Ji Jun off so easily. No matter what, he had to vent his anger first. Scram! Ji Jun's gaze turned cold. The killing intent around him surged to the sky, as if he was about to attack Han Li at any moment. Ha ha ha. Ji Jun, you want to fight me? Come, come, come. If you don't dare, then you're my grandson. Han Li sneered. The blood aura around him shook like thunder. His dark golden skin contained an explosive power. He blocked Ji Jun's path like a piece of meat, not wanting to give in at all. Ji Jun was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was strong, Han Li was a ruthless person who had cultivated the undying war body to the 5th level. If they really fought, he was afraid that he would not be Han Li's opponent. Rumble, another change occurred in the stage. Ji Yuanlong attacked Ling Xiao like a madman, but Ling Xiao found an opening and kicked him in the chest. Bang! Ji Yuanlong's body trembled as if he had been kicked by a tyrannosaurus. He was instantly sent flying into the sky. Ling Xiao's gaze was cold. He had no intention of letting Ji Yuanlong go. Instead, he leaped into the sky and grabbed Ji Yuanlong's arm like a dragon's claw. He suddenly swung Ji Yuanlong up and punched Ji Yuanlong's abdomen. Boom. I'll let you be arrogant. Ling Xiao sneered. He lifted Ji Yuanlong's arm and smashed it down on a mountain below. Boom. That towering mountain was directly smashed apart by Ji Yuanlong. Rubble flew everywhere, the earth trembled, and many towering ancient trees were turned into dust by the violent energy fluctuations. I'll let you act cool. Ling Xiao lifted Ji Yuanlong up, and his entire body emitted an incomparably violent energy. He directly rose from the ground and smashed down on another mountain. Another mountain exploded. I'll let you cheat. I'll let you be reckless. Ling Xiao seemed to be enjoying it. Every time he scolded, he would lift Ji Yuanlong up and smash a mountain. His entire person was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, terrifying to the extreme. Fortunately, this was the array world formed in the arena. Otherwise, the entire Spacetime College would have been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Everyone was frightened, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Too ruthless, although Ji Yuanlong's cultivation was at the Divine King realm, and his body was incomparably sturdy, probably not weaker than an ordinary divine artifact, he could not withstand such torment. Ling Xiao simply did not treat Ji Yuanlong as a human. Every strike was incomparably violent, as if the god of war had swung his hammer, or the saint had destroyed Kuan-Wu Mountain in anger. It was filled with the beauty of barbarism, violence, and strength. Bastard! Ji Jun roared, his lungs about to explode. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Ji Guyuan's gaze was also extremely cold. This was no longer a battle. This was simply a naked slaughter. Under Ling Xiao's barbaric attacks, Ji Yuanlong did not even have the chance to admit defeat. Dinshe, this battle should end, right? Ji Guyuan looked at Shi Tianfeng and said coldly. Why should it end? You're allowed to cheat, but Long Outyen is not allowed to teach him a lesson? How can there be such logic in this world? As long as Ji Yuanlong does not admit defeat, this battle is not over. Han Li sneered. The more he looked at Ling Xiao, the more he liked him. He felt that this brat's temper was too similar to his. The disciples of Ares College were supposed to be so arrogant and overbearing. Whoever did not agree with them, they should fight back. This was the style and tradition of the Ares Temple. It was unknown when it started, but from the War God Temple to Ares College, everyone had become weak. They had been avoiding and tolerating outsiders, which was why others were so arrogant. Just like Dezhou College, 1,000,000 years ago, they did not even dare to fart in front of Ares College. But now, they dared to ride on Ares College's head. Many of the Ares College's disciples also felt incomparably exhilarated. They only felt that this battle between Ling Xiao and Ji Yuanlong had released all their years of depression and suppression. Ling Xiao had used this battle to tell others that the disciples of Ares College were not to be trifled with. Boom. Boom. Boom, Ji Yuanlong didn't even look like a human anymore. Over 100 mountains had been destroyed by Ling Xiao, and his entire body had become a bloody mess. Roar, a clear dragon's roar rang out. Ling Xiao suddenly punched out, and a golden dragon flew through the air, violently slamming into Ji Yuanlong's body. Boom, Ji Yuanlong's physical body directly exploded into a bloody mist under this punch. I admit defeat. In the bloody mist, Ji Yuanlong's primordial spirit floated up. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear as he screamed crazily. He was completely terrified. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with fear, and he no longer dared to have any thoughts of going against Ling Xiao. He could even feel that if it weren't for the fact that killing was prohibited in the arena, Ling Xiao would probably have killed him. Whoosh. Whoosh. Following Ji Yuanlong's admission of defeat, Ling Xiao and Ji Yuanlong were instantly enveloped by two bright rays of light and appeared outside the arena. Long Outyen, hand over your life. At this moment, a crazy roar rang out. Ji Jun's killing intent rose, and his divine power was vast and unparalleled. He suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao from above the void, and a black palm print enveloped Ling Xiao. Ji Jun, you're courting death. Han Li was instantly enraged, and his eyes revealed an incomparable murderous intent. He did not expect Ji Jun to be so shameless as to personally deal with Ling Xiao. Boom, dark golden divine light lingered around Han Li's body, and a vast amount of blood qi soared into the sky as he suddenly pounced towards Ji Jun. Ji Jun, if Long Outyen is injured in the slightest, this old man will not rest until you're dead. Tong Yuan, such a good person, was thoroughly enraged. A blazing sword light rose from behind him, and its speed was extremely fast as it intercepted Han Li's palm. The crowd was also in an uproar. No one expected Ji Jun to suddenly make a move. Kill him. You must kill him. Ji Yuanlong's eyes were filled with incomparable murderous intent. Ji Jun's cultivation was at the great perfection divine king realm, and his strength was unparalleled. Coupled with his sudden attack and the extreme distance between them, even Han Li and Tong Yuan could not stop him in time. That palm had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ji Jun, you really don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head, and his eyes revealed an incomparably cold murderous intent. Roar. Roar, two dragon roars exploded in the void, and the blood in Ling Xiao's body boiled to the extreme. The human and dragon bloodlines seemed to have reached a perfect balance as they intertwined into mysterious runes. The power of the indestructible war body and the divine dragon body erupted. Ling Xiao punched out, and it was as if a golden sun had exploded in his body. Mysterious ripples rippled out, causing Ling Xiao's aura to soar crazily, along with the supreme divine ability of the ancestral dragon's secret art. The violent dragon divine ability also erupted. With Ling Xiao's divine dragon body at the great perfection divine ability, the violent dragon divine ability could erupt with 64 times the power. However, that would be too shocking, and his physical body could not withstand it, so he could only erupt with 32 times the power. Boom, the fist and palm collided, and an incomparably terrifying divine light radiated in all directions. It contained a fluctuation that could destroy everything, and it was as if heaven and earth had fallen into a world of white. Not good. The faces of Shi Tianfeng and the other experts from the Spacetime Academy changed drastically, and they began to frantically activate the power of the Grand Protective Mountain Array. Mysterious runes emerged from the void, and the power of Ling Xiao and Ji Jun's attack was restrained. The ground where Ling Xiao stood instantly cracked like a spider web. His white robe was whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were sharp and unruly, and his entire body exuded an incomparably terrifying power. As for Ji Jun's palm, it shattered, and even Ji Jun himself was sent flying by Ling Xiao. Tong Yuan, Han Li, how dare you? In the void, Ji Jun was both shocked and furious. His eyes were filled with disbelief, but Tong Yuan and Han Li's attacks were already in front of him. Unparalleled divine light exploded, and Ji Jun groaned. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. However, no one cared about Ji Jun at this moment. Their gazes were all on Ling Xiao. Heavens, what did I just see? Long Outyen actually sent Ji Jun flying with a single punch. How is this possible? Long Outyen is only at the great circle of the heavenly god stage. How can he be so powerful? Didn't you notice? Just now, Long Outyen's body exploded with an extremely powerful force. He must have used some secret technique that consumes his origin. Everyone was completely shocked. Ji Jun was different from Ji Yuanlong. He was a veteran divine king with unparalleled strength. He was also one of the top existences in the Great Zhou Academy. Even when compared to Han Li, he was only slightly weaker. However, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone, but he was sent flying with a single punch from Ling Xiao. He really does have a huge secret on him. Shirbufan stared fixedly at Ling Xiao as his gaze became increasingly heated. This child's talent is too terrifying. I'm afraid that he will be another peerless figure in the future. We have to be careful. Shi Tianfeng, Sima Bo, and Zhu Gaming secretly exchanged glances. They could all see the shock in each other's eyes. To be able to beat back Ji Jun, even if Ling Xiao had used some kind of secret technique, it was already shocking enough. This could no longer be described as a genius, it could be called a monster. After all, even if it was the academy tournament, in the eyes of these deans and elders, it was only a battle between young people. They had never thought that there would be someone standing in the same position as them. After all, they had all cultivated for countless years to reach this level. Ji Jun, you old dog, is your great Zhou Academy really such a sore loser? You're already so old, yet you still shamelessly sneak attacked me. Do you believe that when I break through to the Divine King stage, I'll kill you like a dog? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared at Ji Jun. He was completely enraged. If he was just an ordinary disciple of Aries College, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die under Ji Jun's palm. Ji Jun's unbridled attack had completely infuriated her. Long Outyen, you're courting death. Ji Jun's voice was filled with rage. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme and wished he could slap Ling Xiao to death. However, he was currently blocked by Tong Yuan and Han Li and had no way of attacking Ling Xiao. Fellow Taoists, please stop. Shi Tianfeng smiled bitterly. A vast worldly law descended, an endless divine light gushed out, directly separating Tong Yuan, Han Li, and Ji Jun who were fighting. Ji Jun, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. He had been punched in the face and his clothes were tattered. His eyes were filled with anger. Dean Shi, you're the host of the academy tournament today. Since Ji Jun dared to attack Long Outyen without permission, he must give us an explanation. The good-natured Tong Yuan was also enraged as he looked at Shi Tianfeng. The academy tournament was a tradition, and it had its own set of rules that everyone had to abide by. Attacking a competing disciple without permission like Ji Jun had done was a great taboo. Dean Shi, Long Outyen has already defeated Ji Yuanlong, but he still acted so viciously. He even destroyed Ji Yuanlong's body. How is such a vicious person any different from the demons? I attacked because I wanted to get rid of this pest. Ji Jun said with a gloomy expression. However, he was also secretly regretting his actions. He knew that he had been too impetuous. After all, attacking during the academy tournament was a great taboo for everyone. Unrepentant. Dean Shi, according to the rules of the academy tournament, how should we deal with attacking an academy disciple without permission? Han Li's gaze turned cold as he spoke. Ji Guyuan frowned and looked at Tong Yuan. Dean Tong, Long Outyen isn't injured. Why don't we drop this matter? I'm willing to compensate Ji Jun. How could he not know that if the rules of the academy tournament were followed and Ji Jun attacked an academy disciple without permission, then Ji Jun would be in for a miserable time. However, although the 8 great academies appeared to be the core of the academy tournament, they all had their own schemes in private. It would be difficult to deal with this matter according to the rules, which was why Ji Guyuan wanted to settle this matter privately. Nothing? Ji Guyuan, only you can say that. If it weren't for Long Outyen's strength, anyone else would have been heavily injured or even killed. You think compensation is enough? Why don't you let me hit Ji Jun in Long Outyen's place? Han Li sneered. Dean Tong, Elder Han, we're all on the same side. Why do we have to make things so ugly? I think that Vice Dean Ji attacked in a moment of desperation. It was an unintentional mistake. Why don't we just let it go? Overlord Academy's Dean, Overlord Academy, advised. That's right. Why don't we have Vice Dean Ji compensate Long Outyen with some treasures? The academy tournament still needs to continue. We can't let others see us as a joke, right? Xianxia smiled bitterly. For Ji Jun to attack Long Outyen at this time, he must have been out of his mind. I think we should deal with this matter according to the rules. Cripple Ji Jun's cultivation and expel him. Lu Shuling said indifferently. However, her words caused everyone's expression to change. This woman was truly ruthless. If she crippled Ji Jun's cultivation, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Long Outyin, how do you want to deal with this? Tong Yuan glanced at Ling Xiao and asked slowly. Although Ling Xiao wanted nothing more than to kill Ji Jun right now, he knew that the academy tournament wasn't the time to do so. Thus, he sneered and said, I'll leave everything to the dean. I just want justice. Alright. Dean Ji, if you want to resolve this matter, then agree to one of my conditions. Tong Yuan glanced at Ji Guyuan indifferently. Ji Guyuan frowned, but he still nodded and said, Speak. Hand over a Zhou Tian Nirvana pill, and we won't pursue this matter with Ji Jun, otherwise, we won't rest until you die. Tong Yuan said resolutely. A Zhou Tian Nirvana pill? Don't even think about it. You're asking for too much. The dean can't agree to it. Ji Jun's expression changed as he roared. Overlord, Jian Chen, and Lu Shuoling's eyes flashed. They were slightly surprised. They hadn't expected Tong Yuan to propose such a condition. One had to know that there was a huge difference between a divine king and a true sage. There was also the half-step sage realm, known as the 9 transformations sage. Every 9 transformations half-step sage was a nirvana rebirth. The laws of heaven and earth would completely shatter one's physical body, small world, godhead, and primordial spirit before reforming them. After 9 nirvanas, one's entire body would become flawless, and only then could one attain the sage realm. The Zhou Tian Nirvana pill was equivalent to being able to experience half a lifetime's nirvana in advance. It was incomparably precious and had a miraculous effect on breaking through to the half-step sage realm. However, the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill required various precious divine medicines, and it was considered precious even in the Imperial 9 Imperial Gates. However, Tong Yuan knew that Ji Jun had too, and the reason Ji Yuanlong had been able to break through to the Divine King realm so quickly was because of the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill's power. Ji Guyuan's expression was ugly as he stared at Tong Yuan. Dean Tong's request is really not polite at all. The Zhou Tian Nirvana pill is our great Zhou Academy's most precious treasure. Why don't you change your request? We can compensate Long Outyin with 100 drops of sacred liquid. 100 drops of sacred liquid? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Besides, the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill is precious, but compared to Ji Jun's life, isn't it much cheaper? Cut the crap and hand over the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill. Han Li sneered, not giving Ji Guyuan any face at all. Tong Yuan also glanced at Shi Tianfeng. Dean Shi, my request is the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill. Otherwise, please punish Ji Jun according to the rules of the Academy tournament. Ji Guyuan and Ji Jun's expressions changed. Although the 8 great academies each had their own despicable ways, no one dared to openly defy the rules of the Academy tournament. If Tong Yuan really wanted to pursue this matter, Shi Tianfeng, Sima Bo, and Zhuge Ming would probably be more than happy to cripple Ji Jun. After all, the Great Zhou Academy and Ares Academy were both enemies to them. Dean Ji, what's your choice? Shi Tianfeng smiled faintly as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Ji Jun's matter had to be dealt with. This was not only the rules of the Academy tournament, but also the reputation of the 8 great academies. If they just let it go, they would be laughed at. Don't you see all the disciples of the various academies watching? Ji Guyuan and Ji Jun's expressions were very ugly, but they were unable to back down now. Ji Guyuan took a deep breath and looked deeply at Tong Yuan. Alright. 1 Zhou Tian Nirvana pill, I agree. Headmaster, Ji Jun was a little anxious. Don't say any more. It's just a Zhou Tian Nirvana pill. Do you really want to lose your life here? Ji Guyuan looked sternly at Ji Jun. In the end, although Ji Jun was extremely unwilling, he still gave the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill to Tong Yuan. Long Outyin, take this Zhou Tian Nirvana elixir. I hope you can break through to the Divine King realm as soon as possible. Tong Yuan passed the elixir to Ling Xiao. Thank you, Dean. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Under the furious gazes of Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong, he kept the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill. Ling Xiao naturally knew how precious the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill was. Although he did not plan to use the Zhou Tian Nirvana pill to break through to the Divine King realm, it was still very useful for his physical body. The tournament will now continue. The next group of challengers, Luo Gang from the Vajra Academy versus Guan Shen from the Heavenly Curse Academy. Shi Tianfeng announced the second group of challengers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrogant youth in green robes, Guan Shen, jumped onto the stage. Opposite him was a burly man who looked very simple and honest. He was also in the early Divine King realm. I'm Luo Gang from the Vajra Academy. Junior brother Guan, please enlighten me. Luo Gang cupped his hands and bowed to Guan Shen. Who's your junior brother? How dare a piece of trash like you call yourself my junior brother? Guan Shen sneered with an incomparably arrogant expression. Anger flashed across Luo Gang's face. This Guan Shen was really arrogant. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he took a deep breath. Blood chi surged around his body. His physical body was extremely tough. He was a physique refiner. Rumble, the battle between the two of them broke out in an instant. Luo Gang cultivated the golden light palm of the Vajra Academy. His physical body was unparalleled and his attacks were extremely ferocious. He was considered an expert even in the early Divine King realm. Unfortunately, Guan Shen was stronger. The Great Destruction Curse could destroy everything. Moreover, Guan Shen's attacks were extremely ruthless. After a few dozen moves, he summoned the Great Millstone of the Heavens and crushed both of Luo Gang's arms. I admit defeat. Luo Gang's face was filled with incomparable pain as he yelled out loud. Boom, however, Guan Shen acted as if he did not hear him. The Great Millstone of the Heavens came crashing down again, turning both of Luo Gang's legs into a bloody mist. Bastard! This Guan Shen is too arrogant. His opponent has already admitted defeat and he still dares to attack. Yi Liangchen was enraged. He had long disliked Guan Shen. Previously, when they met outside the Spatio-Temporal Academy, this bastard was the one who mocked him. The people from the Heavenly Curse Academy are despicable and shameless. Leave this Guan Shen to me. Tian Gang's eyes flashed with coldness as he said coldly. The Panga clan and the Heavenly Curse Academy had a blood feud. Tian Gang naturally did not like the people from the Heavenly Curse Academy. I'm sorry. I didn't hold back. Guan Shen said indifferently. However, there was no sincerity on his face. He turned around and left the arena. Guan Shen wins. With the announcement of the elder, the result of the battle was confirmed. Guan Shen had gained 1 point. However, all the disciples looked at Guan Shen with anger in their eyes. He could have easily defeated Luo Gang. However, his attacks were extremely ruthless. This had infuriated the disciples. The next battle was between Wang Lin from the Ares Academy and Jin Gang from the Overlord Academy. Although Wang Lin was strong, she was only in the great circle of the heavenly god realm. On the other hand, Jin Gang's physical body was unparalleled. He had already cultivated the adamantine battle body to the great circle. Hence, he defeated Wang Lin quickly. However, Wang Lin's attitude was very good. She was not discouraged. Instead, she treated this as an opportunity to train and learn from each other. Ling Xiao also guessed that Wang Lin would not be able to enter the top 10. Following that, the battles began one after another. The 20 geniuses of the third round took turns to fight. They exchanged blows continuously with each other. The battles were extremely intense. Tian Gang attacked and defeated a young man named Pang Quan. Under Tian Gang's terrifying physical strength, Pang Quan only took 3 punches before he admitted defeat with a bitter smile. Xian Wang and Bai Xiao from the Imperial Academy started a great battle. Xian Wang was unparalleled in her generation while Bai Xiao was also extraordinary. The battle between the two goddesses attracted the attention of the crowd. Bai Xiao's sword cultivation was extraordinary. Xian Wang was only in the great circle of the heavenly god realm. However, Xian Wang had comprehended the sword of Saint Dao. Hence, after an intense battle, Bai Xiao was defeated by Xian Wang. Next battle, Yi Liangchen from the Ares Academy versus Jin Xianzong from the Five Elements Academy. No one had expected that Yi Liangchen would meet Jin Xianzong. Who was Jin Xianzong? He was a genius from the Five Elements Academy, one of the 4 heavenly prides, and one of the most likely candidates to become the champion. What about Yi Liangchen? He could be said to be the weakest in the entire academy tournament. He was only at the late heavenly god realm. However, Yi Liangchen's luck was extremely good. In the second round of challenges, this guy's 5 challengers were all from Ares College. Therefore, he was able to advance to the third round directly. This almost made the crowd go crazy. They all thought that Yi Liangchen was cheating. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. I think Yi Liangchen's luck must have been used up in the second round. He's going to meet Jin Shenzong in the third round. He's doomed. Someone laughed out loud, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. Isn't that right? This Yi Liangchen is just a lucky bastard. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated in the first round. How could he advance to the third round? Hee, I've always disliked him. Damn it, even I, an early divine king, was eliminated. This guy is only at the late heavenly god realm. What does he have to win? I bet he won't last more than 3 moves from Jin Shenzong. 3 moves? Aren't you overestimating him? I think he won't even last 1 move. Hee, I bet he'll admit defeat immediately. The crowd was in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with excitement and schadenfreude. One had to know that Yi Liangchen's abnormal luck in the second round had almost made the crowd go crazy. They felt that Yi Liangchen's luck was too good and he didn't have the strength to match it. Therefore, when Yi Liangchen's opponent was Jin Shenzong, the crowd was in an uproar. Yi Liangchen, it seems like they don't think highly of you. Do you have the confidence to defeat Jin Shenzong? Ling Xiao held back his laughter and said to Yi Liangchen. Who does Jin Shenzong think he is? Big brother, don't worry. I won't fight with you for the first place, but the second place will be mine. Let's see how Liangchen will deal with this Jin Shenzong. Yi Liangchen smiled proudly as if he didn't care about the crowd's words. And jumped onto the stage. Jin Shenzong was wearing the golden horned dragon armor. He was tall and handsome, and his body emitted a faint luster. His entire person had an extremely sharp aura. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. He looked at Yi Liangchen indifferently with a calm expression. Oh? I, Yi Liangchen, have always been the one showing off. Who dares to show off in front of me? Brat, it's not up to you to decide who wins or loses. Today, I'll show you that I've won. Yi Liangchen raised his eyebrows and looked at Jin Shenzong unhappily. Since you refused to admit defeat, then let's fight. Jin Shenzong said calmly. He was not angry because of Yi Liangchen's words. Yi is. At this moment, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind as they shook their heads. It was impossible for a late heavenly god to fight an early divine king. Moreover, Jin Shenzong wasn't an ordinary person. Ordinary divine kings were no match for him. Boom, Jin Shenzong's body blazed with golden light, and the chi of Gengjin rose up, forming a vast storm of divine light behind him. As Jin Shenzong slammed his palm forward, 5 rays of sword light shot out from the divine light storm. They intertwined with each other and sword chi rose up. It was extremely dazzling. Great 5 elements sword chi. Jin Shenzong used the great 5 elements sword chi. He didn't want to waste time and wanted to defeat Yi Liangchen in 1 move. Great! Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up. Chaotic chi surrounded him. He slammed his palm forward. The palm print was extremely heavy and it was like 5 sacred mountains in the sky. It went towards Jin Shenzong. Boom, Yi Liangchen used the chaotic chi and 5 sacred mountain palm at the same time. The 5 sacred mountain palm contained the law of 5 elements and it was extremely heavy. It could attack and defend at the same time. When it clashed with the great 5 elements sword chi, it shattered. However, the great 5 elements sword chi was endless. Jin Shenzong used his mind to condense it again and it pierced Yi Liangchen's body. Boom, the chaotic chi around Yi Liangchen was like an invisible barrier. It exploded and the chaotic chi intertwined with each other. It seemed like it contained an extremely mysterious energy and it shattered the great 5 elements sword chi. Jin Shenzong is just SOSO. Yi Liangchen sneered and threw a punch at Jin Shenzong. Eh? Jin Shenzong's eyes lit up. His great 5 elements sword chi was extremely powerful and the 5 elements energy flowed endlessly. An ordinary early divine king would not be able to withstand it. However, Yi Liangchen not only blocked it but also neutralized it. He didn't even suffer any injuries. On the other hand, Yi Liangchen was only a late-stage heavenly god. That was terrifying. Boom, Jin Xianzong threw out a punch and it collided with Yi Liangchen's punch. Suddenly, the void rumbled and exploded. Jin Xianzong felt that there was an unparalleled divine energy in Yi Liangchen's body. It was like an endless wave. Jin Xianzong couldn't help but tremble and take a step back. Yi Liangchen and Jin Xianzong were evenly matched in the short exchange. Jin Xianzong didn't even gain the upper hand. How? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The mocking expressions on their faces had yet to fade. At this moment, all of them froze. In everyone's eyes, Yi Liangchen was a weak but extremely lucky guy. Everyone was jealous and hateful of him. This time, when they saw that Jin Xianzong was going to teach Yi Liangchen a lesson, they were all secretly happy. However, they didn't expect Yi Liangchen to be evenly matched with Jin Xianzong. Jin Xianzong must have shown mercy. Everyone, don't worry. Yi Liangchen will definitely be defeated. Someone said with certainty. Everyone nodded their heads. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, their view of the world would be destroyed. Junior brother Long, could junior brother Yi really fight with Jin Xianzong? Tiangang opened his eyes wide and his face was filled with disbelief. Yes. Moreover, he might win. Ling Xiao said with a strange look in his eyes. Putting aside Yi Liangchen's incredible luck, there seemed to be a terrifying energy sealed in Yi Liangchen's body. Ling Xiao felt that Jin Xianzong would be smashed into pieces if the seal was lifted slightly. Yi Liangchen, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. If that's the case, you are qualified to make me go all out. Clang. Clang, a clear sound of a sword rang in the air. At the same time, a blazing sound of a saber shook the void. Mysterious runes danced in Jin Xianzong's palms, forming two different auras. A dazzling divine sword, sharp and unparalleled, pierced through everything. A dazzling saber radiance, filled with murderous intent, could destroy heaven and earth. The sword aura and saber aura formed a perfect balance on Jin Xianzong's body, making him incomparably sharp. What kind of power is that? Everyone was shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Sword Dao and Saber Dao were polar opposites. However, everyone could feel the power of both Sword Dao and Saber Dao on Jin Xianzong's body at the same time. They gathered together, making Jin Xianzong's aura extremely terrifying. The Grade 5 elements Sword Qi and 5 elements Sky-Chopping Saber have merged perfectly. Is this the legendary return of Saber and Sword? Yuan Fei's expression changed slightly. There seemed to be mysterious lines flashing in his silver eyes. Both Saber Dao and Sword Dao were regarded as the Dao of attack. They were extremely powerful. The strength of Saber Dao and Sword Dao was extremely terrifying. However, in the ancient times, there was an invincible saint who became a saint by cultivating both Saber Dao and Sword Dao. It was said that his strength was extremely terrifying and he had the combat strength of an Emperor realm expert. However, it was not easy to cultivate both Saber Dao and Sword Dao. One had to comprehend the return of Saber and Sword Dao to succeed. Yuan Fei had comprehended the return of Saber and Sword Dao from Jin Xianzong. That was extremely terrifying. Is this your true strength? Duan Shuilio's eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism as he stared at Jin Xianzong. Kill! Jin Xianzong roared. His eyes were shining brightly as he pounced on Yi Liangchen. Saber radiance and sword qi intertwined around Jin Xianzong, forming a perfect balance. The vast territory suppressed Yi Liangchen as if it was the crushing force of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Return of Saber and Sword Dao? Ha ha ha. Jin Xianzong, it's a pity that your cultivation is not good enough. Because you have met me, Yi Liangchen, you will definitely lose. Yi Liangchen laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Boom, Yi Liangchen slammed his palm forward. Streaks of chaotic mist filled the air and instantly enveloped Jin Xianzong. Yi Liangchen's palm seemed to have split the yin and yang of heaven and earth. The vast saber light and sword qi were split apart by Yi Liangchen's palm. Rumble, the blazing saber light and sword qi became extremely violent at this moment. They rushed towards Jin Xianzong and shrouded him. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. The realm of sword and saber convergence was broken just like that? This is like seeing a ghost. The principal of the Five Elements Academy, Zhuge Ming's face could not help but change. He knew how terrifying the realm of sword and saber realm was. It was enough to increase Jin Xianzong's combat strength by 10 times or even dozens of times. However, there was a drawback to this as well. Unless one could truly cultivate both sword and saber at the same time and attain the Tao and become a saint, one would suffer a powerful backlash once the state of sword and saber convergence was broken. Logically speaking, Jin Xianzong's mastery of the sword and saber should be very good. How could it be broken by Yi Liangchen's palm strike? No one could understand this. However, only Ling Xiao could feel that after Yi Liangchen's palm strike landed, there seemed to be a mysterious and obscure force gushing out from Yi Liangchen's body. The reason why the palm strike was so powerful was probably because of the force that was sealed in Yi Liangchen's body. Rumble, rays of saber light swept across the sky and rays of sword chi exploded. They formed an extremely terrifying storm and shrouded Jin Xianzong in it. Even the void was trembling slightly. Swoosh, Jin Xianzong instantly rushed out. Although he was strong and did not suffer any injuries, his face was still very pale. How did you do it? Jin Xianzong stared at Yi Liangchen and said. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I've told you. Those who go against me, Yi Liangchen, will never have a good ending. It's just that you don't believe me. Yi Liangchen laughed proudly. Rumble, as soon as Yi Liangchen finished speaking, he saw a bright thunderbolt exploding in the void. It emitted purple lightning and suddenly struck Jin Xianzong's body. Crackle, Jin Xianzong's body twitched and his face darkened immediately. He didn't expect to be struck by lightning for no reason at all. However, the thunderbolt was extremely powerful. It was so painful that Jin Xianzong's mouth twitched. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, 3 more purple thunderbolts fell from the void at the same time. Jin Xianzong had the innate golden virtue body. It was the body that was most restrained by thunderbolts. This time, he was completely in trouble. His entire body was shrouded by the thunderbolts. His body twitched and his eyes rolled back. How? How is this possible? What did I just see? Jin Xianzong was struck by lightning? This must be a coincidence. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the tables to turn so quickly. Just now, when Jin Xianzong used the convergence of saber and sword, he was extremely powerful. Everyone was waiting for him to show his power and suppress Yi Liangchen. However, the situation took a turn for the worse. First, the convergence of saber and sword was broken. Then, Jin Xianzong was struck by lightning. Zhuge Ming's face darkened immediately. President Shi, can you tell me why the purple void heavenly lightning struck Jin Xianzong? Zhuge Ming stared at Shi Tianfeng and asked. Others might not be able to tell, but how could he not? The purple thunderbolt was obviously the purple void heavenly lightning. Only the Spacetime Academy's protective mountain array could unleash such a terrifying heavenly lightning. This is a coincidence. Brother Zhuge, I did not expect Jin Xianzong's convergence of saber and sword to be so powerful that it damaged the barrier of the arena and triggered the power of the purple void heavenly lightning. I promise that this will never happen again. Shi Tianfeng explained with a wry smile. As soon as the purple thunderbolt appeared, he felt something was wrong. He quickly controlled the protective mountain array. Only then did he realize that Jin Xianzong's convergence of saber and sword was forced to use the convergence of saber and sword to damage the barrier of the arena. Then, it triggered the power of the purple void heavenly lightning in the protective mountain array. Jin Xianzong was unlucky. He became the target of the purple void heavenly lightning and was struck by lightning. Rumble, as soon as Shi Tianfeng finished speaking, the purple thunderbolt above the void was dazzling. Like a purple dragon, it descended from the 9 heavens and struck at Jin Xianzong. F***ck, Jin Xianzong was about to vomit blood. He opened his mouth and wanted to curse. However, before he could do so, he was immediately enveloped by the purple void heavenly lightning. Zhuge Ming and Shi Tianfeng looked at each other and were stunned. Shi Tianfeng's forehead was filled with black lines. He had just guaranteed that the protective mountain array was under control and the purple heavenly lightning would not appear again. However, in the blink of an eye, the purple heavenly lightning struck Jin Xianzong again. At the same time, Shi Tianfeng became suspicious. Why would the purple heavenly lightning appear out of nowhere? Shi Tianfeng hurriedly checked the mountain shielding formation, but he found that no one was controlling it. The only explanation was that Jin Xianzong was a golden virtue holy body. He was restrained by thunder and triggered the purple void thunder. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my god, this is AF * king coincidence? Why can't I believe it? This Yi Liangchen is too strange. Could it be that he can really trigger the purple heavenly lightning? How is that possible? That is the protective mountain array of the Spacetime Academy. Didn't you hear what Dinsher said? Jin Xianzong's return of the sword and saber was broken and triggered the purple heavenly lightning's backlash. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Liangchen was no match for Jin Xianzong. Yi Liangchen would definitely lose this battle. After all, the gap between the two was too big. However, they did not expect Yi Liangchen to be so strong. Jin Xianzong was extremely miserable. He was struck by the purple heavenly lightning continuously. It was too miserable. The purple heavenly lightning was a holy divine lightning. Its power was unparalleled. Although it was only a trace of the purple heavenly lightning's power, it was still extremely terrifying. Rumble, Jin Xianzong's body was surrounded by purple lightning. He was sent flying out of the sea of lightning. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his eyes were filled with anger. He looked extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled and the golden horned dragon armor on his body was tattered. There were many visible bloodstains on his body. The purple heavenly lightning spread into his body and was destroying the vitality in his body. Yi Liangchen, you are courting death. Jin Xianzong's eyes were about to spit fire. When had he ever suffered such a loss? It was driving him crazy. Yi Liangchen was only a late heavenly god. However, he had caused him to suffer such serious injuries. This made him hate Yi Liangchen to the extreme. He could not wait to kill Yi Liangchen. Jin Xianzong, you 5 elements wicked, you deserve to be struck by lightning. Yi Liangchen sneered. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards Jin Xianzong with his palm. Rumble, lightning gathered in the sky, causing the world to tremble violently. 5 blazing lightning bolts, containing the power of the 5 elements, intertwined with each other, containing the power to destroy everything, and slammed towards Jin Xianzong. Bastard! Jin Xianzong roared angrily. Golden runes floated out from his body, exuding an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, a golden divine light shot into the sky and pounced towards the lightning in the sky and Yi Liangchen. That golden divine light seemed to want to obliterate everything. Everything that stood in its way, whether it was a mountain or a towering ancient tree, was instantly turned into nothingness. Eh? Brat, you have some skills. Yi Liangchen's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. His 5 thunder heavenly spirit technique was broken by Jin Xianzong in an instant. Jin Xianzong roared and pounced at him, his eyes full of cold killing intent. Fine. Today, I will show you what real power is. Yi Liangchen's expression was indifferent, but there was a strange light flowing in his eyes. Rumble, the void around him trembled slightly, and a mysterious and terrifying power rose from Yi Liangchen's body. Mysterious runes spread out in all directions, as if it was a ferocious array that buried the ancient sages, and it was extremely ferocious. Streaks of chaotic fog spread out, and at the same time, it blocked everyone's vision. What is that? Tong Yuan and Han Li could not help but be shocked, revealing a trace of incomparable astonishment. Although they could not see what was happening to Yi Liangchen, they felt a wave of power that sent chills down their spines, as if it was more terrifying than the holy power. Crack, the chaotic fog spread out, and the golden divine light intertwined, as if there was the roar of a divine demon. It was extremely terrifying, and no one could see clearly what was happening. It's the power in Yi Liangchen's body. Is that a formation? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel that there was a supreme formation engraved in Yi Liangchen's body, as if it was a vast world, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Yi Liangchen seemed to be having difficulty controlling that power, so the violent aura spread out in all directions, and it even started to leak out of the arena. In the end, the formation of the arena let out a crisp sound, as if it could not withstand that kind of power, and it was about to shatter at any time. Oh no! Shi Tianfeng and the other elders of the Spacetime Academy were shocked, and they quickly activated the divine power in their bodies to maintain the formation of the arena, preventing it from shattering. If the formation of the arena were to shatter, the Spacetime Academy would be humiliated. The deans and elders of the various academies looked extremely serious. They did not expect the battle between Yi Liangchen and Jin Xianzong to be so intense. Rumble. In the chaotic fog that filled the sky, a bright light exploded, and Jin Xianzong was sent flying. Half of his body was shattered, and his whole body was badly mutilated. He looked extremely miserable. Yi Liangchen stepped down from the sky, and he directly stepped on Jin Xianzong's chest. He kicked Jin Xianzong down from the void, and he directly smashed a mountain below him. Swoosh! Yi Liangchen went straight up and dragged Jin Xianzong out of the mountain. He grabbed Jin Xianzong's neck with one hand, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Jin Xianzong, do you admit defeat? Yi Liangchen's voice was very calm, but it made Jin Xianzong's body tremble, and a trace of incomparable fear appeared in his eyes. I admit defeat. Jin Xianzong gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat, and there was no other way. The power that Yi Liangchen unleashed was too terrifying, and he actually felt a cold murderous intent. He had never felt so close to death before. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. The entire square was silent. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Jin Xianzong was defeated. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream, and they did not dare to believe everything that had happened in front of them. Who was Jin Xianzong? He was one of the 4 peerless geniuses, and he had the hope of becoming the champion of the Academy tournament. His strength was terrifying, but no one had expected that he would suffer such a miserable defeat after meeting Yi Liangchen. Although Shi Bufan, Yuan Fei, Duan Shuilu, and Jin Xianzong hadn't fought each other before, they knew that although there was a gap in strength between them, the gap wasn't that big. Perhaps some of them had hidden trump cards, but on the surface, they were all equally famous. Now that Yi Liangchen had defeated Jin Xianzong, it meant that he had the strength to defeat Shi Bufan, Yuan Fei, and Duan Shuilu. Don't worry, he's just borrowing external strength. That kind of strength can't be used easily, so he probably won't be able to use it again in a short period of time. Yuan Fei's silver eyes flickered with a strange light as if he could see through the strength in Yi Liangchen's body. He could feel that the terrifying strength in Yi Liangchen's body couldn't be used easily. As long as he couldn't use that kind of strength, Yi Liangchen wouldn't be a match for them. Yi Liangchen left the stage with an arrogant look on his face. However, Ling Xiao could feel that Yi Liangchen's blood and qi were a little weak, as if his vitality was greatly damaged. You shouldn't use the strength in your body so easily. You can't control it with your current realm. Ling Xiao glared at Yi Liangchen as he took out some sacred liquid and gave it to Yi Liangchen to heal his injuries. Hee, big brother, I'm just thinking for you. If I help you defeat Jin Xianzong, it'll be much easier for you to deal with him later. Tiangang, why don't you pick one of the remaining 3? Yi Liangchen chuckled and said indifferently. Leave Yuan Fei to me. Tiangong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Yuan Fei and said slowly. Yuan Fei seemed to have noticed Tiangong's gaze and glanced at him indifferently. His silver eyes flickered with a strange light. A seal set by a saint to hide the strength of his bloodline? Interesting. Yuan Fei muttered to himself. The following rounds of the Academy tournament became more and more intense. Apart from Ling Xiao, Tiangang, Yi Liangchen, and Wang Lin, who were only in the Heavenly God realm, the others were all in the early Divine King realm. Each of these 20 people had to fight 19 rounds. If they could win 19 rounds in a row, they would naturally be the champion of this Academy tournament. Among them, Shi Bufan, Yuan Fei, Jin Xianzong, and Duan Shuilu were the most dazzling. Their strength was unparalleled. Almost all of their opponents were defeated within a few moves, and then they simply admitted defeat. Other than the 4 great geniuses, Ling Xiao, Tiangang, Yi Liangchen, and Xian Wang's performance were the most eye-catching. Ling Xiao and Tiangang's physical bodies were unparalleled. Even divine kings couldn't take more than a few punches from them. Yi Liangchen's opponents were stronger than him, but they were always defeated. As for Xian Wang, he had comprehended the sword of Saint Dao. Qing Lian, Jin Gang, and Ji Yuanlong's strength were also not bad, but compared to the people above, they were somewhat overshadowed. This was especially true for Ji Yuanlong, whose physical body had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Although he had regathered a new physical body, his strength had been greatly affected. He was still slightly weaker than Qing Lian and Jin Gang. As the battle became more and more intense, the rankings of everyone's strength gradually emerged. Tian Gang's battle prowess was unparalleled. Naturally, Ji Yuanlong was not his opponent. Even Qing Lian and Vedra were defeated by him. Next battle, Aries College's Tian Gang vs Heavenly Mantra College's Yuan Fei. Following the announcement of another battle, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Is it finally time for the pinnacle battle? Aries College's Tian Gang is too fierce. He's not any weaker than Long Outyin. I wonder who will win between him and Yuan Fei. Is there a need to ask? It's definitely Yuan Fei. Although Tian Gang's strength is not bad, it's a pity that his cultivation is still a little lacking. That's right. If he had also broken through to the Divine King realm, he should be able to fight Yuan Fei. But now, it's unlikely. Everyone was discussing. Up until now, the 100 Yuan Grand Competition had been an eye-opener for everyone. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement and anticipation. Brother Tian Gang, I feel that you have ill intentions towards me. Could it be that I've offended you before? Yuan Fei was dressed in a white robe. He looked handsome and extraordinary as he glanced at Tian Gang indifferently. You haven't offended me. I just don't like you and want to teach you a lesson. Tian Gang's eyes glinted as he spoke calmly. Zhou Daoji, Wang Lin, and the others from Aries College were shocked. In their impression, their eldest senior brother had always been humble and would rarely say such arrogant and infuriating words. However, only Ling Xiao knew that this was because of the blood feud between the Panga clan and the Heavenly Curse sect. Naturally, Tian Gang didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Curse Academy. Brother Tian Gang, I'm afraid that you'll be the one to lose in the end. Yuan Fei said indifferently. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Tian Gang's eyes glinted. Golden blood energy rose from his body. His meridians were like dragons, letting out a crisp dragon roar, boom, as Tian Gang punched out. An explosive sound rang out in the void as a dark golden fist imprint flew towards Yuan Fei. Earth. Yuan Fei's eyes glinted as he spoke softly. Suddenly, a dark yellow rune appeared in front of him. It exuded an incomparably heavy aura and instantly turned into a huge mountain, crushing down on Tian Gang. Boom, the void shook violently. Tian Gang was like a peerless god of war. His fist was unparalleled, and it directly blew up the huge mountain. Gold. Yuan Fei's eyes were still very calm. A golden rune flew out from his palm. In an instant, millions of golden divine lights appeared in the sky and shot towards Astral Vault. Yuan Fei was still using the 5 elements heavenly curse. The Tao of curses was incomparably mysterious. It could communicate with the laws of heaven and earth through the power of the Tao. Boom, Heavenly Dipper's body was shrouded in primal chaos mist as a perfect aura erupted from him. A primal chaos boundary seemed to have formed around him, blocking off the millions and millions of divine light beams. The golden rays of light were all the purest qi of gung metal. Fortunately, Tian Gang's cultivation of the mixed yuan qi had reached the perfect level. In the end, he was able to block it perfectly. Fire. Yuan Fei said indifferently. In an instant, flame soared into the sky. It was as if the sun had fallen from the 9 heavens. Countless mysterious flames flowed and burned everything. Yuan Fei stood in the sea of fire. He was like a god of fire, incomparably mysterious. As the flame runes in his palm flew towards Tian Gang, dozens of flame giants appeared in the sea of fire. Each of them exuded a terrifying power and charged towards Tian Gang. Boom, the blood energy around Tian Gang's body became more majestic. The sky shook violently. His fist was like a dragon, colliding with the flame giants. An earth-shattering aura erupted. It was extremely shocking. Water. As Yuan Fei's voice rang out, the ground instantly cracked open and sank deeply. A vast and boundless ocean appeared with a majestic aura. In the ocean, the waves hit the sky and dozens of water pillars shot towards Tiangang. Moreover, as the flames in the sky collided with the seawater on the ground, an even more terrifying power instantly erupted. The power of water and fire destroyed everything, enveloping Tiangang from all directions. "Open for me." Heavenly Dipper's eyes flashed with incomparable sharpness. With a loud roar, his heart pounded violently like the beating of a heavenly drum. An incomparably blazing golden divine dragon appeared on his body, soaring through the void with unparalleled might. Rumble, the golden divine dragon was the power of the 5th level of the undying war body. Tiangang's aura also skyrocketed. His body began to expand rapidly, turning into a 10,000 zhang tall giant. He was like a divine being from the ancient times. His aura was monstrous, with the golden divine dragon circling around his body. He threw out a punch. Instantly, the flames in the sky and the vast ocean exploded. Wood. Yuan Fei's expression was still calm, but his voice contained an incomparably mysterious power. Rumble, towering ancient trees uprooted from the ground and began to grow rapidly. In an instant, they became 10,000 feet tall. Numerous green vines coiled around Tiangang like pythons. Tiangang's divine energy gushed out and pulled the green vines. However, the vines did not break. Instead, they were stretched even longer and coiled around Tiangang's arm. Rumble, in an instant, the flames in the sky fell from the 9 heavens. The seawater on the ground surged up, wanting to drown the celestial constellation. The immemorial divine mountains were flowing with a mysterious yellow light, suppressing the celestial constellation, accompanied by countless golden divine lights, wanting to turn the celestial constellation into dust. 5 elements heavenly curse, suppress. 5 beams of divine light shot out from Yuan Fei's silver eyes in an instant, turning into 5 mysterious runes in his palm. He pushed them out in the air, suppressing Tiangang. The sharpness of metal, the toughness of wood, the softness of water, the fierceness of fire, and the heaviness of earth, all of these had completely erupted at this moment. A vast 5-elemental world was formed around Tiangang, wanting to completely suppress him within. Boom. 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 The strength of Tiangong's physical body was unleashed to the maximum, and he even executed the supreme innate technique of heaven and earth. He was like a golden giant, punching out like a dragon. Each of his punches was extremely terrifying. However, the 5 elements heavenly curse was complete and flawless, forming a mysterious 5 elements world that enveloped Tiangang. Moreover, the 5 elements heavenly curse dissolved the power of each of his attacks. It even became the source of power that supported the 5 elements world, making it impossible for Tiangang to escape. This is the true 5 elements heavenly curse. Unless Tiangang's battle prowess and cultivation far surpasses Yuan Fei's, it's impossible for him to escape from the 5 elements heavenly curse. Looks like Tiangang will lose for sure. Shirbufan said slowly as a trace of amazement appeared in his eyes. There was even a trace of fear in his heart. Even if he wanted to break the 5 elements heavenly curse, it wouldn't be that easy. Yuan Fei has the legendary cursed body. I'm afraid his strongest strength isn't the 5 elements heavenly curse, right? Duan Shuilio's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity as he said slowly. Shirbufan's eyes flickered when he heard that. Although the 5 elements heavenly curse was strong, it was impossible to fully unleash the power of the cursed body. Compared to Yuan Fei had more powerful means. This Yuan Fei is really strong. Yap Liangchen exclaimed in surprise. He should be hiding his true strength. Now, let's see if eldest senior brother can break the 5 elements heavenly curse. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Boom, at this moment, the heavens and earth trembled violently. An incomparably mysterious light spurted out and instantly dyed the heavens and earth in pure gold. Celestial Dipper's entire body glowed brightly. It was as though an incomparably mysterious ancient god had appeared behind him, causing his aura to skyrocket. In an instant, he had reached the God-King realm. Moreover, his aura was still rising. Tiangang's eyes also turned golden. He glanced at Yuan Fei indifferently and then slapped out with his palm. Crack, under Big Dipper's palm strike, the mysterious 5-element heavenly curse world actually exploded like a mirror. The blazing flames, the turbulent sea, the sharp divine light, the tough vines and the thick mountains all burst like bubbles. Yuan Fei's face changed. Without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. At the same time, black and white inscriptions intertwined and rose from his palm, forming an extremely ancient and mysterious millstone in the air. It slowly rotated as if it could shatter the heavens. Great Destruction Curse, Great Millstone of the Heavens. Yuan Fei's Great Destruction Curse was naturally stronger than Guan Chen's. Moreover, the Great Millstone of the Heavens exuded an eternal and mysterious aura. Boom! Tiangang's palm landed on the Great Millstone of the Heavens and a terrifying divine light storm surged out in all directions. With a crisp sound, the Great Millstone of the Heavens exploded and Yuan Fei was sent flying by Tiangang's palm. What? Guan Chen and the others' faces changed and their eyes were filled with shock. Tiangang's palm was too terrifying. It had instantly increased his strength by 100 times. Not only did it destroy the 5 elements' heavenly curse with brute force, even the Great Destruction Curse was broken by Tiangang. Tiangang stood in the air and his entire body seemed to be cast in gold. He exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. His eyes were dazzling and his aura skyrocketed to the mid-divine king realm. He was one small realm higher than Yuan Fei. This is the Heavenly God secret skill? Sima Bo from the Heavenly Curse Academy's face changed instantly. Initially, he still had an expression of confidence and felt that Yuan Fei would win without a doubt. However, he didn't expect that the Heavenly Dipper's strength would actually increase explosively in an instant, directly breaking the 5 elements' Heavenly Curse and Great Destruction Curse. It's not the complete Heavenly God secret skill. Otherwise, it would be able to raise his cultivation to the great circle of the Heavenly God realm. Shi Tianfeng's eyes flashed as he said slowly. The deans and elders all had different expressions in their eyes. Some of them even revealed an obscure look of greed. Even if it was not the complete Heavenly God secret skill, it was still terrifying enough. If they could obtain it, even if they could raise their cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms, it would be enough to make them invincible in the same realm. This was one of the 108 secret skills of the ancient era. It contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. No one expected Tiangang to have the Heavenly God secret skill. Seeing your brother's secret skill of God should be able to force out Yuan Fei's true strength, right? Ling Xiao stared at Yuan Fei as he thought to himself. I really didn't expect this. You actually had such an opportunity to obtain the secret skill of God. Since that's the case, you have the right to see my true strength. Yuan Fei said slowly. His silver eyes were blazing with passion. Although Yuan Fei was sent flying by Tiangang's palm, there seemed to be a mysterious force protecting his body, preventing him from suffering any injuries. Boom! The void trembled violently as Yuan Fei stood in the air. A mysterious aura exuded from his body as his silver eyes burned brighter and brighter. It was as if he could see through all illusions and see through everything. Tiangang also felt a chill run down his spine as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. Even his primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness was trembling slightly. Swoosh, a beam of silver light shot out of Yuan Fei's silver eyes and shot towards Big Dipper. Around Yuan Fei, there seemed to be ghostly wails and howls, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. A cold deathly stillness filled the air, causing the land within a radius of 10,000 miles to wither and die. Life had completely disappeared. Not good. Tiangang's face changed drastically as he felt the threat of death. That ray of silver divine light was extremely terrifying. If he couldn't block it, he might be in danger of dying. Boom. Boom. Boom, golden blood rose around Tiangang's body as endless divine light swept out in all directions. In an instant, he threw out hundreds of punches. Each of his punches was vast and unparalleled. It was as if the stars in the 9 heavens were falling from the sky as he tried to destroy that ray of silver divine light. However, that ray of silver divine light didn't seem to exist in the same space as Tiangang. It wasn't affected at all and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared into Tiangang's glabella. Boom, in Tiangang's sea of consciousness, a blazing silver divine light exploded. It was like mercury as it enveloped his primordial spirit and began to extract the power of Tiangang's primordial spirit. Admit defeat. A strange voice reverberated in Tiangang's sea of consciousness as if it was luring him to admit defeat. Not good. This is the Silver Soul Eye technique? Tong Yuan's and Han Li's faces changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. The Heavenly Curse Academy's Silver Soul Eye technique was one of the most mysterious and difficult to cultivate incantation techniques. It was said that only those with a special physique and bloodline could cultivate it. Once the Silver Soul Eye technique was successfully cultivated, not only would it allow one to see through all things, it would also be able to draw upon the laws of heaven and earth, using the power of the curse to strengthen the opponent's Yuan spirit and extract the power of the opponent's Yuan spirit, causing the opponent to grow weaker while the user himself grew stronger. The Silver Soul Eye technique was very vicious. Even in the Heavenly Curse sect, only 1 in 10,000 geniuses could cultivate it. Who would have thought that Yuan Fei had successfully cultivated the Silver Soul Eye technique? Stop. We admit defeat. Tong Yuan's face was filled with anxiety as he hurriedly shouted. Dean Tong, it doesn't count if you admit defeat. Tiangang himself hasn't admitted defeat yet. Sima Bo said with a smile, as if victory was already in his hands. That's right. Tong Yuan, are you trying to defy the rules of the Academy tournament? However, once the Silver Soul Eye technique is used, even if Tiangang doesn't die, he will become a cripple in the future. Ha ha ha. Ji Jun's eyes were filled with hatred as he laughed heartily. His hatred had been vented. Dean, what should we do? Han Li's eyes were filled with worry. The Silver Soul Eye technique was too terrifying. If Tiangang was really at the mid-stage Divine King realm, he might have been able to withstand it. Unfortunately, Tiangang had only used the Heavenly God secret technique to temporarily raise his strength. The power of his Yuan spirit wasn't as strong as Yuan Fei's, so it was natural for him to be hit instantly. Wait. Tong Yuan gritted his teeth as a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He knew that Tiangong's strength was extraordinary, and he also hoped that Tiangang could continue to create miracles. What a vicious Silver Soul Eye technique. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Yuan Fei really deserved to die. If the Silver Soul Eye technique had devoured more than half of Tiangong's Yuan spirit, even if Tiangang didn't die, he would be crippled. However, I'm afraid that you've kicked an iron plate. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he sneered in his heart. Tiangang wasn't an ordinary person. He possessed the bloodline of the Panga clan, a supreme sovereign clan. Even if it had declined, it wasn't something that Yuan Fei could bully. Rumble, Tiangang wasn't in a good condition at the moment. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in silver divine light. His limbs were stiff as he stood there, his face was filled with a struggling expression. Yuan Fei's face was abnormally flushed with excitement. Activating the Silver Soul Eye technique was extremely stressful for him. However, as he devoured Tiangong's majestic primordial spirit, he became extremely excited. When Tiangong's Yuan spirit was consumed to a certain extent, he could only let Yuan Fei do whatever he wanted. The mysterious curse power not only occupied Tiangong's sea of consciousness, but it also spread towards his body and started to devour his flesh and blood. It even wanted to devour his life essence. Tiangong's chi was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying Silver Soul Eye technique. Sherbu Fan and Duan Shuelio's eyes flashed. Yuan Fei was indeed someone with the cursed body. He was able to successfully cultivate the Silver Soul Eye technique. He was already invincible in the same realm. It seemed that Tiangang was going to lose for sure. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. After all, Tiangang had just unleashed his peerless divine power and was about to completely suppress and defeat Yuan Fei. They didn't expect Yuan Fei to use the Silver Soul Eye technique. Rumble, Tiangong's whole body was shrouded in a black murderous aura and he began to emit a dense death aura. I admit, the light in Tiangong's eyes dimmed as he spat out 2 words stiffly, as if he was about to admit defeat. Bang! 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 But all of a sudden, a violent tremor resounded through the sky. On Tiangong's chest, there seemed to be a small golden sun beating. Every beat was like the beating of a drum. It was terrifying to the extreme. That was Tiangong's heart. Golden blood spurted out from it and instantly gushed towards Tiangong's body. Tiangong's eyes instantly turned blood red and a trace of madness appeared on his face. No. I won't admit defeat. No one can make me admit defeat. No one. Tiangang roared. His voice was like thunder and shook the sky. Rumble, endless golden light burst out from his glabella and a mysterious rune seemed to be imprinted on his glabella, causing his chi to become violent in an instant. The majestic Yuan spirit that was devoured by Yuan Fei suddenly rushed back into Tiangong's sea of consciousness, causing his chi to surge. As for the silver divine light, it exploded into a resplendent rain of light. What? Yuan Fei's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His silver soul eye technique was broken and he suffered a huge backlash. His primordial spirit was severely injured. Boom! Tiangang threw out a punch and the roar of a dragon shook the heavens. An ancient and mysterious energy surrounded his body and mysterious runes flashed between his eyebrows. This punch was unstoppable as it came crashing down on Yuan Fei. This punch contained the physical strength of the peak of the celestial dipper realm. Coupled with the support of the heavenly god's secret technique, this punch became extremely terrifying. Even the faces of the many deans and elders changed. This was because this punch had the strength to threaten them. I won't lose. I won't lose. Yuan Fei faced Tiangong's devastating punch. The silver light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. There was even a trace of blood flowing down from his eyes. 5 elements heavenly curse. Great destruction curse. Silver soul eye technique. Explode. 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 Yuan Fei roared. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of silver blood essence, which instantly turned into mysterious runes in the void. The power of the 5 elements flowed and the great millstone spun. There was also a silver light that seemed to confine everything. These runes seemed to contain the most original energy of heaven and earth. However, they exploded in front of Yuan Fei. Rumble, it was as if the sky had been shattered. A dazzling divine light exploded. Endless divine light gushed out and dyed the heaven and earth into a vast expanse of white. After a short moment of blindness, everyone saw that the vast array world on the stage was a mess. Countless mountains were turned into dust and the towering ancient trees disappeared. The terrifying divine light was like a storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. Who won? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. This great battle was too intense, and everyone was addicted to it. However, they were most concerned about the outcome of the battle between Tiangang and Yuan Fei. Whoosh, Tiangong's figure flew out. He looked extremely pale and his aura was extremely weak. He crashed into the ground and left a huge human-shaped hole. Ha ha ha. Eldest senior brother won. I knew it. Who does that heavenly dipper think he is? To think that he can defeat eldest senior brother. On the side of the Heavenly Curse Academy, Guanchen laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery and ridicule. However, before he could finish his sentence, it was as though someone had grabbed his throat. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. I admit defeat. Above the void, Yuan Fei's figure appeared. However, his physical body had been completely shattered, leaving only a wisp of his Yuan spirit floating in the void. He looked extremely weak and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he still bitterly admitted defeat. Although Tiangang had also suffered heavy injuries, Yuan Fei was in a worse state than Tiangang. Not only was his physical body completely destroyed, but his primordial spirit had also suffered heavy injuries. Both of them were enveloped by a dazzling light as they left the arena. This battle could be said to be a lose-lose situation, but Astral Vault still won. Damn it. Sima Bo's face was extremely ugly. It was as though he had eaten a dead child, and the veins on his face were popping out. Initially, he thought that victory was within his grasp. He thought that once Yuan Fei used his silver soul pupil technique, he would definitely win. However, he did not expect Tiangang to use his full strength at the crucial moment. Not only did he break the silver soul pupil technique, but he also defeated Yuan Fei. He could not accept such an outcome. Ha ha ha. Great. Tong Yuan and Han Li laughed heartily as their eyes were filled with excitement. This battle was too dangerous, especially when Tiangang used his silver soul pupil technique. They almost went berserk, but fortunately, Tiangang was strong enough to turn the tables and defeat Yuan Fei. Eldest senior brother, are you alright? Zhou Daoji, Wang Lin, and the rest quickly helped Tiangang up, their eyes filled with worry. At this moment, Tiangong's face was very pale. He looked like he had suffered a great loss, and his aura was extremely weak. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Tiangang smiled weakly, but his eyes were filled with relief. Eldest senior brother, that Yuan Fei is really vicious. If you did not break his silver soul pupil technique, you would have been in danger. Hurry up and consume this 5-colored divine dragon fruit. It should be able to help you recover. Quickly. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. With a flash of light, a divine fruit that emitted a 5-colored glow appeared in his hand. It looked like a golden dragon, extremely mysterious. 5-colored divine dragon fruit? This is too precious. Junior brother Long, you should keep it for yourself. Tiangong's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head. The 5-colored divine dragon fruit was a divine medicine. Tiangang naturally knew how precious it was. It could be said that this 5-colored divine dragon fruit was comparable to Zhou Tian's nirvana elixir. Eldest senior brother, don't be so courteous. The most important thing now is for you to recover as soon as possible. I still have some 5-colored divine dragon fruits. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Some? Tiangang was taken aback. He then exclaimed, all right. I didn't expect junior brother Long to be such a lucky person. I'll take it. After taking the 5-colored divine dragon fruit, Tiangang began to race against time to recover. His injuries were too severe, but the astral tournament couldn't be suspended because of his injuries. He had to heal as soon as possible and recover his cultivation in order to face the upcoming battles. Although eldest senior brother can't face the upcoming battles, he should have no problem getting into the top 10. Ling Xiao thought inwardly. He had already checked Tiangong's injuries. The silver soul pupil technique was too overbearing, and it had damaged his life source and primordial spirit. Although he had the 5-colored divine dragon fruit, Tiangang wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. However, in the following battles, aside from Shibu Fan and Duan Shuilu, no one else would be a match for Tiangang. Entering the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Yuan Fei would definitely be in an even worse state. After all, even his physical body had been destroyed by Tiangang. He shouldn't be a match for Shibu Fan and Duan Shuilu. Eldest senior brother must have used his Pangu bloodline. I hope no one in the Heavenly Curse Academy recognizes him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. In order to resist the silver soul pupil technique, Tiangang had used too much power. It would inevitably attract the attention of others. The following battles became even more intense. Among the 6 from Ares Academy, Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the great circle of the heavenly god realm. Thus, she had more losses than wins. She shouldn't be able to enter the top 10. However, her attitude was very good. She only treated this as an opportunity to train and learn from each other. Yi Liangchen's strength was gradually recognized by everyone. Aside from the battles with Shibu Fan and Duan Shuilu, he had won all the other battles. Even Yuan Fei had been defeated by him. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, Shibu Fan, and Duan Shuilu, their eyes filled with anticipation. This is unbelievable. I thought that Long Outyin wouldn't be able to become the champion, but now it seems like he's only 2 matches away from the championship. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone recalled the bet that had been made between Ares Academy and Heavenly Curse Academy at the start of the tournament of the 100 Academies. At that time, everyone had thought that Long Outyin was just trying to please the crowd and had been waiting to see Ares Academy make a fool of themselves. But now, it seemed like Ares Academy was going to win. Yes, Long Outyin's strength is too terrifying. Until now, no one has been able to force him to use his full strength. His talent is too strong. I wonder if Shibu Fan and Duan Shuilu can force him to use his full strength. It will be difficult for Long Outyin to win against Shibu Fan and Duan Shuilu. Duan Shuilu is rumored to have comprehended the Holy Path Blade Will, and Shibu Fan is even more unfathomable. He has even comprehended the power of time, which even saints find difficult to control. These 2 matches are going to be exciting. Everyone was discussing animatedly. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. Humph. Long Outyin is dreaming if he wants to win against Shibu Fan and Duan Shuilu. He will lose without a doubt. Guan Chen's eyes were cold as he coldly snorted. His expression was very ugly. He felt that the surrounding people were looking at him strangely, which made him extremely angry. He couldn't accept that Ling Xiao was so strong. In the battle between him and Ling Xiao just now, Ling Xiao had only used 3 punches to force him to admit defeat. His cultivation level was higher than Ling Xiao's by an entire realm, which made him feel extremely ashamed. However, no one cared about him. In this tournament of the 100 academies, Heavenly Curse Academy's face had been slapped hard enough, but Guanchen was still so stubborn. Next match, Qingshan Academy's Duan Shuilu vs Aries Academy's Lan Outyin. As an aged voice rang out, everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble. Was it finally going to start? Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao and Duan Shuilu. Duan Shuilu was wearing a black robe and had a fierce temperament. His entire body exuded a sharp aura, and he was like an unsheathed divine sword that could cut through everything. His eyes were filled with undisguised fighting spirit. "Brother Long, you're very strong," Duan Shuilu said slowly. "Brother Duan, you are too kind." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was a strange light in his eyes. Duan Shuilu gave him the feeling of an unsheathed divine saber. It was unparalleled in its sharpness, but at the same time, it was flowing with an incomparably soft power. "Brother Long, I'll use 3 slashes next. If you can take them, then you win," Duan Shuilu said slowly. The divine light in his eyes became more and more intense. "Good. Please enlighten me, Brother Duan." Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze became more serious. Ling Xiao was well aware of the reason why Duan Shuilu had made the 3 strikes agreement. Besides saving his energy for the upcoming battle, Duan Shuilu also wanted to force Ling Xiao to use all his strength to fight against Ling Xiao. He would fight to rise from the jaws of death. Although Duan Shuilu looked like a martial arts maniac, he was extremely decisive. After all, his 3 strikes were extremely fierce. "Brother Long, be careful. This is the Bright Moon Saber skill that I created. Now I have only perfected 3 moves, but even I can't control its power," Duan Shuilu said seriously. The saber essence around him rose, and his temperament became more and more fierce. "Bright Moon Saber skill? Good." Ling Xiao was a little surprised that Duan Shuilu had chosen such an ordinary name. However, when he mentioned the Bright Moon Blade technique, the look in Duan Shuilu's eyes made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. He was afraid that there was some unknown origin. Buzz, with a flash of light in Duan Shuilu's hand, a snow-white scimitar appeared. It looked like a crescent moon, clean and shining with cold light. It was just an ordinary divine artifact, but Ling Xiao could sense an unusual aura from it. "Horizon cut," Duan Shuilu said lightly. He moved instantly. The world seemed to be still at this moment. The snow-white saber light bloomed in an instant, like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The world was vast, and a mysterious aura was flowing. Ling Xiao felt that Duan Shuilu seemed to be separated from him by endless time and space, as far as the horizon. As the saber light lit up, the space between them collapsed rapidly and turned into nothingness. The saber seemed to have surpassed time and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. "Good saber skill," Ling Xiao praised. At the moment when Duan Shuilu released his saber, he also made a move, roar. The vast dragon roar resounded through the sky. Golden divine light gushed out from Ling Xiao's body, and the terrifying power made the surrounding void tremble violently. He put his palms together, and a blazing light burst out. The ethereal saber of Duan Shuilu was caught by him in an instant. Rumble. In an instant, the unparalleled saber essence broke out. The crescent moon fell, and the saber light cut on Ling Xiao's body. There was a sound of gold and iron hitting on each other, and sparks flew in all directions. In the end, the void suddenly shook, and Ling Xiao and Duan Shuilu both retreated with a loud bang. "What a great sky-edge cut. It seems that Brother Duan is also a man with a story," Ling Xiao praised in his heart. The essence of the saber was too mysterious. If it were someone with a weak will, he would have fallen under the bright moon and been killed by the saber. Although the saber was not a holy saber, it already had its own holy saber essence. Ling Xiao felt Duan Shuilu's melancholy, regret, affection, and determination from the saber. Only then did he realize that Duan Shuilu was indeed a man with a story. Ling Xiao was able to take the saber. It seemed very easy, but in fact, Ling Xiao had broken out all the strength of his body. The saber cultivator was indeed terrifying. Clang, the saber essence around Duan Shuilu rose, and his temperament became more and more fierce and terrifying. His eyes were blazing with sharpness, and he was full of determination to press forward. Samsara cut. With another roar, the saber essence suddenly changed. Endless murderous intent filled the air, as if the shadow of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had appeared, and countless ghosts and gods in hell were wailing. This saber contained a terrifying killing intent, and it was stained with blood-red light. It was going to reverse time and space, evolve reincarnation, and bury everything. The evil spirit of this saber was so terrifying that Shi Tianfeng could not help but suddenly change his expression. What a terrifying samsara saber essence! Ling Xiao could only feel that the world had changed. It was as though he had arrived in the Azura hell. A blade light that could destroy the world descended from the 9 heavens, wanting to wipe out everything. This is the effect of the heart force. This person's heart force is so strong. Ling Xiao's heart trembled as he felt an extremely strong threat. Rumble, divine power surged around Ling Xiao's body, and an ancient and majestic aura spread out. His 5 hearts were facing the sky, and streaks of lightning spread out around his body, splitting into 5 different colors. In an instant, he charged into the sky, roar. Chirp. Roar. Hiss. Moo. 5 strange sounds could be heard as the shadows of the divine dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, black tortoise, and Qilin formed around Ling Xiao. Moreover, they were surrounded by endless lightning. Ling Xiao used the 5 elements heaven sealing style and the 5 thunder heavenly spirit technique at the same time, unleashing a shocking attack. Boom, streaks of lightning exploded as the divine beasts roared in the sky. They collided with the blood-red blade light and an intense battle ensued. A sea of blood filled the sky as the heavens and earth shattered. The sun and the moon grieved together. A mysterious scene appeared as though it was the end of the world. However, streaks of lightning flashed across the void as though they wanted to purify everything. The 5 elements' divine lightning was endless as it continuously struck the blood-red blade light. Break it! 2 streaks of lightning seemed to shoot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. The golden light was blazing and instantly turned into a golden sun and moon. It directly exploded in the sky and completely shattered the blood-red blade light. Rumble, Ling Xiao's qi and blood surged as he was sent flying. His eyes revealed a trace of amazement. The power of this reincarnation slash was even stronger. It seemed as though it could bury countless lives and destroy the heavens and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. If this bright moon blade technique was really created by Duan Shuilu, then his talent was indeed incomparably strong. Is this really a blade technique that a divine king realm can use? It's too terrifying. A disciple of the divine king realm said in shock. His eyes were filled with fear. Even when he stood below the stage, he could sense how terrifying the strike was. He could even sense that just a single strand of light was enough to kill regular god kings. It was more than enough to demonstrate how much pressure Ling Xiao was under. Blade will of the Holy Way. Duan Shuilu is indeed a genius. Tong Yuan said slowly. Although Duan Shuilu is strong, Long Outyen is even stronger. Brother Tong, your Aries College has produced another genius. Lu Shuling's eyes flashed as she said faintly. Haha. Junior sister Lu, you're too kind. Long Outyen still needs to be sharpened. Tong Yuan smiled, but anyone could see the smugness on his face. Rumble, after Sky Edge cut and Reincarnation cut, Duan Shuilio's aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it became more and more intense. He stood in the air, black divine light circling around his body. His eyes were extremely bright, and his entire body exuded an extremely sharp saber light. The third slash, bright moon slash. As Duan Shuilu shouted, the third strike broke out. Clang, the blazing sound of the saber resounded through the sky. A snow-white saber light shrouded the surroundings, as if the whole world had turned into a world of saber light. Sky Edge cut and Reincarnation cut seemed to have been prepared for this last strike, causing the aura of this strike to rise to the extreme in an instant. In front of Ling Xiao, there seemed to be a vast picture scroll. Above the vast sea, there were blue waves that stretched as far as the eye could see. A bright moon rose slowly, sprinkling down billions of silver moonlight. A woman in white stood under the moonlight, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Although it was only her back view, it was extremely beautiful. Anyone who saw this picture scroll would have a feeling that they could not bear to destroy it. What a powerful heart force. If Duan Shuilu could enter Buddhism, he would definitely become a Buddha. What a pity! Ling Xiao exclaimed. His eyes were extremely clear, and he looked at everything in front of him with appreciation. He did not sink into it. Ling Xiao's heart realm spread out, causing his entire body to exude an ethereal and transcendent aura. The last strike, bright moon cut, was shapeless and intangible. It was a kind of pure conception, or heart force. It was a pity that Duan Shuilu did not have the great empty heart charm scripture, nor did he open his heart realm. Otherwise, when he used this strike, even an expert in the great divine king realm would sink into the heart realm and willingly be killed. Unfortunately, Duan Shuilu met Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao had the heart realm. Break! Ling Xiao said indifferently. He stretched out his hand and tapped lightly. The painting in front of him was like a bubble, instantly bursting apart. Duan Shuilu's bright moon cut also exploded into a dazzling rain of light. Puff, Duan Shuilu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became extremely weak. He looked at Ling Xiao in shock and said, You can actually break my bright moon cut? Ling Xiao did not simply block the attack. Instead, he broke the attack from the inside. Duan Shuilu had once used this bright moon cut to kill an expert in the late Divine King realm. That person did not have any resistance and was directly killed by the strike. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to be affected at all. He easily broke the bright moon cut. Brother Duan, this is the bright moon cut. It's also the heart cut, right? With your talent, it's really a pity. Ling Xiao said calmly. Everyone was baffled. The Sky Edge Slash and Reincarnation Slash were both overbearing and powerful, making everyone feel incomparably satisfied. However, the last strike was a little baffling. Everyone only saw a dazzling blade light enveloping Duan Shuilu and Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and Duan Shuilu was sent flying while coughing out blood. It was simply a baffling loss, even the deans and elders could not understand the power of this strike. That was the heart force. With their cultivation, they were not qualified to touch the heart force. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Duan Shuilu could not help but tremble. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. Others could not understand what Ling Xiao said, but he understood. Ling Xiao actually knew the use of the heart force. Moreover, Ling Xiao's attainment in the heart force was much stronger than his. That was why he could defeat him so easily. Brother Long, I've lost. Duan Shuilu took a deep look at Ling Xiao and said. Although he had countless questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Ling Xiao, he also knew that it was not the right time. So, he admitted defeat without hesitation. The last strike made him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his hands. Ling Xiao had won. The students from Aries Academy naturally cheered, their eyes filled with excitement. They were one step closer to the champion's position. As for the students from Heavenly Curse Academy, their expressions were ugly. They couldn't help but think of the bet between the two academies. If Long Outyan really did obtain the champion's position, they would have to shout "I'm trash" in front of all the disciples. That would be worse than death. Most importantly, Heavenly Curse Academy would become a laughingstock from then on. After Duan Shuilu's battle with Ling Xiao, he seemed to have many things on his mind. Even during his battle with Sherbufan, he seemed to be absent-minded. After a few rounds, he directly admitted defeat. Sherbufan's expression was ugly. Although Duan Shuilu's attitude had allowed him to win, it still made him angry. The astral tournament had finally reached its end. Other than Ling Xiao and Sherbufan, who had both maintained their victories and obtained first and second place respectively, the 3rd to 10th places were already clear. 3rd place, Duan Shuilu, 4th place, Tian Gang, 5th place, Yi Liangchen, 6th place, Xian Wang, 7th place, Yuan Fei, 8th place, Jin Xianzong, 9th place, Qing Lian, 10th place, Jin Gang. Ji Yuanlong was the most miserable. He was originally destined to obtain a place in the top 10, but he had never expected that he would only end up in 11th place. Although it was only a difference of one place, he had already lost a spot to enter the Void Saint realm. Ji Yuanlong's eyes were spitting fire as he glared at Ling Xiao with incomparable fury. He wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. It was because Ling Xiao had destroyed his physical body that his combat power had been greatly reduced, and he had not even been able to enter the top 10. Ji Guyuan and Ji Jun's expressions were also extremely ugly, and their gazes were extremely cold. This was all caused by Ares Academy. The other 7 academies had all had disciples enter the top 10, but Great Zhou Academy was the most miserable, as they did not even have a spot to enter the Void Saint realm. But at this moment, no one cared about their feelings. Everyone's eyes were on Ling Xiao and Sherbufan. The final battle of the Astral Tournament, which was also the pinnacle battle, would be between Ling Xiao and Sherbufan. The outcome of this battle would determine who the champion of the Academy tournament would be. Regardless of whether it was the first or the second place, there was basically no effect at this point as they could all enter the faux sacred world. However, the first place would always be remembered and worshipped by everyone, while the second place would only serve as a foil and be overshadowed. Furthermore, this battle was related to the bet between Ares College and Heavenly Curse College. Next battle, Ares College's Long Outyin vs Spacetime College's Sherbufan. Shi Tianfeng stood in the air and announced the participants for the final battle. At the same time, he also pushed the Astral Tournament to its peak. Eldest senior brother, junior brother Long, we should be able to win this battle, right? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with anticipation as she glanced at Tian Gang beside her. Junior brother Long will definitely win, Tian Gang said with a faint smile. There was no trace of hesitation in his voice. Of course. Among the so-called 4 peerless geniuses, 3 of them have already been defeated by my big brother. This Sherbufan won't be any different. Yi Liangchen laughed proudly. Arrogant. Long Outyin wants to defeat Sherbufan? What a fool's dream. Sherbufan is unfathomable. Up until now, he has only used imminent skyline. If he uses his full strength, Long Outyin will definitely lose. Ji Yuanlong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. He was the one who did not want Ling Xiao to win the most. It was because of Ling Xiao that he had lost his chance to enter the faux sacred world. Yi Liangchen glanced at him and sneered. Ji Yuanlong, are you itching for a beating? If you're not convinced, come over here and let me teach you how to behave. Ji Yuanlong's expression froze, and his eyes revealed a mixture of shame and anger. He was indeed unable to defeat Yi Liangchen, so he simply turned his head and ignored him. Ling Xiao and Sherbufan had already stepped onto the stage. Sherbufan's clothes were whiter than snow. He was handsome and elegant, and there was a faint smile on his face. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. He glanced at Ling Xiao, and there was a strange look in his eyes. He said slowly, Brother Long, my offer is still valid. I hope you can seriously consider it. Ling Xiao also smiled indifferently. Brother Shi, my offer is still valid. As long as you take out that secret technique, I will immediately exchange it with you. Sherbufan's expression turned cold. Since Brother Long is so insincere, then forget it. That's right. Instead of talking so much nonsense, why don't we have a good fight? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Golden blood circled around his body, and there was an incomparably bright light in his eyes. Boom, he threw out a punch, and the golden fist print was like an immemorial mountain. It rumbled and suppressed Sherbufan. You're courting death. Sherbufan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He slashed forward with his palm. At the same time, there was a strange fluctuation around him, and he took a step back. Buzz, the void trembled slightly. Sherbufan's palm was as white as jade, and it directly slashed at Ling Xiao's fist. Then, with a gentle push, a strange light flashed, and Sherbufan's figure disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. So close, yet worlds apart? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a divine light. There seemed to be an endless space between him and Sherbufan. His terrifying fist imprint exploded in the air, but it didn't cause any harm to Sherbufan. Boom, Ling Xiao's entire body shot out like a bolt of golden lightning. The surrounding void emitted strange ripples. He pointed at the void, and it directly pierced through the layers of void, and pointed at Sherbufan's glabella. Although so close, yet worlds apart was very strong, It was ultimately just the use of spatial laws. Ling Xiao had cultivated a secret teleportation technique, so it was not a problem for him to break through so close, yet worlds apart. Sherbufan's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. He did not expect so close, yet worlds apart to be broken by Ling Xiao so easily. He slapped out with his palm, and the divine light was dazzling, enveloping the sky. It was as if there were thousands of palm shadows attacking Ling Xiao. Bang, the void suddenly shook, and it was as if thunder had exploded. It was dazzling. Ling Xiao's finger pierced through the layers of palm shadows, and directly shot at Sherbufan's palm. Puff, a bloody wound burst out from Sherbufan's palm, and he instantly retreated. What? Everyone could not help but be stunned. Sherbufan was injured so quickly. Could it be that Sherbufan was going to lose this battle? The faces of the people from the Spacetime Academy became very ugly. End of chapter 1498. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.